Yu Jiang held a large plastic bag and looked ahead at the endless asphalt road. On both sides of the road, dry yellow weeds stood over a meter tall, with only one camphor tree standing alone in the distance. The place was desolate and empty. What kind of place was this? Survivor 2333, you have entered the Apocalypse Highway survival game. Please complete the beginner's trial. Survive under monster attack. Monster. Common infected. Tracks target sent within 2 kilometers. Countdown. 0:30. The glowing screen in front of her, the countdown in her ears, and the zombie running in place about 100 meters behind her left her no time to think. 0:25. Run first. Think later. 0:05. Yu Jiang had already run far ahead and didn't dare look back until the countdown ended. The zombie was sprinting toward her, moving as fast as a professional athlete, its arms swinging so fast they left afterimages. "Oh no!" Yu Jiang shouted, gripping the plastic bag tightly as she ran down the smooth road at full speed. Within seconds, the zombie had closed most of the distance between them. She wasn't strong or athletic. There was no way she could run 2 kilometers. Just when she thought it was over, she suddenly noticed something on the road ahead, spaced at intervals. A solar-powered balance scooter, speed 15 kilometers per hour. B second-hand bicycle with a basket, speed 10 to 20 kilometers per hour, no energy needed. As long as you have strength, you can keep going. C old but usable motorcycle, speed 60 to 80 kilometers per hour, fuel use 4 liters per 100 kilometers. D simple enclosed 3-wheeler, speed 20 to 35 kilometers per hour, max range 80 kilometers. The words appeared floating in the air. The zombie was now only a few dozen meters away. In this critical moment, Yu Jiang's mind became unusually clear. The balance scooter and the bicycle were closest. She could reach them before being caught. But no way, those were bad choices. The solar scooter looked unreliable. The bicycle didn't need fuel, but it required too much effort. She'd tire out long before the monster did. Take a risk, go big or go home. Yu Jiang made her choice almost instantly and sprinted toward the farthest vehicle, the 3-wheeler. The motorcycle was fast, maybe fast enough to take down a zombie, but the problem was she didn't know how to ride it. One fall, and she'd be done for. As Yu Jiang ran, she kept thinking. The zombies were getting closer, their growls almost brushing against her back. She sprinted with all her strength and finally jumped onto a 3-wheeler at the last second, kicking a zombie away as she slammed the door shut. The zombie threw itself at the window, scratching and banging hard. The plastic shell of the vehicle shook as if it might tip over any moment. Yu Jiang quickly started the engine. Thinking about the risk of flipping, she didn't speed up right away. Instead, she steadied the vehicle first, then slowly increased the power. The zombies behind her grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Only then did Yu Jiang let out a long breath. That scared me to death. She had just finished work and stopped by a snack shop to stock up for a relaxing weekend. But the moment she stepped outside after paying, everything around her had changed. At first, she thought she was dreaming. She never expected this survival game to be so real and so deadly. Congratulations, player. You have passed the survivor test. A beginner's gift pack has been delivered. Think game panel to view more information. At the same time, a glowing screen appeared, showing a bright red number, 463. Unfortunately, 463 players in this region failed the test and lost their survivor status. Please note, death in the game means real death. Read the rules carefully and do your best to survive. The screen quickly flashed through scenes of the failed players. On the same highway, some shouted that they wanted to go home. Others refused to believe what was happening and turned back to check, only to be caught by zombies. Some wasted too much time choosing a vehicle and got overtaken. One even rode a motorcycle too fast, lost control, and crashed spectacularly. There were all kinds of ways to fail. Once Yu Jiang was sure the monsters weren't following her, she stopped the vehicle, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. If she wanted to survive, fear wouldn't help. It was better to think about practical things. She looked up and carefully read the game instructions on the screen. 1. To survive on the endless highway, keep moving forward. Going backward or turning around more than 50 meters will result in disqualification. Do not leave the 2-kilometer range of the road. 2. You can find supplies and currency along the way, but there will also be unexpected dangers and challenges. When you encounter a service area, you may choose whether to enter. 3. Once a vehicle is chosen, it will be permanently bound and cannot be changed, only upgraded. Players must complete daily tasks. After finishing them, no monsters will attack at night. The beginner protection period lasts for 3 days. During this time, players will not enter parallel roads, meet other players, face extreme weather, or receive dungeon missions. 4. Unsafe driving brings sorrow to loved ones. Speeding, driving while tired, and drunk driving are strictly forbidden. Headlights must be used at night. Any violations are the player's own responsibility. 5. When a player's health drops below 50, their life points will also decrease. If fatigue exceeds 80, there is a risk of drowsy driving. At night, fatigue increases twice as fast. After reading it twice and memorizing the rules, Yu Jiang checked her game mission information. Current location, Huagua District 002 weather, clear, temperature 26 degrees Celsius, humidity 90%, southeast wind, level 1 task, 0/50 km. Yu Jiang tapped to take out a green backpack matching her tricycle from the temporary storage slot. This was the beginner's gift pack. Inside were a bottle of mineral water, a piece of compressed biscuit, and a can of peas, nothing else. Not even a lighter. She felt lucky she hadn't thrown away what she had carried with her. So now she still had 3 self-heating hot pots, 5 packs of instant noodles, and 2 packs of snail noodles. There was also half a pound of spiced beef jerky, 8 pieces of sakama, 10 packs of individually wrapped bread, 1 bag of sausages, and 4 hot dogs. Because she had bought a lot, she got a free noodle pot and 2 vacuum-packed marinated eggs. For now, she didn't need to worry about food, but water was a real problem. She had 4 small bottles of milk, 200 milliliters each, and 2 bottles of fruit tea, but no mineral water. Then Yu Jiang silently said, "Game panel," and a blue light screen appeared, showing her personal information. Player, Yu Jiang, 23 years old, nickname. Can be set, cannot be changed once set. Life points, 100 health, 75. Lack of sleep has affected your hair and energy levels, fatigue. 20 overall fitness. 6. You're not good at any sport, and this number proves it. Agility. 5. Even a 60-year-old lady could outrun you. Attack. 2. A truly impressive number. Defense. 1. Hard to comment. Combat rating. F. It can't get any higher. Yu Jiang? What? Why is it even insulting me? She looked again at the section showing the vehicle information. Vehicle. Simple fully enclosed electric tricycle, power 100%. Damage. 0 if over 80%. It cannot start and needs repair. Defense. 12 attack bonus. None. It seemed that the vehicle also had a durability bar. The earlier part must have been a beginner's guide, so no power or durability was used. Yu Jiang thought for a moment and opened the nickname settings. She couldn't let anyone know her real identity. Nickname: the king sent me to patrol the mountains set successfully. After organizing her supplies, Yu Jiang got out of the vehicle and walked around it carefully to check its condition. She was very glad about her earlier choice. It was a light green, fully enclosed electric tricycle, a relatively safe place to rest at night. It could block wind and rain, and there was enough space to store supplies. Even better, it came with a heater and could be upgraded with extra batteries and air conditioning. It wasn't cheap in stores. High-end models could cost over 10,000. If it ever ran out of power, pushing it would be about as easy as moving a small motorcycle. It was practically a tiny mobile home. However, there was no door on the right side of the driver's seat. When she got closer, a system message appeared before her eyes. Missing parts. Glass ×1. Glass glue ×2. Iron pieces ×5 tools needed. Screwdriver, wrench unable to repair door. Yu Jiang thought to herself. Although the paint was peeling, the seat cushions were torn, one door was missing, the rear window was gone, the backup camera was broken, and the headlights didn't work. None of that really mattered. As long as the vehicle could start, it was fine. The full battery gave her a strong sense of security. Yu Jiang decided to gather some supplies before setting out. 50 kilometers a day was manageable during the beginner protection period, so there was no need to rush. All around was the same desolate landscape, nothing in sight that could be used as a weapon. Only dry yellow grass and short, leafless shrubs. Yu Jiang had a habit of collecting everything. When she played games before, she could gather resources until 4 or 5 in the morning, leaving nothing behind wherever she went. The survival game rules only said no driving while exhausted. They didn't say anything about collecting while tired. Looking at the vast, empty road, Yu Jiang suddenly felt excited. Wasn't this whole place full of resources waiting for her? Those bare, short bushes, aren't they just free firewood? What you see is what you get. Time to start gathering. The tall, sturdy trees needed tools to cut branches or climb, which wasn't worth the effort for Yu Jiang. Besides, trees contained moisture, and the thicker the branch, the harder it was to dry. They weren't ideal for storing as firewood. The already dry shrubs didn't have that problem. She could also collect some dead grass. Once the moisture on it dried, it would make good tinder. For self-defense, Yu Jiang noticed some stones on the ground. She tested their hardness, picked a few that felt right, and took them with her. If thrown, even a stone could cause serious injury. Some could even serve as makeshift cutting tools. Worried there might be snakes in the grass, she broke off a branch to probe the way ahead. She moved quickly, gathering one bush after another, then tied them into bundles with the grass she found. In the past, to save money, she had taught herself some handicraft skills. She was good at basic rope weaving and could tie small branches tightly together. Player obtained small wood 10, usable for fire or crafting. Player obtained small wood 20. The more she gathered, the more energetic, the more excited she became. Player obtained smooth pebble, a small stone that seems to hold mysterious power. Health 1 can only be obtained once. Player obtained sharp stone. Don't underestimate me, I'm powerful. Weapon attack 1. After collecting everything nearby, Yu Jiang hummed a cheerful tune while driving her tricycle forward, gathering as she went. Her fatigue level even dropped by 5 points. Player, full of energy, collected small wood 200, half-dry grass 100. Achievement unlocked. What I see is mine. When equipped, agility 2, attack 1. Yu Jiang finally looked up from her busy work and quickly equipped the new achievement. At that moment, 2 bright green notifications appeared on the global game screen almost simultaneously. Player the King sent me to patrol the mountain achieved the fastest resource collection, earning the unique title, What I See Is Mine. Player X completed the first kill, earning the unique title Pioneer. Meanwhile, most players in the survival game still hadn't figured out what was happening. What? How is it so fast? What are those 2 doing? Are they cheating? I haven't even seen any supplies yet. I'm not jealous of the first kill at all. The zombies in this game are terrifying. I just want to ask what kind of supplies the player Little Whirlwind has and where they found them. Oh no, I was just dancing with some strange people, and in the blink of an eye, I'm in the game with a stethoscope. Can you all see my messages, or have I lost my mind too? Whoever picked the motorcycle is lucky. It feels amazing to speed down the road with no one else around. You'll calm down once you run out of fuel. I chose an old electric tricycle instead. If I'm not mistaken, the starting vehicle might be related to future upgrades. A message from a player named X caught Yu Jiang's attention. She had a feeling this person was telling the truth. The player who got the first kill spoke up, sparking a wave of discussion. Wait, how did you do it? Weren't there no weapons? How did you defeat the monster? X replied. The motorcycle's rear view mirror was loose. I took it off and used it as a weapon. That nice one, all the pros pick motorcycles. That's the way to go. Wait, why do you all have motorcycles? I only got a second-hand tractor. It's so loud. Look me in the eyes and explain this. I don't even have a bicycle, just a skateboard. What did I do wrong? Be grateful. I ran toward a sports car all excited, but it turned out to be a kid's toy car. Electric wheelchair ready for battle. That message came from Thunder King, a psychiatrist whose sense of humor was clearly unique. While reading the chat, Yu Jiang finished gathering resources from a large area. The most valuable part of the beginner's pack was the storage bag. It had 6 slots. Each slot could hold 50 pieces of small wood. She collected 250 pieces in total. She stored 200 in the bag, 50 in her vehicle, along with several stones and 3 bundles of dry grass. The remaining 2 slots were filled with instant hot pot, spicy noodles, bread, and drinks, essential supplies. She left the snail noodles in the vehicle since they couldn't be cooked without a pot. It was a pity, but food that could be eaten right away was more important. After packing everything, Yu Jiang pulled her loaded vehicle and set off again. She was determined to survive here. What could be scarier than being an overworked employee? The weather was around 20 degrees, neither hot nor cold. A gentle breeze blew, and the road on both sides looked like a scene from a movie. At the start of the game, everyone was still in good spirits, and many were willing to share information. Some chatted on the public screen, some exchanged intelligence, others offered to trade supplies, and a few looked for strong players to team up with. Yu Jiang had already gathered enough materials and didn't plan to stop unless she saw something rare. Her 3-wheeler could reach a top speed of 35 kilometers per hour, but going that fast would quickly drain the battery. Yu Jiang wasn't after speed. She wanted to save energy, keeping her pace at 20 kilometers per hour. That way, she could also look more carefully for supplies along the road. She was short on water and batteries. If she couldn't find any, she would have to trade with others. So, the messages from other players were very important to her. Someone had just said there were mushrooms along the road, expensive ones like dried black mushrooms and edible red ones. Anyone who had played games before knew that players came in all kinds, and fake information was common. So, she stayed cautious about what she read. After driving for 30 kilometers, Yu Jiang spotted something in the grass and quickly got off to check. It was a wooden box. Inside, she found a battery that could power her tricycle, restoring 50% of its energy. She didn't waste the box either. She broke it down into wooden planks. While searching nearby, she found 2 large dried mushrooms under some low bushes. Yu Jiang recognized them, but since this was a game and there was no system prompt, she decided to be careful. She took out a pair of disposable gloves left over from eating fried chicken the day before. Putting them on, she carefully picked the 2 mushrooms, wrapped them in the gloves, and stored them in her inventory. A little farther away, she found a cluster of blue, crystal-like mushrooms that looked poisonous. She collected those too, still using the gloves. Even poisonous mushrooms were useful materials. Then, on the other side of the road, she found another kind of mushroom called puffball fungus. Yu Jiang got excited. This was a medicinal plant. When mature, its spores could stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, and help with sore throats and lung problems. Player obtained puffball fungus ×1. Basic material for making medicine can also be used directly. Got it. The reason there was no prompt wasn't because of collecting mushrooms. Some materials don't show their use right away. Players have to figure it out themselves, like the dried mushrooms and poisonous ones she just picked. Next, Yu Jiang began a careful search around the area. After some effort, she found 2 more puffball mushrooms. Just as she was about to dig up a 3rd one, a familiar growl came from behind. It was an infected zombie. Yu Jiang quickly glanced back. Instead of running, she sped up her movements. Her old habit of refusing to leave resources behind struck again. Fortune favors the brave. If she could dig it up, it would be worth it. She worked faster. When the zombie was less than 5 meters away, Yu Jiang instinctively threw a stone. It hit its head, leaving a dent that oozed dark, foul-smelling blood. The zombie's health bar showed 15 points. Only one was gone. Seeing it wouldn't die easily, Yu Jiang grabbed the puffball mushrooms and ran toward her small tricycle. The key was still in the ignition. She jumped on, didn't even close the door, and sped forward. The zombie was tough. Its fingers scraped the side of the vehicle, leaving 3 deep marks. Vehicle damaged by infected. Durability -2%. Yu Jiang accelerated again. The zombie lost one handhold but still clung on with the other, trying to push its head inside. Not only did it scratch her vehicle, it also took 10 points of her health. Gritting her teeth, Yu Jiang grabbed the sharpest stone nearby, leaned over, and struck with all her strength.
Bang!
The stone sank into the zombie's skull, and it finally fell off. The rear wheel ran over it, almost flipping the tricycle, but Yu Jiang quickly steadied the steering. That last hit drove the stone even deeper, finishing the creature off. Congratulations, player. You are the first to discover and collect all 7 medicinal herbs. Hidden quest complete. Reward: Basic Herbal Powder Scroll ×2, Basic Medicine Furnace. Achievement: Apprentice Alchemist. First kill of an infected. Reward: Attack 2, 100 crystal coins. Achievement: Stone Warrior. Your strength may be low, but your courage is impressive. Defense 2. Yu Jiang took a few deep breaths. That was intense, but it was worth it. This zombie had been a lucky find. Herbal powder must be quite valuable too. She glanced at her pharmaceutical skills, scrolled to the personal information page, and clicked Use. Hallucinogenic powder. Causes dizziness for up to 5 seconds. The higher the target's defense, the weaker the effect. Basic Herbal Hemostatic Powder. Restores 10 health points and cures mild bleeding or inflammation. Both powders have a 1-hour cooldown. Using puffball mushrooms directly restores 2 health points but only stops bleeding. It doesn't remove negative effects. Overuse increases fatigue, lowers health, and may even cause mild hallucinations. She remembered puffball mushrooms weren't poisonous before. Maybe they had mutated. She kept moving forward. The distance counter on the taskbar slowly increased. The panel showed 1:10 p.m., with 12 kilometers left to go. Yu Jiang stopped to drink some water and eat a piece of bread. She wanted instant noodles, but without water or a lighter, she had to make do. During her short break, she kept watching the public chat, only reading trade messages without replying. It was still early. She planned to wait until afternoon, when most people had traveled farther and gathered more supplies, to trade more efficiently. Her luck in the morning had been average. She found only 1 box. But the afternoon went better. After walking just 5 kilometers, she discovered 2 wooden crates. Player obtained: Waterproof quick-dried jacket ×1, clean underwear ×2. Player obtained: Gasoline ×2L, compressed biscuits ×2, canned peas ×1. Even after completing the 50-kilometer task, she hadn't found a single bottle of water. Yu Jiang didn't want to take another step. She had only 1 spare battery left and needed to save power. With her fatigue level at 50, she decided to stay put and gather resources nearby, collecting another batch of wood. Within a 2-kilometer radius, she gathered all the visible shrubs and mushrooms. She planned to rest there for the night. To save space inside the vehicle, she tied 2 bundles of wood to the roof. By the time she finished, it was past 4 p.m. The sky was dimming, and more players were chatting. Pure-hearted cockroach. Hot. Anyone want to trade food? I've only found water all the way here. I'll trade 1 bottle of water for a can of food or something else. Old Bike 28. Told you human power's the best. I rode 70 kilometers on my bike and found an extra crate. Human-powered engines always take the lead.
Nice one, man.
You must be unstoppable. Your wheels are probably sparking by now. Impressive, Yu Jiang thought to herself as she opened the next message. X. Trade for gasoline. Yu Jiang quickly replied in private chat. 1. X. What do you want? 2 liters of gasoline for 2 sets of batteries, or a weapon or a lighter. 2 liters of gasoline equals 50% of a motorcycle's tank, about 50 kilometers. 2 sets of batteries equals 100% charge for a tricycle, about 80 kilometers. Gasoline being more expensive than charging makes sense, right? At the same time, Yu Jiang also messaged Pure Cockroach privately. A few seconds later, X replied, I don't have any extra weapons right now, and only 1 set of batteries. Is that okay? Once I find a weapon, I'll give it to you right away. Yu Jiang hesitated. What if he took the gasoline and didn't keep his word? Someone who could get the first kill so quickly must have strong nerves and might not care about reputation. But weapons were indeed hard to trade for. After thinking for a moment, she said, all right, let's add each other as friends first. The other person thanked her and added, I also have a solar panel and a sharpened wooden stick. If you want them, consider them interest. Yu Jiang happily agreed. Why refuse free stuff? With a portable converter, she could use the solar panel to charge her tricycle. They added each other as friends and started the trade. It was done in just a few seconds. In the system's trade window, both sides had to place their items, confirm them, and then lock the trade. Using fake goods was impossible. After receiving the gasoline, Su glanced at his list. Only one friend. That morning, many people had messaged him privately, asking for help or tips on using motorcycles, but he hadn't added anyone. This person was great at collecting supplies. Maybe they could trade long-term in the future. Yu Jiang moved on to the next trade. Pure Cockroach was getting anxious. Your username looks familiar. You're that top collector in the whole server. How do you want to trade? If you think one bottle of water for a can of food isn't fair, we can talk. Yu Jiang replied, bread, canned food, and compressed biscuits have different exchange rates. She wasn't the type to haggle. She simply stated her terms. 1 can of food for 3 bottles of water, 1 compressed biscuit for 1 bottle of water, and 2 whole wheat breads plus 1 marinated egg for 4 bottles of water. You choose. If it doesn't work, that's fine. Compressed biscuits fill you up but make your mouth dry. Canned food is different. It has moisture and that familiar smell of ready-made meals. On a road like this, it's a real treat.
Wow.
You've got so much stuff. No wonder you're the collecting master. Pure-hearted Cockroach exclaimed in surprise. I'll take 1 compressed biscuit and a 2 bread set. She had 18 bottles of water, so a few bottles weren't a problem. The bread set was a better deal than the small can of food. All right, Yu Jiang said, opening the trade window. After checking that everything was fine, she confirmed the trade. Then, the other person sent a friend request with a note. You're amazing. Let's trade again if we find more supplies. Yu Jiang accepted. Trading with straightforward people saved time and effort. She didn't bother with those who always argued over prices. Now that she had enough water, Yu Jiang decided to treat herself. Tonight, she would eat a self-heating tomato hot pot. After suddenly being thrown into this strange survival game, she needed something good to lift her spirits. As she opened the package, poured in water, and waited, the sky outside the car grew dark. Tall grass swayed in the wind, turning into dark shapes. The temperature dropped to 21 degrees, and light rain began to fall. Yu Jiang quickly grabbed some wooden boards and plastic bags to cover the broken rear window. At the right door, the plastic bags were gone, so she used wooden boards and small branches from the car roof to block the gaps. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than nothing. Then Yu Jiang began studying the medicine-making skill she had gained earlier that day. Hallucinogenic powder requires 2 blue mushrooms. Success rate, 60%. Basic herbal hemostatic powder, made from puffball fungi, large ones the size of a soccer ball, small ones about the size of 2 fists. The amount used depends on the size. A small batch of materials could produce 2 portions of hemostatic powder, also with a 60% success rate. It was much more efficient than using the spores directly. Upgrading her apothecary title would increase the success rate. Yu Jiang decided to make the hallucinogenic powder first. She only had enough materials for 2 tries. She had to succeed. The process could be done directly through the system panel, as long as she had the right tools. Player successfully obtained hallucinogenic powder 1. Player successfully obtained basic herbal hemostatic powder 9. The hemostatic powder failed twice. Her luck wasn't good or bad. Yu Jiang tried 1 portion of the herbal powder and restored her health to 100. She then took out a sharpened wooden stick she had traded for earlier that day. It was about half a meter long, made from a branch of suitable thickness. The sharpened tip clearly showed it had been cut with a knife. The description was a bit discouraging. With your attack power, using this might still be a bit hard. Once the beginner stage ended, the gap between survivors would likely grow quickly. Realizing this, Yu Jiang looked at her simple tricycle and became even more determined to explore, gather supplies, and improve herself as soon as possible. At night, the public chat was lively. Besides a few people joking around, many were asking for help. Need medicine. Got attacked by a monster. Lost half my health. Please help. Messages like this were common. Some offered trades. while others tried to guilt others into helping. Sway Foam 220. We're all in this survival game together. When things get tough, we should help each other. If you have medicine, please share. Don't be selfish. Yu Jiang wouldn't easily reveal that she had medicine. She wasn't sure how many more ingredients she could find later. She had 8 healing powders left, enough to restore 80 health points. As night fell, the rain made it cold for anyone without shelter or a covered vehicle. Someone kindly shared a method to build a simple rain shelter using long branches and grass. The unluckiest ones didn't even have branches. Player 6857 pushed a shopping cart 50 kilometers today. I'm cold and hungry. Can someone please give me a stick for free? I'm begging you. Sicily. It's so dark and there are no trees nearby. I'm too scared to go near the road. Is anyone willing to team up with me? I can be your partner. Thunder King. I suggest finding a pile of grass or weaving a simple camouflage suit to block the rain. Sicily. Thanks for the advice. Someone kind has already contacted me. Soon after, some players started selling extra plastic wrap and sheets at ridiculous prices. A roll of plastic wrap cost 2 days' worth of food and water. Only the lucky ones could afford it. Before long, raindrops covered the windshield of Yu Jiang's tricycle. In the game, night driving wasn't based on time, but on how dark the sky became. It was a little after 6, and since the sky wasn't completely dark yet, it didn't count as night. The panel showed a message, estimated 40 minutes until nightfall. The small light inside the tricycle still worked, and Yu Jiang had found some batteries, so the light was on. She folded down the front seat, placed 2 wooden boards on top, and used them as a table. She sat in the back, watching the light rain outside, feeling the cool breeze, and eating a self-heating tomato hot pot. At 8:40 p.m., everything was silent. The only light in the world came from the small lamp on the tricycle. She had never spent a night on such a deserted road before. Lying on the back seat, listening to the rain tapping on the roof, she couldn't fall asleep. Yu Jiang was someone who cared a lot about comfort and safety. After starting work, she saved money carefully, choosing to take the bus under the hot sun instead of buying a car. All her savings went toward the down payment for a house. She just wanted a better place to live.
But now things had changed.
She hadn't even saved enough for renovations, and here she was, starting out with nothing but a road and a tricycle. At 5:10 a.m., the sky outside was still dark blue, and the panel had updated. Nickname: The King sent me to patrol the mountains. Health: 100 well-being, 76 fatigue, 15 overall fitness, 6 agility. 5-2, bonus from what I see is mine title, attack. 5-1, bonus from what I see is mine title, defense. 1 vehicle, simple fully enclosed electric tricycle, battery 40%. Wear, 2% defense, 12 attack bonus, none survival time, 2 days weather, light rain turning cloudy, temperature, 22 degrees Celsius, humidity, 100%, southeast wind, level 2. Yu Jiang hadn't slept well, waking up several times during the night. Still, it had been a long time since she'd gone to bed and woken up this early, so she felt quite refreshed. The scratch on the vehicle bothered her a little. Her perfectionist side didn't like the damage, but she didn't know how to fix it yet. It was still early. Daytime wouldn't start until 6. Yu Jiang picked up the sharpened wooden stick and practiced a few swings on the road to train her arm strength. When the time was about right, she rested for a bit, then took out a 200 milliliters bottle of fresh milk and a slice of whole wheat bread for breakfast. After eating, she continued her journey. She kept collecting supplies as she moved forward, and before noon, her storage space was already running out. Yu Jiang didn't have any plastic sheets, so when it rained a little, the wood and grass got wet. She had to put them on the back seat. All 6 storage slots were already full. She urgently needed to upgrade her vehicle's space or storage slots. The tricycle was carrying too much weight and could easily tip over. 10 a.m. Yu Jiang only found 1 box, which gave her 3 iron pieces and 3 nails. But she collected a lot of other materials. She even gathered 6 portions of blue mushrooms, which were used to make a special potion. Even better, she spotted a wild blueberry plant. It wasn't very big, and only had 7 or 8 ripe berries. Yu Jiang decided to dig up the precious plant and take it with her so she could grow it and harvest more later. Since she didn't have a flower pot, she used a wooden box instead. Just as she finished planting, an infected creature appeared ahead. To keep the blueberry safe, Yu Jiang grabbed a sharpened wooden stick and lured the creature away. Yesterday, she only had stones and could only run. But today was different. She had healing medicine. Yu Jiang wanted to use this creature for practice. Of course, she didn't want to lose the fruit tree or the reward for defeating it. The creature let out a loud roar, its gray, decayed face twisting as it moved. Yu Jiang gripped her stick tightly, waited for the right moment, and when it lunged at her, she struck forward with all her strength. Thud! She missed its head and hit its body instead, only reducing its health by 1 point. She told herself it was fine. Mistakes were normal for beginners. When she tried to pull the stick out, the creature thrashed wildly and moved closer, forcing the stick deeper. It slid toward her along the stick, so Yu Jiang quickly let go and stepped back. While it was stuck, she pulled out a sharp stone and struck it several times. The health bar dropped quickly. The creature's face was now unrecognizable, and its expression almost seemed to say, "Come on, have some mercy." Yu Jiang steadied her pounding heart, pulled out the stick, and delivered the final blow. Player defeated infected. Reward: 16 crystal coins, huh? Only 16? She had thought the reward for defeating a creature was always 100 crystal coins. Yujing still didn't know how to use the crystal coins, but her instincts told her they were important, and saving more of them couldn't be wrong. Money could make anything possible, and without it, nothing worked. Even in a survival game. She had lost 5 health points, but didn't use any medicine. It wasn't worth it yet. She decided to wait until she fought a few more monsters and lost more health before using it. Yujing took out the rainwater she had collected in an empty bottle the night before and washed the zombie blood off her hands. Then she carefully rinsed them again with clean drinking water. She transplanted the blueberry plant into a wooden box, and a light screen appeared above it. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Grumpy Blueberry. Take good care of it. There might be a surprise waiting for you. I'm the coolest one on the road. I like sunlight, clean water, and temperatures between 5 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, I'll wither away. Current mood. 30. Yujing was stunned. She had heard of cherry bombs before, but never a grumpy blueberry. She placed the blueberry on the back seat, planning to finish her task before sorting her supplies. Just then, a message popped up on her panel. Your friend X has sent you outdoor folding knife ×1. Except, once she confirmed, the item appeared in her temporary system slot. She had 5 minutes to claim it, or it would be destroyed. So fast. Already got a weapon, Yujing said with surprise. She opened her friend list and sent a quick message. Received. The reply came just as short. Good. The trade was done, and neither said more. Yujing hurried to keep searching for supplies. Seeing a few lucky players showing off their finds on the public screen filled her with motivation. She mainly collected materials for 2 kinds of medicine. Altogether, she had blue mushrooms ×10, puffball fungi ×6. She also found 3 wooden boxes containing rubber ×5, drinking water ×3, self-heating field meals ×2, battery ×1, iron blocks ×5, compressed biscuits ×10. In the last box, found just 2 kilometers away, she discovered a backpack expansion card. 1 card added 10 extra slots. Yujing slapped her leg in excitement. She knew it. Luck always balanced out. She couldn't stay unlucky forever. By evening, she had sorted all her supplies. On the public screen, some players had already gathered enough materials to upgrade their vehicles. Others had opened boxes and triggered lucky critical effects, doubling their loot. More and more people were asking for medicine, but no one seemed willing to sell any. Someone found some medicine in a supply box. It only restores 5 health points, and it's quite rare. Right now, Yu Jiang has 5 packs of hallucinogenic powder and 15 packs of hemostatic powder. She plans to trade some of the hemostatic powder for supplies. Her tricycle has 30% battery left, and there's only 1 spare battery remaining. There's just one day left in the beginner period, so she needs to upgrade her vehicle soon. After thinking for a while, Yu Jiang sent a message to 2 people on her friend list. Want some healing medicine? To build long-term trade relationships, she prefers to trade with people on her list if the prices are similar. The reply came quickly. X. 20 iron pieces, 2 bottles of glue, 5 pieces of rubber, half a box of matches, plus 1 piece of information, for 3 packs of medicine. Ordinary supplies probably wouldn't interest him. Yu Jiang checked all the materials she had left for upgrading her vehicle. He also needed a fire source, and the information he offered was quite valuable. Yu Jiang was indeed interested in what he mentioned. I'll give you 2 packs first. If the information is really worth it, I'll add 1 more, okay? He agreed. After the trade, he sent the message. If you travel 200 kilometers within the 3-day beginner period, you can end it early. Then you can take on more tasks or enter a service area, and there's a hidden achievement. The temperature and weather keep changing, and you might face extreme conditions later. Yu Jiang's expression changed.
How do you know that?
You've already finished the beginner period? Yes, just now. Such casual words, yet such intense effort. He was even willing to trade a solar panel, something so valuable just to gain more mileage. So decisive. Yu Jiang knew she wouldn't have been able to part with it so easily. Keeping her promise, she sent him an extra pack of medicine as a gift. If you ever get higher-level healing medicine, contact me.
Sure.
Later, Yu Jiang traded 1 pack of medicine with pure-hearted cockroach for 2 bottles of water, an old wrench, and 5 nails. Healing medicine that restores 10 points. I also have some car paint, take it. I don't want you to lose out. There are still good people in the world. Lin Miao carefully placed the medicine in the first slot, and Yu Jiang smiled, satisfied with the trade. The car paint isn't just for changing colors. The light screens scan the paint and displayed. You're about to have the coolest vehicle on the road. After use, durability decreases by 5%. If durability reaches 0, it converts into a 5% shield. Later, Yu Jiang contacted someone on the public channel who rode a bicycle 70 kilometers every day. She traded 1 dose of medicine for 4 batteries, 1 piece of glass, and 2 packs of tissues. There was also someone who said they only had 20 health points left and were willing to pay a high price for medicine. I can spare 1 dose, but everyone knows healing medicine is rare. What will you trade for it? Yu Jiang asked directly. The other person became anxious. Brother, I have a folding workbench. Someone once offered me an engine for it, but I refused. I'll also add a watch worth 20,000. How about that? Yu Jiang immediately knew they weren't sincere. Even a watch worth 2 million is useless here. If it's just the workbench, forget it. After a few seconds, the other person raised the offer. I'll add 1 screwdriver and 1 pair of multi-purpose pliers. Please, sell me the medicine. We're on the same side after all.
Deal.
With these tools, she could start making and dismantling basic supplies, the first step towards self-sufficiency. Yu Jiang worked through the night to organize all her supplies. She now had enough materials, iron blocks and rubber, to upgrade her vehicle. But she decided not to upgrade or repair the windows yet. She planned to travel 100 kilometers tomorrow and fight a few monsters first. Upgrading would restore the vehicle's durability to its original state. It was now the 3rd day of the beginner period. Light rain, temperature 20 degrees Celsius, humidity 100%, wind level 4. It wasn't cold, but driving an uncovered vehicle in the rain would definitely increase resistance. Without a windproof jacket, it would be even harder. People on the public channel were selling motorcycle canopies and raincoats at double the usual price. No one yet knew how to use crystal coins, but many were already trading with them. Those who had only crystal coins, but few supplies had already been taken advantage of. Yu Jiang fought 4 zombies along the way. 2 of them appeared together, and she kept circling her tricycle while attacking. Her combat stats were low, but she was good at dodging and staying alive. The folding knife was sharp, but its short range was a problem. She lost 10 health points before even reaching one of the zombies. The wooden stick suited her much better. The folding knife had to be used together with the special powder. The 5 seconds of dizziness it caused were enough for her to strike the zombie through its eye socket again and again. When facing life and death, People really could unleash hidden strength. From the messages on the public screen, she learned that a light scratch didn't cause much damage, but a bite was fatal. A bite would take at least 30 health points and had a 50% chance of causing a bleeding effect, losing 1 point per minute for 30 minutes. Anyone with low defense who got bitten in a vital spot would die within 2 minutes. Many people sighed when they saw that the friends they had just added yesterday now had their names turned black, showing their accounts were gone. Congratulations, player. You have killed 5 infected during the beginner stage. Such strong results with such low attack power. Amazing. Achievement unlocked. Unconventional fighter. You dodge, throw stones, strike, and run. No brute strength, only clever tactics. Effect: attack, defense, and agility 3%, or 5 if below 100. Yu Jiang wanted to argue that she wasn't being unfair, but when she saw the high bonus, she stayed quiet and quickly equipped it. Only one achievement could be equipped at a time, so of course she chose the best one. By a little after 4 p.m., Yu Jiang had traveled 95 kilometers. After changing the battery, she continued forward. She had only 267 crystal coins left. Except for the first zombie, the rest didn't drop much. A sign ahead read, Service Station 520M ahead. Congratulations, player. You have traveled 100 kilometers in 1 day. Total beginner mileage, 200 kilometers. Achievement unlocked. Rising Star. Reward. Level 1 Survivor Supply Box. It has been sent to your temporary inventory. Please check. Road notice. All service stations are on parallel roads. Fighting inside service stations is forbidden. Please follow the rules. She didn't receive a solo mission, maybe because she wasn't the first to reach 200 kilometers. Vehicle durability. 56%. Damaged by zombies. From the outside, it already looked like a battle-worn trike. Considering the unknown situation at the service area, she decided not to upgrade it yet. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Jiang turned the handle and drove onto the parallel road leading to the service area. Not many people could reach 200 kilometers at this stage. She drove 500 meters along the parallel road before finally seeing the lit-up sign of the service station, but no other vehicles in sight. The service area's appearance truly surprised her. It looked less like a rest stop and more like an abandoned town after a disaster. The first things she saw were the remains of an old gas station and a convenience store. Farther ahead, both sides of the road were lined with ruined houses. Some had only one dark wall left, with no roofs or doors. Faint growls from zombies could be heard in the distance. The service area only included the gas station and the store buildings. There were open spaces in front and behind for parking. As she passed through the gate, a green display lit up. This station is completely safe. You may rest here for up to 2 days. Electric tricycle parking fee, 100 crystal coins per day, 5 per hour. Less than 1 hour is still charged as 1 hour, so this was the place she had been waiting for. Without money, you couldn't even enter the service area. You have entered the service area. Please purchase a parking card. 2 options appeared on the screen. The first offered a 1-hour parking card with a free extra hour, limited to 1 purchase. The second was the regular option with no discount. A small note below read, parking card prices are the same at all service areas. So, other things must have different prices. Yu Jiang bought the discounted option and entered for 1 hour. Out of 3 fuel pumps, 2 were broken, but the charging stations for electric vehicles still worked. The prices were high. She needed to buy separate fuel and charging cards. Fuel cost 200 crystal coins per liter, while charging was cheaper. Her small tricycle could be fully charged for 100 coins. But she had several empty batteries and not enough coins to pay for them all. Yu Jiang took the key, got out, slung her bag over her shoulder, and carried a folding knife and a sharp stone as she walked toward the only shop with its lights still on. Vehicles here locked automatically and could only be opened by their registered owners. Even if the owner died, the vehicle couldn't be taken. All parked vehicles were protected by the service areas system. Inside the convenience store, there wasn't much left. The shelves were mostly for decoration. Behind the counter stood a dusty rabbit doll. A sign on the wall read, "Recyclable materials only. No junk accepted." Batteries, fuel, and engines could be recycled, but the prices were terribly unfair. On another glowing screen, items for sale were listed. Besides fuel and charging cards, the store also sold food, clothing, and even bath supplies and shower cards. This rest area offers showers and laundry services, 20 crystal coins for 20 minutes. You can wash up, but the water isn't for drinking. Food and drinks are very expensive. A self-heating meal costs 88 coins, a bottle of water 20 coins, and a serving of hot pot snacks 50 coins. The cheapest food is a dark protein block. 2 pieces can last a whole day and cost only 5 coins. It's already this cheap, so what more could you want? At least it keeps you alive. Yujing looked at the rectangular block and thought of a movie where similar food was made from insects. The rest area also offers vehicle repair services. Even the cheapest 2- or 3-wheeled electric bikes cost 500 coins, and fuel-powered ones are even more expensive. Solar batteries are also for sale. The small ones can only power a light bulb, while the ones for cooking cost 500 coins. Yujing looked at the red eyes of a rabbit-shaped ornament and gave a poor but amused smile. There were many things she wanted, but she had no money. In the end, she spent 20 coins on a shower card, 200 coins on a half-price rabbit vehicle ornament with an automatic cleaning function, limited to this rest area, and another 10 coins on a portable washing kit. Yujing felt completely drained, with only 27 coins left. She looked at the ruined buildings nearby, thinking she might be able to find some supplies. Most survivors probably hadn't discovered this rest area yet, so the surroundings might still have untouched resources. She also had a mission bonus that kept monsters from attacking her at night. Carrying her backpack and tools, Yujing firmly walked out of the rest area. Vehicles had to stay behind. Once you left, you couldn't bring them back. Just as Yujing stepped out, the sound of a bicycle bell rang behind her at the vehicle gate. A person in tattered clothes pedaled in on a bike with 2 small support wheels, a faded canopy, and a rusty little box hanging on the back. It was a modified human-powered tricycle with a small trailer that could fit a bed. The materials were rough, with only a layer of dry grass inside. It looked more like a metal coffin. Finally made it. Gaoyu stopped his bike and looked around. Just a few days ago, he had been clean and well-equipped for a mountain camping trip. Who would have thought he'd end up in this broken place? He had pedaled so hard the wheels were almost smoking. After days of wind and rain, his pants were torn by zombies, exposing part of his leg. Every day is a struggle, and it took so much effort just to be the first to reach the service area. Was he really the first one here? His bicycle was parked in front, and he hadn't noticed the small, hidden corner behind him where a 3-wheeler was parked. That vehicle looked so old and broken, hidden behind 2 rusted, abandoned bikes, that no one would realize it belonged to another player unless they got close. Gaoyu felt proud for less than half a minute. After a quick trip to the convenience store, reality hit him hard. He opened the public chat and typed, "Erba Dangang. Service area bath ready. 5 crystal coins for 5 minutes of hot water." Many people replied, "Player 1. Wait. Where's the service area? Where's the hot water? I can't see it." Player 2. "We're on the same road, so why do you have a service area?" Erba Dangang. "I don't know. I just kept riding forward and found it. There's even a reward for completing 200 kilometers. Thunder King. I couldn't find any energy. I pushed my wheelchair all day, just upgraded it with pedals, and pedaled another whole day. And now you're telling me there's a reward only after 200 kilometers? Small town story. So crystal coins can be used at the service area? Oh no. Yesterday someone traded me 1 compressed biscuit and a bottle of water for 100 crystal coins. At Sicily, come out here. I thought killing 1 zombie gave 100 coins, but it turns out only the first one does. Do you know how hard it is to earn 100 coins? Iron Hero. Forget it. That person's a scammer. They tricked me out of my supplies too. After that, more victims spoke up. When they compared notes, they realized none of them even knew if the scammer was male or female. Steamed Bun. Iron Hero. Everyone's laughing at you, but you're still the funniest one. Player 7699 at Mountain Patrol King. The horse dung on the road restores 2 health points, but you traded me one 10-point healing potion for a crafting table and 2 tools. That's too much. Player 7699, give me back half of my stuff. Or at least 2 more potions. Wind 220, you already have the full collection achievement. This stuff probably means nothing to you. Player 7699 is a good person. He even told us where to find healing items. Seeing someone defend him, Player 7699 became more confident. Player 7699, Mountain Patrol King, stop pretending you're not here. Come out and explain yourself. What kind of collector is that? Probably a scammer. Yu Jiang just glanced at the message and immediately blocked the sender. She was busy gathering supplies. In an abandoned house with only half a wall left, she found 2 dusty food containers in a faded cabinet and took them. The bathroom was a bit disappointing. The fallen cabinet had ruined all the toiletries, but there was one unopened pack of compressed face towels she could still use, so she took it. Behind the house, there were 3 3-gallon plastic flower pots with trays, a small jar of fertilizer, and a rusty gardening trowel. She took them all. After Yu Jiang blocked that person, they couldn't send her private messages anymore, so they started complaining about her in the public chat, which drew a lot of criticism toward her. Pure-hearted cockroach. That roadside medicine has side effects. Use too much, and you'll start seeing things. You didn't have to trade for it. No one forced you. Another player. Weren't you the one begging for medicine before? You should be thankful someone even sold it to you. Player 28. Can you admit that the healing potion also stops bleeding? You're an adult. Take responsibility for your own choices. Player 188. What? A potion that restores 10 health and stops bleeding? Big boss, please sell me some. Thunder King, boss. Please sell me the potion too. Player 7699. Are you all crazy? The price is outrageous and you still want to buy it? Player 188. Come on, man. You got your potion and now you don't want others to have it? In a survival game where you can actually die, do you know how valuable that kind of potion is? Yu Jiang looked up from the ruins and said, if I get more potions later, I'll offer them to you first. Since these players had spoken up for her, she didn't want to reveal that she still had plenty of potions, but she could at least show some goodwill. Her words made not only those players happy, but also drew out many silent ones who started asking what other supplies she wanted. As long as her requests weren't too unreasonable, they were willing to trade. Thunder King, that's great. Healing potions, we're saved. Another player. Aren't you a psychiatrist? Can't you make medicine yourself? Thunder King replied confidently, why do you think I worked in a psychiatric hospital instead of a traditional one? Besides, the medicinal plants in this game are strange. I tried tasting one, got poisoned, had stomach trouble all the way back, and my face went numb. Did I complain? Yu Jiang held a wooden stick stained with dark blood, bent her back, and quietly moved behind the zombie. She aimed carefully and struck several times. This wasn't just a zombie, it was money. Crystal coins. City zombies really were rich. They even dropped supplies. She found an old flashlight and 50 crystal coins. After dealing with the creature at the door, Yu Jiang used a healing potion and happily climbed the outer stairs to the 2nd floor. The door was locked, rusty, and rattled in the wind. Seeing the sky grow darker, she decisively picked up a stone and smashed the lock. It was her first time doing this, so she felt a little nervous. Inside, the place looked like an ordinary home. She moved quickly, finding a large unopened pack of toilet paper, a brand new bedding set sealed in a dust bag, and a foldable outdoor chair. There was also a bag of salt. She wasn't sure if it had expired, but unopened salt doesn't really go bad. She didn't open the fridge. The smell of rot mixed with mold in the air was enough to imagine what was inside. Unfortunately, the wooden bed and mattress were moldy, but in another room, she found a vacuum-sealed down quilt. There was also a plastic medicine box. The medicine had gone bad, but the box itself was still useful. Luckily, her backpack had been expanded by 10 slots. Otherwise, she couldn't have carried everything. In the end, Yu Jiang even took the broken coffee maker, hair dryer, and breakfast machine. You smashed the door and cleared the place so quickly that you don't even look like a beginner. You even took the junk, truly a born scavenger. Identity gained, scavenger. Unlocked ability, basic dismantling. You can dismantle any worn-out small appliances, furniture, or vehicles to recover some materials. But first, you need a special tool. Since you are the first player in this area to earn this achievement, you receive an extra reward. Blueprint for level 1 wooden-handled claw hammer. A pleasant surprise. Yu Jiang looked at the broken television and used 1 piece of wood and 2 pieces of iron to craft a claw hammer. A minute later, she picked it up and got to work. With a few strikes, the gray durability bar disappeared, and she recovered 2 iron pieces and a length of wire. From then on, everything within sight that could be dismantled turned into materials. Seeing her backpack getting fuller, Yu Jiang couldn't hide the smile on her face. She was getting rich. The refrigerator's durability was too high. Each hit barely made a dent. With her current level, she would need to strike it about 80 times, which would quickly drain her energy. Afraid of attracting zombies, she gave up. Fighting a lone zombie was fine, but too much noise could be dangerous. This area by the parallel highway looked like a small town. Thinking about the fact that she had less than 100 crystal coins, she decided to make it an even number. On her way back, she ambushed and defeated 2 zombies. Crystal coins. 102. That felt much better. The place where the zombies fell had only 1 wall left and a few cracked tiles. Even the toilet was broken. There were no supplies, only dried waste. Without hesitation, Yu Jiang turned back and knocked off the stainless steel faucet, recycling it for 1 piece of iron. Every little bit counts. She wasn't leaving empty-handed. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The rainy weather made the sky dark quickly, and the ruins around her were slowly covered in shadow. This was the parallel zone. Danger came not only from monsters but also from people. Without hesitation, Yu Jiang turned to head back. Near the service area gate, she spotted a clump of sweet flag. She dug it up, roots and all. It was a medicinal herb, good for long-term use. Player obtained sweet flag ×1. Can help with digestion, clear the mind, and relieve phlegm. Material for making medicine. Entering the service area, Yu Jiang found mint and mugwort growing by the wall. She picked them too. There was also a bright pokeweed plant. Using the glove she had worn for poisonous mushrooms, she carefully took some and put it in her backpack. It might not be useful now, but who knew about later? The rabbit doll monster watching her. It had charged her a parking fee, and now she was taking plants too. Scavengers were terrifying. She wanted everything, even that poisonous pokeweed. She smiled as if she was about to taste it. The rabbit doll twitched its mouth. After digging up plants, she even pulled out a hammer. This was just an old, poor service area. She was unbelievable. Yu Jiang looked around at all the free materials and grew excited. She really liked this place. With 2 loud bangs, she smashed the health bars of 2 scrapped cars behind her. Iron 10 and 1 unusable engine part. The trash bin over there looks pretty good too, and so does the abandoned fuel station in front of the convenience store.
Stop knocking. Please stop.
The rabbit doll raised its hand to stop her, looking both pained and helpless. I'll give you a blueprint and waive 1 night of parking fees. That's the best I can do. Really? That's a nice deal. Yu Jiang put away her hammer, clasped her hands in front of her, and smiled. Humph. The rabbit grumbled and shoved a rolled-up scroll into her hand. Antidote pill. Removes insect and plant-based toxins. Cooldown. 24 hours. Requires level 2 alchemist. Achievement unlocked. Resourceful collector. You managed to get a level 2 blueprint for free from the famously stingy service area. Keep up your scavenging work and aim for greater success. Reward. 100 crystals. 1 free attribute point. Yu Jiang added the point to agility. With faster speed, she could not only run quicker but also scavenge more efficiently. Still, the antidote pill seemed quite advanced. The mention of insect and plant toxins made her think those creatures and plants weren't ordinary. She walked around the service area again, a bit disappointed that she didn't find any more plants to collect. With the new alchemy scroll, she would get prompts when she found matching materials. But searching for materials only when needed would slow her down, so she preferred to gather and store anything she recognized in advance. Yujong's knowledge of medicinal plants came from watching educational videos online and from an elderly neighbor who grew many herbs in his yard. She took a broken engine to the convenience store for recycling and earned 20 crystals. Then she organized the materials she didn't need for now. Items that could be sold were listed on the trading system, with prices set and a 20 crystal fee paid in advance. The rest she sorted neatly. Just then, a startled voice came from beside her.
Stop.
What you're holding is poisonous.
You can't eat that.
Yujong glanced at the knife in her pocket, then turned calmly. I know. Ever since entering the parallel highway, she had hidden her personal information. Gao Yu looked at Yujong's calm expression, then at the pokeweed fruit in her hand, his eyelid twitching slightly. He had come over hoping to share a shower with someone, but when he saw it was a girl, he gave up on the idea. Both of them quietly studied each other's vehicles parked in the corner. Gao Yu thought it was impressive that his nearly falling apart tricycle could still run 200 kilometers. Yujong, however, looked at his shaky metal box, no, his mobile home, with a layer of grass inside, and stayed silent. Pulling a metal cart by hand and still going that fast showed strength, but not much sense. Gao Yu took the initiative to introduce his vehicle. It's a bit small, but it's safe to sleep in at night. Your tricycle could also be upgraded with a trailer. I still have some metal pieces, do you need them? It wasn't easy to meet another living person here. Her tricycle was missing a door, and she even collected poisonous fruits. If she could help, she would. Seeing his familiar username, Yujong thought for a moment and reminded him, you already upgraded with metal plates, so why not turn it into a farm-style tricycle? This kind of trailer box can't take much damage. After a few hits, it'll fall apart, and you'll be left with just a bicycle. Besides, since he relied on human power, once resistance increased, he wouldn't be able to move at all. Hearing that, Gao Yu froze for a moment, then scratched his head in regret. When I saw the option to upgrade to a mobile home, I didn't think much about it and just did it. If I take it apart now, I'll only get half the materials back. As an outdoor enthusiast, he couldn't resist the idea of a human-powered camper. Yujong nodded.
True.
You should upgrade it into an integrated cargo bed instead. If you don't have enough resources, you can trade with me. I'll take strange mushrooms or bright-colored plants you find along the way. I only have 2 puffball mushrooms, Gao Yu said awkwardly. They were rare, and he wanted to keep them for emergencies. Yujong's eyes lit up. 2 healing potions for your 2 mushrooms. How about that? Normally, 2 puffballs could make 4 potions, or at least 3 if unlucky. She needed to raise her alchemist level, but gathering materials alone was too slow. To truly benefit from this skill, she had to work hard and stay ahead in level. Really? You have healing potions? Wouldn't that be a bad deal for you? Gao Yu asked again. I do. Do you want to trade or not? Yujong didn't answer his question directly. Even though he seemed friendly, she didn't want to reveal too much.
Deal.
Gao Yu nodded quickly. Pushing forward had its rewards. He'd really gotten lucky this time. The girl looked like she had been struggling to survive, but she turned out to be surprisingly capable. He wisely didn't ask where the healing potion came from until he saw her username during the trade.
Oh wow.
It's you, the expert. Gao Yu lowered his voice, too excited to speak clearly. No wonder you have this potion. Can we be friends? I promise I won't tell anyone about you. He knew it was smart to build a good relationship with someone who could make healing potions. Yujong nodded. She also wanted to see if he had the potential to become a long-term partner. For now, she could survive alone and hunt in the wild without much trouble. But as time went on, survival and missions would require teamwork, maybe even national-level teams. By then, being a lone wolf wouldn't be easy. One person couldn't compete with a team's resources. Joining someone else's team, however, would bring problems with sharing rewards and dealing with people. Yujong didn't want to be overly cautious or give up her own interests just to please others. After parting ways with Erba Dagong, Yujong went to the women's bathhouse behind the building. Everyone kept a respectful distance. The 2 vehicles parked on opposite sides, each finding cover without disturbing the other. They had just met, so while no one meant harm, no one was completely relaxed either. The bathhouse looked a bit old, but still clean enough. Yu Jiang let out a long sigh of relief. It had been 3 days, and she smelled so bad from fighting zombies that she felt like she was soaking in the stench. She quickly took a warm, refreshing shower, then used some time to wash her underclothes and quick-dry jacket. She didn't bother washing the khaki trench coat she wore into the game. If the inside was clean, the outside could stay dirty. One good thing about the game was that once you became a survivor, your body adjusted to better suit life in the apocalypse. For women, certain monthly issues no longer existed, solving that discomfort completely. Yu Jiang had found 5 sets of underwear in total. The clothes and shoes from supply boxes always matched the opener size, which was very convenient. The women's sets were quick-dry sportswear, while the men's were sleeveless athletic tops. These non-essential items weren't very expensive right now. Yu Jiang had just bought 2 extra sets from the trading system for 20 crystal coins. Crystal coins remaining, 182 after washing up. Feeling refreshed, Yu Jiang took advantage of the available water to clean the dishes. She started a fire, boiled some water, and cooked the noodles she had found yesterday. When the noodles were ready, she mixed them with her only can of braised pork. It smelled amazing. During the past 2 days on the road, lunch had been either compressed biscuits or bread with snacks, and only at night could she eat something better. For long-term survival, balanced nutrition was important. In her spare time, Yu Jiang used 2 sets of newly traded materials to make 5 portions of basic hemostatic medicine. Since her luck was good, she continued using 6 blue mushrooms from her backpack and produced 2 portions of hallucinogenic powder. Now she had hemostatic medicine times 15, hallucinogenic powder times 6. She also opened a level 1 survivor supply box. Items obtained: 1 set of outdoor jacket and waterproof boots, windproof lighter times 1, water condenser part A1, iron sheet times 2, steel block times 2, steel mesh times 1, 10 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of rice, 10 small potatoes, canned luncheon meat times 5, a pack of leek seeds, cotton times 10. Not bad. She wasn't sure if her luck was good or bad. Cotton could be used to make bandages and clothes, but she needed blueprints, which she didn't have yet. The water condenser was a great item. It could solve the water problem at its source. However, it required 3 parts to assemble, and she only had 1. It was also very hard to find. There was an A2 part listed in the trading system, priced at 500 crystal coins, or in exchange for 6 healing potions or 10 steel blocks. Many people tried to bargain, but the seller refused to lower the price. It was too expensive. Yu Jiang had only found 2 steel blocks in 3 days from supply boxes. Steel blocks were mainly used to upgrade vehicle defenses, which only became necessary at level 4, so keeping them for now was reasonable. Many people who lacked food, water, or energy sold their steel blocks cheaply. She also posted a trade: 3 compressed biscuits for 1 steel block. Compared to others offering a piece of hard black bread for the same, her price was fair, and soon the trade was completed. Just then, a public announcement appeared. Player X defeated a mutated infected creature in the hospital, earning the achievement full of valor and generous rewards. The chat was soon filled with discussion. Yu Jiang quietly observed, gathering information. The hospital, was that a solo mission assigned to that player? As night fell, several more vehicles arrived at the service area. However, some people had already exchanged all their crystal coins for supplies and could no longer afford parking cards. They could only circle around anxiously outside, asking for help on the public chat to borrow coins or venting their frustration. In the darkness, a few people in nearby vehicles exchanged glances, their eyes turning toward a lone vehicle that looked weak and unprotected. 9 o'clock at night. Yu Jiang had just lain down, covering herself with her jacket to keep warm, ready to sleep. She could repair the car door now, but there was no need. It would be more efficient to fix everything together when she upgraded. Parked in this corner, her vehicle was well sheltered from the wind and rain. Suddenly, a light screen popped up with a message: "Good evening, survivors. The beginner protection period is about to end. A friendly reminder: tomorrow, a multiplayer mission will be released. To help everyone adapt to the game, failing the first mission will not remove your survivor status. Instead, you will receive a 3-day empty-handed buff, meaning you cannot open or collect any resources while traveling. Mission: Silent Town difficulty. Players: 30. You can explore freely, find the key item Wishing Star, and earn points by defeating monsters. The mission lasts 2 hours. Reaching 100 points allows early exit with a reward of 200 crystal coins and 1 resource mystery box. If you fail to reach 100 points or your health drops to 0, it counts as mission failure. Your health will be restored afterward. Those who last until the end will be ranked. The top 3 will receive extra rewards: 300, 200, and 100 crystal coins, plus 5, 3, and 2 attribute points. You will also receive 1 crafting scroll and 1 material box, with a chance to get rare items or high-level materials. Tonight is your last beginner night. Sleep well, survivors. As soon as the message appeared, the public chat exploded with excitement. Moonfall knows autumn. No way, 3 days without resources? That punishment is terrifying. Crouching Dragon. I have an idea. Once we reach 100 points, everyone should just hide in the mission area. If our points are the same, we can all get ranking rewards, right? Strawberry Candy. Genius. That could work. Everyone knows that when a player is defeated, their backpack slots disappear, and others can only take what's outside the bag. No need to fight each other. Lone Wolf 2009. You're too naive. There will always be people who secretly compete. My surname is Goo from Hidden in the Mist. Can we see other people's points in this instance? If yes, then this plan might still work. Following the wind 220. I agree. Since we were all brought here for no reason, we should help each other and stay united. Competing too much will only hurt our teamwork. Bang, bang, bang. I think this instance is a good chance to train ourselves. The announcement said it's the first one, so the punishment is mild. Even if our health drops to 0, we won't really die. We should use this chance to get stronger. Because of the instance announcement, many people started buying medicine from Yujong. The medicine was precious, but if you could get a high ranking, it was definitely worth it. Even just making scrolls was tempting enough. Yujong took the chance to collect some puffball mushrooms, trading them at the usual 1 to 1 rate plus a few materials she needed. After finishing her work, she earned 5 extra healing potions. When others saw her collecting puffball mushrooms, they realized those were used to make healing potions and started asking how to make them. Now that the existence of crafting scrolls was no longer a secret, Yujong explained the process, but didn't reveal how she got the scrolls. Some people said that since she could make medicine, she should help everyone instead of ignoring those in need. She simply ignored them. I haven't seen any mushrooms along the way. At Mountain Patrol King, please, could you share some with me? Tell me what you need in return. Yujong posted. There's a chance of failure when making medicine, and I don't have much left. I'll trade 2 healing potions for each A2 or A3 small water condenser part. Some accused her of taking advantage of others, and a few even called for a group to block her in the instance, pretending to be righteous. I can't stand people who raise prices like that. Anyone in the same instance, just go find her, and those other greedy traders too. Iron Butt Hero, I don't care about anything else, but I'm going to find out whether that scammer Cicely is a man or a woman.
E.
The public chat was full of heated arguments, but those who truly wanted to trade had already started private negotiations. Momo 6789, 3 healing potions for your A2 part. I can't give up all my supplies. Missing an A2 part isn't a big deal, but running out of medicine could be fatal. Momo 6789 hesitated, wanting to keep the part to build a water condenser, but after thinking about the instance, finally agreed with a sigh. There is one more thing. I haven't seen anyone sell water replenishing medicine before. It's easier to trade after building good relationships. The innocent cockroach, looking excited, said, "Boss, I found an A3 part. Want to trade for it? I can also give you a motor upgrade card." Yujong asked curiously, "You don't need it yourself?" "Hey, I have an electric bike. I can only use one upgrade card right now. I've already used mine." Alright, do you want spicy chicken noodles or spicy cabbage instant noodles? The other side didn't hold back and sent a touching emoji. Spicy chicken noodles, just 1 pack. Wow, I miss eating spicy chicken noodles and fried chicken at home so much. Yu Jiang sent the items over. The motor upgrade card is quite important because it can increase the vehicle's range. After completing the trade, she now owns all the parts for the water condenser. Small water condenser can produce 500 milliliters of drinking water and 1 L of household water daily. This item is expensive, but it solves basic living needs and is very worth it. It can also be upgraded in the future. Yu Jiang placed the water condenser carefully, turned off the public chat, and took a rest. Over at Liangba de Wang, they didn't get a discount on parking fees. Early in the morning, just as the panel switched to daytime, he said goodbye to Yu Jiang, saying he was going to gather supplies to improve his vehicle. Yu Jiang didn't hide anything and told him there were abandoned houses ahead that could be scavenged. For breakfast, she boiled 5 small potatoes in water, ate 3, and kept the remaining 2 as reserves. Without seasoning, plain potatoes don't taste much, but they are very filling. The other 5 potatoes can be planted later. Potatoes are easy to grow, mature quickly, and are a good, sustainable staple food. Once she solves the vehicle upgrade and basic survival issues, Yu Jiang plans to expand her post-apocalyptic recipes to improve her quality of life, or she might go crazy. At 7 a.m., her task list updated with a map. It was a dungeon called Silent Town, 50 kilometers away. Opening officially at 2 p.m. Survivors need to arrive on time. Otherwise, the dungeon fails. This means she has to cover 50 kilometers in the morning. It's not a big problem. Yu Jiang still has enough batteries to last 2 to 3 days. When the remaining 20% is used up, she can upgrade her vehicle again, and it will be fully charged. Leaving at 6:50 a.m. is perfectly doable. She looked a little reluctant as she glanced at the rabbit merchant in the convenience store. The latter person seemed to have thought of something, with a blank expression and a look of displeasure, as if they didn't want to serve you. Yu Jiang drove away from the service area in a 3-wheeled vehicle. When he returned to the main road, it was still somewhat bright outside. He couldn't see the road clearly, mistaking a pile of broken wood for boxes. Just as he sighed and turned around, suddenly, with a loud bang, something heavy hit the windshield. It was moving too fast. In an instant, a dark shape, quite large, struck the glass, causing a spiderweb crack. Yu Jiang didn't get out of the vehicle. He quickly sped up and drove away. The vehicle's damage level reached 68%. There were only 500 meters left to leave the parallel road. Yu Jiang didn't care about saving energy anymore. He pushed the throttle to the max and rushed forward. He then pulled over to the side, checked that it was safe outside, and got out to upgrade the vehicle. The display on the light screen showed the required materials: 20 iron blocks, 5 rubber, 1 glass, 2 glass glue, 5 nails, 5 plastic, 2 batteries. The electric vehicle's headlights are not essential. He could temporarily leave the broken ones as they are, but he couldn't drive at night. Materials meet the upgrade requirements. Please confirm whether to use Mechatronics Expansion Card 1 to upgrade the vehicle. No regrets after upgrading. Yu Jiang clicked to confirm. Then he heard a jingling and clattering sound. The vehicle automatically upgraded. After a minute, a brand new Level 2 vehicle appeared before him. It was still a 3-wheeled vehicle, but the body was extended by 1.1 meters, with a cargo bed added at the back, half connected to the interior with a cover, half uncovered. It could hold a lot of things. Practicality was excellent. The defense increased by 10 points. With a fresh coat of paint, the damage level added a 5% gray shield. Adding an electric motor expansion card, the range increased to 120 kilometers. Great, 120 kilometers of free energy. Yu Jiang also checked what materials were needed to reach level 3. His eyes went dark at the list: electric steering wheel, 20 wires, 25 iron blocks, 5 steel blocks, 5 steel wires, 10 rubber, 5 carbon black, and 10 level 3 electric vehicle parts cards. He didn't even know what the parts card looked like. During the beginner protection period, it was unlikely anyone could unlock it, as no one on the public chat had mentioned it. Carbon black seemed to be a composite material used for making tires. So, Is the level 3 vehicle a four-wheel electric pickup truck? The road ahead is long. Yu Jiang moved the blueberries she planted last night into the truck bed. Irritated blueberries still prefer fresh air. No sunlight, and the berries are super sour. You can use a sunlight card if the weather is bad. Yu Jiang. Does she look like someone who can afford a sunlight card? There are some at the service area, costing 50 crystals each, but they only increase mood by 5 points. Yu Jiang pretended not to see the sunlight card. Even if plants are temperamental, they shouldn't jump up and hit her, right? She'll think about buying one when she finds a discount at the service area. Sitting in the brand new vehicle, she looked at the cute bunny ornament on the dashboard and her mood improved. Now that the car has doors and windows, the clean and tidy environment made her feel less tired. On the way forward, Yu Jiang opened 3 wooden boxes and collected 50 small sticks. Today's gains weren't great. She got 2 slices of whole wheat bread and a small bag of raw peanuts. Behind her, 2 more boxes opened to reveal snakes, brightly colored, with triangular heads, over 1.5 meters long. She threw a stone, turned around, jumped into the car, and sped off. At 11 a.m., Yu Jiang saw signs for the parallel highway and Quiet Town. To reach the entrance of the Quiet Town dungeon, she first had to pass through this parallel road. As for which group would enter the dungeon, it was completely random. This dungeon didn't support team formation. After entering the parallel highway, Yu Jiang didn't stop. Without the protection of a service area, she needed to be cautious. Places with law and order often have bad people, especially here. She drove about 2 kilometers ahead, where she saw other vehicles. One was a small pink electric scooter, about 1.2 meters long, with only 1 seat and a fluorescent green rain cover. Very eye-catching. This kind of vehicle's maximum range seems to be around 50 or 60 kilometers, but in this survival game, the actual distance is unknown. Soon, several more vehicles appeared on the road. Everyone was in a hurry, mostly just glancing curiously, and no one stopped. But Yu Jiang noticed 2 vehicles behind her that seemed unusual. One was a dark blue, 1990s-style old pickup truck with a broken bumper. The other was a white Ghost Fire motorcycle, making a very loud noise. Originally, the cars were driving smoothly, but suddenly, these 2 vehicles sped up, one veering left and the other right. At first, it seemed accidental, but after 2 or 3 times, it was clear they were deliberately trying to block her. The pickup truck kept pace alongside her. Suddenly, the window rolled down, and the driver whistled a few times. Yu Jiang's car window was just a basic one, with no privacy or soundproofing. She glanced over and made eye contact with the driver in the neighboring vehicle. The man in the pickup looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a black ring around his collar. His eyes and smile looked greasy and creepy, yet he acted as if he was feeling confident. He rested one hand outside the window, holding a cigarette, and kept a firm grip on the steering wheel with the other. "Hey, old man, you look pretty happy. The lady's driving so slowly. Maybe she doesn't know how to drive well. Want me to teach you a few tricks?" he said. Yu Jiang frowned and sped up. She thought this kind of person was just a fool. The more she paid attention to him, the more he seemed to enjoy bothering her. About 3 kilometers ahead was the Quiet Town. Meanwhile, a younger man riding a Ghost Fire motorcycle caught up, speeding up and laughing harshly. Looks like the girl is feeling shy now. The man in the pickup smirked and suddenly blocked the road, stopping right in the middle. Her tricycle wasn't as sturdy as a car, especially since Yu Jiang's vehicle had just been upgraded. She was at a disadvantage. That's why they dared to block her. If it had been an off-road vehicle or a truck, they wouldn't have done this. Today, things were definitely going to get worse. Yu Jiang took a deep breath, trying to stay calm and prepare herself mentally. She clutched the dagger in her pocket. Both men had already gotten out of their vehicles. Their strength and fighting skills weren't inferior to hers, no matter which one she faced. She had to wait for the right moment, just like fighting zombies earlier. Yu Jiang also got out of her vehicle, pretending to be nervous, and asked, "What are you guys trying to do?" The 2 men were very bold and didn't hide their intentions. One called himself Brother AK, and the other was known as the most handsome guy on the road. Brother AK took a drag from his cigarette and looked her over. Your blueberry tree on the car is pretty nice. Very romantic. You even planted a tree, he said. We don't mean any harm. We just think it's unsafe for you to walk alone. We want to help you out. But we can't protect you for free, right? You should show some sincerity, he added. Yu Jiang clenched her fists around the car door, ready for what might come next. Seeing her like that, the two of them exchanged a glance and moved a little closer, smiling more flirtatiously. Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here, A.K. Wong said as he reached out to touch her face. The next second, Yu Jiang threw some hypnotic powder at them. While they felt dizzy and disoriented, she quickly grabbed a dagger and stabbed it into A.K. Wong's neck. By the time he reacted, blood was already flowing out. He shouted loudly and tried to fight back, but Yu Jiang was faster. She pulled out the dagger and stabbed him twice more. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and twitching. After a brief moment of chaos, Yu Jiang threw a stone at the second person's head. The dizziness passed. The handsome man on the road touched the blood on his head and stared wide-eyed at the companion he had just met yesterday, then quickly backed away. He wanted to run, but Yu Jiang decisively chased after him with her blood-stained knife. She didn't have time to think about anything else. All she could think was, if she didn't act, she would be the one to die. Just as the handsome man pulled out a piece of rebar, suddenly, there were several loud bangs and screams. Small blueberries, like tiny firecrackers, exploded onto him. Irritated blueberry. When I meet someone annoying, the air feels gross, so of course I have to fight. Yu Jiang seized the chance and rushed forward, stabbing at his neck repeatedly. Looking at the two unresponsive bodies and the blood on the ground, she took a few deep breaths to regain her composure. Her hand holding the knife was still trembling. After all, she had never fought anyone before, not even killed chickens, ducks, or fish, let alone a living person. Before attacking, Yu Jiang hesitated. Actually, after drugging these two people, she could have escaped on the Ghost Fire motorcycle. But dizziness only lasted 5 seconds. Once they recovered, the consequences would be terrible. If she made enemies now, what if they called others to come after her in the game? So she decided to just kill them. The moment she made up her mind, she moved. She understood that hesitation at such times was the worst mistake, so killing one was not enough. She couldn't let the second go. In the game, if the player survives, the vehicle cannot be recovered. If the player dies, the vehicle automatically becomes abandoned. Yu Jiang, as a scavenger, could see whether a vehicle could be recovered when holding her crowbar. Therefore, she also noticed that Brother AK was still pretending to be dead. She acted as if she didn't see, squatting down to check, then unexpectedly struck him with 2 more blows. After confirming both of them were completely finished, she felt relieved. Once her emotions settled, Yu Jiang used a lot of effort to drag the 2 bodies into the dense grass beside the road. The supplies in their vehicle naturally belonged to her. Gathering supplies took some time. The 2 of them lay on the road, which was not good because passing survivors might see them, and the smell of blood could attract other creatures. Yu Jiang took out some drinking water from the service area, cleaned the blood from her hands and the dagger, and casually wiped water off her coat. She picked up the scavenger's hammer and headed toward the pickup truck. Yu Jiang's face was expressionless as she swung the hammer and smashed the window. Crash! The glass shattered, and she opened the door from inside. Right now, everyone's storage space was limited, and the vehicle had some supplies. A lighter, 2 slightly damp cigarettes, 10 compressed biscuits, 6 whole wheat bread loaves, 3 freshly dug tubers, 6 550 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 6 liters of gasoline, 1 steel plate, 5 iron blocks, and a basic vehicle repair card. On the back of the Ghost Fire motorcycle, a waterproof old travel bag was fixed, containing 10 jean of flour, a 140 centimeters by 140 centimeters plastic sheet, 500 milliliters of edible rapeseed oil, and 2 dirty clothes. She didn't need these. The scan with the light screen showed no issues. Everything that could fit into her backpack was packed, including small, lightweight foods in waterproof bags. Yu Jiang raised her hammer again and started smashing the vehicle's health bar to recover materials. After smashing the old pickup into a semi-broken state for a while, The sound of vehicle movement came from behind again. Yu Jiang turned her head slightly and moved to the back of the pickup, approaching the grassy side. The bodies were not far from the grass, near a large rock. If the other person wanted to attack her, they would be blocked by the weeds, and if they crashed into her, the vehicle's balance would be hard to maintain. A motorcycle was approaching, with sharp metal lines reflecting a cold glow in the rainy weather. The person on the motorcycle was dressed in a clean black tactical suit, with rain falling behind him. The empty, quiet road seemed to be his backdrop. Especially compared to the Ghost Fire motorcycle over there, the impact was much stronger. As the three vehicles passed by, the motorcycle slowed down. He had no choice but to reduce speed. An abandoned pickup truck was blocking the road in the middle, with a discarded Ghost Fire motorcycle on the left and Yu Jiang's tricycle on the right. He couldn't just crash into them and get himself killed. As they got closer, Yu Jiang didn't see the person's information. She also set her profile to hidden. She only held a hammer in her hand, but her caution remained sharp. When the motorcycle sped past, through her helmet, she briefly made eye contact with the other person. His eyes were deep and refined, with a slight upward curve at the corners, giving off a distant feeling. He went around the left side of the pickup and gradually disappeared into the distance. Fortunately, he didn't stop or interfere with the road. His vehicle and gear seemed to be the best Yu Jiang had seen so far. Not just because of the motorcycle, but also because he didn't carry many supplies on his vehicle. His backpack had enough space. He had used at least one backpack expansion card. Timing glanced in the rearview mirror at the three vehicles stopped on the road and the seemingly harmless survivor nearby. There were bloodstains on her fair cheeks. Blood splatters were on the ground, mainly in two spots, near the two abandoned vehicles. He guessed the bodies were in the grass. Since the other person didn't stop him, it was not his concern. The pickup's condition was strange. Only the frame remained, heavily worn. The other two vehicles were in good shape, not damaged by crashes or fights. It seemed she could salvage abandoned vehicles. Yu Jiang spent half an hour knocking, her hands sore, finally breaking the gray health bars of the pickup and Ghost Fire motorcycle. She gained materials: 6 pieces of broken glass, 20 iron blocks, 1 usable motorcycle light, 1 car music card, 2 liters of gasoline, 5 rubber pieces, and 7 nails. She didn't expect to recover a vehicle light, but she installed it on her vehicle immediately. Before leaving, Yu Jiang looked at the 2 vehicles drained of their last valuable drops and the nearby grass pile. Today was just the beginning. She would likely encounter more in the future. Here, the weak could only be exploited. She needed to fight back, earn the rewards from this mission, and improve her strength. Before getting in the car, Yu Jiang looked at the irritable blueberry behind her and sincerely said, "I was too narrow-minded. I'll give you the sunshine card soon. It really can fight. Now you know who I am. Congratulations, player. Your identity achievement has been upgraded to Scavenger Level 2. When using your special RAM to recover discarded vehicles, there is a 30% chance to get double the benefit. The player used hallucination powder to assist, killing 2 people in 1 minute, earning the professional achievement, Poison Master. You can choose whether to accept this development path. Based on your stats, you are better suited for a support healer role, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless in looting. We need talents like you for the Poison Master route. Reward: Attack 5. Poison Rain skill scroll, upgradable, bound to the player, cannot be traded. Creates a small area of Poison Rain, directly causing 5 health damage to targets and making them bleed for 10 minutes, losing 1 health point each minute. Cooldown: 24 hours. To use it, you need to prepare the appropriate poison. Upgrade requirement: Pharmacist Level 3. Do I even need to think about it? Except, Yu Jiang jumped back onto the tricycle and immediately dragged the scroll onto her panel to use it. Thanks again to the 2 people who came to her door. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved this, or gained a skill for area damage. Yu Jiang checked the resources needed for the basic Poison Rain potion. Spurge, 16 out of 10. Mutant Poison Fly Cap, May 5th. Mutant Snake Venom, 0/5. Thunder God Vine, 0/2. After discovering the blue mushroom that can make hallucination powder, she also collected some red umbrella mushrooms with white stems on the way. The poison fly cap was just enough, but thinking about the previous encounter with a snake, she reflexively ran away. Now she sighs and slaps her thigh. Painful lessons learned. Next time, no matter what drops, she'll kill first. Who knows, maybe it's resources. She can find snakes in the loot, so other unlucky players probably do too. Sending messages to trade is quick, but it also reveals half of her profession's direction. She's selling healing potions and collecting venom. With a dungeon about to open, many people will try to raise prices at this critical moment. Yu Jiang thought for a moment, then opened her friend's list. She said, collect 5 mutant snake venoms and thunder god vines to trade for food, gasoline, vehicle upgrade materials, or healing potions. She copied this message to X. Innocent cockroach spicy, 82 big stick, Thunder King, and 188 male. Innocent cockroach replied the fastest. I just started the game and didn't fight anyone before I ran away. If I had known the boss would accept, I would have fought harder. I didn't see the thunder vine. A male player said. Wow, there's a mutated venomous snake in the box. Another player asked, hey, what does the snake look like? The Lightning King asked, are you going to put the snake venom on your weapon? But venom exposed to air loses its potency. I've seen thunder vine before, but I didn't pick it. I'll contact you if I see it again. They all didn't have it either. When opening the box, a rough, spicy snack fell out. Most people would run away after seeing it. Taking a bite wouldn't heal you, so it was a bad deal. Yu Jiang said she wanted to use this material to make medicine. Poison is also medicine. The last reply was a simple X. I have 6 doses of mutated snake venom. I can give it all to you in exchange for 2 liters of gasoline and 1 medicine. Besides healing potions, do you have other medicines? This price was affordable for Yu Jiang. Mutated snakes are hard to fight. They don't have much health, but they are quick. After fighting, they only give snake venom, and their meat can't be eaten. Yu Jiang sent some hallucinogenic drugs and asked, do you want this? Deal. She still needed 2 more thunder vines. As she moved forward, she checked the grass on both sides. They were close to the entrance of the silent town, only 3 kilometers away. But she still didn't see any thunder vine. The more she wanted to find something, the harder it was to find. More vehicles appeared on the parallel road. Yu Jiang stopped to eat a whole wheat bread and 2 potatoes. She watched the screen where everyone was busy discussing the dungeon, collecting weapons, and helmets. Cicely said, I have 2 sunshine cards. Yu Jiang privately messaged her, 2 compressed biscuits. Cicely replied, are the bosses starting to plant plants now? I'm still trying to meet basic needs. Yu Jiang asked, can you trade? She sent a weak, helpless emoji. My health is only half left. Yu Jiang felt a headache. Never mind. I won't refuse anything the boss wants. Can you add me as a friend? Yu Jiang ignored her because she saw another player also trying to get sunshine cards. Luatu Xiangzi said, sunshine cards 5. Who wants these? Just give me some food, and you can take them. Who's bored enough to plant plants? Yu Jiang gave him 5 compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Cicely is still chatting privately. Boss, you wouldn't have taken his stuff, right? We agreed first. How about 4 compressed biscuits and a friend request? He's even sending you leg photos. He's just trying to trick her, using her as a fool. What can photos do? Even with 8-pack abs, they won't help here. Also, he can sing and chat with voice messages. She sent a voice message. Yu Jiang understands how someone can be easily fooled. It's quite cute. Imagine being in a deserted world, surrounded by monsters, trying to survive alone, feeling lonely and lost. Hearing such a voice and feeling comforted is normal. But she's seen videos of burly men with beards pretending to be girls. Pure-hearted people are usually girls, polite during trades, never trying to cheat. But that's not always true. Yu Jiang. No. Thanks. At this moment, her friend list flashes with a new message. Raiden King sent a picture. Boss, is this what you wanted? Send it over first. If I pick the wrong one, I'll give you a compressed biscuit as a thank you. Many collected items in the game can't be scanned by the light screen. You need to get a scroll and complete related achievements to unlock them. The picture looks similar, but in this game world, many resources are mutated. Yu Jiang needs to get it first to confirm if it's the medicine she needs. Got it. Raiden King quickly sent the item. It's exactly 2 pieces, one of the last materials needed to activate Poison Rain. Yu Jiang immediately sent him a healing potion and a compressed biscuit. Raiden King, thanks, boss. Next time you have a task like this, definitely call me. Okay. Yu Jiang opened her panel, excited, and clicked to craft. Player has successfully unlocked the skill, Poison Rain. As one of the alchemist's development paths, Poison Masters require high combat power, making it hard to level up. I believe you can grow big and strong, and create more glory. Player's profession alchemist has leveled up to level 2. You are the first level 2 alchemist in the server. Reward: Basic Medicine Materials Guide includes materials for basic healing and poisons. As one of the top alchemists, you should study this book carefully and memorize all the herbs and formulas. Those specializing in poisons can touch the materials in the beginner's guide directly without getting poisoned. Yu Jiang looked at the long list of medicinal properties displayed on the light screen. She still had to memorize everything. After glancing at it briefly, Yu Jiang closed the screen. The most important thing now was the dungeon. She activated her area damage skill, feeling more confident about entering the silent town. Before putting the irritable blueberry into her backpack, she used 2 sunshine cards. Irritable blueberries mood 10. When my mood value is over 60, I'll grow lots of fruit. Its current mood was 40. Using the remaining 3 cards should bring a good harvest. Considering the cost, fruit was quite expensive compared to basic survival supplies. Still, spending on this punchy blueberry was totally worth it. On the way, Yu Jiang also picked up a few mushrooms, some redstones, a konjac root, and 2 pinelia plants. She thought the redstones looked like cinnabar or a substance that could be both medicine and poison. Yu Jiang arrived at the dungeon at 1:35 p.m. Her vehicle passed through a tunnel, officially entering the instance. Ahead was a small European-style village. The rough, overgrown square served as the parking area. 17 players had already arrived. Most of them had level 1 vehicles, small scooters, gas motorcycles, and tricycles. Only one gray box truck stood out. Someone even drove a lawnmower. Surprisingly, the bright red color made it look quite impressive. Another player came in a children's go-kart, a battery-powered four-wheeler that looked like a ride-on toy. As it drove in, it even played a song. What's your grandpa's name? Several players looked confused and awkward, scratching their heads in silence. The girl driving the upgraded ride-on car covered her face the whole time, blushing deeply. Haven't seen this many people in ages. I'm so excited. What do you all think of this dungeon? It feels dangerous.
Tell me about it.
I only found a chair leg to use as a weapon. I just hope to earn 100 points and call it a day. That's what he said, but deep down, he didn't really mean it. After receiving the copy notification, he went to practice with zombies, using a sharpened screwdriver as his real weapon. He wasn't aiming just to pass, he wanted to win a top 3 prize. Looking around, the other survivors didn't seem very strong. There was a woman driving a small vehicle and 2 older-looking people who would probably be eliminated quickly. He thought he had a good chance. Let me say something. A man with a serious look stepped forward. Everyone probably doesn't want to fail the mission and lose supplies in 3 days. That's right. Everyone nodded, including Yu Jiang. The man nicknamed Yuan continued, although we can't form teams for this mission, we can help each other and share points. That way, it's safer. That makes sense. A few people agreed, but most stayed silent. Sharing points? What if someone is lazy and doesn't contribute? Wouldn't that be unfair? How should we share the points? Someone asked curiously. I checked, and there are already 26 of us. We can divide into groups based on skills. Those capable can earn points first and help others later. People like the woman and the older ones, whose fighting skills aren't very high, will need our help. They can be support. His words offended several people. The girl driving the small vehicle only had the title, Gold Miner. She stepped forward and sneered, Bao Pai Long. I can't even dig up someone as crazy as you. Supporting you? Do you deserve it? Yuan glanced at her vehicle and chuckled. It's good to have the awareness to earn points, but this isn't a place to be stubborn. You need to understand your own abilities clearly. I knew your tone sounded familiar, just like Zhongdeng from my old company. The gold miner rolled her eyes.
We all got here by ourselves.
The mission hasn't started, and the rankings aren't out yet. There's no need to worry about who is better, another player said. If you don't want to join, I won't force you. But once the mission begins, don't regret it. Yuan snorted coldly and walked away with a few willing to team up, discussing quietly. But the look in his eyes seemed to already see the moment when the gold miner gets embarrassed and asks him for help. The gold miner looked at a few female players nearby and warned, "Be careful of those people." Yu Jiang nodded. They didn't agree to join the team, so it's hard to say whether those few people might intentionally target others. However, in solo dungeon runs, team relationships are very fragile. Everyone stays on guard, and even if they have plans, they won't openly say them. At 1:55 p.m., the last player arrived, pushing a battered three-wheeled cart for collecting scrap. A few people looked disappointed. They thought he wouldn't come, and one less person meant one less competitor. But seeing the broken-down scrap cart that looked like it could fall apart at any moment, everyone relaxed a bit. When the game timer on the screen hit 2 o'clock, the dungeon officially started, and all players were randomly scattered across the quiet town. Suddenly, the sky darkened, casting a shadow over the town. The map of the dungeon appeared on the screen, showing a wish star with 20 points, each worth 10 points. Red dots only appeared on the map if players were within 10 meters of each other. Otherwise, there were no other markers. The quiet town is at the foot of the mountain, not very big, about an hour's walk if there are no monsters. The map shows a hospital, a supermarket, and houses, but the scene looks ruined and post-apocalyptic. Billboards are heavily weathered and faded by rain, stained with yellow and black marks. After 5 seconds of safety, monsters' roars came from all directions. Besides the familiar ordinary infected, there seemed to be other creatures too. Feeling the cold wind rushing from above, Yu Jiang quickly curled up behind a wall, covering his head. Suddenly, a pair of huge wings swept through the air, and a hard beak and claws tore through a smaller bird's body. Mutant vulture. Large size, agile and fierce. But don't worry, there are not many in the quiet town. Really? Yu Jiang heard the players scream. Outside the convenience store, a man who didn't dodge in time was almost caught by a flying creature. He escaped, but was scratched with bloody marks on his head. He even shouted out loud, attracting a zombie inside the store, which was twice as bulky as a normal infected. There was also a zombie wearing a level 3 helmet. A player swung a steel rod at it. The zombie was fine, just a dent in the helmet, but the player was done for. Within a minute, he was surrounded and eliminated. Number of players, 29. The chat inside the dungeon was chaotic, with some players sending voice messages asking for help.
Wow.
I got hit by a big zombie and lost 30 health points. My arm is also dislocated. Help. I don't want to play anymore. There's a wishing star and 3 zombies in the second-floor restaurant at 3 o'clock. Can someone help me get out? The wishing star is yours. Really? I'm going now. Yu Jiang quickly tied 2 ordinary zombies together with a stick and then finished them off. She hasn't seen a wishing star yet. Killing 1 ordinary zombie only gives 5 points, which is too slow. Her fatigue level will rise quickly later. At this rate, she can only earn 100 points, so there's no point in ranking or wasting time scavenging for items. She needs to find a way to gather a group of zombies. Because of her weaker agility and stamina, she must be very careful to do this without mistakes. Yu Jiang entered a small 2-story wooden house, climbing from the sloped roof to the roof of the 3rd floor nearby. She swept the house but found nothing useful, only taking a pale yellow lace tablecloth and a foldable household ladder. In this quiet town, the elite monsters include big zombies, helmeted zombies, and the most difficult to deal with, mutated bald eagles that are very sensitive to sound. She plans to use this to her advantage and lure a group of monsters into a dead-end alley. At this moment, a notice appeared in the dungeon chat. Congratulations to player Purple Lucky Star, who found the Super Lucky Star. Points, 100. Mission completed. Exiting the dungeon. Everyone seeing this message looked confused.
Wow.
I'm going to compete with these lucky players, getting 100 points in just 10 minutes. Why leave now? The rest is just profit, Yu Jiang sighed softly. Luck is also a form of strength. Leaving is the safest choice. These lucky players might attract some envy, and the dungeon didn't say you couldn't steal items. The roof she was standing on was old and unstable. Recent rain had left the air misty, and moss made it slippery. She squatted down to reduce her visibility and used the roof to hide her body. After observing her surroundings, she moved to a good spot to leave the roof. In the second-floor nursery of this house, there was a glass jar on the windowsill. The jar contains a faintly glowing paper star. 10 points. The window is locked from inside, and she can't open it. She needs to go through the door. Inside, there's a level 3 zombie with a helmet. The armor can't be pierced by a wooden stick, and hitting its head doesn't reduce its health. As soon as she opens the door, it lunges at her, causing her to tumble down the stairs with Yu Jiang. Your foot seems to be twisted. Health -10, health -30, warning. Player health remaining 35. Yu Jiang first uses the zombie as a cushion, then quickly wraps her hands around its neck. She replaces its helmet with a crowbar to recover some plastic fibers and cloth. Then she stabs into its eye socket and immediately uses a health potion, restoring her health to 45. She only twisted her ankle. Luckily, no bones were broken. If they were, she would need bandages and a splint. Yu Jiang wipes the disgusting blood off her hands with a torn curtain nearby, then goes upstairs to get the wishing star. Her current points are 40. She earns 15 points for defeating the helmeted zombie. Yu Jiang rubs her ankle, preparing to continue her plan. Just as she steps out, she encounters a player. It's someone with the nickname Yuan, accompanied by 2 other male players. We've been hiding in the nearby house for so long, distracting the zombies at the door, and you come in to pick up the loot? Yuan says. He looks righteous and stern. I won't make things difficult for you, a woman. You've already earned points from the zombie. Hand over the wishing star. Yu Jiang frowns irritably. You better not survive past 3 days of punishment. Otherwise, she'll have to kill you again if she sees you later. Just now, she would rather let the zombie hit her for dozens of health points than use hallucination powder. She kept it for self-defense. Just as she is about to attack, a rusty, broken tetanus arrow flies through the air and lands in the grass in front of Yuan. No one expected this sudden change. Yu Jiang looks up and sees, behind the grass pile, a gold miner holding a simple bow. Immediately after, she throws a toy spinning top that lights up and sings. The loud sound quickly spreads through the air. The 3 male players stare blankly at the monsters rampaging around them. When they come to their senses, their angry eyes focus on the gold miner. This guy is a real troublemaker, hiding in the bushes. Stop staring and run. The gold miner frantically signals to Yu Jiang. I'm not helping you out of kindness. I just couldn't stand it anymore. I barely managed to hurt the elite monster, but they relied on their numbers to steal the kills and even took my arrows. I only had 5 arrows in total. Yu Jiang saw the direction she was running and realized she would soon run into a group of zombies. She quickly pulled her away onto another small path. I don't know what's going on, but there are monsters everywhere here. Especially in that alley across the street, where the iron door seems to be closed by someone. Yu Jiang didn't mention that she had closed it herself. She returned the arrows she had just picked up and pointed to the right fork in the path. Keep going this way. Those few houses haven't been searched yet, and the monsters inside have been drawn out. The gold miner was surprised. And Yu Jiang looked to the left. I'll go that way. The gold miner nodded. Everyone was looking for the wishing star, so splitting up was better. Thanks for the information. Thanks for helping me earlier, too. After parting ways, Yu Jiang took her knife and went to find the 3 people she saw earlier. Darn. What's going on? These monsters weren't all inside the house. How did they suddenly all come out? A toy top made a strange sound. It was impossible for it to have such power. And those 2. I was hesitant because they were women, but since they're so ungrateful, I might as well kill them. A sneaky-looking player chuckled. Killing them would be such a waste. Suddenly, glass shattered. Yu Jiang climbed out of the window and threw a sleep-inducing drug. While the 3 were dazed, she swiftly cut 2 of their necks. The first to fall was the sneaky-looking one, and the second was Yuan, who was about to call for help and form a team. The dizziness wore off, and Yuan was pushed into a pile by his teammates. He accidentally hit a knife and was stabbed. Yu Jiang quickly stabbed him again. Seeing two teammates bleeding from their necks, Yuan shouted and ran away. This woman was too ruthless. She showed no hesitation, her face full of killing intent. He had never seen such a crazy person before. All he wanted was to escape quickly, with no courage to fight back. Yu Jiang spent nearly an hour familiarizing herself with the terrain here. There was no way she would let him run away. Seeing that several paths were blocked by a horde of zombies, Yuan panicked and ran in all directions. When the smell of blood attracted the zombies' attention, Yu Jiang used a folding ladder to climb onto the roof smoothly. Looking at the large group of zombies below and the players whose health is about to run out, she raises her hand to cast the skill, Poison Rain. Faint green droplets of rain fall, and the zombies in the alley display messages, showing their health decreasing. Two players on the ground still had some life left, but after being hit by the poison rain, they are instantly out. Their bodies turn transparent and eventually disappear inside the dungeon, dropping 2 wishing stars. Player is attacked by poison rain. Health -5, and a bleeding buff is applied. Warning! Player health is below 10 points. Please use medicine quickly. Yuan looks shocked. What is this poison rain? Where did it come from? The dungeon didn't mention anything about poison rain. He has no medicine at all, so he can only watch his health drop little by little. He panics and spins around, asking for help in the dungeon chat. Of course, no one responds. Who would share their life-saving medicine? Until his health hits 0, he stares wide-eyed and finally sees Yu Jiang crouched on the roof. It was that woman who did it. She actually has a skill that deals damage over an area. The first dungeon was quite gentle. Yu Jiang handled 3 people, but didn't gain any points from them. Because of the dungeon's rules, death just means elimination. Yu Jiang didn't see them as people, just as elite monsters. She patiently waited on the roof for 10 minutes, then came down to finish off the enemies. All 25 common infected are dead. She also opportunistically killed a half-health mutated vulture, and the remaining 4 big zombies have low health too. She used a wooden stick to fight. Dealing with 2 helmeted zombies was a bit tricky, took some time and effort, but she finally cleared the battlefield. The points are 125 for common zombies, 15 for the mutated vulture, 40 for the big zombies, and 30 for the helmeted zombies. Total points, 210. Plus 2 wishing stars and her previous points, she has 270 points. The dungeon still has 25 minutes left. She can still earn more points. Her current motto is, if you're not exhausted, keep pushing yourself to the limit. Next, Yu Jiang avoids the elite monsters and looks for easy-to-fight common zombies, while also gathering supplies. She destroys old furniture to reduce health bars, takes the dried corn from cabinets, discards spoiled milk powder, and takes the jars. She also takes a pretty plastic storage box that looks like woven rattan. Before entering the dungeon, Yu Jiang carefully organized her supplies, trying to leave as much space as possible in her backpack, all for this moment. In the backyard, there is also Yujin, which she saw in the beginner's guide before entering the dungeon. It is not tulip flowers, but traditional Chinese medicine Yujin. There are also 2 small tomato plants that are almost dead, which she plans to dig up together. Nearby, there are bamboo plants. Without tools to cut them, she can only gather bamboo leaves, which are also medicinal. Yu Jiang quickly cleared several houses, earning 290 points.
There are only 6 minutes left.
Because some players have been eliminated, the dungeon channel is not as lively as before. The dungeon is almost over. What should I do? I only have 40 points. Help! Why are the wishing stars in the dungeon limited? Trade 10 iron blocks and 2 liters of gasoline for extra wishing stars. I only have 85 points, still 15 short. I'm willing to pay for help. Friends who are close, since there's no time, consider selling your resources and trading me your wishing stars. I'll give you a day's worth of food and water. Never trust help requests easily. I was scammed before. Someone helped fight monsters, then that fool ran away with the wishing star. So shameless. I just reached 100 points, and since I probably won't rank high anyway, I'll just hang in there. As time passed, those offering paid help had raised the price to a mid-level cargo card. Vehicles upgraded to level 2 are rare, so the price is high. Many people were tempted, especially those just over 100 points, who could get 2 wishing stars, and players with high combat stats, since killing an elite monster is easy for them. Yu Zhong only glanced at the messages and dismissed the idea. Her hallucination drug's 1-hour cooldown was almost ready. She could still kill a few zombies and reach 300 points. There was no need to gamble at this moment. Who knew if that person was old 6, trying to lure others with rare supplies? When only 3 minutes remained, Yu Zhong found the zombie she had been watching. Using the hallucination drug for control, she gripped her dagger and stabbed. The last minute began, countdown starting. Yu Zhong caught a glimpse of the solar panel covered by grass and vines behind her. She immediately sprinted at full speed and, just seconds before the dungeon ended, took away an intact solar panel. Her fatigue level reached 98 at this moment. She returned to the vehicle parking lot, sat down heavily, and took deep breaths. This dungeon was good, but the time was too short. Otherwise, she could have gathered more resources. The trial dungeon has ended. Players can now check their score rankings. Rewards will be distributed within 2 minutes. Additionally, after the dungeon is settled, the top 10 players in the entire region will be announced and extra rewards will be given. Someone over there couldn't wait to open the ranking for this round of the dungeon.
Wow.
305 points. Is that real? Isn't there only one wishing star? With that shout, everyone became restless. Who is that? Which expert is so strong? I only got 3 wishing stars and scored 120 points. Over 300 points? How many monsters do you have to kill? The first person to check the ranking scored 170 points. His score was very high, with 40 points just from stamina. He thought he might be in first place, so he believed he could compete for the top 2 spots in the whole region. After all, more than 10 people had left the dungeon midway, and more had been eliminated than had secured the minimum reward. Not many could score over 150. Who would have thought someone could be so fierce? He was in second place with 165 points. They were over 100 points behind the first place. That was unbelievable. Players looked around, scanning the crowd. The 10 or so people who stayed until the end looked at each other, but couldn't tell who was in first place. The players' information was hidden. Only their ID numbers were shown, with some middle digits replaced by stars. The player status has been restored. They can leave the square on their own. Entering the tunnel will bring them back to their own route. The tunnel outside the dungeon is the only place on the road where they can turn back. After experiencing a big fight in the dungeon, no one wanted to stay longer, except for those exchanging supplies in person, which could reveal their information. Yu Zhong checked his health, stamina, and fatigue on the screen. Everything was back to normal. He quickly returned to his car, stepped on the gas, and drove into the tunnel. The second-place player waited until most people left before sighing and getting into his small truck. The top player was hiding too well. He thought he'd check the regional ranking later. He was curious about where this top player might rank. Thinking of that, he felt a little excited. The player ranked first in the Silent Town dungeon and received the following rewards: 300 crystals, 5 free skill points, crafting scroll, warm clothing set, 1 survivor resource blind box, 1 material blind box. The player also achieved a 5-kill streak in 1 day and earned the Crazy achievement, which rewarded 3 poison needles. Each hits the target, dealing damage and causing paralysis for 10 seconds. This item is great because it has no cooldown. Yu Zhong didn't rush to open the blind boxes. She was waiting for the overall district ranking. A large district has at least tens of thousands of players, and there are definitely more skilled players than her, so she wasn't sure about her rank. She took out a jar of coconut milk oatmeal porridge, eating while waiting. Outside, the rain had changed from light to heavy, and the wind rustled the weeds, which she could feel even without looking at the screen. The temperature dropped a little more. Around 4:30 p.m., a notification appeared. Good afternoon, players. The district, Silent Town, ranking has been updated. Please check. The top rankings were listed. 1. The king called me to patrol the mountain, 305 points. 2. X, 300 points. 3. Someone with a knife, 250 points. 9. Slightly winded, 205 points. 10. Lonely shadow of the cold river, 200 points. She was surprised to see herself at the top. She excitedly clicked to claim her reward. 1 intermediate survivor resource box, 200 crystals, 5 free skill points. A bold red announcement appeared on the public chat. The district will hold monthly rankings for overall wealth, combat power, and distance traveled. Top players will receive rewards. Keep it up, survivors. The chat was unusually lively, all focused on the leaderboard.
Someone said, "Wow.
Are you all that competitive?" I scored 180 points, which was first in our dungeon run. I thought I'd at least be at the bottom, but what happened? Another replied, the big boss with 305 points was in my dungeon run too. I thought I was just bad far behind the first place, but now I realize it was the king called me to patrol the mountain. That made me feel better. Someone else asked, really? Is the patrol boss already skilled and equipped? Did they not ask for a friend slot for such a good opportunity? I honestly don't know who the big boss is, but I would have definitely clung to them early on. Thud, thud, thud. Someone added 1 point, I was there too. The person who got the first kill with an X, they're hiding their info, but I have a guess. Really handsome. Come on, usually strong fighters are solid and tall, a bit rough looking. True big bosses don't care about looks. The nickname and score of the third place boss are pretty interesting, haha. Yu Jiang glanced at it and started opening blind boxes. Survivor resource blind box. Outdoor camping lantern, small car privacy curtain, blanket, vehicle spray paint 3, level 3 vehicle parts card 3, food exchange cards 5, 550 milliliters bottled water 5, 6L gasoline, small spice gift pack, 2 beers, 2 colas. Bandages 2. Heal 5 health points, slowly recover 5 points within an hour. Sprain splints 2. Medicated plasters 2. Treat fractures and bruises. Second material blind box. 10 carbon black, 10 electrical wires, 5 steel blocks, 5 rubber, 5 carbon black. Feeling like I'm not very lucky. The last one, the highest level survivor intermediate resource box, a simple bathroom one, includes toilet, sink, shower. Needs to be filled with water. Car interior set 1. Increases wealth value when used. Car mini fridge 1. Single bed mattress 1. Basic car awning. Level 1 car toolbox 1. Motor expansion card 3. Solar power converter 1. 10 steel plates. Intermediate vehicle repair cards 2. Upgrade cards 2. Captain qualification card 1. Seeing all this, Yu Jiang felt a bit richer. The intermediate vehicle upgrade card is a universal card, can be converted anytime into level 6 vehicle upgrade parts. The same with the intermediate repair card. Works for level 6 vehicles too. Of course, wasting such important resources on low-level vehicles would be silly. And the bathroom. It can be installed on the vehicle, and when not in use, it can be folded away, taking up only 1 slot. This is so important. In dungeons, having good gear is worth it. With a bathroom, life feels better. Yu Jiang couldn't wait to use the car interior set and the privacy curtain. The originally simple interior suddenly transformed into a countryside style, making the space feel warm and cozy. The double curtains made of lace and white floral fabric, along with fresh green covers on the seats and 2 matching flower-shaped pillows, added a charming touch. At night, she lowered the front seats, placed a mattress in the middle, turning the vehicle into a comfortable big bed. Then she pulled down the privacy curtain, feeling very secure. With a little more effort, she thought it could become an excellent camper van. She temporarily set aside the car refrigerator and solar equipment since there wasn't much sun lately, and running the fridge would be too much of a luxury. Looking at her current vehicle, Yu Jiang was so happy she forgot about the time. It was already dark, and she decided to prepare some food. She opened the car's rooftop sunshade, set up a small foldable table and chairs she found. It felt just like camping in a car, except she was the only person on the road. Darkness spread over the grass, and every now and then, she heard strange sounds. It was okay. The sound of rain was the best white noise. Her food exchange card was also very useful. Besides portable self-heating meals, she could exchange for common meats, vegetables, and bread. She used just one card to get fresh 150 grams of beef and 5 slices of lamb rolls. She couldn't wait to taste how delicious they would be. She quickly boiled water and planned to make hot pot using a seasoning packet for instant noodles. She added wild chives she picked from the roadside and dried mushrooms. Wild chives could also be used as medicine, and the dried mushrooms were said by the lightning mage in the list to be edible, great for fried rice. She didn't know how to cook, so she boiled everything in one pot, adding the fresh beef and lamb slices. Her appetite was instantly stirred. Only with such good food could she feel a bit of happiness and hope while playing the game. Eating only bread and compressed biscuits every day was dull. Even better, she'd have a self-heating rice meal now and then, but after a while, life felt pretty meaningless. Yu Jiang deliberately kept some snacks she brought on the road untouched. She didn't drink the fruit tea, saving them for when she really couldn't take it anymore, to remind herself of the civilized world. Knowing she had a food exchange card made her feel better. With that thought, Yu Jiang opened a bottle of cola she had just received. A steaming small hot pot, tender beef that's been simply marinated, fragrant lamb rolls, and a sip of refreshing drink. So comfortable. I also opened the light screen, watching so many people talking and discussing. The lively atmosphere makes me feel a bit excited too. Yu Jiang is eating while studying the resources she got today. Warm clothes and thermal underwear might be needed soon. To make a set, you need 5 pieces of fabric and 10 pieces of cotton. If she can make a batch before it gets colder, she can stock up and earn some money later. There's also a captain's qualification card, which is bound to the player and cannot be dropped. It seems to be used in multiplayer dungeons, and the captain has the authority to distribute rewards. To use it, she needs to start preparing and gathering people. Every 7 days, there's a dungeon task. Sometimes, when passing through service areas, a dungeon might appear. Refusing a dungeon task results in a penalty, a 3-day nothing gained buff. If she thinks the risk is too high, she can refuse once or twice. But if she keeps avoiding dungeons, she won't survive for long. While she's thinking, a message suddenly appears on the public screen, and it's about Yu Jiang herself. Just a heads up, I lost a lot today. I could have ranked 3rd in the game, but a woman caused me to fail my task and get penalized. We fought monsters for a long time, but she came and took the easy way out, grabbing the wishing star. She hid her info, but I guessed her identity. Later, there was a woman with the title gold miner, who used a bow and arrow to scheme against us. At first, I was being patient with them, but who knew they'd be so sneaky? Everyone, be careful in the future. If you can fight back, do it immediately, don't give them a chance. These two definitely aren't honest people. The 2 messages were from Yuan, who is also in the dungeon. Unfortunately, players who have experienced the harshness of the survival game are very clear-headed. Thud thud. So, none of you have fought before? And you want us to attack? Are you treating us like fools? My surname is Gu, from the Mist Gu family. There are only so many wishing stars. Of course, there's competition. If you're not as skilled, there's nothing to say. Some players support Yuan. Feng. Although you can steal monsters in the dungeon, doing so is too immoral. You should at least share some resources to make up for it. Feng, for those who get the 3-day nothing gained penalty buff, I wonder, who would dare to team up with them in the future? Thud. Haha, I'm telling you, I'm the 3rd place in the gold miner game. We team up at the back, wait for others to finish fighting, then go up to bully solo players and steal the wishing star. Isn't that you? When you can't win, you just scream. Pure-hearted cockroach spicy. At Swaifeng220, you're so kind. If you're not sharing supplies to help others, then just shut up. Yuan suddenly private messaged Yu Jiang. Was it you who cast the poison rain? Since you're hiding information, you don't want others to know. Give me 3 days worth of food and water, 5 healing potions, and I'll keep it a secret. Yu Jiang picked up a lamb wrap and ate it happily. She knew that acting would reveal her identity, so she was afraid they'd say something if she used her skills. Instead, She would stall and look for a chance to attack later. For ranking purposes, she simply didn't have time to waste. If she dared to act, she wouldn't care if he told others. Do as you wish, Yu Jiang replied and immediately blocked him. He didn't have any photos, and with just a few words, who could easily believe him? Yuan, not believing in superstition, was furious after being blocked and said on the public chat, "I know who told me to patrol the mountain. It's her. She used an area skill to make us all lose. She's driving a green tricycle." Second place MC and phone came out to reply, "What nonsense are you talking? The second place team in the same dungeon. The big boss is clearly a muscular man with a watermelon knife, riding a big motorcycle. Only a boss can afford a big motorcycle. Am I right? The person earlier was just a failed mission with a brain problem. Thud, thud, thud. I think so too." Other players in the game started to argue back, so Yuan was ignored even more. He spammed the chat for a while but couldn't get anyone to listen. Finally, he found a reason. If it wasn't her, why did the boss who told me to patrol the mountain block me? She's just feeling guilty. Pure-hearted cockroach spicy. Are you that stupid? Why would she block you if she wasn't guilty? Purple but can do it. Alright buddy, I know you can't beat others. Lower your voice. Is this really worth showing off? Don't delay me collecting items. Does anyone have a crafting scroll they don't want? Early wealth. Such an important item, can I get it? Purple but can do it. Gathering materials and crafting take time and effort. Top fighters' time and energy are very valuable. If it's a scroll that's not very important or doesn't fit your career, you might still get it. That's how it was. Yu Jiang was already in contact. X. Would you like a scroll for making energy-boosting drinks? Yu Jiang opened it and saw it was a drink that reduces fatigue, lowering 30 points per serving.
Yes.
What's the price? X. I have a few batteries and a health-preserving kettle to trade for gasoline. Extra carbon black, and your drinks take priority in the trade. Making scrolls is quite valuable. Are you sure you won't regret the deal? Yu Jiang confirmed beforehand. After the mileage leaderboard, the demand for fatigue-reducing supplies will increase. X. Yes, I really don't have much time to gather materials. Alright, I will give you extra medicines and drinks in the future. Do you have any spare cotton or cloth? I'm making warm clothes, and I can help craft them if you have the materials. Okay, let me know if you need more materials. The other side was very efficient. As soon as the conversation ended, they sent the items over. Scroll, 10 batteries, 15 cotton, 15 cloth, 1 health-preserving kettle. Yu Jiang also sent 5 units of carbon black, 8 gasoline, 1 batch of hallucinogenic powder, and 2 health recovery potions. Thinking for a moment, she asked, I also have 3 cigarettes and 2 bottles of beer. Do you want them? X. Thanks, but no need. Looking at the list of nicknames glowing on the screen, the other person was making a healing potion before the end of the beginner protection period. Their profession is probably related to medicine, and their skill is likely a wide-range poison rain. The scrolls are very valuable in the trading hall, even enough to exchange for 2 to 3 level 3 car parts cards. Long-term cooperation with a player who can craft medicines is not a bad deal. At 6:50 p.m., Yu Jiang hung a warm yellow camping lamp beside the open car door, preparing to organize supplies quickly. The rain was getting heavier. She first listed the 3 cigarettes and beer in the trading hall. She didn't expect these items to be so popular. In less than 5 minutes, several people contacted her. Yu Jiang clearly stated in the trade listing, no compressed biscuits, pecans, or water. Some offered to trade with pots, others with yarn, mostly everyday items. As for cigarettes and alcohol, they are not essential items. Even if they are popular, no one would foolishly trade medicines or weapons for them. Yu Jiang also wanted to exchange some unwanted materials like tissues. Han Jianggang sent a message. I previously offered a car with a solid wood interior card scroll. Do you need it? This was the most expensive offer, and Yu Jiang quickly agreed. Making interior cards can increase wealth points or be sold. Don't you need it? It doesn't matter if it looks good to me. If the vehicle level isn't high enough, I can't use the solid wood interior. Let's exchange it. If I get healing potions later, can you give me a copy? I can trade a level 3 vehicle part card. I have electric and fuel cars. He only asked because he saw the boss tell me to patrol the mountain and saw the scrolls. He didn't have much energy to argue about the price. I can give you a level 3 electric vehicle part card now, Yu Jiang offered. She needed vehicle parts to upgrade, and she already had all the other materials. She agreed to trade 3 healing potions for 1 level 3 vehicle part card, 1-to-1. Unexpectedly, the other person gave her 4 level 3 electric vehicle part cards. Since you're straightforward, I'll give you the last one too. I'm not using an electric car, so I'll keep it to save space. This person is a big player in the survival game. Yu Jiang added him as a friend. Now she has 7 cards, and she still needs 3 more. She decided to upgrade her vehicle to level 3 and then improve its layout. The higher the vehicle level, the slower the upgrade process. During the transition, she just needs to be patient. There's no need to worry too much. Yu Jiang sorted her supplies into categories. Messages on the public chat were coming in quickly. Player 857. Big shot who got top 10 rewards in the region. Can you share your strategy? What's in the rewards? Even a small player like me wants to see. Lone Wolf 2009. Top 10 players probably have professions or skills. How do you get those? Male player 188. 188 male player here. Seeking strategy. No, I think I need a big help. Knife in hand, cutting wires. You need specific achievements. I feel it's very random. You might not believe it, but I found 2 axes on the road, sharpened them on a stone, and got the Axe Master achievement. Hanjianggang. That's how it is. I know a bit about cars, so I dismantled some abandoned cars on the roadside. Male player 188. So it's all luck and previous real-life skills? But I'm a liberal arts student. This is the end for me. Pure love cockroach. Spicy. What did I say as an art student? When entering the game, I was still holding a Suona. Now, facing heavy rain and monsters, I play a tune, feeling very lonely inside. Suifeng 220. Medicine is very important in survival games. I think we shouldn't be too selfish. We should share how to make medicine. Many people can only wait to die because they have no medicine, especially now that the rain is getting heavier and the weather is bad. After experiencing the dungeon, the existence of skills and professions is no longer a secret. Yu Jiang sent a message. Picking up mold fungi, achieving a small accomplishment after collecting a few. Using the same method doesn't always lead to the same success. She's not worried about others knowing. Getting the achievement also has a condition. Being the first to complete the hidden task of collecting medicine. There might also be a low attribute requirement. Someone holding a kitchen knife said, I told another player to pick up abandoned tools. Even after sharpening, there's no achievement. It probably depends on the location and time. You can also find profession-related crafting scrolls in resource boxes. Sicily. No wonder I collected some fungi today, but didn't get the related achievement. I feel sad, boo-hoo. This person quickly sent another message. Tonight, many big players are chatting in the public chat. It's so exciting to talk with brothers and sisters. Can I add some friends? Xiao Chingushi. You're asking for a hammer. You still owe me crystal coins from the scam. Pay me back. The two argued again in the public chat, but this time, several people who had been scammed didn't respond. From what I see, some names are already blacklisted. Yu Jiang stopped paying attention to the public chat and focused on organizing her items. She currently has enough food and water. 20 compressed biscuits, 6 cans of peas. She listed these on the trading platform, keeping 10 biscuits for herself. She exchanged everything for cotton and cloth materials. She has a regular supplier for medicine ingredients. As a team leader, she can create a group chat for trading. She invited her friends to join. They exchange materials, then craft and return healing potions. The ingredients for hallucinogens are harder to find, so she hasn't told everyone yet. She only gave the Monster Resource Supplier X a private message. In the future, to upgrade her poisoner skills or unlock other skills, Yu Jiang has a feeling she needs to hunt higher-level toxic monsters for resources. This person always gets the first kill, so their attack power must be high. After finishing a batch of medicinal herbs and sending them to several friends, Yu Jiang still has 2 doses of hallucinogens, 16 doses of healing medicine tomorrow. She needs to gather blue mushrooms. She takes out the sticky notes and pen she scavenged, writes a reminder, and sticks it on the vehicle. The upgrade materials for the vehicle are mostly enough to upgrade to level 3, with some leftover, which she also lists on the trading platform. As a scavenger, she can recycle items quickly and get materials fast. At night, the wind is stronger. Yu Jiang worries the sky cover might be blown away, so she puts it away. Then she goes to wash briefly in the portable toilet placed in the truck bed. The space in the truck bed is small, and the toilet is tiny, turning around almost hits something. The shower head provides hot water, which needs to be connected to the vehicle's battery. She doesn't have time for a long wash now, just a quick rinse to wash off the sticky rain and the foul smell from the dungeon. Her clean bed truck is so tidy that she changes into a clean outfit to use as sleepwear. She takes out 4 clean sheets she stored earlier, makes the bed, and adds a pillow and blanket. As soon as she lies down, she lets out a relaxing sigh. The bunny ornament with cleaning functions was a very good purchase. Although the bathroom has a small exhaust fan, the weather makes it feel damp, which is hard to clean. Cleaning manually uses a lot of water and effort, and after a long day, she doesn't want to work more. Just pressing the carrot leaf on the bunny ornament solves all problems. She currently has 950 crystal coins, with an extra 10 free points. Yu Jiang opens the panel and considers the Poison Master route, which requires high attack power. She decides to allocate 5 points to attack and 5 to agility. Adding 5 points to defense might not make much difference. Getting hit reduces her health by 1 or 2 points, which isn't helpful against strong attackers. Raising agility makes her faster, which is also a way to stay alive. She drags the public chat window to the side of the vehicle window, lying on the bed in a casual cross-legged position, and takes out the folding crafting table. She also sends messages to her friends on the list. The warm clothing set needs 5 pieces of fabric and 10 cotton. Each material plus 2 units, or they can exchange gathered plants. She can make up to 2 sets for them, to be delivered within 3 days. Crafting increases fatigue, especially for non-player life skills, so fatigue rises quickly. When fatigue increases, battle stats are also affected. This is why players often sell scrolls. Not long after Yu Jiang sent a message, she received a notification. Pure-Hearted Cockroach Spicy sent 10 pieces of cotton, 6 pieces of fabric, and a level 2 water condenser part A1. Lonely Shadow in Cold River sent 12 pieces of cotton, 7 pieces of fabric, 2 batteries, with a note. I want to exchange some warm clothing. I'll give you the load card once I make it.
Thank you, boss.
I only received this much material just now, and there's an extra level 2 water condenser part. Pure-Hearted Cockroach Spicy continued to send messages. Yu Jiang replied to both. Okay, if I get more materials later, I'll make 2 free items for you. She also needed condenser upgrade parts. The 2 men, Dabata Kong and 188 Mailda, said they were short on materials and promised to send them immediately. Yu Jiang asked them to help gather a few more pieces to offset the processing fee. She was going to collect items now, but many people would raise the price, making it too troublesome to filter transactions. Lightning King. Thanks, boss. I heard you can gather wild cotton. I haven't even seen a shadow of it. I'll go collect now, or if you have spare finished products, I can trade directly. Do you need any medicinal herbs? Yu Jiang thought about it. Since they get along well, she decided to turn into a doctor specializing in modified medicine ingredients. Calamus, aconite, pagostemon, gardenia, licorice, talc, and honeysuckle all are fine. Talc is a mineral, and since it appears in the beginner guide, it will definitely be in the game, but whether she can find it is another matter. Previously, X gave her 15 units of each material to make a set of warm clothes. After finishing, she had 10 pieces of fabric and 5 pieces of cotton left. She made 1 set herself, leaving exactly 15 pieces of cotton, enough to make 2 sets. There aren't many styles for basic cold-proof clothing, mainly just fabric color options. Yu Jiang first gave a set to Lightning King. Then she took out materials for nourishing drinks, variant calamus, bamboo leaves, and turmeric. She has a connector she found that still works. Just plug it into the power supply of the health pot. Following the recipe strictly, 550 milliliters of water plus 1 unit of each material, she can make 2 servings of nourishing drinks. Other materials are in surplus, but She only has 2 units of calamus, making 4 servings of nourishing drinks. Seeing the slightly greenish color, she always feels it looks very dark. Let's have her friend try first. Yu Jiang excitedly opened the chat list. Are you asleep? The stuff is ready, I can send it to you. After a few seconds, she replied, not yet. Then bring an empty bottle over, I'll give you half. She received a mineral water bottle. Yu Jiang took out a stainless steel funnel she had cleaned during dinner. Now she could use it directly. She filled 2 servings of energy-boosting drinks into the bottle, along with 2 sets of warm clothes, and sent them over. The drinks were included in the cost of making the scrolls, and the warm clothes were like a free gift, with no extra charge. Long-term cooperation means these small profits don't matter. Getting the snake venom and scrolls is a good deal for her. Try it after you drink, and tell me how you feel. Yu Jiang sent a friendly emoji. X. Did you drug me? She was surprised that he was joking with her. Yu Jiang replied, no, I just guarantee the effect, not the taste. Okay, got it. After ending the chat, Yu Jiang sent the warm clothes to all her friends on the list. She packed up her things, turned the camping light to the dimmest setting, and placed it in the corner. She hugged a pillow on her bed, opened a blanket, and folded a quilt over the sheets, as it would get cold at night. She only had a down quilt, which wasn't needed in this weather. On this rainy night, on the apocalypse highway, with a small lamp and a cozy bed truck, Yu Jiang almost fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. She slept comfortably in the first half of the night. In the second half, the rain hitting the roof and the wind made some noise. She woke up once, checked everything inside and outside the vehicle, and then went back to sleep. At 6 in the morning, the sky was slightly bright. The wind and rain were especially fierce, and the windshield looked like a waterfall. Yu Jiang woke up and changed her position to lie down. With such heavy rain, rickshaws wouldn't be easy to drive, so she decided to rest a bit longer. Today's task update: travel 50 kilometers. The weekly total distance goal: 700 kilometers. Average per day: 100 kilometers. If she can't finish, she will lose the night protection for the next 3 days. Last night, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she saw a shadow outside. Because of the night protection, she couldn't approach the vehicle, so she didn't pay it much mind. After washing up, Yu Jiang leaned back on the rear seat, dragged the light screen to the front, and checked the panel information. Due to recent boosts in attack and agility, her stamina and health had also increased a bit. Nickname: The King calls me to patrol the mountain. No fighting spirit. Health points: 100 stamina. 78. Good sleep habits in the game improve your energy. Fatigue: 0 overall physical fitness. 10. Since you're a toxin master, physical strength isn't your main skill. Agility: 12.5. You can't even beat someone grabbing eggs at the supermarket. Attack: 15.5. Just okay. Defense: 1.5. Not much to expect from a toxin master. Combat power rating: F. Vehicle: brand new electric tricycle pickup. Battery 95%. Range 120 kilometers. Wear and tear: 0. 5% shield value. Defense: 22. Attack bonus: none. Wealth: 0. 9. Without comparison, Yu Jiang doesn't know if this wealth value is good or bad. At least the number sounds better with a positive comment. Today's weather is not good. The rain icon on the screen has changed from light rain to heavy rain. Survival time: 5 days weather. Heavy rain, temperature 16 degrees Celsius, 100% humidity, northeast wind at level 6. Level 6 wind is quite strong. Outside, the sparse grassland and fog-covered forest have branches swaying in the wind. The weather changed so much in just one night. It's only the second day after the beginner period. If the wind gets stronger, the tricycle might be blown over. Yu Jiang made breakfast with a piece of milk bread. Luckily, when she packed supplies yesterday, she also planted the plants with roots in pots. Otherwise, today's weather would make everything difficult. The tricycle's body is mainly plastic, and with strong wind, it feels unstable. While wiping the rearview mirror through the open window, suddenly, a glowing green monster face appeared close.
Whoa!
Yu Jiang exclaimed and quickly stepped back, grabbing her tool, ready to exit through another door. Before she could open the door, the monster spoke. Want some mutated goose down? At this moment, Yu Jiang saw the name above its head and the burlap cloak. Monster Merchant. Appears randomly. If you meet me, you're lucky. Do not try to anger the merchant. The consequences are serious. Wow, that gave her a scare. Outside, there's a zombie with green skin, a top-tier monster in the quiet town. Yu Jiang doesn't seem very eager to buy. Actually, she really wants to buy it. Genuine duck down. The most expensive down material in the world, excellent at blocking wind and rain and keeping warm. It's said that a quilt made from it costs nearly 200,000 yuan. The monster merchant's eyes lit up. For 50 grams, 600 crystal coins. This isn't the first player he's met, but everyone before couldn't afford it. They bargained, tried to get discounts, or split the price in half. Some even said they would give it for free if the buyer was a student. He immediately blacklisted them. The monster merchants on the road might look different, but they are all part of the same group. Blacklisting means all monster merchants will refuse to trade with you. Some tried to steal it directly, but they got beaten half to death, and then blacklisted. Can you give me a better price? We're just here trying to survive, and we don't have that many crystal coins. Yu Jiang wore a friendly smile. She noticed the monster merchant looking at the shikima, a type of snack, in her car. She quickly offered, "Would you like a piece? You are the first player to offer a dessert to the monster merchant. He is impressed and your favorability increases by 20. The monster merchant took the shikima and looked at Yu Jiang, who appeared a bit fragile in the rain and wind. Forget it, everyone is the same. 500 crystal coins, and I'll give you a high-density waterproof cloth and a crafting scroll. No more discounts. My waterproof cloth is also very easy to clean. Deal. Yu Jiang accepted quickly, opening her holographic screen to scan and pay. Do you sell umbrellas here? The monster merchant looked at his waterproof and fireproof cloak, as if to say, do I need such a low-level item as an umbrella? I might still have someone interested in buying genuine duck down. Can you wait 2 more minutes? The monster merchant nodded modestly. For the sake of sweets, I still have 900 grams of genuine duck down. If I sell it all, I'll give you a gift. Going out to work in the rain is already annoying. Selling it all would be great. It's rare to find such a wealthy customer. Yu Jiang quickly opened her friends list and called X and Han Jiangguing. Want some genuine duck down? I'll also give you a waterproof cloth for 150 grams, 500 crystal coins. Don't miss this opportunity. Received 500 crystal coins from Player X as a gift, plus 2 batteries. Gift notifications come faster than friend messages. X. Thanks. After waiting for 2 seconds, Han Jiangguing asked, what is goose down? Yu Jiang directly sent the picture she bought. It's said to be more comfortable and warmer than duck down, and can be used to make down jackets. Since it wasn't a small amount and they just added each other as friends yesterday, asking a few questions was normal. Han Jiangguing spent some time gathering materials yesterday and now only had 512 crystals left. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to send the crystals. Such an expensive item should have good warmth, and it was just what she needed. She bought it, taking a gamble. Yu Jiang transferred 1,000 crystals, and the mutually beneficial trade was completed. The monster merchant happily left a car air freshener and disappeared onto the road. Getting good news early in the morning made Yu Jiang feel very happy. The monster merchant's car air freshener not only added a nice scent, but also helped keep warm. When warm fragrance fills the car, you feel cozy. It could last about a month. She closed the car window and immediately turned on the crafting station. The down jacket pattern sent by the monster merchant was better than a regular warm clothing. It could be made with goose or duck down, or even monster feathers and cotton. Making one would add 15 fatigue points, twice as much as a regular warm shirt. After making 3, Yu Jiang's fatigue reached 45. The fabric sent by the monster merchant came in different colors, dark gray, Barbie pink, and military green. She told them to sort the fabrics by purchase order. She didn't choose herself. Han Jiangguing said color doesn't matter, as long as it's warm. When Han Jiangguing received the items, she said, this color is so pretty. I like it. This jacket looks great, and I can tell it's warm just by touching it. I just made a new electric vehicle card and sent it over. X, do you still need a few level 3 vehicle cards? I have some. Can we trade? He didn't doubt that she picked the fabrics first. When he took the photos, the deep gray fabric was obvious. But this color. Hanjiang Gaing sighed deeply. She couldn't stand it a little. Seeing him mention vehicle cards, Yujang wasn't sleepy anymore. Still need 2 more. Actually, if you give me one, I can trade with you. Not just Barbie pink, even red paired with green. If she only had a battery, she could trade. Received 2 level 3 electric vehicle cards as a gift from Player X.
Thank you.
Yu Jiang happily exchanged a down jacket with him. Now she has warm clothes, and her level 3 vehicle upgrade materials are complete. She decided to wait until the battery runs out before upgrading. Yu Jiang put on a windbreaker suit, climbed into the driver's seat, and started the vehicle to set off. The rain was getting heavier, and the windshield wipers felt like they might stop working. With this weather, collecting supplies on the road became more difficult. Because of the heavy rain, Yu Jiang was worried about her health, so she didn't want to get out of the vehicle to gather items. After realizing something, she quickly draped plastic over her head and went back into the rain without hesitation. The most common and easiest shrubs to collect from on the road had become fewer. This was not a good sign. She needed to gather as many points as possible while the roadside plants still existed. Her speed slowed down, but she didn't forget to send a reminder to her friends on the list. After most of the day, Yu Jiang collected over 100 small pieces of wood and found 2 boxes. One made of wood, the other of metal. Inside the wooden box, there was a debuff she didn't expect, a thorny vine that could be used to make rope after dehydration. It wasn't deadly. It had no poison, only a 5-minute weakness effect. Just endure it. If you can't, there's nothing you can do.
Hee.
Yu Jiang. She also received an achievement called Seems Like I've Been Drained, and a message said, "Wow, you encountered something with such a small chance. Your next box will have double critical hits." So, encountering monsters also triggered double hits? With the weakness buff active, Yu Jiang felt completely drained. She was weak and exhausted, struggling to carry 2 bundles of wood. After some time, she continued forward and found her first metal box in the game. The supplies inside: 2 snow tires, 1 pair of snow boots, 5 compressed biscuits, and 3 bottles of mineral water. Not many items, but with double critical hits, she got 4 snow tires. Later, she found another box with 2 beginner backpack expansion cards and 1 plant insulation cover. The harvest was quite good. She was now expanding her backpack for the second time, needing 2 cards to add 10 more slots. The requirements would be higher later. The storage crisis was solved. When the scooter's battery was about to run out after nearly 100 kilometers, she finished her journey. The upgrade for the 3rd level vehicle takes 10 minutes. Please confirm if you want to proceed with the upgrade. Yu Jiang chose to upgrade on the spot during the rain and also defeated 2 common zombies to earn some crystals. On the first day of experiencing the nothing gained penalty, there was a lot of crying on the public chat. Help! I haven't found a single box, and it's raining so heavily. My vehicle is just a broken plastic cover. I haven't stockpiled enough materials to upgrade my vehicle. How can I complete the weekly tasks? Crying, I just don't understand. We agreed to work together, and everyone could get 100 points, but now it's like this. I caught a cold, my health is still decreasing, I'm cold and hungry. Please help sob. Cicely. What do you all need? Today is my birthday. I can trade with you. I have extra materials for upgrading the 2nd level vehicle. 3 pieces of bread can exchange for 1 iron block. Player 3479. Get lost. Are you robbing us? That's so expensive. Feng Shui 220. Others are just trying to help. If the price is too high, I won't buy. Maybe we can all share our supplies before the reset to avoid waste. Player 3479. Go away. You're just trying to cheat me. I've disliked you for a long time, you big fool. Strawberry candy. Since last night, someone has been collecting cotton. I didn't dare to go out. Is there any news? Clang, clang, clang. I don't know. The weather might get colder. 2-8 Big Bar. If possible, try to travel more these days. The weather might get worse later. That's true. Yu Jiang also thinks so. The minimum average distance for this week is 100 kilometers. Finishing tasks early makes us feel safer. If unexpected situations happen later, we can handle them. Everyone has put on snow tires, but it doesn't seem very good. The chat was still arguing, and the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed and friendly as a few days ago. You guys were collecting cotton yesterday but didn't tell anyone. Instead, you sold cotton cheaply. That's so selfish. We are all from the same town. Without resources, we will really die, especially Sicily. How much cotton did you collect? After a few words, it was no longer a secret that the temperature was going to drop further. Players still selling cotton quickly went to the trading platform to change their prices. Done. I'll set up a basic workbench, sell anti-slip chains for wheels, fair prices. I buy raw materials for crafting and all kinds of cotton clothes and shoes. Yu Jiang glanced around. In less than half an hour, she found the Super Wish Star, which is a rare treasure, made by professionals. There are 3 crafting stations listed on the trading platform. Currently, few people are buying anti-slip chains, but if it snows later, they will become essential. The price is reasonable. Request for beans. I was bitten by a snake and kept bleeding. The king called me to patrol the mountain. My older brother wouldn't just watch me die, right? Reply back, brother. When I recover, I will definitely return the medicine ingredients to you. Yu Jiang chose to ignore it. Her level 3 vehicle was already upgraded. It's still green, a brand new 4-wheel electric pickup with 2 rows of seats. Its shape is a bit like a domestic radar model, slightly smaller, with a cargo bed about 4.6 meters long. Finally, it no longer feels like a light, floating tricycle. It looks very stable. The cargo card added basic features inside the vehicle. Its original range was 120 kilometers, but with the motor upgrade card obtained yesterday, the range increased to 500 kilometers. Although the pickup isn't as stylish as off-road vehicles or SUVs, converting it into a camper with a large cargo space is very useful in a survival game. A portable toilet placed in the cargo bed, separate from the interior, makes the space feel more comfortable. Moreover, upgrading off-road and SUV-style gasoline vehicles is much more difficult, as discussed on the public chat. Someone holding a kitchen knife and cutting wire said, "I really regret it. I truly do. With this weather, motorcycles can't handle it anymore." Level 3 vehicles should be either trucks or old-fashioned small cars. I guess higher levels are SUVs and off-road vehicles. The materials needed for level 4 vehicles are terrifying. The king called me to patrol the mountain at X Brothers. What vehicles did you choose? Are you doing okay now? Pure innocent cockroach. The Akina Mountain Drift King's small truck, never upgraded. Chose it at the start. Looked at the upgrade requirements, my hope is dead. 8 big bar? You all turned into small cars? I'm still using a tricycle for my stall. Thunder King of Lightning, feeling bitter inside. He was embarrassed to say it was a pink delivery truck with 2 cyber-style cat ears and a display screen that could show expressions. Just now, on the parallel highway, he encountered a fool who deliberately rear-ended him, causing some damage. It turned out to be a man holding a device that zapped pigs with electricity. The other's face was quite interesting, and he even called him a second chair. That cat ear is a 10-point defense. It can also discharge electricity, with a 24-hour cooldown. Face or life, he chose life. Bang, bang, bang. Little Drizzle Wind is probably an electric vehicle, but X is a gasoline car, holding a kitchen knife and cutting the power line. Wasn't the electric vehicle originally a Little Lamb or Old Man Happy? Are you saying the top player in the whole area was driving Old Man Happy yesterday and went crazy in the dungeon? Didn't they say he was driving a fuel-powered car? Yu Jiang couldn't wait and got into the new car, seeing a picture sent by the Thunder King of Lightning. It was the medicinal ingredients she asked for. After confirming what was missing, Yu Jiang sent her available items and used the rest to refill her health potion. Your picture shows part of the vehicle, Yu Jiang reminded. Exposed interior isn't a problem, but showing off such a distinctive vehicle shape is too eye-catching. Thunder King of Lightning. Wow. I didn't notice that just now. Thanks for the reminder. Yu Jiang drove a brand new pickup onto the parallel highway, where the speed limit was 90. She couldn't accelerate further, and her wheels seemed to run over something. suddenly making a loud noise, and her shield dropped by 5%. Next to her, a silver-gray van was parked, apparently repairing something. "Your tire seems to have hit a stone and is losing air." A man with a coat draped over his head knocked on her window loudly, looking honest. Yu Jiang glanced quickly around without opening the window or getting out, then stepped on the gas and drove away. When his van stopped, she couldn't see if there were other small vehicles nearby, but the metal box was very noticeable. If it were her, she would have taken the box immediately upon finding supplies on the parallel highway. There was a problem. She wasn't sure how many people were there or what they wanted to do, so she wouldn't stop in the rain to check. She drove another 100 kilometers, ignoring the help signs on the road, and only stopped after leaving the parallel highway to check the situation. Fortunately, her tires weren't punctured, and her shield absorbed the damage. Otherwise, she would have wasted a repair card. At 5 p.m., the rain started to get heavier again, and the panel warned, 1.5 hours until nightfall. Beware of strong winds. Yu Jiang wanted to find a sheltered place. She looked around but saw only flat grassland, not a single tree. The sky was rustling in the wind, and she could only reinforce her shelter manually. Just as Yu Jiang sat down to catch her breath and wiped the rain off her face with a clean cloth, a reminder popped up on the trading platform. "Sad pig intestine. Excuse me, can you make warm clothes and cotton-padded jackets? Brother, Lonely Shadow of the Cold River, told me about it. I collected some cotton here, but I couldn't find fabric. Would you trade food for it?" Then, a bag of golden, crispy stuffed pancakes arrived, steaming hot. Half with chive filling, half with noodle filling. "I used to be a food blogger and made these myself." Yu Jiang immediately sat up straight and added as a friend, "Yes, I can trade. Just wait until I recover some fatigue." They looked delicious. "Great, thank you so much." Sad Pig Intestine happily sent the items over. Yu Jiang scanned with her full screen, showing freshly baked stuffed pancakes. After confirming there was no problem, she took a bite. The simple, honest taste filled her with warmth and comfort. It was much better than instant food. After receiving the others' items, Yu Jiang didn't want to delay. She was just helping her friend List make warm clothes and cotton jackets, taking some materials from there. She also collected some herself from the trading platform. Filling in the missing fabric for Sad Pig Intestine was no problem. She opened the crafting station. Her current fatigue was 82, enough to craft after resting a bit. Her friend hadn't responded yet about the energy recovery drink. Yu Jiang sent Sad Pig Intestine a cotton jacket. "Thank you so much. When it gets cold, not having warm clothes at night is really uncomfortable. I asked around all day, but no one would sell me any, and I was even scammed out of 2 buns. I also have some shredded potato wraps I can send you." Yu Jiang accepted the steaming food and sent back a basic healing potion. "Once I find more warm materials, I'll trade you for food again, or I have upgrade materials for vehicles." She felt this person was too easy to trick, so she reminded him it's better not to give gifts when trading with strangers. She only did that after trading with her friend Liz several times. Okay. Sad Pig Intestine sent a grateful emoji. He knew how expensive healing potions were. The big boss just gave him one for free. He added her as a friend, feeling he had met a good person again after Lonely Shadow of the Cold River. God knows, he changed his nickname to Sad Pig Intestine only after being scammed. Yu Jiang relaxed in the front seat, eating a warm wrap, while rethinking the most urgently needed supplies. I don't know how much the weather will change, so it's best to have more supplies and vehicle energy, just in case. The biggest problem with electric vehicles is that cold weather easily increases energy consumption. Prices might go up when that happens. Having driven the electric battery over 1,000 kilometers isn't a problem, but stockpiling supplies makes her feel safer. It would be good to get a vehicle insulation cover. It's better to write it on sticky notes, so she doesn't forget when she has many things. X sent a message. Energy replenishment drinks. Pretty good, and they even gave a surprise effect, reducing fatigue by 50. The taste is hard to describe, though. With that taste, it's hard not to feel refreshed and alert. The surprise effect is described as a carefully brewed drink by an alchemist, which is harder to drink, but has a surprise. Yu Jiang replied, "Okay." So, she decided not to drink it for now. By the way, it's not even evening yet, and you already need an energy replenishment drink. Normally, without doing daily tasks, fatigue wouldn't increase so quickly. X said, on rainy days, fighting monsters outside consumes more energy. I have a quest to upgrade my skills, and I need to clear monsters tonight too. Yu Jiang sent him a serious look. Driving at night is really tough. The night protection buff only works when the vehicle is parked. After dinner, there were 5 leftover pies and 2 potato rolls. The backpack can't keep food warm, only prevents spoilage. A car fridge can do that, with cooling and freezing functions, but it needs solar panels to avoid wasting energy. Since there's still time, Yu Jiang started modifying the interior of the vehicle. She has a wrench, screwdriver, and a car toolkit so she can try it herself and ask Han Jiangguing if she has problems. To turn the vehicle into a camper, she needs to rearrange the interior, probably removing the back row of seats, installing cabinets, and expanding storage space. It's a big project, and it won't be finished in a day. Yu Jiang plans to organize the bed first and add other things gradually. In the monthly mileage ranking, with the weather cooling down, electric vehicles are hard to rank high, but she can still compete in the wealth ranking. Yu Jiang found purple dung on the trading platform and asked, "Can you customize a solid wood cabinet for a vehicle?" After a few minutes, Purple Dung replied, "Of course,
Boss.
we were in the same dungeon before." Yu Jiang briefly described her preferred style and size. "What's the price?" "Boss, since you're also in manufacturing, I won't raise my price. I'll make you a set of car cabinets using my best teak wood, plus a coat of varnish. They will look nice and last long. I'm just a player with limited strength, relying on crafting to survive. I need some life-saving items, 5 healing potions, a down jacket, or crafting scrolls. I have Goose down here. If you make better healing potions in the future, how about giving me 2 more? The boss asked me to patrol the mountain because this is the biggest order he's received so far. He is a craftsman, but right now, few have the skill to do car interior decoration. It's just him, relying on luck, reselling, and crafting to save up his belongings. He doesn't want to use good materials. First, he's worried his strength isn't enough to defend himself. Second, he prefers to keep his resources for survival supplies. After finishing this order, he might be able to go from apprentice to junior craftsman. Yu Jiang considered that the other side's offer was fair. They knew she could make healing potions, which is why they offered such a price. Only Purple Dung can currently make furniture. Okay, I have 2 old cabinets here. You should be able to take some materials from them. So, they traded the old cabinets and the down jacket. Yu Jiang also gave 1 healing potion as a deposit. Then they waited for the crafting to be done. Purple Dung said it would take some effort to make a set of camping car furniture. Yu Jiang started to look forward to it. She might have a new camping vehicle tomorrow. At night, lying inside the car, she boredly scrolled through messages on the public chat. Pure-hearted Cockroach Hot was excited to send a message. "Boss. Last night I was bored, so I took out my Swona and blew it at passing monsters, and guess what? I got an achievement and a skill called Abstract Wandering Artist, which can control the speed of 2 monsters and make them dance. I want to ask how to upgrade this skill." She was too embarrassed to say that the monsters danced like they had Parkinson's, twisting and crawling on the ground in darkness. Yu Jiang sincerely replied, "Level 6. Upgrading probably doesn't have a fixed method. It depends on your profession." Pure-hearted Cockroach Hot replied, "Got it. Boss, do you still need level 2 water condenser parts? I made 2 more. I traded them for a cotton coat, but today cotton is hard to gather, and they were bought out instantly on the trading platform. There isn't enough cotton, but Cicely has collected a lot, and now the price is very high. So, she wants to exchange other items to make up for it. Giving water condenser parts to others is good, especially to the boss."
Yes.
"Give me the cotton clothes." Yu Jiang listed processed cotton clothes on the trading platform. Items outside the list are priced at 50% above the material cost, or she can trade other materials instead. She has completed several orders, and the materials she collected are enough to make 1 cotton coat. Trading for a water condenser is very worthwhile. Yu Jiang also sent over a pie as a gift. "Oh my, boss, where did you get this? I haven't seen such heartfelt food in a long time." It's so delicious. Today, I traded with another player. After applying, Yu Jiang received the remaining 2 parts of the level 2 water condenser and immediately upgraded it. The level 2 water condenser can produce 1 liter of drinking water and 2 liters of household water daily, doubling the capacity of level 1. Later, she can also add a water tank to the vehicle for easier water storage. After completing the manufacturing order, Yu Jiang pulled down the curtains, covered herself with a blanket, and went to sleep. The next morning, it was cold and noisy. Raindrops pounded down like cannonballs, and the wind sounded terrifying. The temperature dropped to 12 degrees Celsius, with a level 8 wind warning. After recovering her fatigue, Yu Jiang quickly made a batch of healing and hallucination medicines. Player has made 50-50 healing medicines, and has collected 70% of the basic medicinal guide. When reaching 80%, a new recipe for medicines can be unlocked. Keep going, pharmacist. Yu Jiang suddenly sat up with a jolt, hitting her head on the car roof, then sat down holding her head. She realized she could use the basic medicinal guide in this way. She needs to work hard to reach 80% collection before the next dungeon mission. Since it's just raining and not snowing, collecting is easier now. Snow makes gathering more difficult. Someone in this area already has the healing skill and a scroll for basic hemostatic herbal powder. Today, Yu Jiang spent the whole day gathering. She also has a supplier of medicinal materials, the Thunder King, who said if she could find those few materials, he would give her a hallucination drug and a new medicine. So, the Thunder King was also excited, driving his cat courier vehicle and transforming into a human radar. Yu Jiang continued walking with a plastic sheet, stopping and starting, digging up several mutant irises. Her collection progress is stuck at 78%. She has traveled over 100 kilometers, but still hasn't found what she's looking for. By late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the sky darkened, and the wind blew so hard that people could barely stand. The entire road was filled with a lonely, cold atmosphere. Yu Jiang saw 2 abandoned vehicles and sighed, grateful for the road's gifts. She got out of the car with a hammer. All the useful items inside the vehicles had been taken, and the windows were shattered. She wasn't expecting to find anything valuable inside, so she got out mainly to gather materials from the health recovery points. For scavenging, she was a pro. Then Yu Jiang collected some sanchi herbs nearby. A little further ahead, she found crane grass and thistle. Her collection progress in the guide reached 88%. Player has earned the achievement Level 3 Alchemist. You are the first to complete the guide and reach 80% collection. Reward: Wind Cold Powder, Level 2 Crafting Scroll, Intermediate Hemostatic Powder, Level 3 Crafting Scroll. Using these restores 30 health and also relieves pain and stops bleeding. The Level 3 guide has been unlocked. The player has met the conditions to upgrade a skill and can choose one of the following paths. A. Light of Healing, restores 10 health points to the target. B. Upgrade Poison Rain. Damage increases to 20 points, with a bleeding effect lasting 10 minutes, causing 1 point of damage per minute. Of course, she chose to upgrade Poison Rain. She had already chosen the Poisoner route. Improving a healing skill that only adds 10 health points didn't seem worth it. It was better to focus on one path. To upgrade Poison Rain, she needed 20 mutated snake toxins, 5 aconite, and 25 mutated spider toxins. Yu Jiang fell silent. Her eyes darkened further. Aconite could still be collected, but the other 2 materials required too many resources. She had no idea where to find spider toxins. She hadn't seen anyone mention that item before. Sighing, Yu Jiang got back into the car and continued forward. This was a parallel road, and it was best to leave before dark at 6 p.m. She wondered if it was just a coincidence, but she felt resources on the parallel road might be more plentiful. Just as she was thinking this, she saw a tricycle lying on the road. She was about to get out to recover it when she realized it wasn't abandoned. Someone was underneath. Seeing a car approaching, she waved her hand desperately, shouting, "Help!" Yu Jiang rolled down half of the car window, hesitating a little. It's wise to be cautious. "What's going on?" she asked. "It was too windy earlier. To avoid other vehicles, I accidentally flipped my car." I think I hurt my leg, the woman said. The woman was soaked through and struggling to get up, her eyes full of plea as she looked inside the car. Did you see 2 abandoned cars on the road when you came here? Yu Jiang asked again. The woman seemed to be caught off guard. She wondered why Yu Jiang was asking. Yes, I saw them. I left because there was nothing inside. I'm trapped and can't move. I don't have any weapons. Please help me. I can give you 2 pieces of bread as a reward. That's all I have. Yu Jiang couldn't tell if the woman was pretending, so she decided to play along, acting as if she believed her completely and walking over. She already had a strange, thorny plant in her hand. The weak buff only worked once, but this plant was tough, hard to cut with a knife. Thank you so much, the woman said happily, but a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Her profession was a bandit, ranked 8th in the last game zone, known for stealing star wishes. Just as she was about to make her move, Yu Jiang didn't go to lift the tricycle as expected. Instead, she turned around and said seriously, "You said your leg is hurt. I can't lift it alone. If I'm not careful, you might get more hurt. It's better to wait. Someone else will come by, and I'll help lift it with them." The woman paused, then quickly masked her expression. No need. This tricycle isn't very heavy. It's okay. Just come over and help me lift it a little, and I can get out. Yu Jiang looked hesitant, as if she was afraid to act, but her eyes changed when she looked down. There was a problem. In this place, worsening injuries mean a high risk of death. If she was really crushed so badly, why wasn't she worried? If it wasn't serious, an adult could easily climb out of a tricycle like that. Thinking this, Yu Jiang approached nervously. Just so you know, if I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. As she spoke the last few words, her tone suddenly changed. She quickly pulled out a shiny, sharp, triangular dagger and turned to stab at Yu Jiang. Yu Jiang had been prepared. When she turned, Yu Jiang swung a thorny branch tied with stones to block her attack. Everyone knew she was suspicious, so why would she come closer to attack again? If Yu Jiang had been a little slower, she would have been cut. That knife looked very dangerous. Having the advantage of distance, Yu Jiang was right. The woman screamed loudly, covering her head. While she was in pain, Yu Jiang used a trance-inducing drug, then grabbed her dagger and stabbed her in the neck. Unexpectedly, this woman was very good at fighting. She had strong defense, so when the knife just pierced her skin, the dizziness effect disappeared. The woman reacted quickly, raising her hand to block her vital area. The dagger only cut her arm. Then Yu Jiang used a poison needle and added a paralysis effect. In an instant, the woman rolled on the ground, trying to escape Yu Jiang's attack range. It was clumsy and awkward, like a tape stuck. The woman's eyes widened as she watched Yu Jiang chase her with the knife, hearing her health points drop. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Darn you. The dagger only caused 30 damage, not much. Why did she have so many debuffs in her hand? Decisively, the woman took out her last resort shield. When Yu Jiang swung her knife again, it bounced off the transparent shield, making her hand numb. This woman was pretty good, having such a high-level defense item. You're pretty good at pretending, the woman said, her face changing. You're stronger than those 2 useless ones. You have no chance to kill me now. Let's step back. Give me the medicine you used and my dagger. Let's pretend nothing happened. Yu Jiang quickly analyzed the situation. She thought, step back? She's probably hiding her last trick. I need to trick her first, and then find a chance. The opponent was already wary of her. Without the first move advantage, Yu Jiang made a quick decision. She swung the thorny branch, causing the stones on it to smash into her opponent's car lights and windshield. The tricycle's damage increased by 5. Seeing this, the woman quickly returned to her vehicle and activated her shield. Still want to smash my car?
Dream on.
She sneered. Her vehicle looked fragile, but it was actually heavily reinforced with a modified frame, making it very tough. Let's see if this can protect the vehicle, she said. Yu Jiang shrugged and then backed away to get into the car. She didn't close the door when she got out earlier, so she could get back in quickly. Yu Jiang stepped on the accelerator, moving the vehicle and its protective shield together. This level 3 vehicle is very tough. Even if it gets damaged, it's not too late to run away. Electric pickup truck shield, -5% damage rate. 5. Cracks appeared on the shield surface. Seeing Yu Jiang press the accelerator to the limit and almost crash, the woman didn't feel sorry for the vehicle. Instead, she seemed to say, "Come on, let's hurt each other." She didn't expect Yu Jiang to be so bold. The shield on the vehicle is a protective barrier, not invincible. It can be broken. Crazy person, the woman cursed and painfully took out an acceleration card, then decisively ran away. No matter how high the shield and defense are, they can't withstand such a big pickup truck. She only had one healing potion, which she bought at a high price. She had already lost a lot today. She couldn't risk losing everything without being sure. Angrily, she looked at Yu Jiang's vehicle. Today was a bad day for her. Next time, she hoped not to meet her again. She had spent 500 crystals at the service station to buy a dagger that increased attack by 10 points and had a chance to deal critical damage. The remaining crystals were used to buy the shield and acceleration card. Now, she had held them for 24 hours, but they were all gone. Thinking of that dagger, she felt pain even in her breath. A robber was actually robbed by someone else. She wasn't sure if they were in the same gang. Yu Jiang looked at her new weapon, smiling happily. She immediately liked this dagger, small, sharp, and with a critical hit effect that was a pleasant surprise. The only regret was that she didn't defeat her opponent, but Yu Jiang didn't waste energy on internal conflicts. Nothing goes perfectly. Surprises always happen. Anyway, she didn't lose much this time. Ordinary players can't afford such good weapons and items. The speed of that tricycle was so fast it left afterimages, making it impossible to catch up. Luckily, she didn't use any skills, or she would waste cooldown time and risk revealing her identity. Yu Jiang drove along the parallel highway, and it was almost dark. Today, she spent a lot of time collecting illustrations, so she only traveled 150 kilometers. This was just the right time to receive the message from Purple Yinzing. "Boss, the stuff you asked for is ready. When you have time, take a look and see if it works." Yu Jiang found a parking spot, checked the items sent through the transaction window, and confirmed there were no problems. She then paid the remaining balance and completed the deal. Excited to get the long-awaited items, she immediately started setting them up. The back seat needed to be removed, and the passenger seat also had to be modified. The limiter was cut off, allowing the backrest to fold forward flat. This plan was confirmed after consulting 2 friends. Since the vehicle accelerates and brakes quickly, loose items inside could cause trouble. Custom-designed, well-made accessories are very important. Behind the passenger seat, she placed a storage cabinet that connected to the second row. When a suitable cushion was added, it could turn into a sofa. The back of the vehicle also used a storage cabinet as a bed. With a mattress and bedding, along with some small items she found that added a cozy feel, the basic idea of a camping van was taking shape. A fabric curtain was hung behind the driver's seat. When pulled closed, outsiders standing in front of the vehicle couldn't see the back seats. After working for a few hours, she looked at the refreshed, more comfortable and cozy interior. She felt a deep sense of achievement. Beautiful woven storage boxes, good-touch wooden furniture cabinets, lace tablecloths. These might not be useful for survival, but they made her feel better. A comfortable living space made her more motivated to complete daily survival tasks. If she could only struggle with the words alive and survive, it would be too hard to keep going. She changed out of her rain-soaked clothes, took a luxurious hot shower, and cooked half a bowl of plain noodles. The small seasoning pack contained salt, white pepper, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and sesame oil. She added a little of each to the noodle bowl, poured in some clear broth, and scooped out the noodles. While cooking, she also made a potato strip wrap and kept it nearby to enjoy with some hot steam. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily. Yu Jiang cooked using a health kettle inside the vehicle. Next to her bed was a tall cabinet under the window, which could also serve as a table. Despite the heavy rain outside, the vehicle was lit with warm-colored camping lights, and she enjoyed her dinner in this cozy environment. Yu Jiang browsed the public chat for a while and saw that not long ago, Yuan was desperately asking everyone for help, begging for supplies. He was still at level 1 with his vehicle. After 2 days without resources, he was reaching his limit, lacking materials and medicine. His health and life points were down to just 10. Only a few players who specialize in reselling responded to him. Cicely had already made basic healing potions, but they were very expensive. A player with the "nothing gained" buff bought them and ended up worse off. Soon after, Yuan started shouting insults in the chat, then his nickname was blacklisted, and he disappeared. Player 7693, you are so cold and heartless. There are only so many resources in the dungeon. You took the wishing stars, so we can't complete the mission. The top 10 players got so many rewards. Please help everyone at critical moments. Terrible game. There's such a terrible storm. I'm alone on the road, cold and hungry. I want to go home crying, aspiring to be an EU king. Yesterday, I couldn't resist and gave a compressed biscuit and 2 iron bars to someone asking for help. I'm not rich myself, just trying to help a little. Today, they asked me again and I said I had none. I was mocked as hypocritical. I still feel angry when I think about it. Lone Wolf 2009. You didn't take the wishing star because you didn't like it? Everyone has their own skills. If you can't complete the task, who's to blame? I didn't find a wishing star, but I still finished the mission. Player 1045. It's already hard enough to get supplies. Can you stop making sarcastic comments about completing the mission? Seeing everyone arguing, it became boring. Yu Jiang focused on crafting. The materials for the intermediate healing potion are 5 parts. 1 part of materials can produce 2 potions, but the success rate is only 40%. 6 parts of wind-cold powder materials with a 60% success rate. 5 parts of detox pills materials with a 60% success rate. As the alchemist's level increases, the success rate for making basic healing and trance drugs rises to 80%. Similarly, other players are improving. As their skills grow, the effectiveness of basic control drugs like trance medicine will weaken. In the end, Yu Jiang made 5 intermediate healing potions, 5 wind-cold powders, 4 detox pills, 20 basic healing potions, and 8 trance drugs. She took out 4 intermediate healing potions and gave 1 each to Zijin Ningxing, Hanjiang Gaiying, X, and Thunder King. The remaining friends will have to wait for the next batch. She will try to make more before the next dungeon. Zijin Ningxing had agreed to receive 2, but she doesn't have many right now. Look, do you want 3 basic healing potions or 2 trance drugs or 1 wind-cold powder? Once I make the intermediate healing potion and detox pills, you can choose, Yu Jiang suggested.
Boss.
You are my only boss. Can you give me 1 set of cold damp powder and 2 doses of trance medicine? I will make you a wash basin cabinet and also give you 5 pairs of cotton socks. Next time, when a mid-level medicine comes out, we can trade again. He then added, would you like a custom-sized car mat? I can make that too. Plus, some short boots with 5 defense. The materials are hard to find, so it might take a day or 2. As a player who specializes in crafting everyday items, more medicines are always better. Otherwise, with all his belongings, he might lose everything if something happens. Yu Jiang was also amazed by the luck of the top player. He had so many crafting materials and scrolls. Let's just agree on this. Later, I'll send you a recovery drink that restores 30 fatigue points. Yu Jiang sent a handshake emoji. She needs cushions, warm socks, and shoes with extra defense. All good items. Someone once opened a box and got shoes with agility, which sold for a high price. Many people tried to bargain but couldn't get them. The bid for a handheld vegetable knife cutting wires had reached the next dungeon team, but the seller was still considering. Yu Jiang didn't negotiate further. In this situation, she wouldn't get the highest price, so it wasn't worth it. Unexpectedly, that evening, she managed to negotiate with Purple Yao Ningxing. I have a scroll for making car interior wood trim. If you add 50% more materials, I can craft it for you. It will boost your wealth points quite a bit. Yu Jiang sent another message. Purple Yao Ningxing has crafting materials and a scroll. Perfect. Moreover, Purple Yao Ningxing focuses on scroll crafting and probably wants to climb the wealth ranking. Sure enough, once she mentioned she had an interior trim scroll, Purple Yao Ningxing immediately replied to discuss. Why not do this? I can help you take a few more orders later, and I'll take a 10% commission. I also have some friends who specialize in gathering crafting materials. Some mine, some forge. They all need wealth points and life-saving medicines. They've already formed a small merchant team. Yu Jiang thought for a moment. She needed to maintain these connections. I can also give you 10 basic healing potions in exchange for materials and crafting supplies. If anyone offers snake venom, I want that too. Don't worry, boss. We have the materials. We'll take all 10 potions. Purple Yao Ningxing said excitedly, immediately sending a message with the list. The prices set by the boss are much cheaper than on trading platforms. If I can work with the boss long-term, they can make some profit from the price difference, which is very promising. The other 3 friends who received the medicine also sent thank you messages and supplies. Received from Player X, 8 mutated snake toxins, 6 batteries, with a note saying they will send more once they find mutated snakes. Received from player Han Zhongguing, 1 solar power converter. Received from player Lei Dian Fa Wang, for mutated super irises, 2 black-headed fish. Yu Jiang sent a fist emoji to everyone. We've cooperated many times, so there's no need for extra formalities. However, Yu Jiang was curious and asked X, where are you getting so many mutated snakes? She had never encountered them before. Today, while gathering, she almost stepped on one and had a long struggle with a mutated snake. She didn't dare to try catching it herself. Some people are naturally afraid of things without legs or with many legs. That's her. In the end, she used a sharpened stick like a warrior and jumped to kill it. X was silent for a moment. In the past 2 days, I opened boxes and 80% of them had snakes. One box even had 2 snakes. Yu Jiang, that I was too abrupt. What kind of luck is this? If someone else had been bitten so many times, they wouldn't even be able to use basic healing potions. She closed the friends list and took out a plastic food container she found. She peeled half a box of blueberries, and after using a sunlight card and a plant insulation cover, the harvest was quite good. Irritable blueberries. La la la, today's mood is pretty good. The berries are sour, sweet, and bitter, with a rich taste. Do you feel like you're making a big profit? Wow, someone got a bitter taste. Yu Jiang quickly ate 2 more to balance the flavors. The result was a dozen blueberries, each with a bit of sourness, sweetness, and bitterness. Fortunately, they weren't bad to eat, carrying a natural fragrance. Wow, after eating the blueberries, your health has increased and your body's fatigue has decreased. Growing this plant was really a lucky find. Yu Jiang happily checked her status panel. Her health increased by 1, now at 79. Her fatigue decreased by 30 points. The health boost only happens once, but the fatigue reduction occurs every day with a 60% chance when eating 10 berries. As long as the blueberry harvest is good, she can ignore the chance. After restoring her fatigue, Yu Jiang immediately made another batch of basic healing potions. Without fully filling her fatigue meter, she was reluctant to sleep, feeling like she was missing out. Yu Jiang kept 10 basic healing potions and 1 intermediate healing potion. She also had a detox pill and a cold wind dispersant, half a hallucination drug, and all 4 remaining doses of another drug. With an advertising slogan, "People drifting on the road, how can you avoid trouble? Be quick or miss out." After handling her business, Yu Jiang went to her spacious bed car and comfortably rolled around twice. It would be perfect if she had relaxing car music and an outdoor kerosene stove to brew some health tea. Messages from the trading platform came quickly, mostly transaction alerts or price negotiation comments. Hey, aren't you all sleeping in the middle of the night? I was about to buy a detox pill, hesitated a bit, and it was snatched instantly.
Who's so fast?
Someone just appeared in this area who can craft basic healing potions, and now they're making hallucination drugs and detox pills. Can they also make intermediate healing potions? That's impressive. Please, big shot, I really need all kinds of medicines. Can you produce more? It seems the big players only share supplies at night, so I feel more at ease. Probably no sneaky mileage farming. Yu Jiang shook her head. She didn't farm mileage, but those oil truck drivers might. Fatigue is full now. High-level materials are hard to find, and I don't have many right now. I'll list some next time I have extras. Her remaining materials for nourishing drinks weren't many, so Yu Jiang planned to stock up a bit instead of using everything for crafting. After replying to messages, she lay on the bed, drowsiness taking over, and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped quickly. During heavy rain, the car was quite noisy. Woken by the cold, Yu Jiang took out her down quilt and covered herself. Then she started to feel hot again. No choice but to use a blanket and a down quilt. Sweating is better than catching a cold. She just covered her stomach with the quilt. With sleepy eyes, she glanced at the public chat. Several people were still chatting, mostly asking for help or offering to buy tents and sleeping bags at higher prices. Yu Jiang turned over, ignoring the noise of rain pounding on the car roof, her fatigue making her oblivious. Early the next morning, survival time, 7 days. Weather, heavy rain, temperature, 12 degrees Celsius, humidity, 100%, northeast wind level 8. Outside, such weather was already quite severe. Yu Jiang stretched lazily, thinking about what to have for breakfast, when she saw someone shouting and cursing early in the morning. Darn it! Yesterday, the person who sold me the tent at a high price come out. Around 4 o'clock, the tent was blown apart, and half of it was carried away by the wind. Do you know how hopeless I felt standing in the storm? Refund me 2 servings of instant rice. The small electric scooter was knocked over and damaged quite a bit. Does anyone have a repair card? Don't talk about the tent. The metal sheets on my car were blown off, one piece gone. The seat cushions inside the vehicle are all wet. I had to sit on dry hay I stored overnight and didn't sleep. Does anyone have a raincoat? Please sell at a normal price. The prices on trading platforms are ridiculously high. Yu Jiang pulled back the curtains and looked at the dark sky outside. She had a feeling that this was just the beginning. Today, she planned to complete her weekly mileage first. If there were no boxes on the road, she wouldn't stop. Before leaving, she handled her trading information. All night, she received many materials and orders for making cotton clothes. Someone named Sound of the Wind left a message saying that a 50% increase in material costs was too expensive. Right now, everyone is short of warm supplies. Firewood is hard to find outside, and cotton is even harder. Everyone worked very hard to gather materials, but she thought 50% extra was too much. This person sent several messages, urging everyone not to ask her to make things. Today, Yu Jiang traveled over 400 kilometers. She had already completed her weekly mileage. She carefully organized the new materials she received, made some items, and listed extra supplies on the trading platform. Although she has to pay some crystal coins as a fee, it's very convenient. She has been looking for mutated spider venom needed to upgrade Poison Rain for 2 days, but hasn't seen a single spider leg. The monster material supplier, X, said they haven't seen this stuff either and suggested she wait for a dungeon quest. Survival time. Day 8. It's been a week in the survival game. Thinking about it, she feels a bit emotional. Today, it's still heavy rain, temperature between 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, with a level 9 northeast wind strong enough to lift old house metal roofs. On the road, you can no longer see bushes or trees, only sparse weeds. Some vehicles that haven't been upgraded are now barely moving. On the parallel highway, she saw wrecked vehicles, with no repair cards, just pushed along. It seems to be a woman in her 40s, dressed warmly. She looks confused and hesitant to speak when she sees Yu Jiang open the box. She doesn't dare to ask for anything. The box is filled with second-level vehicle upgrade materials, with a few third-level materials, which are not very useful to Yu Jiang. Take it, Yu Jiang said, stepping aside. The woman looks surprised. Are you giving me this box? Yu Jiang nods. She is the only one left in her family. Seeing someone older and hesitant, she feels a bit touched. She notices the woman standing quietly, waiting to pick up leftovers others don't want. Do you have any gathering plants? I have extra upgrade materials. We can trade. Yes, I do. But I feel like I'm taking advantage of you. It's okay. I need some herbs and wild vegetables. Yu Jiang sees dirt and a leaf on her vehicle, so she thinks she probably has those. The woman smiles gratefully. Thank you. No one has helped me in this strange place for a long time. Miss, take a look. Which wild vegetables and herbs do you need? Pick whatever you want. She shows her supplies, which includes several types of wild vegetables and herbs. Yu Jiang only takes 1 calamus, 2 cypress leaves, and 1 angelica root. Angelica root is used for making cold damp powder. She doesn't want the others. Then she completes the woman's missing second-level vehicle upgrade materials. You know about wild vegetables and herbs? You can gather more. There's someone on the trading platform called Purple Potent, and some of their friends buy these. Seeing the woman look embarrassed, Yu Jiang explains how to find people, compare prices, and set trade conditions on the platform. Purple Potent's team mainly consists of players focused on gathering and crafting. They work together to exchange resources. Thank you so much. These gray vegetables and purslane taste good, and the red beets can add sugar. Take more. Finally, the woman insists, and Yu Jiang takes 2 bunches of fresh wild vegetables and 2 red beets. It's raining heavily, reducing visibility. On the parallel highway, there's a minor car accident. There are no traffic police or insurance here. How to handle it depends on morality and good conduct. The 2 in front roll down their windows and start arguing. This wide road is easy to crash on. Are your eyes blind? I just fixed the rear view mirror yesterday. Pay for the damages. The angry guy on the left shouted loudly. The young man on the right was not backing down either. He took out a steel caliper he brought for the game and said, "I'll pay you back, you fool. You were driving fine, and suddenly changed lanes. Are you trying to hit me? Come on, get out and see. Come on. You rookie, get out. You first. Why should I get out in this heavy rain? Do you think I'm stupid? What if I get out and get hurt?" He had seen this trick before. When someone went to open a box for supplies, others behind would suddenly step on the gas and rush forward to steal or harm. Afterwards, they would laugh loudly. He was so scared he sped away and got fined 100 crystals. Now a pickup truck was coming from behind. Its chassis and model looked good. The young man on the right thought he was in big trouble. The pickup and the people pretending to hit him might be working together. Did they notice he was a craftsman and a merchant? They might want to stop him, steal his supplies, or worse. The angry guy on the left saw another vehicle coming from behind. He was worried they were on the same side as the right one. They looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. They stopped arguing, turned their cars straight, and quickly drove away. Back behind, Yu Jiang was watching. She wanted to see if she could find some loot in a fight. Once players are out, abandoned vehicles are useless, so she could only recycle them. At first, she didn't want to stay on the parallel highway for long. She wanted to drive away quickly. But after finding 2 abandoned vehicles, she felt this place was full of opportunities. To survive better, she couldn't be timid. Good things don't happen every day. Yu Jiang still wanted to enter the service area, but days passed without even seeing its shadow. When she just left the parallel highway and decided to rest, her car was scratched twice by zombies. She felt heartbroken. She put on her hat and jumped out of the car. It was a zombie with long hair, scratching and growling. She had heard about this kind on the public chat. If she fought it, it would let out a sharp scream and attract a group of zombies to attack her. In rainy weather, mutated animals wouldn't come out, but zombies all ran onto the road. Yu Jiang quickly handled the scattered zombies herself. Since there were many, she used bait to gather them together and used her skills to wear down their health. After solving the problem, I got wet and shivered from the cold. I took some cold medicine and waited until night to take a shower. The reason is simple. If a large group of monsters suddenly attacked the vehicle while I was showering, it could have overturned the car, which would be very dangerous. Someone on the public chat was freaking out. Buatua Xiangzi. Darn it, can't I change my nickname? I caught a cold and couldn't hold it in, then I ran into zombies and tripped over my pants. The scene was so intense I can't describe it. Kai Baozi. Haha buddy, zombies just don't talk. If they did, they'd be freaking out too. Player 999. Is there a reason you chose this nickname? Wulong, stop talking. I'm eating 8 treasure porridge. Player 8579. You're lucky you're not on a parallel road. No one saw your embarrassment. If you ran into bandits while fleeing, you'd be even more hopeless. Yu Jiang washed his hair, worried about his health decreasing. He used a warm wind car diffuser with incense given by the monster merchant. It was the shape of endless summer. In less than a minute, the car filled with gentle warm scent, feeling very comfortable. This weather was perfect for it. Noticing a message, Yu Jiang opened it to check. The woman he met on the road sent a thank you message, saying she had contacted Ziding Ningxing and secured a fixed sales channel, ensuring survival. There was also a private message from Sicily. I only have a beginner healing potion recipe scroll, but the big boss has already made level 3 potions. That's so impressive. Seeing that Yu Jiang didn't reply, he finally explained his intention. I can craft beginner healing potions for you. It can help ease your fatigue crisis. How about we raise the price together? I really want to upgrade my vehicle. No interest, Yu Jiang refused. Potions are essential supplies, and their prices are already high. Raising the price too much might cause others to blame him and accuse him of price gouging. He had already gained an advantage. Supplies are not lacking. The focus is on improving strength and leveling skills, not wasting energy on this. Sicily. All right, big boss. I received a hidden quest to kill 10 mutated venomous snakes, which gives a chance to choose a career path. Have you already completed this quest? Upon hearing this, Yu Jiang guessed that the other person was trying to trick her. I haven't accepted this task. If the numbers meet the requirements, can I just kill the target directly? Yu Jiang looked very interested. Now, Sicily didn't want to answer, but he also didn't want to miss the chance to get close. Different players get different scrolls and have different crafting goals. Their hidden tasks and achievements also vary. For example, the popular bruise medicine, The King Asked Me to Patrol the Mountain, was never sold. But in the entire Zone 002, there is no alchemist higher level than him. Sicily. I suddenly received it, but I can't defeat the snake. The 24-hour time limit is up, and the task disappeared. Boo-hoo. This was information he got from someone else. The task disappeared for another person. He didn't accept this task himself, so he wanted to know if there was another way to get the achievement. Unexpectedly, The King Asked Me to Patrol the Mountain turned out to be so tricky. Even with a fake voice, he remained indifferent and simply replied, I see, then said nothing more. Not only did he fail to get useful information, but he also gained no benefit. His own message was like throwing a stone into the sea, completely wasted. Yu Jiang initially wanted to block this person, but then she felt that he might not be as simple as he seemed, so she decided to observe further. Surprisingly, she did manage to get some information. The task probably exists, but the details might not. Sigh, there are still many good people on the road. First someone gave a critical weapon, then someone shared information. Today, Yu Jiang traded 2 finished tire chains, a mid-level healing potion, some unused materials, a food exchange card, a rolling pin, and exchanged a portion of pig intestines for food. He has grilled rabbit ribs with pepper. The trading platform listed high prices, twice the value in ingredients or scarce resources like cotton, medicines, and other supplies. Yu Jiang got a discount, exchanged the food card for cooked food, and only half of the pig intestines ingredients. He thought it was a good deal, and also sent 50 pieces of wood. She can cook herself, but it takes time and effort. So, she prefers to let others do it, saving energy to make 2 more warm clothes to sell for a better profit. Don't worry, boss. I will make sure to cook well for you. The rolling pin you sent with 5 times efficiency and no fatigue effect is really good. Do you have flour? Later, I can make handmade noodles for you for free. Yu Jiang sent another 10-jean bag of flour. Soon as night fell, Yu Jiang received 2 roasted rabbits. She didn't want the heads, only the bones, as she didn't like them. There were also 2 racks of roasted ribs and half a portion of roasted beef fat. Plus, 2 large servings of dried mushroom beef fried rice. Enough for 4 meals. It smelled so good, deliciously fragrant. The rabbit meat was very tender, and the wild rabbits in the game were twice as big as normal ones. The beef fat wasn't greasy. It had a milky aroma. The fried rice was very satisfying to eat, which explained why it was so expensive in real life. Trading food vouchers for cooked dishes was not worth it. Exchanging for ingredients was better, as long as you had the cooking tools. Sad Pig's large intestines truly deserve the title of outdoor camping gourmet, full of skill, nothing sloppy. Yu Jiang also boiled water in a health kettle, blanched some wild vegetables, and added a bit of oil. Porcelain was quite tasty, with a slight sourness, even though it was previously used to feed pigs in the countryside. On a rainy day inside the camper, having such a luxurious dinner made her feel very happy. Thanks to the food, Yu Jiang's fatigue level, which was at 80, dropped by 20 points. Eating a few blueberries reduced it by another 30 points. She could instantly recover her energy and get ready to craft again. Rainy days made outdoor exercise difficult, so she decided to rest some fatigue and do sit-ups inside the camper to strengthen her core. Moving around was always better than doing nothing. Not long after dinner, Yu Jiang received a package of hand-pulled noodles from Sad Pig's large intestines. She also received a pair of reinforced boots with 5 defense, custom-sized soft insoles, and some medicinal materials she needed from Zeding Mingxing. She sent him some items too, including intermediate healing potions, cold damp powder, basic healing potions, and warm clothing. With his professional team gathering and making supplies, Yu Jiang wouldn't lack materials for a short time, and her medicine-making efficiency was much faster. At 8 p.m., a bold system notification appeared on the main screen. On this stormy night, hello to all survivors. I believe everyone has adapted to life on the road. A new dungeon quest has arrived. Survivors who choose to accept it will have their quest map updated by the system. Please go to the dungeon entrance within 3 days. If you fail to arrive on time, it will be considered a refusal, and you will face the nothing gained penalty. Copy introduction, Lost Wilderness difficulty, slightly above 1-star number of players, 20 to enter the Lost Wilderness. You need to explore, light up the map, and find 5 watchtowers. The event lasts 12 hours. If you don't complete the task, you cannot leave. This time, dying inside the event means true death. But the rewards for completing the task are very generous. After the event, rankings are based on how quickly you finish. Survivors with team leader qualifications can form teams of 2. The leader participates in the ranking and distributes the resources and rewards found inside. All team members must reach the same watchtower to light up the map. Dead members do not count. You have 1 hour to decide whether to join the event. Yu Jiang didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. After 3 days of getting nothing, she didn't mind. With her resources and ability to make medicine, it was no big deal. But if she doesn't join, how can she get stronger? Falling behind means getting beaten, or she can try to please others for support. She decided to fight in the event. Everyone on the chat is talking about this now. Hefeng, oh my, just survived 3 days of nothing, and now this? I really give up. Just tell us if you want to take our lives. Marco Carrot Prince. Does everyone want to join? Seeing how serious it is inside the event, I'm a bit scared to participate. Pin Hao Che. What if I don't join? No more resources. If I get nothing for 3 more days, I'll have to give up on the road. Either I risk my life or I give up. Strawberry Candy. As the saying goes, dare to fight, dare to win. I've decided to give it a try. Cicely. Is there a leader with team leader qualifications? Please take me along. I can craft basic healing potions. Murong Iron Egg. Having wandered for half my life without meeting a wise leader, if any big boss doesn't mind, take me through the event. I'll even swear loyalty. I don't need any resources, just look at me. Soft. Looking for a team to join CPDD. Vegetable Bun. I can gather plant fibers to make cloth, big boss. Please help. Sound of the Wind. Capable leaders, please don't ignore us. We're all from the same hometown. Sway Foam 220. Agreed. They tagged the top 10 players together, but no one responded. After a while, the player who was 8th last time, Life is a Drama, spoke up. Can bring people along, but it depends on whether they can be good teammates. Smile. Feng's voice replied. Still, the big boss Life is a Drama has a good outlook. Thumbs up. Some players who also said they were Life is a Drama expressed interest in joining, and many signed up to be part of his team, showing off their skills. Some said they had high overall physical ability. Others said they were quick. Some players didn't say anything and kept their information private. Forming a team with strangers is risky, especially for weaker players who might be used as cannon fodder. But for those with limited supplies or who can't afford to fail the dungeon, teaming up with top players is very tempting. After Life is a Drama, 2 or 3 other top 10 players said they might consider joining, giving priority to those with special skills or status. Feng's voice got annoyed and said he didn't care about the lives of ordinary players. He thought those too cold. The chat was noisy, and some friends in Yu Zhang's list were asking about the dungeon. At this moment, Yu Zhang received another task notification. On her panel, behind the Lost Wilderness dungeon, a red spider icon lit up. That's where she would find the poisonous spider she was looking for. Brother Little Wind, I want to invite Pig Intestine to join your chat group. Is that okay? Han Zhongguing sent a message. Yu Zhang understood his meaning, adding friends she knew to make it easier to discuss dungeon info. Sure, I'll add him. She also wanted to reorganize her chat group. Yu Zhang sent invites to Ziding Ningxing, who wasn't in the chat group before, holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires. Bang bang bang. As for forming a team for the dungeon, it's not that simple. A few top-ranked players also want to compete for the leaderboard this time. They're friends on the list, but also rivals. No one would give up the team leader position, so they don't team up with each other easily or join random groups. Reliable teammates are like adding wings to a tiger, but those considered reliable often want to prove themselves, especially since there's a ranking for this round. Forming a team might not be worth it. Soon, the chat group became lively. A male player with the ID 188 said, "Wow, so many big shots here." Another player, 28 Big Stick, asked, "Is everyone participating in the dungeon? This time it's harder than last time. I'm a bit worried." Ziding Ningxing, I'm still hesitating. It's fine if I get nothing for 3 days, but the main issue is whether I can stay alive in the dungeon. I don't really have a chance to compete for the rankings. If I ask a top player to take me in and keep me safe, the reward I'd have to pay would probably be higher than the penalty for failing. Saving someone means wasting time and possibly missing the ranking rewards, so it's only fair to offer enough benefits. After all, they're not that close yet. Sad Pig Intestine. I'm also unsure. My combat power isn't great either, but Master Han Jiang said I could team up with him. 188 man. I'll fight alongside you guys who have plenty of supplies. Kong. Aren't you supposed to be super lucky? What are you afraid of? Ziding Ningxing. Who can guarantee luck lasts forever? If it runs out this time, I'm doomed. Pure cockroach fire. Makes sense. I've already accepted the dungeon mission. To succeed, you have to take risks. Let's go all in. Thunder King. Accepted the mission 1. Dagang, if you're all joining, I'll go too. Maybe we'll end up in the same team. 188 man. I don't need the dungeon loot. Is there a chance to team up with a top player? Kong. I accepted the mission as soon as I saw it. Yu Zhang, I've already finished my weekly mission. I just checked the map. Tomorrow, I can head to the dungeon. After that, I still need to find some items. She not only wanted to compete for the rankings, but also needed resources to upgrade her poison rain skill. She was fragile, and even with the defensive shoes she traded from Ziding Ningxing, her defense was only 11 points. If she brought a weak teammate, the difficulty would double. If she teamed up with a strong one, she'd have to give up her ranking rewards in exchange for the poisonous spider materials she needed. So Yu Zhang decided not to form a team for now, and would see how things went once inside the dungeon. I have some information to share with everyone. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Yu Zhang said. Han Zhongguing, I believe you. 1. Kong. If nothing else, I trust your character. Seeing everyone's replies, Yu Zhang didn't keep them guessing. The dungeon is called Lost Wild Forest. I think there might be mutated animals, maybe even poisonous ones. After all, the snake we found in the chest was venomous. It's just my guess though, I'm not sure. My friend who accepted the task, I can prioritize selling healing potions and poison-clearing pills. At this point, whether to buy the medicine depends on their own choice. I can only give a priority list. I cannot make them for free. The materials for mid-level healing potions are hard to find, and the success rate is low. Since this time is for the dungeon, I will calculate based on cost. It will be hard to return to normal prices afterward. Pure-hearted cockroach is spicy. Ah, that's great. Thank you, boss. Lonely shadow of the cold river. Fist bump, holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires. Brother, you're reliable. Male student 188. Thanks, boss. Their guesses may not be correct, and no one suspects that the boss called me to patrol the mountain just to say this. The smoke bomb was just to sell poison-clearing pills. Medicine is very precious. Anyone who can buy it wants to have a full supply. Did they not want to buy poison-clearing pills before? They just couldn't bear to buy them. They prioritized healing potions instead. Even if they might not use it this time, it's good to have one ready. It might be useful later. Being prepared is better than being unprepared. After the deadline to accept the task passed, except for Purple Butt, who could manage, everyone else chose to accept. Purple Butt is truly not lacking anything except crystal coins. He's a merchant and doesn't need to level up in the dungeon. After careful thought, he still thinks it's safer. One clear reward isn't worth risking himself. The mechanism of this dungeon clearly requires good combat stats. Yu Jiang received supplies from friends for buying medicine. After making them, she sent them out one by one according to the list. Meanwhile, the trading platform and chat were full of questions about buying medicine or discussions about the dungeon. It was a big chaos. Yu Jiang's extra healing potions were sold out in less than 5 minutes after listing, and later sellers raised their prices by more than 20%. Player 4539. I was a bit slow and didn't buy the boss's potions. I watched CC Lee change the price without doing anything. Small town story. He stopped selling yesterday. Maybe he planned to wait for the dungeon task and make a big profit. I knew this woman wasn't good. CC Lee, you agreed to buy food for 100 crystal coins. Why are you staring at me every day? If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. Many people need medicine to enter the dungeon, but few are selling. Even if the prices are high, some will grit their teeth and buy it in the end. Compared to the current prices, those who hesitated and thought the boss's prices were too high to buy earlier are now regretting it deeply. Morong Taidan, I managed to buy the mid-level health recovery potion from the boss. The boss's prices are really fair. This man called Xiao Shuai. Boss, can you make some more potions? There are bad people among the crowd. Sui Feng 220. Since you can make potions, it's just a matter of a few clicks. Maybe tomorrow there will be another batch? If not, we can gather materials for energy drinks. Strawberry Sugar sent a private message to Yu Jiang. Boss, I'll add 30 crystals. Can you sell me another mid-level health potion? Seeing someone willing to pay more instead of just trying to buy at the original price and using moral pressure to get more potions, Yu Jiang agreed to the trade. She kept 3 copies of the mid-level health potion for herself, gave one away, and planned to make more tomorrow.
Thank you, boss.
Can I add you as a friend? Sure. Yu Jiang added Strawberry Sugar as a friend. Since it was getting late, she drew the curtains, dimmed the camping lamp, covered herself with a blanket, and went to sleep. The next day, the weather was mostly unchanged, with temperatures around 10 degrees Celsius. The red dot on the mission map marked the entrance to the dungeon. Clicking track would automatically connect the road. Yu Jiang checked the distance and drove a few kilometers along a parallel road, estimating it would take about 3 hours. She organized her space grid, confirmed her essential supplies, cooked some wild vegetable hand-pulled noodles, ate breakfast, rested a bit, and then set out. Since it was still early and raining, the parallel road was quite quiet. She didn't see many people and hadn't encountered any malicious drivers. When she found a box, they split it evenly without wasting time arguing. Both knew that anyone who could come in now, aside from making a mistake with tracking, was well prepared to go into the dungeon. In other words, their supplies and status were good. If the vehicle hadn't looked so vulnerable, they wouldn't have caused trouble in the rain. Yu Jiang's pickup, over 4 meters long with a damage-proof shell, didn't look easy to mess with. The road was smooth, and her speed was slow. While watching for supply boxes, she also checked the chat messages. One player. Didn't we agree to leave at dawn? Where is everyone? There's not even a ghost on the road. Last night, someone kept saying to Gogo, come out now. Player 0856. I haven't received the medicine yet. Who dares to go? I'll stock up on supplies for a day or two, finish the weekly tasks, and then see. I really can't complete all the missions inside the dungeon, so I plan to find a safe spot to hide and protect myself. Lone Wolf 2009. I'm on the way. Strawberry candy, no way? Are you guys risking your lives like this? It's pouring rain, and you left so early in the morning. Lonely Sailor. He says a little pain in the rain and wind is nothing. True heroes never fear difficulties. But why can't we even find a branch on the road? Pure-hearted cockroach, feeling spicy and confused, accidentally triggered something and sent out a chauffeur sound message, quickly explaining, "Sorry, accidentally pressed the screen just now."
Vegetable bun?
Darn, there's a zombie in white clothes ahead. I thought it was some monster with background music. It gave me a scare. Doggo. Listening to your song makes me feel energized. I almost jumped out of the driver's seat. Thanks a lot. Wulong, you're so crazy, and now you're blowing a chauffeur? At this moment, pure-hearted cockroach, feeling spicy, looked at the few monsters twitching on the spot under control. She tucked the chauffeur into her waist, sneaked up, and grabbed her dog and ran. When these zombies came out of the bushes, she was also startled. Yu Jiang was seriously driving, watching the lively chat on the screen. Suddenly, behind the car, there was a loud bang. The shield was hit and lost 4%. It was an old, battered car, looking heavily damaged. Not sure if it was an accidental rear end or intentional. The driver of the small car saw the window half down, with a young woman inside. He rolled his eyes and said insincerely, "Sorry, the rain made the road slippery. Mainly, you were driving slowly. Your car isn't badly damaged." While speaking, he glanced into the car. Yu Jiang had the back curtain pulled up, only the front passenger seat visible, with a soft cushion on it. It looked pretty good, probably the nicest car she's had recently, which made him even more annoyed. His own car was 60% damaged. Thinking he wouldn't lose much if he hit someone, he planned to hit the other car and then use a repair card. The better the vehicle, the more repair cards it costs. Some parts can't be fixed and need to be replaced, which is even more expensive. The small car driver was smug, thinking, the barefoot aren't afraid of the shoe, but he felt a bit regretful. Her car was so tough, it didn't even scratch the paint. It was hard to deal with, and the small car driver said he was leaving. Yu Jiang displayed her unruly achievement badge, pushed the steering wheel, and smiled, saying, "Intentionally, huh? You hit my car and want to run? Fine, I'll just repaint it." The small car driver's face darkened. "Don't try to cheat me. Your car is fine, but my front end is deformed, and now you want me to pay?" Uffed. He was about to step on the gas and drive away, thinking Yu Jiang would hesitate to damage her vehicle. But Yu Jiang had already floored the accelerator, causing him to flip over. The small car spun in the air and crashed down, with damage reaching 85%. The headlights and windows were all broken, the hood was open, and smoke was coming from somewhere. Without 3 repair cards, he couldn't leave today. Yu Jiang's car only had 6% damage. The plastic bumper at the front was cracked, but nothing serious. She watched the shocked small car driver trapped inside his vehicle, screaming and trying to run out. Calmly, she pointed to her badge on her head. Since he didn't want to be reasonable, she wouldn't play fair either. Their vehicles were not at the same level, so arguing was pointless. She decided to just crash into him again to save trouble. If it hadn't been for the rear-view mirror showing a few cars approaching and the heavy rain, Yu Jiang might have wanted to do it again. "Sorry, I got a bit excited and pressed the gas too hard. It's mainly because your car is too broken," she said. After saying that, she ignored his desperate shouts and drove away. She cared about her undamaged vehicle, but that didn't mean she would tolerate being bullied. If he wasn't afraid of crashing, well, she had plenty of supplies and could afford to damage her vehicle. Starting Tuesday, a new round of PK begins. Please help share and support. Thank you very much. Not long after Yu Jiang left, she saw someone say on the public chat, "Momo, so tragic. I just saw a small car on the roadside flipped over, like it was punched. The shell is damaged, and it looks like the inside frame is broken. Player 3421. Are they kicking the steering wheel? How can a car flip on such a flat road? The Eastward River. I saw it too. It was waving its hands, trying to stop a car for repair cards. I didn't dare to stop. Do shala. Not stopping was the right choice. Last time, I was kind and stopped, but suddenly two big guys jumped out of a van behind me. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been robbed. Wind 220. It's already bad enough that the car flipped over in the heavy rain, and passersby didn't help. Now they're just making cold remarks. Red bean paste. What are you pretending for every day? Why don't you go help instead? At this moment, the driver of the soaked car looked at the comments on the screen. After holding back for a long time, he could only express his anger with one word. Darn, which is a type of plant. He didn't dare ask for help publicly, worried about revealing his location and information. He had previously deliberately hit vehicles before, and back then, he hadn't hidden his details. The people ahead either couldn't catch up with him, or they just didn't want to, or they were easier to talk to. Today, he met a crazy person who hit his car so badly. He only had 2 repair cards left. He needed one more to fix the engine, but now he couldn't move at all. The wind and rain were heavy. He was already soaked through. Over an hour had passed, and no one was willing to stop and help him. Only 2 people rolled down their windows and offered a price. It was no different from robbing him. He had never regretted so much before. If he had known not to stop and see who was driving the pickup, he might have just run away and avoided this disaster. Yu Jiang arrived near the destination around 12:30 noon. There was a service area just before the underpass. It was a simple single-story building with a row of white 2-story wooden cabins behind it, which looked like a motel. The orange sign was hard to see in the rain. After swiping his parking card, he found out that this service area had many functions. On the left side, an old sign read, Car Repair, Parts. Opening hours. Only open 1 day a week, from 10 to 2:30 in the afternoon. The specific day depends on their mood. Another sign said, Poor folks are not allowed in. No scavenging. Yu Jiang cleared her throat, put away her crowbar. This was blatant discrimination. What's wrong with scavenging? She was proud of it. By scavenging, she had collected 50 iron blocks and 20 steel blocks. She also cleared 2 abandoned cars blocking traffic. When Yu Jiang entered the auto repair shop, there was an electronic clock on the wall. It didn't show the time but counted down 2 hours until closing. She was surprised that NPCs worked such relaxed hours. As a former hardworking worker, Yu Jiang was overwhelmed. Welcome. Sorry to bother you. What do you need? The owner wore a flax-colored wool hat, was short and slightly chubby, with one mechanical eye. He dressed simply, wearing a large gemstone ring on his finger, about the size of a pigeon egg. What can I buy here? Yu Jiang looked around at the items displayed inside. Surprisingly, they had all the important accessories. They even had snow tires and some parts she couldn't recognize. The shop owner glanced at her car outside, then rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, saying, Let's see if you can afford it. Your car isn't good enough. It's too fragile. I can upgrade the frame material and engine for 2,000 crystal coins here. Since everyone realized how important crystal coins are, they only trade them when necessary. She sold medicine for a few dozen coins because she couldn't get good deals. This dungeon could only be entered at 8 a.m., and she wouldn't be able to go in until tomorrow. Tonight, she had 2 choices. Pay parking fees, which would cost 100 coins from now, or stay at a motel for 120 coins, which included free parking and a sweet midnight snack, with a 2.2% discount at the vending machine. She had to save some coins for parking, otherwise, she might be kicked out by the service area. With more players arriving later, staying outside late at night could be dangerous. It's hard to earn money, especially when hundreds are needed. Missing the chance to upgrade her vehicle at this service area was frustrating, and she didn't know when she'd find another opportunity. She had to upgrade her vehicle, no hesitation. Wait for me. I'll try to earn some money now, Yu Jiang said with a sincere smile. She opened the chat window and posted, Dungeon task. Last 2 mid-level health potions for sale, 100 coins each, 5 beginner health potions, 40 coins each, and 2 wind cold powders, also 40 coins each. Good prices, first come, first served, no bargaining. This was the most she could gather before entering the dungeon. She also had steel blocks, which were valuable, but upgrading to level 4 vehicle required 150 of them. As long as she had the materials, she could craft medicines anytime. Yu Jiang made sure to keep enough for herself. The public chat responded quickly, but many people were still bargaining. 100 crystals? That's too expensive. I only get 30 health points back. I need to fight several zombies to earn 100 crystals, and I lose more than 30 health points just getting hit twice. Is it possible that this is sold to people who want to fight zombies more easily or compete for rankings in the dungeon? Last time, the dungeon group rankings gave crystals, and this time the difficulty is higher, so the rewards must be better. Do you still think it's expensive? Thunder King of Electricity, if you can't beat the zombies, it's better to run away. Don't take unnecessary risks. I'll buy some healing potions. At the same time, Quang was privately chatting with Yu Jiang. She wanted to buy the intermediate healing potion. Last time, she was 3rd place, and this time she aimed to be the top in her group. The dungeon lasts 12 hours, and the healing potion has only a 1-hour cooldown. Who would complain about having too many? Yu Jiang first asked her, "Where are you now? Are you heading to the dungeon entrance?" "Just started tracking and expect to arrive around 5 p.m. I figured since I probably won't get into the dungeon today, it's no big deal." Yu Jiang didn't hide anything. To form a team, you need to build some trust and feelings. It's understandable to share information with others to gain an advantage, but it's not fair to do the same with team members you trust. I met a service area on the parallel road outside the dungeon. I need crystals to upgrade my vehicle to improve defense and resist corrosion. It's a rare opportunity, but this auto repair shop closes in about an hour. It's only open 1 day a week. I'm not sure if you'll encounter the same shop when you reach the service area, so I wanted to ask.
Take your time.
It's okay if you don't buy it. Last time, the 5th and 8th places were privately chatting with me. Yu Jiang sent this message directly to their chat channel, so everyone could see. Quang replied, "Got it. Thanks for sharing such important info, big boss. I probably won't make it in time, so I'll buy it first." "Okay." Just as Yu Jiang responded, Ziding Ningxing spoke up. "Wait at Quang. I haven't signed up anyway. I collected some crystals earlier. I'll give you these 100 crystals as an investment. If you get a ranking reward or a crafting scroll, just give me the scroll." Quang replied, "All right. If I can't get into the auto repair shop, I'll return the 100 crystals to you later." The problem was perfectly solved, and Yu Jiang's medicine was gone in less than 5 minutes. Momo 6789, didn't you say it was too expensive to buy? How did it run out so fast? Answer me, for the tribe. Good kid, everyone said not to buy, but you were the fastest to act. Thunder King, I only managed to buy a basic health potion. You really believe we wouldn't buy? Super clever idea, Master. There are still many tricks on the road. I managed to grab some too. 40 crystals isn't expensive. Without that 40, I couldn't buy good stuff at the service area. Saving on 2 showers helped. Group chat channel. Everyone was asking about Yu Jiang's service area, especially Han Jiangguing on the road and Sad Pig's team. Where is it? Can I upgrade vehicle parts and engines? I have about an hour left on the road. I want to speed up now. Holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires. Bro, don't get too excited. It's stormy, and there are multiple parallel roads. Speeding might get you fine crystals. Despite the hardships, darn. The vehicle upgrade service area. I will climb over today if I have to. What's the upgrade cost? He had been waiting a long time for this tough upgrade on his off-road vehicle. Erbata gang. Wait, you guys have already left? Am I the only one still hesitating? Innocent cockroach. I was planning to arrive around 4 or 5. Tough luck. I didn't expect to encounter such a shop if I left early. 188 male. Just left one, strawberry candy. Hesitating one, but I decided to leave now. Thunder King. By the way, where's Boss X? I haven't seen him speak. X. Grinding crystals. Holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires. Level 6, already rolling. The efficiency is terrifying. Purple butt. At King. I came to patrol the mountain. Can you check if there's anything I can buy? Help me buy it. Yu Jiang sent an okay emoji. She currently has 1,045 crystals. The 2,000 crystal engine upgrade project is not feasible. Even if she goes out to hunt monsters now, there are few around the service area. She would have to go far away, and once the vehicle is out, it can't come back. Walking won't be fast enough. Corrosion-resistant materials are very important. Just two things: vehicle front modification and defense. With the same 300 crystals, the project boss said that the vehicle level limited how much could be added. Defensive options are more cost-effective. Choose a good project, pay with crystals, and the boss starts working. Yu Jiang asked Purple Dung Ningxing if it was possible to buy something here. There really are items for sale.
Corrosion-resistant spray, 100 crystals per bottle.
It's not as effective as direct modifications. Once the protective layer is corroded, it fails. For direct modifications, you can use repair cards to restore it. After upgrading the vehicle, you'll need to do it again. It's like a layer of corrosion protection shield. Yu Jiang shared this info in the team chat.
Buy.
Is it limited? Let me see how many I can buy. Purple Dung Ningxing excitedly sent a voice message, a male voice. Yu Jiang replied, each player is limited to 10. If you want more, act quickly. Others might come later. It's a bit troublesome if others see her using so many crystals. After the vehicle was upgraded, Yu Jiang planned to leave the repair shop. Pure Innocent Cockroach said excitedly, me. I want one. 500 crystals is a bit hard, but 100 is no problem. Big Brother 188 said, I want one too. 28 Big Bar raised his hand. So, everyone in the chat group, except those saving crystals for upgrades or busy fighting monsters, bought one. The limit was 10, and they sold out quickly. Purple Dung Ningxing wanted to buy 1 or 2 more. He didn't take on a dungeon quest, so he couldn't come to this service area. No need to save crystals, more good items are better. But he didn't expect it to be so expensive. Finally, X said he could arrive in half an hour. If there were any left, he could buy for them and negotiate the price for the parts. The team chat was very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, they not only agreed but also completed the trade. Everyone didn't ask Yu Jiang for help. They brought her some materials she needed. Sad Pig Intestines gave her food. 2 rice cakes, exactly what Yu Jiang wanted. Bang bang bang, there's a food blogger here. Big Pig, I'll come out of the dungeon, get my reward, and trade you for some food. Sad Pig Intestines. Okay, but let's not make promises we can't keep. I'm afraid. Bang 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 sent a clear emoji. Except for a few still rushing and fighting elite monsters, the chat was lively and cheerful. Watching them chat, Yu Jiang felt like she wasn't alone in working hard. There is a group of good companions, provided they are reliable. The modifications to your car are complete. The boss clapped his hands. I also fixed the damage at the front of your car and I won't charge extra. This customer bought 10 cans of anti-corrosion spray at once. Unlike those stingy people. I can also give you a small gift, either a solar energy storage device or a water storage device, without adding weight to your car. Choose one. Yu Jiang chose the water storage device. Currently, solar energy isn't usable, and the box can only produce a storage device. A normal large water tank is heavy, but the device from the repair shop is very convenient. The dwarf monster boss quickly upgraded the water storage device on the car. When he handed it to Yu Jiang, he cheerfully and proudly said, "Safe travels, and we look forward to serving you again." All the auto repair shops on the road are run by our dwarf tribe, and only we have such good skills. His attitude was completely different from when Yu Jiang first arrived. Yu Jiang looked at the store hours on the wall. Only 45 minutes left. A car was entering the service area behind her. She wondered if her friends in the chat group could catch up. Only one player is allowed inside the shop at a time. Others must wait outside in line. Yu Jiang drove her car to the parking lot behind the motel. Thinking about the small difference of 20 crystals, staying at the motel seemed more cost-effective. 1,045 minus 800 minus 120 is equal to 125. The room is on the second floor, the last one on the left. The view is great. Water and electricity are available. To prevent waste, extra usage will cost double the room rate. I can also help fill your car's water tank with drinking water, but it costs extra 30 crystals. Yu Jiang looked at the store clerk's matching wool hat and then at her remaining balance. She forced a polite, awkward smile. No need. Motel clerk dislikes poor customers. Affection level -10. Yu Jiang? Alright, no need to act. Being looked down on by NPCs after falling into poverty feels so real. Fortunately, normal water and electricity usage won't exceed limits. Otherwise, she might leave with only 5 crystals. Before going upstairs, Yu Jiang glanced at the vending machine. There is no convenience store in this service area, and the vending machine has few items. A classic, unknown material was used to make protein blocks, and now they are surprisingly cheap. Only 1 crystal coin each. Drinking water costs 2 crystal coins per bottle. There are also blankets, durable and resistant to dirt and corrosion, and long raincoats. These are a bit expensive. Even discounted accommodation prices are 98 crystal coins. Yu Jiang really needs a raincoat. Wearing a plastic sheet every day isn't ideal. She hesitated in front of the vending machine for a while, then gritted her teeth and bought one. Plastic sheets can't prevent corrosion, but just for that feature, she couldn't be stingy with her coins. Saving a little money might lead to bigger losses later. It's okay, if she runs out of coins, she can earn more. She comforted herself this way and clicked to pay. A ding sounded as the neatly folded black raincoat dropped into the pickup slot. Meanwhile, outside the auto repair shop, a male player was chased out. The dwarf monster boss looked furious, standing on the steps, using his hands and feet to push him away.
Get out! Get out! Get out!
You come here to browse without money, wasting my time. The male player looked frustrated, wanting to curse but holding back. If NPCs dislike you by 50 points, you get blacklisted, either kicked out of the service area or barred from entering similar areas in the future. He had only asked about the details of all the projects. When he said 1,000 crystal coins was too expensive to upgrade the engine, the boss just called him poor and dismissive, pushing him out with unseen force. The player looked around. Several vehicles were heading into the service area. He quickly got into his car and found a good spot in the non-hotel parking zone. Tonight, many vehicles would stay overnight in this area. In less than half an hour, the repair shop would close. The ones coming later probably couldn't afford the prices either. Everyone would be driven out. Thinking this, the player felt more at ease. Behind him, a sleek car smoothly stopped at the shop's entrance. The door opened, revealing a pair of long, straight legs, very eye-catching. As soon as the person stepped out, the height compared to the vehicle made the car look like a toy. Shurqing entered the repair shop. His crystal coin balance flashed, and the angry boss immediately smiled. Welcome, sir. Vehicle modifications, satisfaction guaranteed. The waiting players outside, hoping to see a show, waited for a long time but didn't see anyone being kicked out. It took over 10 minutes before the car finally drove away. It didn't seem to change much. It looked the same as when I first arrived, except for a roof rack added to the car.
Probably just a poor guy.
That made me feel better. I had wanted to go over and ask, but the car drove straight to the parking lot behind the motel, so I couldn't follow. I had to give up. Soon after, more vehicles arrived, all kinds of shapes and sizes. Everyone leaving the auto repair shop looked the same, disappointed and downcast. It's so painful to realize that even in such a good place, I have no crystal coins. I should have thought of stockpiling more on the way here. A few people brought enough crystal coins into the shop and left satisfied, but when they came out, they showed no happiness at all. Some unlucky players arrived just as the shop closed for the day, learned its functions from others, and felt terrible.
Wow.
Just a little while longer, boss. Can you open the door again? No matter how he knocked on the seemingly not-so-strong rolling door, it stayed shut and unresponsive. Don't bother, someone nearby said sympathetically, pointing to the sign next to him. The auto repair shop in the service area strictly follows business hours and never works overtime. There was also a panda emoji sticker nearby. Don't be sad. Even if you get inside, you might not be able to upgrade your vehicle. Exactly. I only have 295 crystal coins. I almost knelt before the boss, but he wouldn't give me a discount. It's so unfair, the other person replied, only half saying it. He was glad he bought 2 anti-corrosion sprays, but didn't dare mention it openly, afraid of attracting attention. As night fell, the rain in the service area stopped. Players kept arriving, and more vehicles filled the parking lot. By around 5 or 6 in the evening, you could still see cars with headlights coming in. Most players kept their information hidden, only showing achievement titles. Some confident ones displayed their nicknames directly. It was quite lively now. Players gathered, exchanging supplies, discussing team formations, and spying on each other. Some even put up signs, helping you get rankings, prices negotiable. Others placed cardboard on their cars with messages like, looking for top 10 team leaders, no supplies needed, and CPDD, and the sad pig intestine, a nickname, simply set up a stall right there. Most of the rooms at the motel are booked, and it's very lively. It feels like being back in the old world, stuck on the highway. Is there no big shot here, who was in the top 10 last time? One player asked, looking around. Everyone's been talking for so long. It's boring if no one is hiding anything. If there's a big boss, just say so. Share some tips with us. I just remembered, someone exclaimed. During lunch, the boss asked me to patrol the mountain. He was selling a batch of medicine and only accepting crystal coins. Maybe because I went into the car repair shop. Don't say that. Really, don't say that. Maybe he's actually in this service area. A player who hadn't hidden any information posted on the chat. Player 4539. A boss asked me to patrol the mountain. Does the boss already know there's a car repair shop here? Where is he? Can he come out and meet us? We're at the 6 o'clock direction. Foam 220. He knows there's a car repair shop here. If he didn't tell everyone, that's okay. But charging us crystal coins is really unfair. Cling cling cling. I bought the intermediate healing potion. I think the price is fine. Stop comparing. It just annoys me. Super Creative King. I agree. Even if you don't buy it, I will buy the healing potion. Red Bean Paste. I haven't started the side quest yet, but I'm curious about what the boss looks like. If you've seen him, let us know. Lone Wolf 2009. First, the boss probably has plenty of crystal coins. Since you said he arrived early, he must be staying at the motel. At this moment, Yu Jiang, who was heating up fried rice in the microwave in the public area downstairs, hurried back to her room and looked at the chat message saying, not short of crystal coins, lost in thought. After buying a raincoat, she only had 27 crystal coins left. Her pockets were cleaner than her face. She also spent 10 coins on laundry. Alright, now only 17 left. When the hotel clerk said a luxurious meal cost 50 crystal coins, she ran off quickly. Seeing how lively it was outside, Yu Jiang finished her dinner and prepared to go out and gather some information. The message was hidden, so no one should recognize her. She put on her combat jacket, looking quite down and out. Before leaving, a message she had seen earlier caught her attention. Mysterious stranger, there's delicious wild vegetable noodle soup in the corner of the motel entrance. Affordable price. Player 0857. No, are you guys just chatting and eating noodle soup at the service area? Am I the only one alone and helpless on the highway? Little town story. And me, I regret not knowing earlier that I could enter the service area today. I would have gone no matter what. Player 5566. I was already waiting in line for the noodle soup, and you said it might be even harder to get later. On Yu Jiang's screen, a friend message also appeared from Sad Pig Intestines. Boss, are you eating noodle soup? I'll give it to you for free. It was really him. Sad Pig Intestines. Let's set up a stall and earn some first. Yu Jiang didn't hesitate and sent a small plastic food container. Just a small portion, thank you. Okay. After a few seconds, Sad Pig Intestines sent over the container with the noodle soup. The broth was clear, with the fresh aroma of wild vegetables rising with the steam, and the noodles looked very chewy. Yu Jiang had already eaten a bowl of fried rice earlier, but she still couldn't resist finishing the small bowl of noodle soup now. Since entering the survival game, she usually didn't eat too much to avoid affecting her actions. At the service area, she could relax a bit. Feeling full, she was ready to go for a walk. Sad Pig Intestines was here, and Cold River Shadow must be nearby too. Yu Jiang didn't ask for their locations or information in the friend group, nor did she mention wanting to meet. Besides Air Badakong and Kwa Kwa Kwa, she hadn't seen any other friends. Right now, everyone was just chatting in the friend channel and trading benefits, not necessarily wanting to meet or reveal their information. Yu Jiang really had no experience in maintaining a team, so she gave Cold River Shadow permission to invite people in the channel. Not to mention, he was quite reliable and capable. The earliest acquaintance, X, wasn't unreliable, but he was too busy to manage other things. Just as she was thinking, a message alert came. Brother Xiao Zhuangfeng, are you still at the service area? Cold River Shadow asked. Well, if you're willing, let's meet. Both big intestines, and I really admire you. Yu Jiang thought for a moment. All right, the noodle soup stall, right? I'll come over. To form a team, they had to meet in person. Yu Jiang also wanted to take this chance to get a better look at each other and see if the other was trustworthy. Yu Jiang carried her backpack, locked the door, and went downstairs. The parking lot behind the motel had the same number of spaces as the rooms, with only 2 spots empty. Looking around, most vehicles were level 2, a few were level 3, and some were old-style vans and small trucks chosen from the start. The better the vehicle at the beginning, the harder it is to upgrade later. It's normal to still have the same type of vehicle now. Ahead, outside the parking area for accommodations, there were many different kinds of vehicles in various colors and styles, even pumpkin-shaped cars. It was unclear whether they ran on gasoline or electricity, as lace curtains covered the windows, hiding the inside. Unique-looking cars like these naturally drew attention, and everyone was curious about the players who owned them. A strong man got out of one, and just now, someone confidently said that the driver must be a girl. He instinctively looked at his slim arms and legs, looking surprised. Bro, your car looks really nice. He was referring to what the man had just said outside, about how lonely it was to survive on the road and how adding a friend could bring company. The strong man nodded in agreement, pointing at the pumpkin-shaped Halloween car that looked like a meme, saying, Yeah, that's the kind of car a tough guy should drive. This car shook like a toy and was as impressive as the Cybercat car driven by the Thunder King. Yu Jiang looked away and walked to a stall selling noodle soup. It was a 2-door vehicle that opened at the back, revealing a foldable table that turned into a small stall. A young man in his early 30s, dressed neatly, was cooking the noodle soup. On a nearby cardboard sign it said, No bargaining, pay first, then get your food. Several people were waiting in line ahead. Being able to enjoy a hot bowl of soup in this survival game is so lucky. Though it's a bit expensive. Bro, add me as a friend. Maybe we can team up if we get the chance. In the apocalypse, a cook who could make delicious food from wild vegetables was very popular. Shangxinju De Cheng only added him as a friend and politely declined to team up. He had been tricked before and didn't trust others easily. When fewer people were around, Shangxinju De Cheng looked suspicious, quietly asking the burly man with a buzz cut beside him, Why hasn't the boss arrived yet? Is it him? The one with a broad back, muscular build, and a fierce look? Or that one on the left, small but tough-looking, not someone to mess with? Han Jiangguing suddenly looked up at his panel. He sent a message, Yu Jiang. He's arrived. The lonely figure by the cold river looked ahead in confusion. Where is it? Am I blind? Is that bearded guy you? Or the one with the tattooed arm? The boss looked a bit anxious. Yu Jiang said, Is it possible that it's right in front of us? The two of them looked left and right, finally focusing their gaze ahead, and both froze. They saw a woman wearing somewhat dirty old clothes, with medium-length soft, fluffy hair. Her features were very pretty, her skin fair, and she was slender but not weak. Is this the top player who scored 305 points and is in first place? A girl? Is that you? Little Wind Brother, or should I say, the boss girl? Han Jiangguing asked uncertainly. Yu Jiang sent a message directly to his friends. It's me. Zhang De Chang, the sad pig intestine, widened his eyes excitedly.
Wow, the boss.
I finally see a real person. If it weren't for your healing potion, I would have been injured last time, and with the bleeding buff, it would have been over. Yu Jiang smiled and said, Hello. Han Jiangguing was still a bit surprised. The boss, who was 100 points higher than him, was actually the girl in front of him. He relied on his trap-making skills, along with his experience on a survival challenge on a remote island abroad and his physical fitness, to rank 10th in the whole area. That was also why he teamed up with Zhang Dechang. He could hunt prey, and Zhang Dechang could handle the cooking. They had planned to wait until the boss called them to patrol the mountain, maybe have some beer. Now, it was just some soda. They sat down and exchanged a few words. Everyone was polite, not asking too much, just briefly sharing their professions. Yu Jiang said he was an alchemist, not mentioning being a poison master. Han Jiangguing was a beginner hunter, and he had previously mentioned that he could repair cars. Just a little short. When I arrived, the auto repair shop in the service area had just closed 10 minutes ago. Han Jiangguing sighed. Luckily, you helped buy a spray, or we wouldn't have gotten anything. Little Wind Brother was easy to get along with. When she found good stuff, she genuinely helped buy it, not just reselling at high prices for profit. Last time, that goose down jacket was really good at windproofing, waterproofing, and keeping warm. Buying it was definitely a good deal. Oh, by the way, boss, what do you think about this dungeon? Han Jiangguing asked about the main matter. If we end up in the same team, we can work together. As for the ranking, it still depends on each person's skill. Yu Jiang also knows that her stats are not very impressive. Last time, area damage skills had the advantage. This dungeon depends on speed rankings, and luck is also quite important. Like Han Jiangguing, she even went to the rainforest to do survival challenges, which gives her an advantage in this map. This is something she cannot match, but she tries her best. That's what I think too. Han Jiangguing raises his cola and makes a toast gesture. Do you have a healing skill? I don't mean anything else, just want to ask, if you need healing skills in the dungeon, what is the price? He has 1 intermediate healing potion and 4 basic healing potions, totaling 70 health points. But since it's an unknown dungeon, he's a bit worried. He sees other alchemists and healers on the chat paying high prices. Yu Jiang slightly purses her lips and honestly says, to be honest, I haven't learned a healing skill yet. As a poison master who needs to attack, she believes that healing skills are not necessary. Moving around and throwing debuffs is the right way. Han Jiangguing respectfully says, and you, my friend, are truly tough, not having any healing skills, relying only on a healing potion with a 1-hour cooldown to reach 305 points of health. Such bravery is impressive. There are many people and distractions here. Yu Jiang chats with Han Jiangguing and Sad Pig Intestines for a while, then prepares to go back to her hotel room. Pig Intestines also packs up his stall. He and Han Jiangguing are staying in a standard room on the first floor, costing 220 crystals. The hotel charges based on the number of guests. 1 more person means extra cost, which is reasonable. The later arrivals don't want to stay in the hotel, they are fully booked. Some people are refused entry because they are too dirty and can only sleep in the parking lot. On the way back, Yu Jiang also stops by the laundry room on the first floor to pick up her dried clothes. The laundry fee is 10 crystals, which includes drying and hotel management, so she doesn't have to worry about her clothes being stolen. Carrying a pile of clothes, she passes through the corridor and brushes past a tall, slender figure who brings a cold breeze with him. She pauses, feeling that he looks somewhat familiar, but isn't sure. She looks again. Yu Jiang turns to look behind her, but unfortunately, the person has already entered the laundry room, leaving only half of a shadow on the ground. Just from that side profile, you can see his perfect proportions, slim waist, broad shoulders, commanding presence. She probably hasn't seen him before. Yu Jiang looked away, went upstairs, and returned to her room. She closed the door tightly, casually tidied her clothes and pants, finished washing up, and packed her belongings early to avoid forgetting anything when she left tomorrow. Since entering the survival game, Yu Jiang usually goes to bed before 11 p.m. and wakes up around 6 or 7 a.m., maintaining a very healthy routine. Her body fat percentage, which she couldn't lower before, now shows some muscle lines. Today, because many players are in the service area and the dungeon opens early tomorrow, she felt a bit nervous, like before an exam. Yu Jiang leaned on her pillow, scrolled through the chat screen for a while, trying to gather more information. She was so tired that she finally turned off the lights and went to sleep around 11 p.m. The motel environment was quite good, similar to a standard budget hotel. Being able to stay in such a motel on a post-apocalyptic highway, with electricity, a clean bathroom, and a small toiletries bag, was already great. However, Yu Jiang was used to sleeping in her vehicle, so sleeping in a room didn't feel as safe. She kept dreaming that someone smashed her car window, and she was so anxious she grabbed a stabbing weapon and rushed forward, only to wake up suddenly. In the middle of the night, she opened the curtains to check her car. Everything was fine, then went back to sleep. The next day marked the 10th day of survival. It had been exactly a week since the beginner protection period ended. At 6:40 a.m., Yu Jiang got up, washed up, tied her hair into a practical braid for easy movement. When she first arrived on the highway, she thought about finding tools to cut all her hair off, since washing hair was a luxury, and having lice was worse than being bald. Later, she managed to get a water collection device and a bathroom, which allowed her to stay clean and pursue a better quality of life, so she changed her mind. Yu Jiang took a rice cake and a bottle of milk for breakfast, finished eating, and told Han Zhongguing and Sad Pig Intestines that she was leaving before checking out. Suddenly, there was a commotion downstairs at the front desk. Watching gossip is human nature. Yu Jiang opened her door, stood in the corridor, and looked down. Many others were doing the same. A male player was loudly arguing, "I paid for the room, and now I have to pay an extra 30 cleaning fee? What? It's too dirty. You didn't mention hidden charges before. This is a scam." The clerk wearing a wool hat looked increasingly cold. "Customer, you left urine on the bed and floor before leaving, but you refused to pay for it, is that right? Anyway, I have no money. I only have 12 crystal coins. You decide what to do." The man stood at the front desk, looking confident and fearless. He thought they could just kick him out of the inn, since he was planning to leave today anyway. But in the next second, an invisible wall pushed him out of the inn, and he fell to the ground. His backpack spilled its contents everywhere. The clerk looked at him with disdain, quickly picked out a few items, and threw the rest away. Car paint spray costs 2 crystal coins, anti-corrosion spray is 10 crystal coins. Off-road wheel rims made of aluminum alloy are 18 crystal coins each. Safe travels. The male player's face twisted with anger. He shouted, "Darn it, stop," and tried to rush inside, but he couldn't get in. He had just spent 100 crystal coins yesterday to buy anti-corrosion spray, and today it was forcibly taken from him for only 10 coins. And those off-road rims were hard to get. It felt like theft. His proud, fearless expression was gone, replaced by despair. People inside the inn watched the scene and quickly tightened their backpacks, rushing back to their rooms to check if everything was okay. Only then did they dare to check out.
It was terrifying.
If you had no money, you couldn't run away. If your belongings couldn't be used as collateral, NPCs would dismantle your vehicle parts. It was like going back in time. Yu Jiang looked at the clerk's hat and thought, why bother provoking her? She clearly looks like she's from the same auto repair shop owner. In the future, she wouldn't even be able to enter service areas with similar functions. When checking out, Yu Jiang noticed the clerk only tapped her light screen twice to check the room. All done. We like guests who keep the place clean and take good care of the facilities. Here's a small gift for you, said the clerk, handing her a small paper bag. Without comparison, there's no harm. Although this guest was a bit poor, she deserved a VIP card for the Car Motel. Car Motel clerk's favorability 20. Thank you, Yu Jiang said, taking the paper bag. Inside was a set of toiletries for the Car Motel and a card representing an achievement. She held the card up, and it activated automatically. Player has earned the achievement title Car Motel VIP. It doesn't give discounts, but staying at a motel with a yellow light sign grants a free mystery gift box. Thanks to the troublemaker earlier. Otherwise, she would definitely not gain good feelings or gifts in a hotel she doesn't like. She has earned it. The special toiletry set for motels is very useful. The ones provided in the room are only enough for one use, but the amount in the paper bag is a proper travel size, enough to last about a month if used sparingly. Buying it separately costs 30 crystals. Why does she have a gift? I don't. Seeing Yu Jiang walk out holding something, the player behind asked. The motel clerk glanced at the male player and said expressionlessly, "You pay 99 crystals, and I will give you a gift too. He smells strongly of smoke. Even the motel pillows and blankets are stained with it. How long will it take for the smell to fade?" And he still wants to compare gifts with others. The male player opened his mouth, wanting to ask why the person in front didn't have to pay. Seeing the clerk's expression as if he wanted to chase him out immediately, and thinking about the NPC's good feelings and the unlucky player's recent experience, he said nothing and quietly took the items to leave. Before sitting in the vehicle, Yu Jiang looked at the parking spots. It was only 7:10 a.m., and several spaces had already been freed. In the early morning, it's very competitive. Perhaps because they are outside the dungeon, the continuous rain turned into drizzle over the past few days. This is good. Entering the wilderness during heavy rain increases the risk. Following the mission tracking guide, she crossed the underpass to reach an open area where she could park the vehicle. The display on the light screen showed 11 out of 20 group members. Before getting out of the vehicle, Yu Jiang carefully checked her supplies. Her shoes with 5 defense, windproof and waterproof jacket, and an old coat layered outside. Items in her backpack might be hard to access quickly if needed. So she hid the remaining 2 paralysis poison needles in her pocket, adjusted their position to avoid stabbing herself. A 10 attack, critical hit capable diamond-shaped dagger. She hasn't found a suitable sheath yet, as it's very sharp, so she placed it in the first slot of her gear. Her multifunction folding knife was put in the pocket of her outdoor work pants, along with some ropes, medicines, compressed biscuits, a flashlight, and other essentials. She also took all the remaining blueberries, leaving non-essential gear in the vehicle. This way, she has extra space in case she finds more supplies and doesn't have to worry about carrying everything back. Yu Jiang checked twice to make sure everything was correct before carrying the old waterproof backpack she found and getting out of the car. The backpack's main purpose was to act as a cushion, since the space inside the panel was small and not very useful. It could help absorb shocks if she fell, reducing injuries. The sky was still gray and gloomy. Next to the parking area, there was an abandoned rest stop and public bathroom. Yu Jiang bent down to look inside. There was no useful supplies. The wooden cabin ceiling had collapsed, and the wooden boards looked rotten. This rest stop looked more like a deserted highway scene from a post-apocalyptic world, as if it was built later on. Early players were all watching the surroundings and each other. Yu Jiang was no different. When entering the game instance, the chat channels for friends and the main area were temporarily closed and turned gray. But on the map near the entrance, the player list would show friends, with their ID numbers in green. Yu Jiang found her friend there. To her surprise, she saw that they were in the same game instance. She opened her friend list, checked the ID numbers, and found her friend. She let out a surprised sound. It was him. This was a tough challenge mode. In the game instance, chat with friends was also disabled. Only profiles could be viewed. Just as Yu Jiang was about to send a private message in the game chat, she received a message first. X. Discuss something? Yu Jiang became interested. Sure, I'm behind the rest stop, digging for wild vegetables. The plant she was digging up was called carpet grass, a basic medicinal herb. There was a brief silence on the other side. Okay, I'll come over. Seeing this, Yu Jiang clapped her hands, holding the freshly dug carpet grass. Her dog was cautiously looking around. She was curious. Other friends' profiles revealed some information. One friend was holding a knife and chopping electrical wires, wielding 2 axes as weapons. Another was Han Jiangguing, an outdoor survival expert, a pig intestine enthusiast, and a food blogger. Except for this person, there was no other information. They rarely spoke in the public chat. Their interactions were mostly just trading. After receiving the message, Su headed toward the wooden cabin behind the rest stop. Around the corner, several meters away, she caught a glimpse of a searching gaze. She was holding some wild vegetables, which looked very noticeable. The two of them stared at each other for a few seconds, like secret agents meeting, confirming each other's identity. But Yu Jiang remained cautious. Is that you? The person nodded and said, The king asked me to patrol the mountain? Yu Jiang didn't approach and simply said, First, open the light screen. Although this person's eyes looked familiar, is he really who he says he is? She only trusted the information on the light screen. Shirshu opened his own light screen, showing only basic information: nickname, title, and ID number. Yu Jiang nodded slightly and also opened her light screen to show her identity. Unexpectedly, X looked very eye-catching: long straight legs, a slim waist, and beautiful eyes with long eyelashes. Yet, he had a calm demeanor and a clear sense of seriousness. He relied on his good looks, but he was also a top player. Shirshu was also observing the person in front of him. He didn't expect that the top rank was a girl who didn't seem very strong. They had met before. Thinking about the bloodstains on the road last time, it made sense if she was involved. Where you dig wild vegetables, there's an abandoned toilet behind it, Shirshu said, pointing at the vegetables in her hand and a nearby dirt pit. His voice was clear and slightly deep, very pleasant to hear. Yu Jiang didn't understand and nodded. Anyway, it's for making medicine. As long as it works, that's enough. These details don't matter. Shirshu thought about the medicine in his hand and realized he shouldn't have said that. He didn't know where the medicinal materials came from. Big brother, I feel like you look a bit familiar. Yu Jiang examined his face and figure carefully. I'm not just saying this to get close, she added. I really think I recognize you. Shirshu slightly pursed his lips and said sincerely, Do you remember? The fourth day of survival, the parallel highway. Yu Jiang was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, It's you. That motorcycle. She remembered thinking that if the person on the bike stopped for trouble, she would have to act. Luckily, they didn't meet. Quite quick with your hands, little dazzling wind, Shirshu said with a relaxed smile, crossing his arms. Just SOSO. I still use the dagger I got from you. Yu Jiang replied with a smile. Wanna cooperate? For this dungeon? Shirshu asked directly. Yu Jiang asked, What kind of cooperation? I want the ranking rewards. Even as friends on the list and long-term partners in monster toxin supply, she only allowed herself to be one step behind in personal ranking dungeons. She wouldn't hold back or refuse to compete. I'm the same, Shirshu said with raised eyebrows. Common supplies are easy to handle, and most people would strive for skill upgrades and rewards. She said it was okay, which made him feel there was a problem. They reached a consensus on this matter. Yu Jiang made a gesture to invite him to continue speaking. Are the messages you mentioned earlier just guesses? Shirshu looked at Yu Jiang's face, which showed a faint smile, and continued, I have a skill upgrade task in this dungeon. I need to kill a certain number of venomous spiders and one spider queen, and my regional ranking must be in the top 3. The other person was straightforward, and Yu Jiang was open about it. I need spider venom and spider silk. Spider silk is listed in the Intermediate Crafting Materials Guide, in the Monster section. It can heal injuries and restore health, with excellent effects. These days, she's been memorizing the guide so much, she feels dizzy, even reciting it in the shower and bathroom. She knows that several top players in the list are very competitive, and if she doesn't work hard, she'll fall behind. Shirshu nodded. I need your help. The items dropped from killing venomous spiders are yours, including the Spider Queen's toxins and silk. The ranking depends on your ability. The Spider Queen is a mini-boss level, so her drops are definitely valuable. Even if the ranking process takes some time, it's worth it. The first place in the group only gets 5 skill points, and the rewards for the top 10 in the region are the same. The only luck-based part is what resource boxes contain. Deal. Yu Jiang extended her hand, making a high-five gesture. However, the other person didn't understand, and there was a brief, awkward silence. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Shirshu gently patted it and said, Deal. Official meeting. Digging wild vegetables near the bathroom. Let's be clear, I don't have a healing skill, Yu Jiang said with a shrug. Shirshu wasn't surprised. I've seen other alchemists gather medicinal materials, but I've never seen one gather snake venom. Right after the beginner phase, they fought 2 on the road, even dismantling their vehicle and ranked first in a monster-filled dungeon like Quiet Town. It's unlikely she's a healer. Yu Jiang nodded. Since we're working together, should you also mention your skills or profession? In such a dangerous dungeon, trust is very important. Shirshu directly opened his light screen and displayed his profession achievements. Assassin's Stealth Level 2. A high attack, high explosion, high combat power player with great potential, but also difficult to level up. Someone else enters the dungeon to fight a few small monsters and lights up the map. He needs to fight a mini-boss and also wants to improve his ranking. If he fails this mission, he doesn't know if he can level up later. If he gets stuck here, he will fall behind in the survival game and will eventually fail. No wonder you're so competitive. This profession really isn't for everyone, Yu Jiang said sincerely, looking at him. Timing slightly moved his lips. You're not far behind either. He is an alchemist with attack skills. From what he knows, this profession requires low initial attack power and knowledge of basic herbs to have a chance at achieving success. Yesterday, a healer contacted him, asked to team up, and said she would take the materials from the dungeon first. She hoped he could help her improve her strength so they could team up regularly in the future. The alchemist's level 1 healing skill restores 20 health points and has a 24-hour cooldown. Against monsters like the Spider Queen, that's not enough. To complete the mission, he can't bring others along, so he prefers to fight alone, which is why he refused. Unexpectedly, in this dungeon, they encountered the boss called Come and Patrol the Mountain. This increased their chances of completing the mission and finishing in the top 10. It's a pity. If only my close friend, the pure love cockroach, or the loud one, Qua Qua Qua, were also in this dungeon. One has control skills, the other has ranged attacks. Either one would make fighting much easier. Yu Jiang briefly explained her skills. Area damage, but not very high. She is a level 3 alchemist, which is true, but she only specializes in potion making. Her poison rain skill hasn't been upgraded yet. Timing nodded. Her damage isn't high, but she can still rank first. Her observation and reaction skills must be very good. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a loud bang. He turned his head and saw Yu Jiang, who had been standing behind the wooden house, now running behind the bathroom. She was holding a horn hammer and smashing it against the bathroom window frame, not even sparing the nearby metal sheet. It looked like she was about to shout, 80, 80. Timing's eyes widened in confusion. What are you doing? Since last time on the highway you saw those two vehicles. I won't pretend anymore, Yu Jiang said while still smashing with her hands. There's still some time before the dungeon starts. I'll dismantle the house and gather some materials, she added. Abandoned public bathroom? No, it's resources. Yesterday, at the service area, I saw a pile of abandoned vehicle frames but couldn't scavenge anything. She kept thinking about it late into the night. Now, seeing a restroom that can be recycled for metal, she couldn't help but smash it a few times. Gained 5 pieces of metal. It has some smell, but it can still be used. A true strong person never complains about the environment, but you even recycle restrooms. Player achievement unlocked. Unfazed scavenger. Reward. 1 quality of the crowbar. Using good tools makes recycling easier. Yu Jiang looked happily at her hand, where the appearance hadn't changed much, still the simple, unadorned crowbar. Suddenly, a scream came from inside.
Whoa.
Who's there? Just using the bathroom. No way someone's stealing poop. She hit the door a couple more times, smashing off a piece of metal and recycling a metal block, then quickly ran away with her crowbar. She didn't expect anyone inside. If word got out, it would be embarrassing, so she ran. Do you want the metal blocks? I'll give you 2, Yu Jiang asked another person, trying to involve him. Thanks, no need. Sure Su looked at the scene with a complicated expression, watching the player rush to the back, holding up his pants, shouting, Who is it? Who's there? What do you want? He spun around but didn't see anyone. He asked the person nearby, explaining that he was planning to enter a dungeon later and was nervous, so he went into squat for a bit. Then he was startled by some crazy person banging on the wall behind him. Could it be a monster? Who would be smashing a restroom normally? Yeah, maybe. A few people stood together, discussing. Yu Jiang looked calm, opened the communication platform, and exchanged the few recycled metal blocks for 2 compressed biscuits. They had some smell, so the price was a bit lower. 7.55, all 20 players had arrived. Yu Jiang checked the list again but was disappointed not to see any other friends. 7.58, the team was already formed, and the players had discussed how to split the rewards. They checked their gear one last time. This dungeon was more difficult, so everyone looked a little tense, though a few appeared calm and confident. 8 o'clock, the Lost Wilderness dungeon has opened. Survivors, good luck. Since they weren't in a team, they entered the dungeon randomly assigned to different locations. Yujiang naturally split up from X. They discussed and decided to first explore the map, then meet at the watchtower in the direction of 3 o'clock at 3 p.m. To balance the task and compete for the leaderboard, they needed to shorten their exploration time as much as possible. In front of them was a vast, directionless forest with no landmarks. The grass was short, the trees straight, and moss covered the ground. The air was cold and damp. This was a typical cold temperate coniferous forest with a cold climate and sparse undergrowth. Fortunately, she hadn't forgotten all this knowledge. Compared to the tall, wild grass-covered mountains, the view here wasn't too bad. But the trees were tall and dense, and the map on the screen was covered in fog. Players had to explore to clear the fog. Finding the watchtower would directly reveal the map of the area. In simple terms, exploring the map. Yujiang chose a direction at random based on her instincts and started walking. People in the team chat were already discussing. Can't find north at all. Which way is everyone going? Anyway, this mission only needs exploration. No fighting for monsters or wishing stars. Can we just communicate nicely? Exactly. I feel something strange about this place. I heard rustling behind me, but when I turned around, I saw nothing. Anyone else? Talking won't help. Everyone is facing different directions, and the map is all foggy. We can't even confirm the area or the boundaries. In such deep mountains and forests, there shouldn't be zombies, right? Plus, with this cold weather, snakes and insects probably won't come out. Better to be cautious. What if there are mutants? Stop talking, it's creepy enough. Right now, everyone was chatting casually and there were resource boxes in the dungeon. With Yujiang's quick action points at the start, she had already found 2 boxes in just over an hour. The resources inside the wooden boxes weren't very good, just 3 compressed biscuits, 5 black protein bars similar to those in the service area, and 2 bottles of water. Resource boxes in the dungeon might contain tools specific to the mission. Thinking of this, Yujiang searched more carefully. She ran in one direction for 5 kilometers. The map had no edge indicator. This place was bigger than she expected. The recent rain and her frequent zombie encounters had helped improve her physical strength and reaction skills. In the past, in such cold and gloomy weather, she wouldn't have been able to keep running on mountain trails for long. She also prepared 6 energy drinks for herself, which is 180 more than others, reducing her fatigue. Since she couldn't win in physical strength, she relied on supplies. When tired, she just spent resources. If she uses more than 6 energy drinks within 24 hours, she might nosebleed, which would affect her health. Otherwise, Yujiang would have prepared about 10. The dungeon had been going on for 2 hours. Someone in the chat asked if anyone saw the box and what was inside. People only mentioned compressed biscuits and water. If there had been important supplies, no one would have revealed them. At this moment, someone sent a voice message. The voice sounded panicked, as if they were in a hurry and didn't have time to type. This place is really strange. I hear weird sounds around me. Did you hear them? It's definitely not in my mind. I just saw something black rush past in the dark, big and fast. The voice, full of hurried breathing and fear, made the air around feel even more frightening, especially when the wind blew, making the leaves rustle and footsteps crush wet dry branches. A faint but noticeable sound, like a snap, reached her ears. Among the doubtful or agreeing voices, that player sent another message. I want to change direction, but the strange noise seems to be following me. I can't shake it off. Has anyone experienced this? Before finishing, there was a scream, along with the sound of rustling leaves and heavy objects hitting the ground. What's going on? Did something happen? Someone asked nervously. Is that brother okay? Darn, did he get caught? What exactly is that? Tell us. I'm at the border between the pine forest and the fallen leaves forest, direction unknown. Are there any teammates nearby? It's so scary. The excitement caused a ripple among everyone, and no one was calm anymore. Some remained optimistic, saying, "Maybe he just fell? This is a dungeon. Do you believe it? Or is it just my imagination?"
Darn.
I also hear rustling sounds around me. Yu Jiang frowned and looked around. She didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a tree high above on one side. There was a box there. The position was tricky. If she hadn't looked up while collecting monkey head mushrooms, she might not have noticed it. This tree was wet and cold, with no good grip points. Since she could not fight the supermarket's egg rush, Yu Jiang decided not to be stubborn. She took a folding ladder instead. She thought there might be some high-up mountain treasures to gather, so even if it took up a space, she brought the ladder along. It proved to be a good idea. Being prepared is never wrong. She placed the ladder on a flat, stable spot, climbed up a few more steps, and managed to reach the wooden box caught on a dead branch. Because of the height and how tightly she was hugging the tree trunk, Yu Jiang couldn't carry the box down. She held a dagger in one hand and opened the box with the other. She was ready to strike any monster inside. When she opened the box, there was no monster, just a compass. "Ah, you found me hiding here. I'm not just an ordinary compass. I have a special feature in the game, 3 small-range scans. If you find me, you're lucky." Excited, Yu Jiang dismantled the wooden box and prepared to go down with the compass. Suddenly, a strong feeling of unease hit her. She didn't look up to see what was happening but chose to climb down quickly and check the ladder. This was the right choice. When a dark shadow fell from above, she still had room to move and dodged to the side. The shadow nearly brushed her arm as it rushed past. Yu Jiang saw several large black spiders, about the size of soccer balls, on the tree trunk. These didn't even include their leg lengths. The bristles on the poison spiders looked sharp like needles. Their fangs glinted coldly, and their front legs were sharp. They moved all 8 legs swiftly toward Yu Jiang, making a creepy sound as they approached. It turned out they had come out together, even though she hadn't seen any along the way. On the folding ladder, there was one spider. Seeing herself about to be caught, Yu Jiang made a quick decision. When the poison spider jumped toward her, she let go and jumped back. Falling from less than 2 meters, a hurried jump could cause serious injury, but luckily the forest ground was soft, and her backpack helped cushion the fall. She felt a jolt upon landing but was unharmed. Humans have great potential when facing danger. She rolled and jumped up nimbly like a cat. Only then did she see how many there really were. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting them, Yu Jiang's back grew cold. There were 6 spiders in total. Without skills, I can't fight at all. Even with skills, I need to be careful, unless her poison rain has reached level 2. If I don't fight this thing, I can't level up my skills. Without upgrading my skills, fighting this creature is like risking my life. Yu Jiang looked at the ladder leaning against the tree trunk. No matter what, she had to take the ladder away. It was hard to find supplies, and she didn't want to lose them. There were 2 poison spiders on the ladder now. Yu Jiang quickly planned her route, intending to lure them away first and then circle back while dodging. She acted immediately. She took a stone from her pocket and threw it at the ladder. The poison spiders ran fast, so she missed. But they got angry and ran toward her with all 8 legs. Seeing the large black, bristly creatures approaching and hearing the creepy rustling sounds around her, Yu Jiang turned and ran. When it's time to fight, you fight. When it's time to run, you run. Her agility wasn't enough to outrun the mutated poison spiders, and they soon caught up. Yu Jiang used the trees to block some damage and kept dodging wildly. In the end, she managed to pull back her folding ladder and shake off the spiders behind her. She was bitten once, losing 30 health points and gaining a moderate poisoning buff. But she wasn't defenseless. She stabbed the poison spider that bit her with full force. Luckily, her attack was a critical hit, and she cut the spider down to just 2 health points. She finished it off with a final blow, grabbing the loot while running and stuffing poison-clearing pills and intermediate healing potions into her mouth. The poison was a bit intense. Her vision blurred, her body reacted sluggishly, her health dropped, and the bitten area turned green. She had a moderate poisoning buff that caused her to bleed for 5 more minutes, losing 1 health point per minute. If she didn't have medicine, Yu Jiang wouldn't dare risk going back to get the latter. Today is the last day of the paid PK1. Thanks to everyone for collecting, commenting, voting, and tipping. If she passes, a new PK will start. If her stats are good after clearing, there will be extra updates. At this moment, 2 IDs in the game's player list turned black.
Darn.
This place is really weird. There's a spider bigger than my head. I've been poisoned. I need medicine urgently. Picture: one player posted a photo showing skin near a wound turning green. The next person is stubborn, not because they don't believe, but they also joke around saying, "Really? So green? Looks like it's about to mutate. Are you an idiot?" Still joking around. This is serious. When I was being chased earlier, I accidentally rolled down a hill and fell between 2 mutated spiders. I was devastated. I used up all my backup healing potions. Do you have any antidote pills? Please help. What? Can antidote pills treat spider venom? I hesitated before entering the dungeon about whether to buy some, but in the end, I didn't. Now it's too late. A kind person stepped forward to remind everyone. These mutated spiders usually come in groups of 6 to 8. When you see one, don't hesitate, just run. I learned this the hard way earlier. But after killing them, there's a chance they drop spider silk, which can stop bleeding and restore 10 health points. Be careful with your health when using it, and avoid using it repeatedly in a short time, as it can cause poisoning. What's the point? The reward is too low. Just run away. For a while, no one spoke, probably hiding in the woods from the mutated venom spiders. Yu Jiang only got 1 mutated spider venom and no spider silk, but she didn't want to go find a group of venom spiders again for now. Her fatigue reached 50, so she drank a health potion, making a terrible face from the taste.
Oh wow.
After drinking the carefully crafted health potion by the alchemist, you feel amazing. Enjoy a surprise effect. All combat stats double for half an hour, and fatigue won't increase. Yu Jiang's eyes widened instantly. That's really great. She had never experienced such a surprise from drinking a health potion before. Her overall physical strength, attack, defense, and agility all doubled, which felt incredible. Yu Jiang quickly took out her compass and used the scan function. On the dungeon map, a circle with her at the center expanded 20 meters outward, revealing fog. Red dots are mutated spiders, green dots are players, and the wooden house is a watchtower. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. It seemed her luck was used up on opening the compass because there were no other players or watchtowers within range. But there were many mutated venom spiders. The compass still had 2 more chances, with the double stats effect lasting half an hour. She couldn't waste a second. Yu Jiang decided to use this time and her tools to explore the map as much as possible and kill a few more venom spiders. She couldn't rely solely on X, even if they were teammates. With the buff, Yu Jiang felt tireless, as if she had been energized, moving quickly to hunt the venomous spiders. She didn't mind fighting groups of 8, but when facing groups of 6, she raised her dagger and charged. She didn't expect resource drops to be so rare. After killing 12 venomous spiders, she received 3 vials of spider venom and 1 strand of spider silk. This also gave her a task prompt. Optional task. Collect 10 strands of spider silk to gain the skill, Healing Light, level 1. You are a poison master. Your healing skill can only be upgraded to level 3, maximum healing 30 points. Better to have something than nothing. The dungeon is here, so she decided to gather spider silk. Yu Jiang chose to accept the task. Her exploration progress was quite good. In half an hour, she had only found 2 watchtowers. The second one was located by the compass scan. The map edges showed some progress, about 46%. And it wasn't even noon yet. Yu Jiang rested near the watchtower, eating some compressed biscuits. In the dungeon, it's best not to eat foods with strong smells. Just fill your stomach and restore energy. She bought a bottle of energy drink, but this time, it didn't give her any special effects. That feeling of doubled stats, running and jumping without tiring, it's truly missed. The usually quiet dungeon chat channel became lively again at noon. Humans need the voices of companions in strange, dangerous environments for comfort and encouragement. Has everyone found a few watchtowers? I'm only at 11% progress. Almost none found any. Where is this thing? I found one, but progress is low. I'm ready for the mission to fail. Eating protein blocks for 3 days. They might be made from cockroaches, but better than starving. Actually, they're not bad, not much taste. Compared to those giant venomous spiders the size of a soccer ball, protein blocks made from cockroaches are much easier to accept. Help! This dungeon is too hard. I can't do it. Please take me along. I don't need any supplies, just a basic healing potion as a reward. The wilderness filled with deadly mutated creatures is scarier than the roads. Progress is at 25%. I can't go further. I just used a homemade torch to scare away the spiders. They're not afraid at all. But a torch as a weapon is good. It needs oil or gasoline for fuel. The humidity here is too high, and the wood won't stay lit for long. I never thought of making a torch. Buddy, no wonder you're so fast. You're really clever. Yu Jiang privately messaged X in the dungeon channel. How far along are you? He didn't hide it. 42%, should be done around 3 o'clock. Wow, Yu Jiang marveled. With such good stamina, if she weren't surprised by the energy potion's effects, she might only have reached about 35% by now. I'm about the same. I'll try to keep up. Since she's not good at relying on stamina alone, she knows she can't stay ahead for long. Seeing everyone's progress, Yu Jiang decided to leave rest behind and head out now. In this game, having a comparison makes you more motivated. At 2 p.m., only 14 players remained inside the dungeon. 6 hours left until it ends, and just over half the time has passed. The death rate is quite high. In the dungeon chat, some players are starting to lose their cool. The reason is simple. They saw a player's corpse fallen into a pit, covered in mutant spiders. These spiders inject digestive enzymes into their prey, breaking down the flesh into liquid, then suck it up with their mouthparts. This scene is too terrifying. The moment players see it, exhausted and poisoned, they break down. Everyone is busy with their own tasks inside the dungeon, trying to stay safe. No one dares to risk rescuing him. At most, they send a few encouraging words. At 2:30 p.m., Yu Jiang's progress reached 82%, with only the lookout tower left. She ran through the map, using a compass to find her direction, adjusting her route to save effort and time. When she met other players on the way, she kept her distance. No one was going to slow her down. The last lookout tower was at 3 o'clock direction, the meeting point she agreed on with X. At 2:55 p.m., her progress was at 95%. Yu Jiang kept 2 energy potions for later, to conserve strength, so she wasn't as aggressive as before. At 2:58 p.m., the dungeon announced, "Congratulations to player X for reaching 100% progress and completing the dungeon." At 3:02 p.m., "Congratulations to player The King called me to patrol the mountain for reaching 100% progress and completing the dungeon." The dungeon chat froze for a second, then messages flooded in quickly. What? Am I seeing things? Did they really reach 100% so fast? I was working hard, turning in circles for a long time, and only reached 56%. The important thing is their nicknames. The King asked me to patrol the mountain with X, and the top 2 players in the entire region are in this group. Did the big boss finish the dungeon? If not, please take us along. Big boss at The King asked me to patrol the mountain. I am different from these people. I support myself. But could you send some detox pills to the kids? Outside, there are poisonous spiders, and they dare not go out. Could the 2 big bosses say something? Surely they haven't already left? They've already completed their tasks. Taking everyone to run a dungeon is too cold-hearted. Yu Jiang glanced over. Running a dungeon doesn't mention the dangers on the way. No one does things that have no benefit. She posted in the chat, exchange spider silk for detox pills or basic healing potions. Soon, she received a spider silk and the other person chose a detox pill. Some people criticized her for taking advantage of the situation to exploit greedy merchants, but Yu Jiang ignored them. She came down from the lookout tower, exchanged a glance with Shersu, who was leaning below, confirmed a status, and they began preparing to find the Spider Queen. Su had a quest tracker. The mutant venomous spider's nest was underground, and there would be groups of poisonous spiders around the Spider Queen. Like Yu Jiang, he tried not to fight when running the dungeon to save strength. As previously agreed, he gave her all the resources dropped by the venomous spiders he killed. Received from Player X, 5 spider toxins, 2 spider silks. Yu Jiang now has 4 spider silks, and she needs 6 more to unlock a skill. She smiled and looked at Su. To find the Spider Queen, we first need to break into her lair. I'm almost out of spider silk, but I have a healing skill, so our chances are better. Would it be better to help her complete the task first? Su straightened up and said casually, got it. Which way should we go? Yu Jiang pointed in a direction. She had a compass and used her 3 scans to roughly locate the nest. It was simple. The area with the most spiders and the densest distribution was probably the nest. From then on, Su was on the left, Yu Jiang on the right. When they encountered groups of poisonous spiders, they fought directly. Su was responsible for dealing damage, while Yu Jiang observed the surroundings and helped finish off the spiders. Both of them worked efficiently, apart from a slight flaw in their initial cooperation. A wounded venomous spider with 2 broken legs tried to run. When Yu Jiang stepped back to block it, she almost accidentally cut her teammate and the spider together. Other than that, nothing else happened. Su's face was full of shock. Your hallucination powder is used to poison teammates? Well, you see, you move too fast and are all in black. I used to fight alone, so I wasn't quick enough to stop myself. It was a mistake. Yu Jiang cleared her throat and pointed at the spider she had just fought. She said firmly, but just say whether it's dead or not. Su was silent for a moment. Yes, it's dead. So her fighting style is, no matter what, the monster must die. If a teammate reacts slowly or can't keep up with her quick moves, she will poison them all. After clearing several groups of spiders, their teamwork improved a lot. The incident where they almost hurt my teammate didn't happen again. On the way, Yu Jiang also picked up 2 monkey head mushrooms, 2 matsutake mushrooms, various wild berries, and nuts like hazelnuts and mountain walnuts. She also collected more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs, including 5 flavor berries. When they found an abandoned wooden cabin in the woods, she took all the scattered wood and old plastic sheets. She even knocked down and recycled the rusty metal chimney pipe. Su looked increasingly surprised. She really picks up everything she finds. She digs out wild vegetables with roots, almost bringing back 2 spider legs. After finishing, she was in a good mood and said, "This place is really good, full of resources." Su, my name. You should just call me that, he said, sounding more pleasant. Yu Jiang nodded. Okay. They reached the spider's nest. Near the cave entrance, which slopes downward, you can see layers of yellowed old spider silk. The underground cave is complex and difficult to navigate. Using smoke or fire doesn't work. It's best to find a place that's easy to attack from and defend. Su led the way. A flying venomous spider came at him, but before it could touch him, he stabbed it with his machete. The blade was so long that it wasn't for sneaking, it was for direct fighting. Before reaching the spider's lair, Yu Jiang finally collected the last spider silk and venom. You have collected all the resources needed for the level 3 healer's health recovery skill. Amazing! Reward, Light of Healing, level 1. Yu Jiang exclaimed happily. It takes level 3 resources for a poison master to get a level 1 healing skill. This skill will be upgraded later. The player has met the requirements to upgrade the Poison Rain skill. Would you like to spend resources to upgrade? Yes, yes, yes. Yu Jiang quickly clicked, just as a group of more ferocious-looking poison spiders approached. My task is complete, Yu Jiang announced. She was informing her teammates that her healing skill restored 10 health points, plus an intermediate healing potion that added up to 40 health points she could use. Su said, I've killed 66 poison spiders so far, and I'm at 50% progress. There are still some spiders near the Spider Queen. When the time comes, we can kill them all together. It was already 5 p.m., and the sky was quickly darkening. There were 12 players still alive in the dungeon, and the 3rd person had just reached the progress goal. Yu Jiang didn't bother to check the dungeon chat. She and Su were back to back, looking serious at the mutated spiders crawling from the ground and walls. In the middle of a white spider web ahead, a large spider about half a person tall stood, emitting a foul smell. It was standing on a pile of sticky spider eggs. This was the Spider Queen. When Yu Jiang saw it emerge, she felt her hair stand on end. This size of mutated spider could suck a person dry in one bite. Once we start fighting, I can't watch your side, Su said. He was the main damage dealer, fighting with all his might, so he couldn't keep an eye on the surroundings. He needed Yu Jiang to give commands. Yu Jiang also had to hold off the attacks from the surrounding normal mutated spiders, especially since the defensive line was broken. Any mistake could mean not only failing to kill the Spider Queen but also risking her own life. Even if she had completed her map progress, she couldn't leave the dungeon without escaping the spider nest. Yu Jiang's expression was calm. Understood. Attack now. As she finished speaking, Su swung his sword forward. His combat stats were high, and he dodged attacks, leaping onto the wall and counterattacking the Spider Queen with a strike. This monster with 100 health points was tough to kill. Its legs were very hard, and attacks had to target its weak spot behind. Plus, the Spider Queen was injured, and the fluids splashing from her body were toxic. Su had detox pills in hand. Facing her directly for a short time was fine, but prolonging the fight wouldn't be good for them. Yu Jiang crouched down, shielding her head to avoid falling mutated spiders. Her stabbing attack was too short-range to dodge first, so she just took the hit. Her stance wasn't pretty, but practicality was more important. While hiding, she accidentally stepped on a venomous spider lying on the ground. Feeling the creature struggling wildly under her foot, a few thin legs tried to climb onto her shoe. Her body reacted faster than her mind. Yu Jiang stomped several times, then kicked out, saying, "Get away." At the same time, she leaned back quickly, narrowly avoiding the mouth parts of a spider that jumped out from the side. In a small space, Yu Jiang observed and fought the monsters at the same time, paying attention to the timing and coordinating her plan. She wanted to gather all the venomous spiders around the Spider Queen and then use her skill. The Spider Queen still had 56 health points. If she used a rain of poison now with a little more time, she could probably defeat it. Behind Yu Jiang, a swarm of venomous spiders was crawling. Their footsteps mixed together, making her feel nervous. Her current health was 40. She had already used a medium-level healing potion. She was low on stamina, and when she got tired, she would drink a stamina boost. She still had 30 health points left in her fight with the Spider Queen, which was very dangerous. "Come over here and help me block them." Before she finished speaking, Timing drew a small dagger and stabbed it into the Spider Queen's body. Using its head for leverage, he jumped over. He didn't hesitate for a moment, standing in front of Yu Jiang to block the mutated spiders chasing her from behind. Yu Jiang took the chance to step back, staying out of their attack range, and healed Timing. This was a perfect teamwork move. Both of them were in bad shape, but they chose to trust each other. Neither hesitated, or they would have ended up hurting each other just now. All the big and small monsters were gathered in one group. Yu Jiang raised her hand and released a rain of poison. She wasn't worried about poisoning her teammates because her skills and powders are controllable, unlike other items. The poison rain, including ongoing bleeding damage, could reduce 30 health points. The mutated spiders could be finished with one more hit. The Spider Queen needed a few more hits to be defeated. When her health dropped to 10, it frantically spun silk, trying to trap the two humans. Its claws made a hissing sound, calling for reinforcements. If they couldn't defeat the Spider Queen before help arrived, all their previous efforts would be wasted. They were too exhausted and out of skills to clear the mutated spiders again. Yu Jiang and Timing exchanged a quick look. Both clenched their weapons and charged from different directions, fighting with all their might to cut through the spider's silk blocking their way. The new silk spun by the Spider Queen is not only sticky but also stronger and more toxic. After taking the detox pill, she can only temporarily resist the poison. It doesn't mean she has immunity. Yu Jiang kept swinging her arms, cutting through the fine spider silk in front of her. The sticky liquid got on her hands and clothes. Despite the slight poisoning effect, she didn't stop and continued her movements. From all directions in the cave, there were rustling sounds, mutated spiders moving closer. Yu Jiang could now see the spider queen clearly through the silk. She finally broke through the last layer of silk and just managed to cut off the spider queen, who was panicking from the attack. Received damage from the mutated venomous spider, Spider Queen, minus 20 health. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Jiang stabbed a poison needle into her, paralyzing the Spider Queen. She didn't continue attacking but rolled on the ground to dodge the front legs that aimed at her forehead. She only had a dagger and poison needles to fight the Spider Queen. The dagger could cause a critical hit and kill her instantly. Her teammates had a mission to kill the Spider Queen and had given her all the resources they dropped. It wouldn't be fair to take the kill. Although it was her last poison needle, the reward was worth it. Just as Yu Jiang stood up, Shirshu seized the chance and cut the Spider Queen in half with a single blow. As the huge body fell, foul-smelling liquid splashed everywhere, and they successfully completed the task. Now they had to leave quickly. If a large group of mutated spiders arrived and found they had killed the Spider Queen, they probably wouldn't let them go. Yu Jiang hurried to the exit. Jumping down was easier than climbing up. Hearing the increasingly close sounds, she felt overwhelmed. "I'll pull you up," Shirshu said, handing her his knife, showing he wouldn't run away first. No one wanted to give up. They had finally obtained this weapon through their professional achievements. The knife was bound to the player, with 20 attack. Shirshu, being tall, quickly climbed up and then threw down the rope. Just before a huge swarm of mutated spiders caught up, in a moment of panic, he grabbed Yu Jiang's arm and pulled her out forcefully. Due to inertia, Shirshu leaned back and Yu Jiang's body tilted forward. The two of them fell to the ground together. Yu Jiang's forehead hit his solid chest. The next moment, driven by survival instinct, she rolled over, grabbing Shirshu's arm. "Run.
Run.
Hurry." The bottom of the cave was really just a place to stand. There was no space to move around. The spiders were lined up side by side, and all you could see was the patterns on their backs. The sequence of when he could stand up. He had promised to run, right? He watched Yu Jiang take out a can of gasoline and pour it wildly at the cave entrance. Mutant venomous spiders are not afraid of brief high temperatures or flames, but fire can slow them down. The moment a spider poked its head out, Shirshu let go of the burning match in his hand. Orange flames spread quickly, causing the mutant spider to retreat hurriedly, making a hissing sound. The two took the chance to run away, running for 2 kilometers until they were sure they had escaped the spider's tracking range. Then they stopped. They had used up all 6 energy-boosting drinks. Yu Jiang had eaten the blueberry that reduces fatigue before they met up. The healing potion hadn't cooled down yet, and together they couldn't recover more than 50 health points. The forest was already very dark. Night in the deep woods is terrifying, and it's hard to see anything without a light. Yu Jiang waved her hand and gasped, "Let's leave the dungeon now." She was afraid of being attacked again, so she didn't dare look for supplies. She opened the light screen and clicked exit under the completed quest. Yu Jiang and Shirshu left the dungeon one after the other and returned to the rest station where they parked. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and it was still drizzling lightly. There was only one other player at the rest station. He sat in his vehicle, raised an eyebrow, and looked a bit proud. "I waited here for a long time and only saw you two come out. Not bad." It was a pity. If only he had teamed up with the 2 big players, he could have taken the top 2 spots, but he ended up in 3rd place. Now that they had come out, they could still get a ranking. Yu Jiang didn't say anything. She found a relatively clean spot to sit, recover her stamina, and prepared to quietly loot the supplies in the rest station when fewer people were around. The metal sheets on the roof looked good. There were also resources nearby to gather, but they weren't as abundant as in the forest. She opened the light screen. Inside the dungeon, 11 players were still alive. After coming out, she could only see the dungeon channel and couldn't send messages. Many players had already started forming teams, and their progress was over 70%. Besides 2 players who said they couldn't run anymore because it was too dangerous and they'd rather hide and survive until the end, accepting the penalty of getting nothing. Some people say this is okay, at least stable. Only they know if that's what they truly think. There was also a player called Brothers Come Fight Me who was very angry and said, "You, that idiot just now. If you have the guts, don't run. You're trying to lure the mutated venomous spider over here, right? Today, I'm not doing the quest, but I'll make you pay." It was around 6:40 p.m., more than an hour before the dungeon ended. There were 10 players still alive in the dungeon. 2 more players finished their quests and left. One was Brothers Come Fight Me, who didn't say anything afterward. I don't know what happened next. Yu Jiang had already collected all the herbs and wild vegetables behind the rest stop, preparing to head back to the road. Before leaving, she stood in front of Shirshu to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
This cooperation was very pleasant. See you again in the next dungeon. Shirshu smiled lightly and nodded. That's what I wanted to say too. Under the deep blue sky, the only streetlight in front of the rest stop turned on. The fine rain seemed to glow. Yu Jiang took off her coat and sat in her green pickup truck. Shirshu also went to the black car across the street. They left the tunnel one after the other. Around 7 p.m., Yu Jiang left the parallel road, parked her car, and started counting the items she gained from the dungeon. At the same time, a notification from the large green zone appeared. Player King of the Mountain Patrol received the mutated venomous spider rating. You're truly crazy. Earned the dungeon title Venomous Spider Hunter. Player X received the mutated venomous spider rating. Don't come near me. Earned the dungeon title Venomous Spider Killer. Yu Jiang looked at her personal notification. In the dungeon, you used poison, stabbing, venom needles, and fire to kill a total of 30 venomous spiders. Next time, stay away from that area. They all remember your scent. Title earned. Venomous Spider Hunter. Reward. 1 agility poison masters with this title are immune to low-level insect and arthropod toxins. She wasn't bored or reckless. She definitely wouldn't go near that wilderness again. Besides, there was no turning back on the road. Yu Jiang thought this, and a prompt appeared. The player currently has a mutated venomous spider queen toxin 1. Alchemists can craft weapons that, when used, have a chance to apply a poison and bleeding buff to the target. Do you want to craft it? The player also has a spider silk 1 from the mutated venomous spider queen, which can add 10 extra health points to the healing light skill. Do you want to craft it? Yu Jiang's mind briefly froze, excited. Is there even a need to think? Yes, I confirm. This is the reward she deserves for teaming up to fight the Spider Queen. Crafting takes a few minutes. Yu Jiang's gaze returns to the public chat. After 2 announcements, the chat also became lively. I am Gu, from Mist Gu. Such cold words. I just barely escaped from the dungeon. Almost dead. People can be so cruel. Luo Tua Xiangzi. Wow, how many venomous spiders did the 2 big shots kill? Madman Zhang San. They've appeared together in the global announcements more than once. Honestly, I can't tell which is crazier. Those 2 or the Spider Queen. Both are terrifying. Player 8579. Is it possible they are in the same team? Around 3 p.m., they finished the dungeon. I saw the dungeon announcement myself. Lone Wolf 2009. Really? You saw the 2 big shots. Player 8579. I don't know. When I returned to the rest station, everyone there said they weren't big shots. Madman Zhang-san. What kind of epic leaderboard battle is this? So exciting. The 2 big shots are so strong, they even killed the Spider Queen. Your team members are really lucky, Envy. Early wealth. Absolutely. When I was looking for the 4th watchtower, the path was full of fallen venomous spiders. It was terrible. I followed the ground traces to complete the mission. Thanks to those 2 big shots. Wind with the flow 220. Stop envying. I'm in the same team. I asked them to delay the dungeon so everyone could have a chance, reduce casualties. But they ignored me and didn't say a word the whole time. So selfish, vegetable bun. Bro, are you okay? Did you help others? Player 8579. He only helped a little. I saw it myself. Someone said he was kind and asked for help, but he didn't reply. I even suspect he was the one who lured the venomous spider over, causing another player to die. Don't talk nonsense. At that time, I was busy dealing with poisonous spiders and couldn't spare a hand. Sway Foam 220 was still explaining, but everyone knew he wasn't convincing anyone. Not many believed him. The people supporting him mostly had their own interests in mind, hoping others would help without expecting anything in return. Anyway, it was just shouting for help on the public chat, with no real loss to themselves. The dagger was refined successfully, and its level changed from the lowest light green to dark green, just like the upgraded horn hammer. Yu Jiang was very satisfied and specifically checked her profession page. Profession: Alchemist Level 3 Skills. 1. Poison Rain. Deals 20 damage and causes bleeding for 10 minutes. 2. Light of Healing. Restores 10 health points. Wielding Weapon. Critical Dagger. Has a chance to deal critical damage and cause ongoing bleeding. Both effects can happen at once. If luck is on her side, she can use Poison Rain, then strike again with a critical hit, stacking double bleeding buffs. Those with low defense and agility can be taken down instantly. If luck isn't with her, she'll just strike twice. The timer on the panel jumped to 8 o'clock and the dungeon officially ended. Whether the task was completed or not, players were forcibly teleported out. The dungeon ranking was showing as being calculated. Only players who participated in the first batch and completed the task could compete in the overall district ranking. Those who entered at 8 a.m. tomorrow had already gained some information from the chat. However, the location of the watchtower inside the dungeon would be different tomorrow from today. Even with tracking or similar tools, players couldn't help others compete for the top spots tomorrow. The penalty for getting nothing would start from the early hours after tomorrow. In some ways, this survival game was quite fair. Some skilled players would deliberately choose to enter the dungeon tomorrow, giving up the district ranking and instead focusing on the group ranking. The first dungeon where players could really die also had mechanisms to help players survive. What does this survival game really mean? Suddenly pulling them in seems to be about helping them stay alive. No, it's more about hoping those with survival skills can live, starting from the beginner test right from the beginning. Yu Jiang shook her head. If she couldn't understand these things, she decided not to think about them for now. The dungeon ranking was now available. First place, X, completion time, 1458. Second place, The King Called Me to Patrol the Mountain, 1502. Third place, Sorrowful Biao, 1736. The regional rankings are also finalized. First and second places remain unchanged. The third place, Lonely Shadow in Cold River, finished at 1515. He brought a pig intestine with him, which shows his fast speed. He quickly ranked 9th in the region and 1st in his group. Holding a kitchen knife, he cut the power lines, ranking 6th in the region. Other friends, Yu Jiang looked at the chat group. Luckily, all their names are still visible. No one died inside the dungeon. Pure-Hearted Cockroach Hot and Spicy and Thunder King, both top players, are 1st and 2nd in their group. However, A Little Wind and Frost are only 2 minutes behind the 10th place in the region, still leading their group. Now they feel a bit regretful. Also, 188 Male and Strawberry Candy are preparing to challenge the dungeon tomorrow. Currently, Yu Jiang, running wildly, setting fires, throwing stones. In the future, Yu Jiang, I must stay within my damage range. Team Girl, Pure-Hearted Cockroach Hot and Spicy, Roadside Wandering Artist. When the Swona sounds, even the Zombie King has to dance. Herd, Amateur Archer turned Professional, Don't Run Within My View. Strawberry Candy, Baseball Bat Warrior, Nothing a single hit can't solve. If not, 2 hits will do. Yu Jiang received a Survivor Resource Blind Box, a Materials Blind Box, and an Intermediate Survivor Resource Blind Box. She gained 5 free points, totaling 8 points. She has 800 crystal coins. She crafted a scroll, Tire Anti-Slip Chain, requires a level 1 or higher tool station. Surprisingly, players who kill more than 25 venomous spiders and are in the top 10 in the region can receive a mysterious reward. Tomorrow, she will track to the Raccoon Highway supermarket to claim it. The conditions are quite strict. Yu Jiang has a feeling she needs to wake up early to collect eggs. She opened the panel. Attack 5, Agility 3. Her current battle stats are: Overall Physical Fitness, 15 Agility, 20 attack, 35 defense, 11 outdoor Martin boots 5. Physical fitness cannot be increased through points. It can only be improved through training. The other 3 battle stats can be increased through rewards, but if her strength is raised without real combat experience, it feels somewhat empty. Her current interface looks a bit better, although the comments behind still remain the same. In a chat with friends, someone holding a kitchen knife is talking about this. Luckily, I had some luck. I was walking and accidentally stepped into a pit filled with poisonous spiders. Thanks to Brother Little Drillwind's reminder, I prepared some detox pills. I didn't give up. I swung my axe left and right and fought my way out. Now I'm taking a shower, but I smell like that fishy odor. Hanjiangguing. You're tough. I was afraid I wouldn't rank high, so I kept avoiding. If I had known there would be rewards, I would have fought back. Can you tell me what the reward is tomorrow? Yu Jiang nodded too, holding a kitchen knife while talking about fighting and defending. Most people would struggle just to escape from a deep nest, so it's impressive if they can run out alive. At this moment, Pure-Hearted Cockroach suddenly said, "Everyone be careful, 5th place is like a drama." Yesterday, she said she could bring others along. I was in her team. She didn't hide her nickname in the dungeon, so several people wanted to follow her. In the end, they reached the territory of the poisonous spider nest. The ones poisoned were pushed out to take damage, and teammates sacrificed themselves. I was secretly hiding in the watchtower. Then she was discovered. If she didn't have control skills, or wasn't fast, or didn't have a bit of luck, she would have been caught. Looking back now, she's a little scared. Someone in the team didn't cooperate, and the enemy was very decisive, treating players like zombies. Forming teams randomly is risky. Luckily, after I was tricked, I met everyone, Sad Pig Intestine said. He was lucky. His teammates really helped him clear the level, only asking for some food as a reward. He also carried healing potions and detox pills, feeling very safe. Someone in the chat also warned everyone, "Be careful, locals might stab you in the back." Many people had been betrayed in teams. Several vented their anger, while others found reliable partners in this dungeon, showing the start of team play. Player 8567. You all are blaming teammates, but I want to thank the big brother with the pig culling tool. If he hadn't chased away the poisonous spiders, I would be done for. Not everyone on the road is bad. Momo6789. No. How did you get those strange but powerful weapons? Super Idea King. I've even seen someone with a harpoon. So fierce. When that guy showed up, it felt like he had his own background music, like he was about to start singing. Lonely Shadow by the Cold River. You can get it from opening boxes, completing achievements, buying in service areas, or picking it up in houses, but you might run into zombies or mutated creatures.
For the tribe. Wow.
Thanks for the info, boss. By now, everyone knew there were giant poisonous spiders in the Lost Forest. Many players who planned to enter the dungeon tomorrow were sending private messages or tagging Yu Jiang directly. Player 857. Boss, please sell me an antidote. AAA 100-ton king at boss, please help me out. I don't want to get poisoned tomorrow. I really regret not buying it earlier. If I could get another chance. Cicely. The boss just came out of the dungeon, so she probably doesn't have extra antidotes. But could you tell us how to make them? Maybe I can try crafting one myself. The way she spoke didn't sound completely sincere. From collecting items to asking Yu Jiang for information, Cicely definitely wasn't as gentle as she appeared. Soon others joined in. Player 857. Yeah. You've already finished the dungeon, so you don't need the antidote right now. Sound of the Wind. We only saw you selling the antidote. Even if you tell others how to make it, it won't hurt your profits. There are so many players in this region, and this is about survival. Please just share the info. Yu Jiang didn't care about those trying to guilt-trip her into giving something for free. As long as she didn't act out of guilt, no one could manipulate her. Still, saying nothing would make it look like she was hoarding the recipe and letting others suffer. Boss, I got the scroll from a service area. I really don't know any other way to get it. The energy drink recipe also came from a scroll. My main focus is healing potions. Before entering the dungeon, I already listed all the extra potions I could spare. Besides, I've run out of materials for the antidote. It needs a plant called Chonglu. If I had the materials, do you think I'd miss the chance to make some profit? Her words caused a huge stir. More players who genuinely wanted to buy medicine, not just get it for free, started speaking up. Crouching Dragon. What does Chonlu look like? I'll go find it right now. Boss, name your price. Please save me. Here is the improved and translated version. Don't see Desai. I have Zhonglo here. What else do you need? Boss, just name your price. I can accept the current price. I'm not one of those fools who moralize and force you to sell at cost. Super creative genius. Raising my hand, Yu Jiang thought for a moment. I should be able to make some with materials tomorrow morning. Only accepting sincere buyers who bring their own materials.
Plus 10 style bloc.
There's a chance of success. I'll need to charge half the materials. If you're okay with that, leave a message on my trading platform or on my profile. She really wants to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. Making a set of tire anti-slip chains also needs 3 steel blocks. As the temperature drops further, this item could make a good profit. I only accept serious buyers, which also tells those people if you want to buy medicine, just speak normally. Received gift from player X. 1 powerful water production scroll. This time, Shirshu directly sent the scroll, skipping the bargaining step. Yu Jiang sent him a thumbs-up emoji to show she understood. Just like last time, she will prioritize giving him the finished product. I also have a tire anti-slip chain scroll. Once made, I'll give you a set. But how come you always get these kinds of scrolls? Powerful water can increase overall physical ability by 10% within 15 minutes. Don't underestimate physical ability. When it improves, fatigue builds up more slowly, which affects attack and agility. It lasts a full 15 minutes, which is very useful in battles. The only problem is that it's hard to craft because 2 of the materials are from the intermediate guide. X sent a message. I don't know why I always get these scrolls when I open. Yu Jiang. I'm going to compete with you, the Scroll King. Forget the scrolls. The reward could also be a pharmacist's frenzy scroll. X. Don't compete yet. If I get something good, I'll just trade it to you. Yu Jiang sent a handshake emoji, saying, thanks, he can get the same conditions from other pharmacists, so trust and cooperation are mutual. X. No need to thank me. If we weren't working together, I wouldn't have such a good chance to upgrade this time. Yu Jiang smiled. I also got what I wanted. It's all about mutual benefit. She closed the chat window and noticed a few people collecting spider silk. The prices were quite high, but the sellers asked for even more, and only a few items were available. She casually looked through the public chat, but didn't see any useful messages. So, she decided to reward herself with a supply box. Her broken, simple workbench in the car couldn't make anti-slip chains, so she asked Purple, but for help to upgrade the workbench. She offered a good reward, a food exchange card. The new rewards were similar to the last time. However, the top 10 mid-level resource boxes included 10 motor expansion cards, 1 bathroom space extension card, 1 luxury toilet, 1 plain polyester shower curtain, and 6 car storage grids. Using the bathroom space extension card, she could add a dry and wet separation shower area. It was still small and couldn't turn around, but having a dry and wet separation was very nice. The bathroom is very important for human life quality. She immediately renovated the bathroom, took a shower, and hung the shower curtain. It looked and felt much better. No more worries about water splashing everywhere when she showers. Feeling refreshed, she returned to her car and used the food exchange card to get a fried chicken and cola combo. Then she took out some instant turkey noodles she brought into the game and boiled water in her health pot. She also had some food exchanged from sad pig intestines, but sometimes she wanted to eat something less healthy, especially at night. She craved something spicy and intense, like crispy fried chicken legs and a less icy cola. That was the real joy. After eating, she prepared to sleep, feeling completely relaxed after a busy day. She left a faint camping light on. Before sleeping, she checked the trading platform and saw that several people had already received materials for detox pills. The exchanged items were very sincere: steel blocks, carbon black, and even more valuable aluminum alloy. Forged aluminum alloy wheels are stronger than steel ones and are more valuable here. But forging aluminum alloy is a high-level process. She needed to get a low-level forging scroll first, and with more practice, she could make them. There are even better materials, like carbon fiber composites. Car bodies are made from many materials, including titanium alloys, which are used in high-end cars and aerospace industries. Last time, she saw someone selling these, but none were usable. At this stage, players weren't wealthy enough to buy such high-end materials. The purple altar couldn't be negotiated successfully. The frame of the Level 4 vehicle is made of high-strength steel, so it requires a lot of steel blocks. Later, I can upgrade and modify some materials to improve the vehicle's performance. Yu Jiang currently has 5 aluminum alloys, but they can't be used yet, so she is saving them. During the day, her stamina is drained in the dungeon, and tonight Yu Jiang sleeps very deeply. She wakes up the next day to a surprise reward notification. Today marks the 11th day of survival. Yu Jiang is gradually getting used to life on the road. She sits up in bed, stretches, and pulls out the public chat. She finishes making the detox pills she took orders for last night and sends them out one by one. A message from Dongsi Desai. Thanks, boss. If I survive today, can I get a friend slot? Yu Jiang. No problem. There are boxes in the dungeon, and if you're lucky, you might find a compass. That's an item. Dongsi Desai. Got it. Thanks for the info, boss. Striving that after that, Yu Jiang stops looking at the chat. She hurries to claim her mysterious reward. The quest tracker shows a snack, or rather, a raccoon supermarket. Maybe because of the reward, the rain stops as she enters the supermarket service area on the main road. A big raccoon emoji line drawing ahead is very eye-catching under the dull sky, glowing brightly. She arrives. Yu Jiang brakes and slows down, stopping in front of the supermarket. The reward quest updates on the screen. Dear survivor, you performed very well in the dungeon. Special reward, Raccoon Supermarket, 60 seconds to grab whatever you want for free. Please note, you have 2 minutes to prepare before the timer starts. Wow. Yu Jiang happily opens her mouth. This reward is great. It's really a supermarket free-for-all. Seeing the 2-minute countdown start, Yu Jiang quickly gets out of the car and rushes into the supermarket like lightning. This time, she wants to regain her reputation. Looking at her panel data, it still says she can't even compete with others for eggs. The supermarket manager is a big raccoon, fluffy and soft-looking, feeling quite nice to the touch. Welcome. Feel free to pick anything. The little raccoon smiles at the cashier. No wonder it's a surprise reward. Its attitude is better than other NPCs. Yu Jiang first familiarizes herself with the supermarket shelves. She didn't expect the items here to be so complete. In the fresh food section, there are boxes of pre-cut beef, lamb, chicken, and duck meat, sorted by different parts. Nearby, in the chilled area, there are even fish with mustard, lobsters, sweet shrimp, squid, and sea urchins. This is better than the supermarket next to her previous workplace. In the food section, there are instant noodles, cookies, bread, and a variety of drinks. The condiment area is even more dazzling. There is also a home goods section. She has always wanted outdoor kerosene stoves, gas stoves, grills, pajamas, slippers, socks, tissues, and toiletries. They have everything from essential oils to pillows, blankets, 4-piece bedding sets, and cooling mats. All free. Yu Jiang is so excited, she almost wants to jump in place. The most painful thing in the world is that she wants to take the whole supermarket with her, but she doesn't have the strength. The store manager wouldn't agree either. If she tried to leave, he would probably chase her for miles. Countdown begins. 1 o'clock. Yu Jiang starts thinking about how to carry things, what to take, to get the best reward for her effort. This kind of chance doesn't come often. She needs to take food and supplies. At 0:30, Yu Jiang rushes out quickly, clearing everything from her backpack and stuffing it into the car. She lowers the tailgate of her pickup truck. In the last 5 seconds, she moves swiftly, running back into the supermarket and grabbing several shopping carts. Her speed surprises even the store manager. What just passed in front of him? He thought some strange creature had sneaked into the store. When he reached for a broom, he realized it was a customer. Just 60 seconds. How much can she take? The current store manager. Take everything. Next episode. The store manager's expression. Oh, Oh, Yu Jiang follows her planned route to gather supplies. She grabs winter and summer slippers, regardless of style. Her hands move faster than her mind. She collects mats, pillows, bedding sets, winter quilts, air conditioning blankets, towels, pajamas, and electric blankets, filling her storage compartments. She takes thermoses, stainless steel bowls, gas stoves, kerosene stoves, and power strips. She also grabs tissues, lots of tissues, as many as she can see. They're big and take up space but are very important. She quickly picks toiletries, placing them into her cart. Yu Jiang moves fast, leaving no trace. Once her storage compartments are full, she uses the shopping carts to carry everything. She waved her hand directly over the beverage shelves, sweeping everything into the cart. Then she pushed hard, causing the cart to slide along the wheels and quickly move away. There were 30 seconds left. In the fresh fruit area, she also grabbed supplies in a sweeping manner, like bandits raiding a village. She deliberately left half of the space in the compartments, one hand quickly filling the cart while also stacking items into the compartments. When the cart was full, she pushed it straight toward the exit and continued loading another cart with her free hand. She decided to take whatever meat she could find first. In the apocalypse, she wouldn't dare eat raw fish, so she left that behind. She also took large shrimp, conch shells, and squid. For vegetables and fruits, she grabbed as much as she could. In the last few seconds, Yu Jiang collected 2 king of the mountain durians, 2 coconuts, and some wax apples. She pushed her cart at full speed to the checkout counter, also grabbing several supermarket baskets, and pushed the cart out of the store. The store owner, the little raccoon, had stopped eating a sandwich cookie, staring blankly at Yu Jiang. With 2 seconds remaining, she quickly reached out and took the gum and chocolate shelves. Then she looked at the 2 shopping carts, 3 baskets, and the shelves in the store that looked like they had been robbed. No way. He was causing trouble. How could she still be eating and grabbing things? Let's see if this person is a thief. The little raccoon opened the customer information in the store system. A scavenger. Truly terrifying. Seeing Yu Jiang's eyes still glancing at the store, reluctantly looking at the colorful shelves, the store owner, the little raccoon, stood with her hands on her hips, blocking her way, and saying with a serious look, "The surprise reward has ended. You can no longer enter this raccoon supermarket. Don't think about sneaking in again." "I understand the rules." Yu Jiang nodded, her eyes shining more and more as she looked at the supermarket. The food and daily necessities she stocked up on 10 days ago couldn't compare to what she had in just 60 seconds today.
Who could understand that feeling?
Although she was doing pretty well on the road, she only had blueberries and a few wild berries. It had been a long time since she saw so many kinds of fruit. "I have a hanging ornament, a flying seagull. If you like it, I'll give it to you as a keepsake." Yu Jiang looked toward the decorations behind the checkout counter, which had a fresh style. She thought of the wooden decorations she casually picked up in the quiet town. At that time, she thought they looked nice and might be useful. The small raccoon shop owner looked at the white wooden seagull in Yu Jiang's hand. It had a cute style, with wings connected by white string. When hung up, the wind would make the wings move up and down. He liked collecting such beautiful things. His gaze toward Yu Jiang softened a lot. The small raccoon shop owner's friendliness toward you increased by 10. "I don't want your things for nothing. I'll add 30 more seconds for you. You can only take 1 more basket." The raccoon warned seriously. If she didn't follow the rules, he would take back the 30 seconds of free time he gave her, and all raccoon supermarkets would block her. Hearing this, Yu Jiang was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Okay. She never thought that a handmade decoration, which was worthless in the apocalypse, could add a full 30 seconds of time, enough for a basket of supplies. It just proves scavenging is useful. She picked up her basket, which she had filled at the store entrance, and headed straight to the fruit section. There were black cherries, sunshine rose grapes, and simple but easy-to-preserve apples. With half the time left, she grabbed 2 bottles of yogurt and 2 bags of bread with taro filling. Her basket was almost full, but Yu Jiang knew when to stop. Pushing her luck further would be rude. "Have a good trip." The raccoon shop owner watched Yu Jiang leave, happily examining the wooden seagull and thinking about where to hang it. Yu Jiang also happily carried her things to the car. Once back on the road, she started organizing. There was too much stuff now. Not only was there a crisis with the storage grid, but also a space crisis in the vehicle. Items were everywhere, on the passenger seat, the back table, the ground, and even on the bed. There was no space to sit, and the 6-slot storage box she got yesterday was already full. Upgrading her vehicle to level 4 was urgent. Yu Jiang exchanged a battery with her friend using gasoline. To preserve the rare fruits from the apocalypse, she activated the car's refrigerator's time freeze function. The capacity wasn't just small like a regular fridge. It had 6 slots, enough to hold many supplies, and could be upgraded later. She sorted her daily necessities into categories. Now she could use the pillow, which she had been using with the car's interior cushions. As for comfort, it couldn't compare to the memory foam pillow with bounce that she brought back from the raccoon supermarket. All the clean bedding could be stored in the space under the bed, tissues went into the cabinet, and anything that wouldn't fit was placed on the floor. Yu Jiang spent over an hour organizing food supplies. There are 8 boxes each of chicken, pork, and lamb, 10 boxes of beef, each weighing 250 grams. There are 2 roasted duck halves, some seafood, 2 bunches of lettuce for grilling with pork belly, which smells very good. There are 2 large bags of dried kelp and seaweed, 2 boxes of eggs, some bread and instant noodles, and 22 bottles of various drinks. Additionally, there are 2 boxes of drip coffee, 2 cans of tea, 1 black and 1 green. There is a bottle of lemon juice to be stored in the spice cabinet. The ordinary camping car is filled with bottles and jars, which can easily tip over when braking. However, the cabinets inside are custom-made and sturdy, so this isn't a problem. After turning on the car's fridge, Yu Jiang first puts in the easily spoiled fruits and vegetables, then the meats. She has set aside some of these supplies to sell on trading platforms, hoping to upgrade her vehicle soon. Some items are for trading with friends at friendly prices. Yu Jiang plans to drive through the rain for today's 50 kilometers along the parallel road without stopping. There are too many things in the car, which makes her uneasy. Since she saw a medium-sized box truck about 6 meters long ahead, she hasn't slowed down. The size of the truck makes overtaking quite dangerous. She wants to keep a safe distance, but the truck doesn't seem to agree. She slows down and the truck also slows down. This is a bit troublesome. Since her vehicle is a modified pickup, it's not very safe to collide with another vehicle. She can't signal to the other driver without stopping. Yu Jiang slows down again to see how the other responds. Sure enough, with the car's close distance, she veers left, and the truck immediately turns its steering wheel. She grips the steering wheel tightly, her eyes sharp, and accelerates quickly. If they can't pass peacefully, she's ready to test her driving skills. Before this road, she only drove a training car with the accelerator locked. Little raccoon, but she gave me a gift. She must be a good person, right? Oh, the truck has the advantage in size and is quite heavy. Her electric pickup can go over 130 kilometers per hour, but feels a bit unstable at that speed. Since she has many things in the car, she can slow down a bit. If the truck speeds up, it will feel even more unstable. Yu Jiang checks her rear-view mirror to make sure there are no other vehicles behind. From the perspective of a medium-sized truck, the pickup truck timidly moved to the side, clearly scared by its own presence and not daring to get too close. Of course, others are driving small vehicles like 3-wheelers, delivery trucks, farm tractors, small cars, or, at most, small trucks. Anything over 6 meters is considered a medium truck, and no one dares to cut in front. This is the advantage of being tall and favored by fate. Soon, the medium truck hit the pickup to stop it, then tried to seize the opportunity. It looked like an easy target. With such driving skills, do you still think you can escape? The truck driver hummed a tune, one hand on the steering wheel. The truck gradually approached the pickup, squeezing its space. When they bumped, a turn appeared ahead. Suddenly, the pickup sped up sharply and turned the steering smoothly. The truck driver's face changed drastically. He quickly grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and pressed the brake. This speed was almost reckless. If either the mind or body couldn't keep up, it would be very dangerous. Yu Jiang's attention was fully on the truck in front and to the left. She held the steering wheel tightly, her heart pounding from the tension. She dared not relax at all. She tried to slow her breathing, stay alert, and keep calm. Because the medium truck was slippery from the rain and driving fast on the highway, it was hard to control the brakes and steering. When the back of the truck slid over, Yu Jiang had already changed lanes and moved away. Bang, bang, crash. With a loud noise, the front wheels of the medium truck went into the roadside drainage ditch. The front of the truck hit a stone and deformed, and the fuel tank leaked. That was just a minor issue. With a truck of this size, unless they found a tow truck with lifting capabilities, it couldn't be driven out. Disassembling the vehicle on the spot would mean losing the medium truck and ending up with a pile of scrap parts and the original vehicle form. Back in the late 19th century, everything was so primitive. Yu Jiang saw a picture posted online of an unlucky player. She didn't want to go out in the rain again to grab supplies, mainly because there was no space left, no room for anything extra. Getting out would also cost her energy, so Yu Jiang simply drove away. Today, she traveled 50 kilometers and left the parallel road. Finally, she could properly handle the supplies in her vehicle. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily, with occasional thunder. Inside the car, she opened the trading platform and calmly listed her items. Fresh pork, lamb, and beef, 1 box each. 2 fresh eggs, 1 box of frozen chicken wings, 1 bag of frozen dumplings, 2 bags of freshly baked cookies and cakes, 2 bottles of sports drinks, a piece of durian, 2 apples, a brand new insulated cup, and an electric blanket. Additionally, I am including a sentence. The prices are high. Please understand. I also posted in the friends group. Besides these, I also have a memory foam pillow and a blanket. Lonely shadow by the cold river. Wow. If I had known I could get into the supermarket for free, I wouldn't have rushed through the map tasks. I would have definitely spent more time collecting poison spider parts. She clearly has more items to trade, as she can produce so many. Sad pig intestines. Boss, could you sell me some ingredients? I'll cook ready-to-eat food for you. I promise I won't waste your stuff. Sure, Yu Jiang agreed. To make the food tasty, just preparing ingredients and cleaning the cookware takes a lot of effort. Her vehicle isn't very suitable for cooking. At most, she can use a portable stove to boil something. Sad pig intestines has turned her car into a stall with complete cooking tools and skills. I can also give you some ingredients. You can keep the prepared food, holding a knife and cutting wires. 1. But I want to ask, how do you get so many different kinds of supplies? They have fresh ingredients, drinks, and even time to pick up slippers and cups? Everyone has 60 seconds. Why are they so good? And I, risking my life, only managed to grab a shopping cart and a down quilt, so I didn't have time to get more food. Just as I was about to reach that big, fresh luo shrimp, time ran out. He even tried to negotiate for a few more items with crystal coins, but the shop owner refused coldly. When there are no reward tasks, our raccoon supermarket appears randomly on the road. If your account balance is below 500, you can't enter, and you can only enter once at each station. You can't just come in whenever you want, even with crystal coins. That's what the shop owner said. He had to leave sadly, pushing his cart away. If he weren't physically fit and quick, he wouldn't have been able to get any of these items. I use skills to get them. The supermarket doesn't restrict the use of skills, holding a knife and cutting wires. His skill is a shield. For the first time, he feels his skill isn't very useful. The skill called timing, which Yu Jiang has seen before, includes shadow and teleportation. 1 second, a person is in the supermarket's daily necessities area. The next, they are in the fresh food section. It seems there is a limit to how often it can be used, with a 24-hour cooldown. Everyone wait for me. I need to handle some messages on the trading platform first. We can discuss prices among ourselves. Within 5 minutes, the platform displayed over a dozen messages. Are you all in the same survival game? Can the big boss even get durians? And these fresh meats and vegetables, I'll take the beef. 20 steel blocks and 5 aluminum alloys. Yu Jiang quickly confirmed the trade, as upgrading a level 4 vehicle requires aluminum alloy. She almost had enough steel blocks but was missing some rare materials. Some messages in the trade requests also included opposition. Honestly, these items aren't essential for survival. It's just for fun. The prices are too high. Are you really worth trading so many resources for this little food? Yu Jiang didn't reply. Someone else responded to this person. You're not buying, so what are you making a fuss about? Don't delay my purchase. If I think it's worth it, then it is. Mind your own business. 2 titanium alloys. The big boss should know their value. How about trading 1 box of frozen chicken wings and 1 bag of frozen dumplings? Yu Jiang replied, not interested. I want aluminum alloy, a level 4 vehicle part card, and an electronic expansion card. A level 4 vehicle needs 20 parts cards and expansion cards, and she still needs half. There are some at Hanjiangguing, and she needs to gather 6 or 7 more from the trading platform. After player 857, who wanted to trade titanium alloy, was rejected. They didn't give up. They kept trying to persuade Yu Jiang. Come on, titanium alloy is top-tier car material. Would you trade a few chicken wings and frozen dumplings for it? Check the public chat. Does anyone else in the entire region have titanium alloy? I thought the big boss would have good judgment, but it turns out not. Missed this chance. If I want titanium alloy in the future, it won't be so easy to get. This person sounded like they were lecturing. Yu Jiang simply replied, keep your titanium alloy. No matter how rare or valuable it is, she can't use just 2. Later, as the dungeon difficulty increased, there might be other ways to obtain this material. Of course, most people were genuinely interested in trading. Within 10 minutes, the items that Yu Jiang just listed were sold out. Sicily was quick and had plenty of supplies, including electric blankets, thermos cups, frozen dumplings, and lamb, which he collected. Those who arrived late and didn't get anything were still complaining loudly in the chat. Yu Jiang closed the trading platform and reopened the friends group chat. After some discussion, they sold the ingredients to Sad Pig Intestines, the electric blanket to Bang Bang Bang, and the thermos cup and slippers to Innocent Cockroach. Yu Jiang also gave each of them a durian and reserved a piece for strawberry candy. Timing said he didn't need it, so Yu Jiang ate the piece she had prepared for him. Sad Pig Intestines said they wouldn't have time to cook something delicious at noon, so they decided to make cold noodles for everyone at night. Flour and a box of pork were provided by Yu Jiang as a friendly gesture. Timing also sent a bag of flour and an iron pot. Someone brought chili sauce and beer, holding a kitchen knife to cut electrical wires. Purple Yeting sent a camping tent and stove, making cooking much easier on rainy days. Just a bowl of noodles, but it was enough for all the friends in the group to enjoy. Yu Jiang kept a bag of flour for herself, weighing 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. She usually didn't have time to use it all, so she stored a bag in case food and resources became scarce later. She could cook the flour and store it, or just boil water and eat it, which could last a long time. When there was food, she didn't really want to eat this stuff. Yu Jiang also sent Sad Pig Intestines some large shrimp, some conch, and a bag of seaweed. Sad Pig Intestines took half of the ingredients, with scallions, ginger, and garlic provided by him. Yu Jiang just waited to eat. Boss, don't worry. Tonight, I'll make something delicious for you and everyone. Sad Pig Intestines sounded very excited in his message and was already busy preparing. He was punished during his first dungeon run and was tricked afterward. He thought he wouldn't survive long here, but unexpectedly he met many good people. Everyone didn't mind that he was inexperienced, and they even gave him materials, helped him upgrade his vehicle, cleared dungeons with him, processed ingredients for him, and were generous with rewards. When he first started playing, all his bad luck was probably just to prepare him for meeting true friends later. Woo woo woo, it's a Muzang King Durian. So delicious. Innocent Cockroach sent a message. I really didn't expect to taste durian in my lifetime. Boss, is there anything else you need? Yu Jiang, not right now. You can enjoy it without worry. Durian spoils if left too long, and she can't finish a whole one alone. The remaining level 4 materials have already been exchanged with friends to gather everything. Since the car's battery is almost out of power, Yu Jiang decides to use the health kettle to make some energy water and energy-boosting drinks, using up the limited electricity. She also heats the stored household water in the bathroom, which consumes a lot of power. Thinking about the delicious food for the evening, Yu Jiang had some shredded sauce duck with 8 treasure porridge for lunch to fill her stomach. The sauce duck is very spicy and addictive. She can't stop eating it. Today, she has plenty of time. Yu Jiang also tidied up her plants. Recently, heavy rain has only allowed her to keep potatoes, hardy herbs, and the irritable blueberry with a plant insulation cover in the car trunk. There's a space next to the bathroom, covered with a plastic sheet to block rain, and surrounded by car trunk panels. Except for the blueberry, the other plants are hidden from view. Yu Jiang isn't worried about the irritable blueberry. It can be quite aggressive and might hit people. She plans to upgrade her vehicle today and then remodel the bathroom area, rearranging everything. Player has collected all materials needed for level 4 vehicle upgrade. It takes 20 minutes. Confirm? Yu Jiang puts on a raincoat worth 98 crystals, opens the canopy, takes out a chair, and walks around the area, collecting a cattail. She returns, sitting and nibbling on the sauce duck while waiting for the upgrade. She's quite looking forward to it. The level 4 vehicle isn't drastically different from the level 3 one in terms of type. Mainly, the differences are in performance, space, and internal parts. The rain is getting heavier, and the canopy is howling in the wind. Just as Yu Jiang worries whether the canopy can withstand the wind and might blow over, a chime sounds. The upgrade is complete. The vehicle in front of her has grown in size. It's still a pickup, but the material looks completely different. It has a tough, rugged style, very similar to a Dodge T-Rex. This is a proper off-road pickup, capable of crossing deserts. The vehicle's dimensions are 5,936 by 2,235 by 2,088 millimeters, with a wheelbase of 3,687 millimeters, approaching the size of a medium truck. Even the tires are 35 inches tall, and the chassis is very high, weighing nearly 5.5 tons. It is built with high-strength steel as the frame, and the maximum horsepower can reach 712. Its real-world price is over $1,000,000 yuan. However, in the real world, such vehicles can only run on gasoline. Electric versions can't handle it. Here, things are different. The current configuration is only for reference. Next to her, the four-wheel vehicle's front hood is already up to her neck. With that size, it feels heavy and imposing. In terms of performance, it still can't match gasoline cars of the same level. But it upgrades easily and energy is cheaper. After installing many high-capacity upgrade cards, she has used up all her resources, and the range has only increased to 1,100 kilometers. But upgrading a gasoline car's performance requires more materials and consumes more fuel, which is even more frightening. Yu Jiang refixed the canopy and took out the tools needed for the upgrade. The interior space has become much larger. Based on the original, she upgraded it without changing the vehicle type much. Important devices and cabinets inside can also be upgraded to suit the new vehicle. The main modification is to the truck bed. The bathroom remains the same, but the rain shield plastic sheet needs to be reworked. Otherwise, it won't hold up in the wind. Yu Jiang found brackets, covers, and waterproof tent fabric, then fixed everything in place. The back of the truck bed was wrapped up. She went inside to test it, checked twice, and reinforced it again. Even in heavy rain, no water got in. It felt very good. When the weather is clear, the sides and top can also be opened. She tested it, and it's very convenient to use. All these improvements were made through her own experimentation and advice from friends. She used to be just a worker doing long hours, with only one day off a week, so she had no money or time for outdoor camping. But she is quite skilled and stubborn. If she can't do something well, she will take it apart and redo it. Seeing her vehicle and knowing her skills, Yu Jiang didn't hide anything. She took a photo with her hologram and sent it to Ask. Shan Jiangguing also asked for advice, so they could work more efficiently. Looking at the brand new off-road pickup with anti-corrosion materials, Yu Jiang crossed her arms, nodded with satisfaction, and felt a strong sense of achievement. Your four-wheel vehicle upgrades are pretty quick. Today, I also saw the electric version of the T-Rex. How does its off-road performance compare to the original? Shan Jiangguing had driven this vehicle in reality and was quite curious. It's not really comparable, probably half as good. Yu Jianghui's voice said, "Aren't you also upgrading your level for vehicle?" She doesn't focus on performance, just normal driving in snow or desert areas. Yes, a regular off-road vehicle, a bit smaller in length and cargo space than the Tyrannosaurus. Have you finished your modifications? If not, you can team up to drive on the parallel highway. Either I or Han Jiangguing can help you. Thanks, but I've already finished, Yu Jiang said as she packed up her tools. To survive on the highway, she doesn't need to be a professional in vehicle repair or modification, but she must know the basics. She doesn't like waiting for others to solve problems. Having multiple skills opens many paths. Today, the game was updated early. There are 2 more episodes of Acid Rain arriving at the battlefield. All afternoon, Yu Jiang was busy modifying her brand-new camping off-road pickup truck, feeling productive and busy. During this time, a few zombies roared toward her in a storm. She moved the blueberry's insulation cover aside, letting the irritable blueberry fight. Bang, bang, bang. Unripe blueberries shot out.
Irritable blueberry. Ah.
Such heavy rain, such ugly zombies. I'm not human, but you're really a dog. Yu Jiang ignored it, needing to record how much damage the irritable blueberry caused to the monsters. Summary: the damage wasn't much, but it looked impressive. This move surprises enemies and catches them off guard, but for zombies without pain or thoughts, the effect isn't very strong. In the end, she took out her critical strike dagger and jumped out of the car to handle it herself. Luckily, Dave's house planted pea shooters. If it had been the irritable blueberries, the house would have been destroyed by zombies. Irritable blueberry. Humph.
I'm angry now.
I can't be comforted without 2 sunflower cards. Yu Jiang took out 4 sunflower cards. The irritable blueberry immediately changed its face, happily spreading its leaves. It's quite easy to cheer up. Right now, she doesn't have many things, just plenty of supplies. She has stored up 10 sunflower cards. Inside the car, behind the driver's seat, she organized a small space, placing a shopping basket she grabbed from the supermarket, which can temporarily hold dirty clothes. The car's refrigerator was placed next to the storage box, filled with food and drinks for easy access. In the future, as the storage space increases, she plans to categorize items, such as weapons and clothes, so the car remains tidy and functional for storage. The space storage box is quite valuable. Besides the resource boxes from dungeons, I haven't seen others elsewhere. Yu Jiang hung her raincoat inside the truck bed's tent fabric to prevent water drops from dripping into the car and making a mess. She placed slippers, towels, and other toiletries in the bathroom. After taking a shower and putting on soft, comfortable cotton slippers, she felt relaxed and sat back on the bed, waiting for dinner. During this time, Yu Jiang didn't stay idle. She upgraded the old workbench to a level 1 tool station, which required 10 steel blocks and 1 level 1 toolbox. The level 1 toolbox is just a name. What matters are the tools inside, which need to be of at least light green quality. The tools she originally had were all of no quality, barely usable. The level 1 crafting scrolls quickly became outdated, but luckily, low-quality tools are not hard to find, just a bit expensive. Yu Jiang had some hard currency and medicines. As long as the prices weren't unreasonable, she was fine with buying. Boss, I've received everything except the anvil. The price is a bit lower than what you offered. I can make the anvil here, but I'm still gathering materials. Please wait a moment. Okay. Yu Jiang immediately sent the agreed payment first. Some items are troublesome to store, so it's better to leave professional tasks to professionals. An anvil is a forging platform. Only with an anvil-equipped tool station can one make anti-slip chains. Ziding Ningxing also has anti-slip chain scrolls. Yu Jiang didn't hide her plans. In such a large area with so many people, the demand for basic manufacturing supplies is high, and there's no competition. Once the anti-slip chains are made, Yu Jiang will also sell them through Ziding Ningxing. Not only Yu Jiang, but Ziding Ningxing also has a proper blacksmith. Otherwise, where would he get the tools Yu Jiang needs? Ziding Ningxing works efficiently. In just over 10 minutes, he sent the anvil over. As soon as Yu Jiang received the items, she immediately upgraded the tool station. The remaining steel blocks in her hand, besides the 20 she kept for emergencies, could make 16 anti-slip chains. Before going to sleep, she made more chains. It's now a habit to increase her fatigue level before bed. Absolutely no waste. She placed the tool station in the truck bed. Taking the opportunity, she checked again. No leaks in the tent fabric. Everything was stable. As for the supplies temporarily too large to fit in the car, she stacked them in a shopping basket and moved it to the corner to prevent items from falling out during acceleration or braking. The sky gradually darkened. Just after 7 p.m., Pig Intestine sent a picture message in the friends group. In 2 stainless steel plates, neatly arranged hand-pulled noodles and fragrant scallion buns could be seen. The buns looked soft and fluffy, with a tidy shape and sprinkled with green scallions. Just from the picture, you could almost smell the aroma. Thanks to @King of Mountains, who provided the scallions. The noodles will be ready soon, and there's also seaweed soup. Just wait a little longer, and we can eat. My steamer is small, so it took some time to steam the buns. Innocent Cockroach exclaimed excitedly. Is this real? Or am I hallucinating from a zombie attack? It looks so delicious. Thanks to the teammates who provided supplies and to Pig Intestine, bang bang bang. Life is never the same with anyone. Even if I die, I want to die in your friends group, holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires. Me too, sad Pig Intestine said. No, let's talk about something lucky. Big supporter. Thank you so much. I never imagined I could still eat such good food here. Thunder King. It feels like there's still hope for life. Lone Shadow in Cold River. Seeing this makes my mouth water, but unfortunately, the weather has been bad lately and animals aren't coming out. Maybe I could set some traps to hunt. A little frost. Maybe I should gather some supplies? I feel a bit embarrassed to eat now, and it's quite troublesome to prepare. I don't have fresh ingredients, just flour and some seasonings. Pig Intestine. No worries. The ingredients and cooking tools are just what the boss wanted for everyone to have a meal together. I kept some ingredients for myself, so I won't lose out, although he said that everyone still took some supplies, flour, cake mix, milk powder, rice, saying they'd store them with Pig Intestine for future group meals. Yu Jong looked at the messages in the chat. Milk powder? I have cotton candy and nuts. Can we make snowflake cookies? Sad Pig Intestine replied, I can do that too. Leave it to me. I happen to have coconut oil which can replace butter. Bang bang bang. I also have some cookies. In this way, everyone discussed what to eat the next day. Sad Pig Intestine said, I've received the ingredients for snowflake cookies. I plan to make them tomorrow afternoon. For now, I'll chat with you while I check if the soup is ready. Seeing the pig's large intestine mention soup, everyone was excited and looking forward to it. If they could go on someone else's road, they would have already brought bowls and gone directly to wait. 7:40 p.m. The pig's large intestine announced, dinner is ready. Everyone in the group cheered excitedly. The pig's large intestine then added, send me your utensils, I will serve each of you. Yu Jiang took out her small instant noodle bowl and a stainless steel bowl from the supermarket and sent them over. Besides the food sent by the pig's large intestine, she also had a portion of plain boiled seafood. At the supermarket, she thought seafood wouldn't fill her up much and was low in fat. Beef, pork, and lamb were more cost-effective, so she didn't take much, just enough to satisfy her craving and cover some processing costs. Boss, if it's not enough, just tell me. The few bosses who provided ingredients for this bag of steamed buns have some left for you. Sad Pig's large intestine first sent Yu Zhang's portion, not only because she provided several ingredients, but also because she was his big customer. If it weren't for the boss's younger sister, he wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy seafood. Plus, the other 2 companions who received rewards also gave him ingredients, sharing half of the processing fee. He had collected quite a few ingredients today. These things he couldn't get on his own. Pig's large intestine was happily thinking this, quickly packing noodles, steamed buns, and a small bowl of kelp soup for everyone. The standard dinner portions were the same for everyone. No one had more, no one had less. 2 friends in the group were still in the dungeon and should be coming out soon. He also reserved their portions. Meanwhile, 188 Male and Strawberry Candy listened to the end of the dungeon and sighed in relief. They were exhausted, their stomachs growling, sitting in the car, trembling as they opened compressed biscuits. Just as they wanted to say in the chat group that they had survived, they looked up and saw pictures of delicious food and discussions popping up on the screen. Strawberry Candy was stunned. She raised her hand to rub her eyes. Was she going crazy? Was she hallucinating? Were they all in the same survival game? Sad Pig's large intestine. At Strawberry Candy at 188 male, did you come out of the dungeon? Send me your utensils. I also kept some supplies provided by the big bosses. Strawberry Candy looked at the lively information on the screen, along with a durian sent to her alone by the king to patrol the mountain. Her eyes were a bit red. Since arriving here, she had never felt the warmth between people before. Seeing disliked people in the game, losing third place because of their tricks and almost being stuck inside, had made her mood very bad. But now, she felt much calmer. She must work hard to improve her strength. She absolutely cannot be like today, where two people faced her alone, and she had to run away in a hurry. Thank you. That's great. Let me see if I have the supplies you need. A male player with the ID 188 said, Got it, thanks to the big bosses and pig intestine. I almost couldn't get out of the dungeon today, but luckily, only alive can enjoy such delicious food, the Thunder King said. Exactly. I don't care about life or death. If you're not happy, just fight. Even if tomorrow you tell me all this is fake, I'm just imagining it in the mental hospital, I'd still think it's pretty good. The innocent cockroach, spicy and lively, said. Once again, big praise for pig intestines cooking. Really amazing. So delicious. The scallion oil on the steamed buns is very fragrant. The noodles are chewy, and with wild vegetables, minced meat, and spicy sauce. This used to be sold in shops in Haicheng for 68 yuan. There was a clattering sound of empty bowls, and a photo was shared. In the game, I don't dare to eat too much, but today I did. It's so good. Yesterday, I caught a better arrow. If there's a chance, we can try hunting to add more variety to our team's food. Yu Jiang looked at the messages on the screen, feeling a warm feeling rise in her heart. A simple dinner that was easy to get in her old world brought everyone closer here. She also sent a picture of a thumbs up with the noodles, having just told Pig Intestine to make fewer noodles, worried that they wouldn't finish the boiled seafood. The shrimp was big, fresh, and sweet. Every bite was satisfying. After dinner, Yu Jiang made the anti-slip chains. She first sent a set of X+5 powerful water. She kept only 2 sets for herself, since they were provided by the seasonal scrolls, and it was right to give the first batch to him. The remaining anti-slip chains were sent to Zijing, who could handle it. Tomorrow will be the next 7 days. I can make anti-slip chains here, still at the same friend's processing price. Just add some materials. The innocent cockroach, spicy and lively, said, Okay, I'll send it over tomorrow. I haven't finished organizing the supplies today. After Yu Jiang finished replying to her friends in the group chat, everyone said goodnight. Even Su, who rarely speaks, joined in. Yu Jiang went to the bathroom. Supplies were limited, so she carefully squeezed the toothpaste, afraid of wasting any. After a quick wash, she lay on the soft bed, feeling comfortable, and rolled around a couple of times. Before sleeping, she glanced at the public chat and saw Cicely collecting spider silk again. Today, another group of players completed a dungeon, so spider silk was common. Everyone knew it could restore health, but its effect was not as good as basic healing potions. Still, some players hurried to collect it. Smart players realized the silk had other uses. Some tried to sell it at high prices, while others kept it for later. Collecting the silk was difficult. Someone couldn't help but say, this is material needed for alchemists to upgrade their healing skills. Holding on to it is useless for you. This comment caused a stir. Those planning to sell the silk quickly raised their prices. If the silk was just for making potions, the price wouldn't be high. But for upgrading skills, it was worth more. Cicely almost couldn't hold back on the public chat and just sent a facepalm emoji. If he weren't maintaining his character, he'd be shouting at the top of his lungs, calling others fools, revealing weaknesses, and risking losing the deal. If he couldn't get the price he wanted, he'd just walk away, and the deal would fall apart. They couldn't choose another path for alchemy, because the requirements were too strict. So they focused on healing skills, trying to upgrade quickly and gather resources early. Now, those players wouldn't easily give up their profits without a fight. Yu Jiang casually scrolled through the chat, but didn't find anything useful. She then dragged the screen to the window and lay down to sleep. She had eaten well and slept soundly. What she didn't know was that in the middle of the night, around 3 or 4 a.m., the chat exploded. Did you guys notice something strange about today's rain? Yeah, I think so. I just turned on the windshield wipers and the movement was weird. But it's late at night, so I didn't dare go outside to check. Stop pretending. It's real. My vehicle's shield suddenly dropped a bit. I turned on the headlights, but I didn't see anything around. Could it be ghosts? I saw player fragments on the road today.
Darn, are they following me?
Wow, that's quite imaginative. If there really were ghost players, why wouldn't they go after the ones who harmed them or the zombies and mutated spiders? The problem isn't serious. Just keep sleeping. If something really happens, it's safer to stay in the car late at night. At 7 a.m., it was still raining, and the temperature stayed around 10 degrees. When Yu Jiang yawned and got up, many messages appeared in the large group chat and friend groups. Realizing it was serious, she quickly sat up and started scrolling through the messages. In the Escape Big Mother Monkey group, wow, this is acid rain. My vehicle's paint has faded all night. I was stunned when I saw it this morning. In the bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. Did you see the temperature didn't drop? I was happy about that, but now this. I wonder if the acid rain will corrode the car roof. Player 857. Don't you have car paint? It only took down the shield last night. Marco, the Radish Prince. Show off your pride and you'll be targeted soon. My name is Goo from Mist Goo. Please see the picture. Many people posted close-up pictures of their vehicle shells. The plastic shells were unevenly corroded, and the metal parts showed rust. The worst was a damaged car, with severe rust. Some even believed it was a newly unearthed vehicle. Players asked what to do. The vehicle damage was increasing too fast, and repair cards' prices doubled overnight. Murong Iron Egg. Brothers and sisters, does anyone have a repair card? I can't hold on anymore. Help, Swayphone 220. I think there's no need to panic. The corrosion that can punch a hole in the roof won't happen in a short time. It's not like it's Aqua Regia. Repair cards are expensive now, but if we sell them later, they'll be cheaper. Fist bashing the town. It's easy to say that. Think carefully. When did the heavy rain start? When did the acid rain begin? It might last for 7 days. Can you really hold out for the tribe? Aren't you buying? That's great, less competition. In Escape Big Mother Monkey, I saw someone selling anti-corrosion spray yesterday. It wasn't expensive. I regret not buying it. Player 7760. Stop talking. I didn't buy raincoats at the motel. My thighs are red from the sun. Pineapple bun. 7 days of acid rain? Yesterday, the auto motel shop was closed. We can't buy anything. We still have the nothing gained buff and no rain shelter. Resources are already scarce. How can we survive, Nightweo? Who do you think is to blame for not completing the task? It's your fault, Pineapple Bun. Stop talking nonsense. Can you guarantee you'll always finish the dungeon tasks, Nightweo? Practice more if you're bad. I don't know if I can complete the next task, but I do know you didn't finish this one. Your nickname looks like a girl's, so it's not surprising. Pineapple Bun. Did you get your brain squeezed by a door? Are those two things on your face light bulbs? I'm a man. If you're so strong, be honest on the parallel highway. If we meet, let's see who backs down. Clang, clang, clang. What's wrong with being a girl? I'm ranked in the big district. Where are you, Nightweo? Haha, you're at the bottom of the list. The top players haven't said a word. With high pressure to survive, people's anger grows. Or maybe, in places without morals or laws, people show their true nature. During a discussion about acid rain, arguments increased. Yu Jiang didn't plan to speak at first, but seeing his team members, he decided to say something. You're really not good at fighting. Want to team up for the next dungeon? Give it a try. This person didn't dare reply. They were trying to keep a good attitude in the chat, knowing others couldn't find them. If they really came after him, they'd back down faster than anyone. Yu Jiang then sent another message. The trading platform is set up. You buy potions at 5 times the price. Nightweo. Haha, are you a follower? If you won't sell, then don't. I have supplies. Is it just you, the alchemist, in this big district? Player 7760. But now, Only top players in District 002 can craft detox pills, cold wind dispersers, and mid-level healing potions. Yesterday, you were the one asking for detox pills, right? No wonder you look familiar. Innocent cockroach. Your mouth is pretty tough for a little thing. Male player 188. Few people are willing to sell life-saving medicines. The prices the top players set are fair. This fool isn't worth it. After this small incident, Yu Jiang continued to check his friends' list. Han Jiangguing can make car repair cards. He said early in the morning that his friends group would get them at a friendly price. Ziding can also stock repair cards. If he runs out later, he plans to sell at his cost plus a little material, making a fair profit. He doesn't do business at a loss. Usually, he prices according to the market, but the chat group is an exception. Several powerful experts help them collect items, and Yu Jiang gains more than just supplies. You can still buy healing medicine first and get the latest news, like anti-corrosion spray. The one sold yesterday on the public chat was bought by him in seconds. Furthermore, someone like him, who relies on manufacturing, reselling, and luck, really needs a reliable team. Otherwise, he would just be an easy target, and anyone who sees him would want to attack. Pure-hearted cockroach is excited. Fortunately, thank you for helping me buy the anti-corrosion spray. My little iron truck is okay for now. I was shocked when I saw the news about acid rain this morning. Her small truck can't be upgraded quickly because the metal used for the body is very cheap. Inside, it's filled with her hard-earned supplies. If the acid rain destroys them, she would be devastated. Big Stick says, I saw in a chat that there might be 7 days of acid rain. Is that true? We can probably survive 1 or 2 days, but I'm worried about longer times. Lonely Shadow by the Cold River says, I think it's true. The weather disasters here seem to change every 7 days, at least for now. Earlier, the temperature dropped quickly, with strong winds and rain every day. Everyone thought the temperature would keep falling into a cold phase, but then this happened suddenly. Most people were caught off guard by the acid rain in the early morning, and they didn't have many anti-corrosion supplies. Fortunately, it wasn't a heavy rain right away, so there was still some time to gather supplies. The hardest part is for those punished with 3 days of nothing gained. They thought that as long as they had basic supplies for 3 days like last time, they could survive by toughing it out. After all, now, cheap compressed biscuits and protein blocks made by cockroaches are available, and they can filter rainwater with a towel. As long as they aren't killed by monsters, they can survive. But now, vehicles are slowly corroded by acid rain, and they have daily 50 kilometers tasks, meaning they need to travel 700 kilometers in a week. Resources on the road today seem fewer than before, which means fuel prices for vehicles are rising, making things even worse for them. In less than a day, some are already asking for sponsorship, posting pictures of their abs and collarbones, saying both male and female bosses are welcome. Yu Jiang was also privately messaged but ignored her. She was busy opening boxes while wearing an anti-corrosion raincoat. Honestly, opening boxes with a long stick works really well. The attack range is long, and if monsters appear, she can swing the stick wildly, killing them first. Today, she opened 3 iron boxes in total. Only one monster appeared, and it was the old friend, Poison Spider. It came right to her doorstep with its web. Yu Jiang was excited and chased after it. The other 2 boxes were full of protein blocks. The best supplies were a bag of instant noodles and a bottle of water, which she couldn't even open. She sold 10 protein blocks to exchange for a piece of glass and a steel bar. Getting clean drinking water and water collector parts was difficult, and many people on the public chat were talking about it. Clean water and collector parts were hard to find now. Yu Jiang guessed that changes in weather and environment on the road affected resource gathering, which in turn controlled the difficulty of the survival game. She learned from Jiang Guiying that making repair cards needed engine oil and basic vehicle upgrade materials, but now the chances of getting those resources had decreased. Yu Jiang used an old cloth she found to wipe the rain off her hands. The acid rain wasn't very corrosive right now. People with sensitive skin wouldn't feel much if they got a little wet for a short time, but long exposure would start to feel uncomfortable. 2 zombies, clearly corroded by acid rain, approached from ahead. They looked quite strange. Yu Jiang didn't want to get out in the rain. Getting too much acid rain on her would cause her hairline to recede. She also wanted to see how powerful her big electric off-road pickup was. She pressed the accelerator, and it sped up instantly.
Bang!
A loud crash sounded. Under the huge impact, 2 zombies were knocked away. One lost a shoe and fell apart. The sturdier one fell to the roadside, struggled to get up, and limped while growling, trying to catch up. It looked very eager, as if shouting, "You little brat. If you can, don't run." Its 2 legs, not to mention the fact that it was limping, meant even a mutated elite monster couldn't catch up with a vehicle going 150 miles per hour. It could only roar angrily at the disappearing tail of the pickup. Yu Jong decided to drive and fight the zombies because her vehicle's 5% shield had already been worn down by the acid rain. But it took much longer than usual, 12 hours. She didn't plan to repair the shield. The acid rain only eroded her car's paint and didn't damage the anti-corrosion materials worth 500 crystals. As long as she kept an eye on the vehicle's condition, it would be fine. When the vehicle's wear was below 50%, she wouldn't need a repair card. She would wait until the rain passed. Today, she traveled 300 kilometers. Yu Jiang planned to finish the weekly task within 3 days and then wait for the dungeon missions. Acid rain is really uncomfortable. The trees along the road are all dead and decayed. The sparse weeds are also badly corroded. The scenery on both sides of the highway has completely changed. There is no grass growing, and I can't find any supplies. There is no firewood either. With a temperature at 10 degrees, even boiling water for noodles is difficult. Yu Jiang checked her stash of tiny pieces of wood. There are hundreds of them. She decided not to use them now and wait to see how the weather develops. When everyone is really in need, supplies will become more valuable. A day passed, and everyone on the chat channel was asking for vehicle corrosion-proof covers, polyester fabric, raincoats, and clean water. As night approached, survival became even harder. Many people couldn't hold it and started complaining loudly in the chat. In the friends group, under the suggestion of Han Jiangguing, everyone reported that they were safe. Sad pig intestine. Report. I'm okay here. The anti-corrosion spray works well, and I have some spare repair cards. Innocent cockroach. Me too. 28 big bar. My junk car has been upgraded. X. Everything is normal. Seeing that everyone was doing well, chatting happily, and even joking a little, Yu Jiang felt much more relaxed. After everyone finished reporting their safety, Sad Pig Intestine sent another message. I've made snowflake cookies for everyone. I was late because I encountered a mutated zombie while driving and had to run away. Clang, clang, clang. No worries. Your safety is the most important. Make sure to protect yourself. King of the Mountain. If you need medicine, just tell me. I'll find a way. If it's really urgent, team up with me. We can meet on the parallel highway, and I can help you recover health. Pig Intestine must stay safe. It's hard to find a good partner who cooks well and gets along with you. As long as Pig Intestine doesn't betray, Yu Jiang will do her best to help him survive. Here, pursuing a good life means food and a cozy vehicle are equally important. Holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires. Yes, yes. Brothers, protect yourselves. If you can't fight, run first. You can also team up with me. As long as you reach the parallel highway, I'll help you fight. X. 1. Thunder King. Join me in teaming up to help Pig Intestine's boss. I'll bring my pig-chasing device. Whoever dares to attack, bring it on. Purple Yoke. I can't fight, but if you need materials, just tell me. I'll try to help. Everyone expressed their concern, just like Yu Jiang, about losing the cook in the team. Life without pig intestines is too sad. Sad Pig Intestines looked at everyone's messages, feeling warm inside. If only I could change my nickname, I would be Happy Pig Intestines. Thanks, everyone. I plan to make a simple mixed rice dish and send it to you later. I used the rice you all left me yesterday, so no need to send ingredients. Yu Jiang. Wait for me 2 days. I will help you upgrade to a level 3 vehicle. There are abandoned vehicles on the road. She plans to scavenge some. As Pig Intestine's vehicle level increases, their defense and speed improve, and the larger space makes cooking easier. Soon, Yu Jiang received snowflake cookies from Pig Intestines. She couldn't wait to try one. So delicious. After eating one, she wanted more, but She kept the remaining few. The amount was small. Maybe later she'll meet some monster NPCs who like sweets, and building good relationships with them will definitely be beneficial. Around 7:30 p.m., Pig Intestines sent dinner. Yu Jiang also provided ingredients, so her mixed rice included a soft-boiled egg and beef. With small chili peppers, green peppers, prepared seasonings, hot oil, and shredded carrots, she mixed everything evenly with the rice, then added the egg and beef. It smelled so good, and tasted even better. One bite made her feel that survival pressure and the desolate road were no longer problems. Her vehicle's storage box also had sausages and cured meat, scavenged from the raccoon's supermarket. Next time, she could use these ingredients for mixed rice. Her friends' messages all praised Pig Intestines' cooking skills. Zidun Ningxing. Do you have extra rice? I have a blacksmith here, who's willing to pay a high price for a bowl. He can make a kitchen knife. Items made by the blacksmith are much better than random found knives. People pay a lot for weapons from him. Sad Pig Intestines. Yes, yes. Bring me a bowl, and how much for a pot? Zidun Ningxing. 20 iron blocks. Sad Pig Intestines. Okay, I'll send it to you now. When the new kitchen tools arrive, I'll make even better food for you. Clang, clang, clang. Add Zidun Ningxing. Can the blacksmith make arrowheads? How much would that cost? Purple Yolk can go. Let me ask him. I'll reply to you in a moment. Or should I bring him in? The king asked me to patrol the mountain. Yu Jiang. No problem. A blacksmith who can make weapons. Many friends here need that. Bringing him in is a good thing. Half a minute later, Old Six Blacksmith joined the friend chat group. I have to say, his nickname is really cool. Old Six Blacksmith. Hello everyone, I am a level 2 blacksmith. You can call me Old Six or Blacksmith. I can make arrowheads. I can also craft trap parts. Pig Intestines cooking smells so good. Since I started playing, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious food. Thank you, Sad Pig Intestine. You're welcome. Have you eaten enough? I still have some here. Old Six Blacksmith. Not yet. I need to do some proper work first, or I'll feel embarrassed to eat. I'll make a list of what everyone needs and try to finish it as soon as possible. Pig Intestines kitchen knife needs to be made first, so it won't affect the chef cooking. Clang, clang, clang. No rush, blacksmith. Take your time. Hanjiangguing. Tell me if you need anything. They both need to upgrade arrowheads or craft trap devices, like wire and other materials found on the roadside, which aren't enough to deal with mutated zombies. Seeing a blacksmith makes them especially excited. Yu Jiang looked at his own gear. Only the dagger has value for forging. This is similar to the special weapon you get when challenging a professional upgrade task during nighttime driving. He needs to get special upgrade materials to improve the quality of his dedicated weapon. Yu Jiang's dagger is being modified to be poison-tipped. Not sure if forging can increase its attack power. The weapon with deep green quality shows it requires a level 4 blacksmith to forge. No rush for now. He'll wait until Old Six Blacksmith's profession achievement levels up. The shield dropped by 5%, and after more than 10 hours, the damage only increased by 2%. Spending 500 crystals was very worth it. Yu Jiang finished washing up, put on a corrosion-proof raincoat, and sat in the driver's seat. She ate 2 flour buns with 8 treasure porridge slowly and looked at the current situation on the public screen. The acid rain is more damaging than yesterday. It's not very strong acid, but if it gets on something, it will cause a hole. If the car body rusts and isn't fixed quickly, it will spread fast in this environment. Rainwater can seep through cracks into the inside, causing the engine, brake discs, and metal parts of the tires to rust. Only rust removal spray and repair cards can fix this, or gather enough upgrade materials. At this moment, the public screen was noisy. Sicily. Since everyone is having such a hard time, I'll share a repair card, trade for blueprints, 5 food exchange cards, and 20 herbal collection cards. Collecting herbs isn't very useful, so why not trade with me? Player 3450. I thought you were kind, but look at the current price of herbs. Do you really think people are fools? With the acid rain now, it's impossible to gather anything on the road. Sicily, I've already received the blueprints. Innate abstract holy body. I really give up. I worked so hard. I just upgraded my level 2 vehicle the day before yesterday and used up all my supplies. Today, the paint on the car's hood is peeling and rust is spreading from coin size to 50% damage. I don't think I can last until noon, let alone finish this week's tasks. I'm not crazy, really. It's not just him. Many players are talking about how bad it is. Water from East Lake. My vehicle has never been upgraded. I'm even worse off. It's making creaking noises, and a piece of plastic on the front wheel has already fallen off. I can't gather materials or repair cards, so I definitely won't finish the remaining distance. I have to stop and accept nothing gained, hoping I can survive until the acid rain ends. When everything gets better, maybe the supplies will increase again. After this disaster passes, the chance of supplies appearing might go up again. Yu Jiang held the steering wheel with both hands, maintaining around 100 kilometers per hour, driving fast. There was no gathering on the road. It was barren with no boxes, so she didn't need to slow down. Her next trip would be tricky, needing to put on the raincoat and prepare for protection. On the road, she saw a badly damaged, abandoned first-level vehicle along the parallel highway. She didn't bother to go down and recover it. At this stage, recovering first-level vehicles doesn't yield many materials. For the first time, scavengers showed no interest in resources and thought there was too little. Yu Jiang also forgot the days when she was so poor she had to dig up even a single blade of grass. She spent almost the whole morning driving, and the 700 kilometers task was marked as completed. Around 1 p.m., a building appeared on the desolate highway. It looked a bit like a service area, but also a little different. Usually service areas have lights, but this one didn't. It looked more run down. Yu Jiang slowed down and, as she got closer, realized it was an abandoned service area from before the apocalypse. The most damaged parts of the buildings had exposed steel bars, and most importantly, there were many abandoned vehicles parked inside, including a faded, rusted tour bus. It couldn't be driven, but it could be scavenged. There must be lots of resources inside. She thought she should rush in and loot everything quickly. Yu Jiang put on her raincoat, pulled the hood over her head, and took out a makeshift protective mask she made during her lunch break from a plastic bottle of mineral water. It was just 2 pieces of plastic, smooth so they wouldn't scratch her skin, with torn cloth strips glued around the edges for extra protection. She drilled holes and threaded them with shoelaces to secure it behind her ears, making sure it wouldn't fall off. She was worried acid rain might get into her eyes and ruin her vision. That would be the end. Her homemade mask looked very much like something a scavenger would wear, simple, rough, not pretty, but effective. Fully armed, Yu Jiang cleared out 12 inventory slots and then stepped out of the car with her gear. First, she observed her surroundings. 5 wandering zombies and 2 mutated ones, all visible. She quietly approached from behind with a dagger, grabbing a normal zombie's arm and stabbing it. Either a critical hit or bleeding effect would kill a normal zombie with 1 strike. If no effect occurred, she quickly stabbed several more times, smashing the zombie into a pulp. She ambushed and took down 5 normal zombies, plus an elite zombie hiding under a car, also ambushed. That one was unlucky, critical hit plus bleeding, caught Yu Jiang, and was killed instantly. In less than 10 minutes, the abandoned service area and parking lot were cleared. Zombies hide in the dark, striking unexpectedly. With so many obstacles around, it's easy to be ambushed. Most people would be lucky to survive half of it. But Yu Jiang is more cautious than the zombies. She has a reputation for being very careful. Here, moving around and using skills don't help much. She only lost 30 health points, even when surrounded by 3 elite zombie monsters. It's funny, Yu Jiang, as an assassin, usually fights head-on. But as a ranged attacker with area damage, she prefers sneaky strikes. If she can win, she will attack. If not, she runs away. Yu Jiang pockets her dagger and switches to a horn hammer. It's time to scavenge. Her first target is a tourist bus. She swings her hammer to break open the luggage compartments on both sides. Inside, she sees many bags, some old but mostly intact. There are about a dozen pieces of luggage and boxes. Yu Jiang's eyes light up. There are about 10 pieces of luggage, similar to blind boxes. She opens a pink suitcase, which contains clothes and a pair of mid-heeled shoes. The shoes aren't suitable for survival in the apocalypse. She only takes a thick coat. Next, she finds a black bag with food, some high-quality red dates, and local snacks. Some are expired, but a quick scan shows they are still safe to eat. She takes everything. Most of the luggage contains clothes. Yu Jiang picks a few decent-looking items and leaves the rest. Items she doesn't need aren't worth much if sold, so she doesn't bother taking everything. She reaches the bus and carefully pokes the bodies with a stick. One zombie pretending to be dead suddenly moves. Before it can stand up, Yu Jiang presses it down and kills it with a quick slash. There's also a roll of plastic bags on the bus, probably for passengers to use if they feel sick. She takes it. There's a lot of food on the bus, but many are dried out. Looking at the shriveled, discolored Zongzi leaves, Yu Jiang sighs softly. These things remind her that this place was once a normal world, still holding a faint trace of human civilization. Yu Jiang, what? An abandoned service area? Scavengers rejoice. The spicy strips she found on the bus have expanded. The bottled water, biscuits, and instant noodles are still good. Just remove the seasoning packet and they're fine. Yu Jiang found a total of 3 unopened bottles of mineral water, 10 pieces of biscuits, 7 packs of instant noodles, and 5 buckets, an impressive harvest. With the idea of not wasting anything, she excitedly decided to recycle the bus. Currently, Yu Jiang's scavenger level shows the bus has about 60% of its gray health bar remaining, so she can't fight it anymore. She packed the collected supplies into a luggage bag and looked at the storage space under the bus with admiration. She couldn't imagine how happy she would be if her vehicle had such a large storage space. In the next few hours, Yu Jiang used a hammer to smash at the abandoned service area, making a lot of noise. She recycled 4 broken A6 rings, which were damaged. She also recycled a heavily corroded Land Rover. The Mazda's rusty frame was not a big problem. She even gained a few iron blocks from it. The car wheels were rusted, but the rubber could still be recycled. It was a pity that some high-strength steel used in good cars could only be turned into regular steel blocks. To turn steel blocks into high-strength steel, forging and upgrading are needed, with a ratio of about 3:1. Yu Jiang drank her second energy drink of the day. Even though she upgraded her hammer once, she still didn't have enough stamina to handle so many abandoned cars. In total, she recycled over 10 cars, along with buildings in the service area, windows, doors, shelves, parking toll gates. All can be recycled for materials. She also collected fragments of exploded oil tanks and storage tanks. She didn't leave any wooden furniture inside the house. She recycled and chopped everything into firewood. Even the large sun umbrellas used for stalls were taken. It was a huge harvest. Yu Jiang sat under the eaves, took off her homemade eye mask, rested for a while, and started counting her supplies. All upgrade materials were stored in her space grid. Iron blocks and steel blocks could each fill up to 250 units per grid, taking up little space. She collected a total of 158 iron blocks, 60 steel blocks, 25 rubber pieces, 6 nails, 15 rusty nails, 10 broken glass pieces. Unsure if they are useful, so she stored them for now. After the bus, she also gathered supplies from the vehicle and the house in the service area. 36 bottles of unopened mineral water, 7 packs of tissues, 2 somewhat dirty blankets, 2 sets of car toolboxes, 25 pieces of wood with no crafting value, and various old clothes. 8 packs of cigarettes, 5 umbrellas, 6 jars of expired but edible 8 treasure congee, and 1 bag of salt. Surprisingly, in a corner of a service area room, among spoiled food, there was a box of unopened spicy beef noodles and a box of semi-vacuum-packed pre-made dishes. The spoiled items were removed, leaving 23 bags of various foods, including stir-fried green peppers with minced meat, fish-flavored shredded pork, and braised meat. There were also 3 bags of 10-pound rice, swollen but not spoiled. Indeed, in the end-of-world scenario, scavenging is the best way to survive. Besides the time at the Little Raccoon supermarket, Yu Jiang had never had such abundant supplies. There was also an old-fashioned small fan which was still working, so she decided to take it. The player quickly scavenged everything, taking only what they could, even digging through trash. Truly a model scavenger, earning the Level 3 Scavenger achievement. You can now collect higher-level discarded items. Isn't that exciting? Keep going. As long as you work hard at scavenging, you can achieve a prosperous life. Yu Jiang looked at the bus, eager to start. She first took out the supermarket cart, moved twice, and finally had one snakeskin bag left. She was about to throw it over her shoulder when she suddenly saw a blue humanoid creature standing ahead. Its brown burlap cloak looked familiar. It was a monster merchant. Yu Jiang gave a polite but awkward smile. Could she have accidentally taken someone's home while scavenging? Should she run or stay? There's no way to restore the service area. The blue monster merchant was also shocked. Did you do this? Yu Jiang was pondering how to answer when she heard him say, "That's great, Yu Jiang." He continued, "I was just about to deal with these trash and abandoned vehicles. To clean and repair the service area, I need to call the garbage station's truck." He also needed crystal coins for the garbage station, and rainstorms required extra payment. Look at how professional she is. Not only did she clear out so many abandoned vehicles, but she also took away a lot of trash. Most importantly, she didn't ask for money. So touching. The blue monster merchant looked at the noticeably emptier service area, feeling more satisfied. "Can I recover that bus?" Yu Jiang asked, sizing up the monster merchant. Hearing this, the monster merchant seemed worried Yu Jiang might change her mind and quickly said, "That's great. Thank you. I'll give you a big gift. Don't be polite, but you need to finish your work first." Yu Jiang was not polite, but she was a bit confused. Is there really such good luck? Scavenging and getting a big gift pack. Yes, I must do it. Working makes me happy. Labor makes me proud. Yu Jiang made an okay sign with her hand, lifted her hammer with one hand, and walked toward the bus like a strong sailor who had eaten spinach. She listened to the crisp, pleasant sound of the hammer hitting, watched the resource recycling prompts pop up constantly, and felt happy and more excited with each strike. The monster merchant supervising nearby nodded repeatedly as he watched. Meanwhile, outside the service area, a tiny four-wheeled vehicle, resembling a miniature BMW Isetta, stopped. Just as the driver was about to happily go inside, they saw signs saying, "Service area not open," and "No parking." The driver's excitement faded instantly. They thought they had a chance, finally found the service area again, but it turned out to be abandoned. All their excitement was for nothing. With a regretful sigh, the player drove away in the small, unfinished vehicle. The bus still had about 40% health left, but its internal frame was truly beyond repair. "I don't have enough level. I can only do this," Yu Jiang said, worried that the monster merchant might think she wasn't good at working, refuse her a big gift pack, or secretly weaken her. She quickly made her stance clear. "But I can help you dismantle the roof and the inside of the house," she offered. The blue monster merchant waved his hand. "No need, no need. This is good enough. The house is a dungeon location." Yu Jiang's eyes flickered slightly. "Aren't you planning to take over and run this place?" The blue monster merchant looked at her and decided to tell her since she had helped clear so much trash. "You can't tell others about this," he warned. Yu Jiang nodded understandingly. The blue monster merchant lowered his voice. "This is a service area inside the dungeon. You can only buy things after completing the task, but it's not open yet. The service area is mobile, connected randomly to parallel roads. When the number of players entering on the day reaches the limit, the entrance closes. For example, the raccoon family runs a chain supermarket with the most complete daily necessities and fresh food. Entry conditions and the number of players allowed are very strict." "This is your big gift pack," the blue monster merchant said, pulling a rough burlap bag from his pocket. It looked exactly like the sack from the gold miner game, except there was no question mark on it, only a simple drawing of the monster merchant's face. "PK2 did not pass this time. I expect to retake it next week. Please follow up. Thank you all." Yu Jiang saw the monster merchant's expression, indicating she should leave quickly and not say more. She understood with a nod. "What are you selling here?" "I have crystal coins." The blue monster merchant looked at her doubtfully. "Really? Is she a scavenger? Does she really have crystal coins?" Yes, yes, Yu Jiang said, opening her light screen to show her account. The blue monster merchant started to promote his goods. Herbs, foul smoke grenades with good hiding effects, a jar of honey, and a scroll for making aluminum alloy wheels. The service area isn't open. Every player I meet can buy supplies randomly, and the quantities are limited. Do you want any? Yes. I must have some. Yu Jiang happily looked at the merchant's purchase interface. The aluminum alloy wheel-making scroll is of purple quality. And the herbs, perfect for when you can't gather them on the road. It's just... The scroll is a little expensive, she sighed. Got it, got it. The blue monster raised his hand and coughed. A surprise discount countdown appeared on the purchase screen, 1 minute. All items bundled for only 888 crystal coins. Yu Jiang quickly paid. This deal was too good. A vehicle-making scroll usually costs a lot, and no one is willing to sell it. When she left, she waved goodbye to the monster merchant. The merchant also looked friendly, and her favorability increased by 50 points. Not only did she clear out trash, but she also bought things on her way, such a good person. Yu Jiang left the service area at exactly 6 p.m., about to enter the night. She had no plans to drive at night. She sped up, and when her fatigue level was about to hit the red line of fatigue driving, she entered her personal highway and parked. She tidied up, pulled the curtains, turned on the camping lights inside the car, and took out her slippers from under the passenger seat to change into them. Then she sat casually on the back seat near the cabinet. Since she was worried about dirtying the bed, she didn't go up yet. Excited, Yu Jiang took out the big gift pack from the monster merchant. As long as nothing inside was a mouse, she could accept anything. The big gift pack felt light when she picked it up. When she opened it, it was also light, but the contents were excellent. Vehicle storage compartment 10 automatic driving module card, high-quality gold color. Reinforced fiber rubber 20 can be used to upgrade wheels. After upgrading, protection is maximized, and even a flat tire allows high-speed driving. This is the type of tire used on Cadillac's custom presidential car. Yu Jiang suddenly felt that her level for vehicle didn't match such good equipment. She looked at the level 5 vehicle, which requires several hundred units of each material. She instantly calmed down. Level 4 is also quite good. Welcome players to use the automatic driving module card. Activate automatic driving to free your fatigue. However, automatic driving consumes 50% more energy, and it is not allowed at night. If caught, you will be fined 600 crystals per kilometer. Less than a kilometer counts as 1 kilometer. The vehicle's automatic driving mode allows you to choose speed and has a warning system that alerts when obstacles or other vehicles are within a certain distance. She can give commands through the light screen, which is more reliable than real-world smart driving. Used 20 units of reinforced fiber rubber to upgrade the vehicle's tires, increasing defense by 20. Tire size remains the same after upgrade, maintaining material. So, Yu Jiang's vehicle now has a defense of 42. Her personal defense, when wearing those attribute shoes, is still 11. That's reasonable. How can she compare to a steel frame off-road pickup? She comforts herself this way. The vehicle's configuration was just slightly upgraded. Yu Jiang's excitement hasn't faded. She sees her friend group chat where 188 male Dazai mentions that there are areas in the service zone that are off-limits. Bang bang bang. What's going on? 188 male Dazai. I just passed by what looked like an abandoned service area. There was a sign outside. I thought it was a surprise. Sad pig intestines. Today, I used the rice, dried corn, canned luncheon meat, and potatoes everyone contributed to make rice balls.
Purerted cockroach. Wa.
Looking forward to it. Just for this dinner, I will survive no matter what. Air Bada Gang. Me too, Hanjiang Guing. I have an idea, and I want to hear everyone's opinion. Each week, everyone can bring some ingredients. If you don't have any, you can exchange upgrade materials or other supplies with Dazai. This way, pig intestines can prepare simple dinners once or twice, using whatever ingredients are available. No one should have allergies, right? The pig's main role is as a chef, earning achievements by making food. It is generally agreed that the chef keeps half of the ingredients. Bang bang bang. I think it's fine. I don't even have cooking tools, and it's hard to make food with just rice and flour. Even if I manage to cook it, it might not taste good. Thunder King. I agree too. X. Same here. Male player 188. No allergies, and as long as it doesn't reduce my health, I'm not afraid. Blacksmith old 6. I agree with both hands and feet. I'll send 10 pounds of noodles and 5 pounds of sticky rice. If that's not enough, we'll discuss more. Everyone expressed their opinions, and no one opposed. A team can't keep going if members don't agree. Reaching consensus on these shared interests is very important. Yu Jiang finally spoke. Since everyone agrees, this is settled. I, Hanjiang Gaing, and Pig's Intestine have checked the supplies. We have enough rice, flour, and noodles to last for 7 days. When I have enough resources, I will add a little more to Pig's Intestine. So, those who currently have no food, don't worry. To keep the team going, you can't just have no ingredients and watch others go hungry. The leader must show sincerity. Otherwise, how can they have authority? Moving forward together and becoming stronger is what a team is about. Hanjiang Gaing, same here. Our motto is to work together, survive, and become perfect in the road race. 6 out of 6, reaching the end. Old 6. 6 out of 6 sounds a bit awkward. Gang. Let's go. I feel full of strength now, able to push the cart for 2 miles. But Xiao Su Feng. Brother, does that slogan mean the same thing? Scratch his head. Hanjiang Gaing. It doesn't matter. It just means that. As long as everyone understands. Before they could eat, everyone was already excited. Yu Jiang privately messaged Pig's Intestine. How many more iron and steel blocks do you need? I found some supplies. Pig's Intestine carefully replied. Boss, I'm also collecting. Currently, we're short of 50 iron blocks and 20 steel blocks. The supplies found probably won't be much. If it's not enough, he'll figure out a way himself. He doesn't want to trouble the boss too much, Pig's Intestine thought. Suddenly, a gift message arrived. Yu Jiang, you can upgrade first. Sad Pig Intestines was stunned for a moment. So many supplies that the experts said they would give, and they actually did? Thank you so much. I'll make some fries and sweet and sour pork for you first, and tomorrow I'll bring some vegetarian 3 delight buns and savory pancakes. Yu Jiang? Okay. She doesn't lack basic supplies. Offering these items in exchange for food is not a bad deal. Yu Jiang shared with her friends. I've organized a batch of supplies. Most of them are expired, but they're still edible. The clothes are old, but wearable. Take a look and see if anyone wants to trade. Yu Jiang posted pictures of prepared dishes, instant noodles, bottled water, and clothes to her friends group. Everyone initially thought it was canned food or bread, expecting not many items. But to their surprise, she posted entire boxes of supplies. They weren't as good as Pig Intestine dishes, but not everyone can eat freshly cooked food every meal. Prepared dishes are quite good, especially in the game dungeon, paired with 2 big buns. So delicious. The old clothes looked quite nice. Han Jiangguing, so many things? Are they all found items? During the period when the road supply boxes were decreasing, she managed to find so many things in just one day? What luck! He only found moldy bread in a broken house by the roadside. Strawberry candy. Wow. You're amazing. Can I have that gray work jacket? The king of mountain patrol. No problem. Since they are all old items found, the exchange value isn't high. Plus, since they are part of the team, Yu Jiang only took some basic materials as a token. Pure-hearted cockroach. Boss, I want spicy beef-flavored instant noodles and pre-made spicy pepper stir-fry. Gang. I'll have one too. I miss the days of ready-made meals. Sad Pig Intestines. As a food blogger, he couldn't understand why anyone would miss eating these. Everyone knew Yu Jiang was offering friends prices, so they only picked 1 or 2 items. The 188 male team member who needed drinking water bought a few bottles. Sad Pig Intestines bought a sunshade umbrella for his stall. Yu Jiang also sent him 1/3 of a jar of honey and a box of chicken wings to help process. If everyone has finished choosing, I'll put the rest on the trading platform, Yu Jiang said casually in the chat. Since the food was just expired, it was best to consume it quickly before it spoiled, or it would be a loss. Yu Jiang kept half a bottle of mineral water, 5 packs of pre-made spicy mincemeat dishes, 5 packs of braised meat, and stored them in the freezer. She didn't keep the fish-flavored shredded pork because she didn't like it much. She kept 2 umbrellas for herself, bought 1 more, and hung the remaining 2 outside. Yu Jiang first listed her items on the trading platform by category and order, then set the trading conditions. She only wanted medicinal herbs, vehicle upgrade materials, cotton, and other crafting supplies. Before putting items on sale, she opened the chat window and sent a message. There is a batch of supplies for sale. First come, first served. Expired items are cheaper. Each food item is limited to 1 per person, and the same applies to mineral water. If you have scrolls or rare items, we can discuss the price in detail. This last part was the main point. If someone was really short on food, Yu Jiang was willing to exchange these items at a good price, not to take advantage of others. She wanted to gain strength and climb the monthly leaderboard, so she was after rare resources with big bonuses. Ruthlessly looting basic survival supplies from ordinary players was quick, but it would make it hard for regular players to keep going. Fewer people in District 002 meant fewer items flowing through the trading platform, making the path narrower. Players still alive and at higher levels didn't need many resources now. Many were willing to trade food for supplies, but few could offer a fair price. Player 0324. Oh my gosh.
Food.
Just when I was about to go hungry tonight, the boss is listing so much food. You're my hero. Escape Mother Monkey. What? What's that? Vacuum-packed cooked dishes? Just put the bag in hot water to heat, and you can trade for ingredients. Fist banging at Guanxi. This is the time when food and drinking water are most scarce. You're so generous. Don't compete with me. I want braised meat rice. I've gone 3 days and 9 meals without it. Grass stage troop. No, buddy, you already punched Guanxi, and you still haven't eaten for 9 meals? You're just trying to trick people into trading for supplies now. Listening to the wind, people keep their unexpired food for themselves. If it just expired and they sell it, it's not free. Look at your flattering faces. Escape Mother Monkey. Get lost. Don't buy it later. Do you have any idea what the price of unexpired food is? It's so cheap, and there are pre-made dishes. As long as the scan shows no spoilage, I can accept it. Morong Taidan. Let me ask you, is it because I don't buy food exchange cards that I don't like fresh ingredients? Look into my eyes and answer me. Sway Foam 220. It's good that you're willing to share supplies, but the prices are a bit high. So much expired food. At King, I came to patrol the mountain, probably not from the box, right? Everyone is having a hard time now. Skilled players, can you lend a hand? At least tell us where you got the supplies. As everyone knows, on the first day of the King coming to patrol the mountain and surviving on the road, I earned the collection achievement. That achievement is mine. It was luck at first, but nearly half a month has passed. Just look at the trading platform. Her supplies have always been good. How did she get so many supplies? Everyone is very curious. Xiao Jumiao, the big boss listing so many supplies, must also want to help everyone get through the acid rain disaster. I believe the big boss wouldn't be stingy to tell us. People often give a compliment first and then reveal their true purpose. Yu Jiang understands this. If it were her, she would also want to know how to get supplies. King came to patrol the mountain. Found them in abandoned buildings on the way. That's true. She did find them on the road, in abandoned buildings, just not the full story. She has no obligation to tell them the key details. Before these people could ask further, Yu Jiang sent her next message. Countdown of 10 seconds to automatically list items. Be quick or miss out. If you don't want to buy expired but not spoiled food, you can skip. If you buy it, don't complain later about the reason for not trading again. The screen scan shows item details clearly, including whether they are edible. Buying means accepting the terms. Yu Jiang has no energy to deal with disputes or returns. On the run, Big Mother Monkey. With my speed in grabbing big coupons and limited time, let's go. Fist bashes the town gate. I'm ready. I must get the food today. Everyone stares intently at their screens, watching the countdown on the trading platform. When it hits 0, all they see are rows of supplies rapidly decreasing in quantity. In just 1 minute, they're gone. Even old blankets were exchanged for 2 pieces of medicinal herbs. AAA highway building materials. What? I thought the fish-flavored shredded pork wasn't as popular as the other 2, so I could buy it.
But no.
It was gone in seconds. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I wouldn't have been able to buy even a block of instant noodles.
Murentier Ah.
I got a bag of braised meat and a bottle of mineral water. Only 5 rubber bands needed. Such a good deal. Player 4657. I just saw the message on the public chat. Are you saying I missed out on such cheap food? Fist bashing at the town gate. I got green pepper shredded pork. Who wants to trade for braised meat? Sound of the wind. What's going on? I clearly had it when I bought, but now it says I can't trade. Innocent cockroach spicy. That's because you were blocked. Didn't you say you didn't care about these foods? Why buy them then? The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Thanks to the sound of the wind. You failed the trade, but I managed to buy the last portion of fish-flavored shredded pork. In this end-of-world survival, just filling your stomach without losing health points is lucky enough. And I still managed to get it. Sound of the wind. I was helping a friend. I'm a top 10 expert, and you're so petty to block me over a word. Are you trying to dominate and monopolize? Thunder King. Are you okay? If others don't want to sell to you, is that monopolizing?
Luckily, you didn't buy it.
You eat your meal, then curse when you put down the bowl. Lingxian. Didn't get any food crying. Are there any left, big boss? Can you put some more up? Cicely. I really want to try cooking. Any flavor is fine, pity. The big boss's items are too hard to get. King of the mountain. All gone. Next time, get here early. Yu Jiang didn't mention that she had reserved some shares to exchange for rare resources. If she had said so, no one would want to negotiate. Some people just wait, and when she can't trade, they put items back on the platform. At this moment, Sad Pig Intestines also sent over a dinner rice ball. It looked delicious and tempting, making everyone's appetite grow. Each person gets 4, and those with more supplies can take 2 more. Yu Jiang still had plenty of food, including 2 honey-glazed chicken wings, so 4 was enough. Just as she was about to eat, someone private messaged her. Huichi Shinkai. Big boss, I have a washing machine blueprint. Do you want it? How much food can I get in exchange? He was a bit worried. During the day, he went out to look for food, but the offers he received were all low. The most exaggerated was someone trying to trade 3 protein blocks for a washing machine blueprint. He didn't want to trade it. The other person said he would starve soon and was hiding the blueprint as a family heirloom. If he could get food, he should just be happy about it. Yu Jiang thought for a while. The washing machine wasn't an ordinary one, it was a special vehicle. It had levels. Higher levels used less water and energy, had drying functions, and reduced wear on clothes. But this was a basic washing machine, with only the simplest washing function, and it couldn't wash many clothes at once. Still, being able to wash personal clothes improved life a lot. I'll trade 5 bags of expired but safe cookies, 5 bottles of mineral water, and 2 individually wrapped cakes, not expired. This was the most she could offer. No one knew how long the chances of getting supplies would stay low. Even with plenty of resources, she didn't dare to waste them. In the end, having basic supplies was necessary to stay alive. Without that, improving life made no sense. She was willing to show sincerity in her trades. If the other side wasn't sincere, she wouldn't bother. Hichi Shunkai said, "You can trade so much food?" Fine, I agree. Today, the highest offers were only 5 compressed biscuits or a can of peas. Not many people would be willing to trade so much for a basic scroll. Later, Yu Jiang also bought a direct drinking machine scroll at a similar price. This device could be installed on a vehicle connected to a water storage system. It had filtering, heating, and ice-making functions. It was a good item, but heating and ice-making used a lot of energy. As long as she had enough batteries and water, she could enjoy hot and cold water anytime. Instant noodles and coffee would be easy. She also bought a fog lamp crafting scroll. This wasn't an ordinary fog lamp. It had strong penetration. Even in heavy fog or snow, it could light up 20 meters in front and behind the vehicle. The key was, in the same environment, she could see vehicles within 20 meters, while others without fog lamps couldn't see her. This trade was very worthwhile. Besides a small amount of her own supplies, she had already used up everything she found in the service area. The vehicle now has 10 more storage slots, easing the storage crisis a bit. Yu Jiang packed the supplies she had stored in the corner into the new space. She still prefers to keep things tidy. When things are messy, she feels it affects her mood. Today, scavenging took too much energy. Yujiang just wants to lie down and rest. She can deal with the tasks tomorrow. Outside, it's drizzling. After dinner, it's not good to go out for exercise. Staying in the car feels more comfortable. Yujiang took out a woven bamboo fruit tray she found, washed some fruit, and used the bedside cabinet as a table. She placed the tray on top and opened the public chat. While eating, she scrolled through messages. It's her only way to relax at night. Since there are no tablets or phones here, she can't listen to music or watch movies. Every day in the game, someone gets scammed. People post warnings to help others avoid trouble. Some are true, some are just opinions. She was surprised to see her own nickname among the messages. Little Orange Cat, I don't know when I offended the big boss. I couldn't buy anything earlier. The boss has lots of supplies, but if you're not careful, you'll get blacklisted on the trading platform. Be careful. Sound of the Wind. I've said it before. He wants to dominate and monopolize. He even took expired food he doesn't eat to improve his reputation. He got the materials and maybe even a rare scroll from someone else. Night worry-free. Join the alchemist team. Someone is holding them back. Soloing isn't good for leveling up. While you're collecting spider silk all over the world, they've already earned achievements. I'm pretty strong. At least I can help fight the spider silk. King of the Mountain, at not you, who is just blacklisted. I checked. You didn't set a nickname before, just the default number player 7699, right? The one who sold the crafting table and then regretted it. I clearly stated when I listed it that it was only a couple of months expired, so it was cheap.
Who says I don't eat?
The pre-made dishes had no place to store, so I listed them to avoid waste. And I got materials and scrolls in exchange. If you don't want to trade, that's fine. Do you dislike the exchange? If you offered a higher price, you could have gotten the scrolls too. No one's stopping you. Are you playing the Yin-Yang Master with me? Yu Jiang doesn't care what others think about her generosity. She only cares about what she actually gets. Her temper is hot. If someone says something she doesn't like, she'll confront them directly. She doesn't waste energy on internal conflicts, only on others. Punching the town guard. Everyone shut up. Don't you think braised pork noodles smell delicious? I've eaten it and it tastes normal. Lu Zixin is burying flowers. During the day, it's hard to survive on the road. And at night, there's no rest. You all have a lot of energy. Please don't be so possessive of other supplies, okay? Super creative genius. Your nicknames are interesting. Are you in the same team? Lu Zixin is burying flowers. Of course not. How can a team be called names related to fighting and killing? The two people who argued because they couldn't buy supplies didn't say anything after a few words from others. Yu Jiang sat on the bed, holding 2 thermos cups filled with hot water. She did some simple stretches for her back and arms before resting. In the next few days, she needed to prepare for the next challenge. She only has 266 crystals left. If she encounters another service area, she probably won't have enough resources. Recently, there haven't been many zombies on the road, so there aren't many chances to earn money. She feels very disappointed. Why don't zombies come out when it rains acid? Don't they have dreams? In the following days, Yu Jiang only traveled 100 kilometers. If she didn't have to leave the parallel highway, she would have traveled only 50 kilometers. On the road, she saw abandoned vehicles, but they were all badly corroded by acid rain. The materials she recovered weren't enough to replace a battery. Today is the 5th day of acid rain and the 17th day of survival. The corrosiveness of the rain is much stronger now. Vehicles using anti-corrosion spray in the French Channel are wearing out faster than in the past 2 days. Yu Jiang's vehicle is okay for now. The wear and tear are also decreasing because some materials have been upgraded. The paint and bumper will get damaged over time, but the deterioration is slower. Currently, the damage level is at 32%. Since the 3rd day of acid rain, it has only increased by 10%. She doesn't need to worry yet. On the road ahead, there are a few crashed vehicles. The most noticeable is a rusty agricultural harvesting machine. These vehicles usually don't have anti-corrosion coatings or rust-resistant materials like aluminum, so they are heavily corroded by the acid rain. But they can still be driven, and among the vehicles, this one is the most durable. After all, The large harvesting wheel in front is so big that no small vehicle dares to compete with it. If it crashes, the front of the car is gone. Resources are hard to find. Recently, there have been many road robberies on the parallel highway. Those who reveal their stories online are lucky, and some even survive. A few vehicles probably wanted to leave the highway quickly and ended up crashing. Now, they are all stuck in the middle of the road. If they don't move, Yu Jiang can't pass either. Yu Jiang frowned, making sure her car door was locked and her weapon was nearby. She wasn't sure if they were part of the same group or planning a trick to rob her. She stopped a few meters away, not intending to get closer, when she saw her friend's icon on the map. Yu Jiang asked in the chat, "Who had a car accident on the road?" Strawberry Candy replied, "Raise hand." "How do you know, boss?" Yu Jiang continued, "You raise your hand, I'll turn on my hazard lights." Strawberry Candy paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "Wow. Boss, you're here too?" After replying, she excitedly raised her hand and looked around, her gaze settling on a cool-looking pickup truck nearby. "Today's bad news. I just crashed into someone on the parallel road." "Good news. I met a boss." Yu Jiang drove closer and saw a small SUV on the right, damaged at 84%, which was why it couldn't move. The driver of the SUV looked angry and said, "I wanted to leave the road while I could still drive, but you hit me. My damage went from 78% to 84%. Without a repair card, how can I keep driving? That's not possible. Even at 78%, you couldn't drive away. Why are you asking me for a repair card? And you were driving so fast that you hit me," Yu Jiang replied. Strawberry Candy tried to reason, but the other person interrupted. "I don't care. There are kids and elderly on my car. You have to take responsibility or no one will leave." She looked inside the car. No matter how the person could be traveling with family, their attitude was the same. The old couple in the raincoat didn't dare to get out in the acid rain and started arguing inside the car, their voices loud through the vehicle and rain.
Ugh.
What kind of people are these? Young but don't respect elders or care for children. They look like bad people. They're risking our lives. Who drives such a broken car? She must pay. Old Deng was also shouting, and on the other side, a car was stuck, with just a scratch on the door. Seeing this scene, they were surprised at how many people were inside the other car, but also curious if they could get some benefit from the chaos. In this situation, Strawberry Candy saw Yu Jiang's message. Just then, a huge off-road pickup, over 2 meters tall, charged toward them. The man demanding a repair card looked terrified and quickly moved back to avoid the approaching vehicle. The people in the car also widened their eyes. Soon after, they saw the pickup truck stop nearby. It didn't actually hit them, so they felt relieved. "How do you drive? Can't you see you almost hit us? Are you blind? Why are you still driving this way?" Two elderly people inside the car nervously stretched their necks to check if their vehicle was damaged again. Luckily, there was no scratch, so they felt more at ease. In the next second, they saw a person dressed in black, wearing a plastic bottle as a mask, get out holding a small hammer. They smashed the left side mirror of the SUV, causing everyone inside to scream in fright. "Move aside or I'll hit you," Yu Jiang said coldly, making her demand clear. Before getting out of the car in a raincoat, she had listened to Strawberry Candy in a private chat about what was happening. The SUV driver looked stunned at the nearby T-Rex pickup truck, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He thought, such a good vehicle, and it's driven by a woman. "My vehicle is 86% damaged. How am I supposed to let you pass?" The SUV driver said irritably. "Maybe you can help her pay for the repairs." Yu Jiang seemed to find this amusing. Living here for half a month and still so naive. It really shows how diverse species are. Before the SUV driver could speak, she burst out laughing. "Compensation? Who gave you that idea? On this road, I only cause destruction, not pay for supplies. Either you move yourself, or I'll make you fly out of the way." "No repair card, think about that." Yu Jiang toyed with a shiny, cold dagger in her hand. The SUV driver hesitated, clutching a dagger in his pocket, afraid to step forward. The three people inside the car, shouting and angry, saw that their main supporter had lost his fire. Their expressions were still unpleasant, but they dared not speak. The SUV's soundproofing was poor, so they could hear everything Yu Jiang said outside. Throwing a tantrum in this civilized era doesn't work anymore. You're just too moral, Yu Jiang said seriously, looking at Strawberry Candy, who was holding a baseball bat. Next time you meet someone like this, just destroy them. Strawberry Candy nodded instinctively, staring intently at Yu Jiang. Wow, she's a girl. Holding a knife and giving that fierce look. So cool. If only I could be that strong, too. I'll give you 1 minute. If you're slow, I'll smash somewhere else, Yu Jiang warned, raising her hammer to smash the windshield of the SUV. I can fix it myself. Isn't that enough? The SUV driver anxiously reached out. Just tell me earlier, I wouldn't have broken your side mirror, Yu Jiang said with a slight smile. The SUV driver nearly had a heart attack. He wanted to say, you broke it right away without warning. People who can drive off-road are tough. He didn't dare to gamble, and her vehicle was probably upgraded with supplies she had taken from others. The SUV driver painfully took out his only remaining repair card. After using it, he stepped on the gas and quickly drove away, not staying even a second. Another small car driver had already sat in his car and left as soon as he realized they were in trouble, afraid of being caught and harmed by Yu Jiang. Thank you, Sister Little Wind, Strawberry Candy said excitedly, almost speechless. Your car is pretty good. If only it could be upgraded into a big harvesting machine, Yu Jiang nodded as she looked at her vehicle. A well-maintained big harvesting machine on the road is like a tank, especially with those front rollers. Adding some spikes would make it even more powerful. I will definitely work hard to upgrade my vehicle. Strawberry Candy nodded firmly. By the way, do you know why there were so many people in that car just now? Yu Jiang asked. Strawberry Candy shook her head. But I noticed that the vehicle had a license plate sticker that's been there for a long time. Maybe they brought their car into the game, and their family members might have similar rules. That's possible. When she entered the game, she had just finished shopping at the supermarket and was carrying a bag of food. Yu Jiang nodded. You observed carefully. Strawberry Candy smiled shyly. The boss praised her. They were dressed lightly, and I even saw part of a woman's shirt collar. The headrest in the car was a bit dirty, and that style is usually for women. Maybe there was another person in the car originally, or perhaps all those things were just picked up. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here long. On the parallel highway, shall we team up first? Yu Jiang suggested. That way, they'd have some protection. Once they leave the parallel highway, the team will automatically disband. Okay. Strawberry Candy happily and excitedly accepted the team invitation.
Great.
She had teamed up with Little Wind and the boss. On their journey, they encountered other players, but everything was peaceful and no conflicts occurred. People generally don't want to get close to the off-road pickup trucks and harvesters. The two vehicles moving one behind the other look very intimidating. No joke, if they were to block the road for a robbery, not many could resist being hit a few times. It's better to stay far away. No one wants to go looking for trouble. Leaving the parallel road, Strawberry Candy looked at the empty, lonely highway and the disappearing team markers, feeling a bit empty inside. This feeling was eased when she saw her friends' group chat. Today, Sad Pig Intestines made a team meal with leftover ingredients, cooking a big pot, then adding some flatbread and a few instant noodle cakes. It would be ready soon. Yu Jiang parked her vehicle and started crafting. She made a washing machine, fog lights, and a drinking water dispenser. The washing machine was placed in the bathroom, the dispenser installed on a cabinet, but she didn't turn on the cooling or heating functions. The fog lights weren't needed right now, so she stored them away to prevent damage from acid rain. These items are hard to come by now because not many people can afford them, but Yu Jiang has her own clients. Washer, fog lights, water dispenser, maybe? She sent this message to Shirshiu and Han Jiangguing, who was holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires. Purple, but could handle it. Their replies were very straightforward. Just one word, buy. Most of her previous clients used gasoline vehicles. She asked for batteries and parts for electric vehicles, repair cards, and Purple Butt's side kept opening boxes, reselling all kinds of supplies, so they had some stock. Even in such a tight energy situation, he could produce a dozen batteries. The luck of the European champions is extraordinary. Yu Jiang had 2 days of poor box opening results, but his chances didn't change. He didn't even get a single rare item. Everyone in the friends group was saying they envied him. Luck is also a kind of strength. That night, Yu Jiang stayed in the friends chat, chatting with everyone, not paying attention to the chaos on the public screen. Acid Rain Day 6, Survival Day 18. Some people who were asking for help on the public screen yesterday had their nicknames turned black today. Many of the most active players from earlier haven't spoken in a long time. Now, Acid Rain's corrosiveness has become quite severe. Some cover their car roofs with waterproof cloths, but in serious areas, holes have been corroded through. If people don't take protective measures when getting out of their vehicles, contact with rainwater causes skin redness, and health points drop quickly. Many people go on adventures just to open boxes, but they often end up fighting monsters. When they return to their cars, they are barely alive. Some have it worse, they go down and never come back. Lone Wolf 2009. There were about a dozen of us, now only I and one other person are left. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Luatu Xiangzi. Try to stay positive. My situation is worse. I lent some items to a friend, and the next day, I found out they were gone. The person is gone, and I can't get my things back. Lingxian. Can't we just get along and help each other? It's only been half a month, and someone already attacked a fellow villager. Yu Jiang sighed. She thought that relying on others for mutual help was possible, but expecting everyone to be moral was naive. Human nature is hard to trust. Fights and theft happen all the time, even in a civilized world. Here it happens even more often. Today, there were more abandoned vehicles on the road. Yu Jiang wrapped herself tightly in layers of clothing before stepping out. Unexpectedly, she earned an achievement. You really are amazing. You went out in the rain to recover abandoned vehicles and maintain the roads, earning the Road Cleanup Master achievement. Reward: gifts from all the road workers. Permanent vehicle shield 10%, slowly recovers after use. When she returned to her car, Yu Jiang carefully took off her raincoat to avoid getting wet. She paused, and her eyes became clearer. She thought, I should have said something earlier. She knew there were gifts waiting for her. A few days ago, she saw a heavily corroded first-level vehicle on the road. She would never forget her roots. Yu Jiang checked her vehicle's data. The permanent shield was different from car paint. The paint had a fixed defense value. The shield's defense depends on the vehicle's overall defense. The higher the vehicle's defense, the harder it is to break the shield. This was the best thing she had gained in days. Her mood improved as she shared her feelings online. When she was happy, she liked organizing her supplies. She took out the remaining herbs to prepare for a dungeon quest. She needed healing potions for herself and also had to consider her teammates. Of course, she always prioritized herself. No one was more important than her. Only when she had enough supplies would she trade some items. In the rain, she couldn't gather herbs, and the prices for healing potions and herbs kept rising to new highs. After finishing this batch, she has 46 basic healing potions, 20 intermediate healing potions, 16 cold and wind powders, 15 detox pills, 15 energy drinks, and 10 strength potions. She can stock so many intermediate healing potions because she has also used some to supply her resource collection team, even though the failure rate is high. Yu Jiang took only half of the finished medicines, not just the herbs. Making strength potions is also difficult because the raw materials are hard to find, especially ginseng. Although one ginseng can make many doses, it's very rare. Yu Jiang dug up one in the Lost Wilderness, but has not found a second since. Recently, many people are looking for her, asking for help or pretending to be pitiful to get healing medicines. She only gave away 2 basic healing potions in exchange for supplies and refuses to give more for free or to suffer losses herself. Unless the other side has good investment potential, she hasn't met such a person yet. At 7 p.m., Yu Jiang took out 2 golden brown baked flatbreads from the fridge, filled with roasted pork belly and shredded pig intestines mixed with cabbage, topped with spicy sauce, and ate them rolled up. She plans to exchange medicines after the next dungeon quest appears. At exactly 8 p.m., a message pops up on all player screens. Dear survivors, we are glad you are still alive. As of 8 p.m. today, 2,879 players in this area have lost their survivor status. This is the last time you can directly accept low-difficulty dungeon quests. After tomorrow, the parallel highway will extend, and higher difficulty dungeons will appear. Please check and confirm whether you accept the dungeon quest. Miss this quest, and you might regret it. A PK, player kill, test is scheduled to start on Wednesday. Please help spread the word.
Do not raise pets for now.
Thank you very much. Yu Jiang opened the dungeon description. After several days of acid rain, everyone probably feels bored inside their vehicles. Now, the exciting part begins. Dungeon, Rapids Adventure difficulty. 1-star players, 100, teams of 4, a large fun dungeon. No rewards for completing it. Failing or refusing the quest results in 3 days of nothing gained. Players accepting the quest should go to the entrance between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. tomorrow. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the dungeon will open. All players will be transported to the starting point along with their vehicles. The vehicle levels will stay the same. The race is about who reaches the finish line first in the rapid current. Vehicle damage will not carry out of the dungeon, so everyone can confidently rush forward. Players with captain qualifications can form teams in advance. Other players will be randomly assigned to teams when they enter the dungeon. The top 5 teams, with all members surviving, will receive 1 material blind box, 2 food exchange cards, and 100 crystal coins. The top 2 teams will get an extra material blind box, 3 food exchange cards, and the captain will receive a vehicle refrigerator upgrade card and 10 vehicle storage boxes. It feels like a fun event where everyone rushes forward to win a refrigerator. Although the rewards are not many, only 100 crystal coins, the vehicle storage space is very tempting. Let's go. We must rush. After reading the dungeon details, Yu Jiang confirmed and then opened the Friends channel, waiting to discuss team formation with everyone. Maybe the game wants everyone to get used to team-based dungeons. That's why they created this easy 1-star dungeon that requires teamwork. Instead of waiting to be randomly paired with strangers, it's better to team up with friends. This is a good chance to meet others and see what they're like. Han Zhongguing. Are everyone going to this dungeon? Ziding Ningxing. Yes, I am. Some top players seem to want to lead the team, so follow them for less risk. If we don't go, we might not get easy dungeons later, and that would be bad. Shang Xin Zhu De Chong. It's confirmed. Once all friends in the channel agree, they will continue discussing team arrangements. Han Zhongguing. We have 6 people with captain qualifications here. Me, Xiao Zhuanfeng, X Quang Quang Quang, Brother Knife, and Xiao Su Feng. The team is enough. Let's see how to split up. If anyone has ideas, speak up. Pure Love Cockroach. I'll follow the group's plan. I have no objections. Airbot Kong. Just take me along. How we split it is up to the captain. Ziding Ningxing. 1. Quang Quang Quang. I think focusing our strength to get the rewards is better. I suggest I team up with Brother Knife and Ironsmith and bring one more person. She really wanted to team up with Little Drizzlewind. Both of them are ranged attackers, which makes a good team, but they need to consider their equipment. Holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires is close combat, which is very tough. It's safer to have someone help. They already divided roles. The team leader wants a vehicle storage, and the knife-wielding guy isn't short on storage space, so he took the fridge upgrade card. They previously ordered custom items from Old Six Blacksmith. After paying the final amount, Old Six said he could give a discount, so it's a good deal overall. Yu Jiang asked, at Pure Love Cockroach Spicy, want to team up with me? Pure Love Cockroach Spicy replied, yes. As long as the boss doesn't mind me. Strawberry Candy said, I also want to team up with Little Drizzlewind. She doesn't know many other bosses and worries she might fall behind and be disliked, which makes her feel stressed. Yu Jiang said, okay, we just need one more. After over half an hour of discussion, they finalized the team assignments. X's team, Purple Butt, Sad Pig Intestines, and 28 Big Stick. Team with the knife and wires, Bang Bang Bang, 188 Male, Old Six Blacksmith. Yu Jiang's team, Pure Love Cockroach, Strawberry Candy, and Thunder King. Han Zhongguying's team, Slightly Winded, plus 2 people from the Purple Butt Merchant team. Slightly Winded also has a chance to be a team leader, which isn't a loss. If they get into the top 2, The two merchants won't need extra reward boxes, and some supplies will be added for them. How they split the rewards is up to the two of them to discuss. They only get rewards for clearing levels. Otherwise, they might form 6 teams to carry people and earn more. Professional merchants aren't short on supplies, but they're worried about being betrayed. After the discussion, Yu Jiang said, "Everyone, tell me what medicines you have. I'll see how to arrange them. Basic healing potions are enough, but each person can only buy 1 mid-level potion. Strengthening water and energy drinks are scarce, so we need to allocate them based on the whole team." Before this, except for Shirsu, no one knew Yu Jiang could make strengthening water. Seeing how effective it is today, everyone couldn't stay calm. Within 15 minutes, it boosts overall stamina by 10%. This is like a miracle potion. 15 minutes is enough to go kill a small boss. No player with combat power can resist the temptation of strengthening water. Holding a kitchen knife and cutting wires, he said, "Boss, name a price, I really need this." With this buff, he started wielding 2 axes, making him look very powerful. Han Zhongguing said, "Me too. You set the price and I will buy with crystal coins." Clang, clang, clang. Me. X1. The timing was just right, and he had 2 sets. Since Yu Jiang just announced the existence of the powerful water in the chat, it was better not to stay silent. In the end, Yu Jiang gave each team a set of the powerful water and a replenishing drink. They still had some of the replenishing drinks left, enough for now. Han Zhongguying's team bought the materials for the powerful water from 2 merchant players. After arranging the supplies, it was already past 9 in the evening. Han Zhongguing said, "Let's settle the dungeon matter. It's getting late, everyone should rest early." Yu Jiang replied, "Okay, good night, everyone." Clang, clang, clang. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Yu Jiang relaxed in a comfortable position and scrolled through the chat for a while. These days, saying good night doesn't mean anyone will really sleep right away. The chat was full of discussions about team formations and dungeon strategies, with no urgent messages. Yu Jiang looked around, then covered herself with a blanket and went to sleep. The next morning, the acid rain continued, and the shield's durability was dropping at about the same rate as yesterday. After washing up and securing her hair, Yu Jiang made sure her hair was neat. She hadn't showered much these days, just wiped herself with hot water to save resources, waiting until after the dungeon to clean up properly. She was still able to stay reasonably clean, which was good enough. She packed her things, took out some vegetarian 3-flour buns and hot water from the fridge for breakfast. The fridge's freezing function was so handy. The food was still steaming when she took it out, just like freshly steamed. Yu Jiang noticed the temperature had dropped to 9 to 10 degrees Celsius today. It's worth noting that in the past few days, the temperature never dropped below 10 degrees. After walking 50 kilometers in the morning, Yu Jiang decided to relax and lie down, waiting for the afternoon dungeon quest to continue. Lying on the bed, listening to the rain as white noise, eating some snacks, so comfortable. She even had some potato chips made from sad pig intestines. The remaining time was spent organizing her personal space and preparing items for the dungeon. At 3 p.m., Yu Jiang immediately started tracking the quest and headed to the dungeon entrance. Based on her experience at the car repair shop last time, she guessed many players would want to rush to the dungeon first. What if the service area was open only for a limited time again? Yu Jiang thought the same. Anyway, she decided to go first. At the dungeon quest area, she and her 4 teammates were already in a team. Only the team leader could click to track the quest. After she clicked, the other 3 teammates also started tracking it at the same time. A team channel appeared on the screen. Yu Jiang said, "Let's go, everyone." Pure innocent cockroach, excited. So excited. Finally, I get to meet the big boss in person, Thunder King. Me too, strawberry candy. Let's go. Seeing their responses in the team channel, Yu Jiang's lips curved into a slight smile. When they entered the parallel highway, they could meet up and the map would update with their teammates' locations. As Yu Jiang expected, there were many people on the parallel highway. For a moment, she almost thought she was back in the real world. Parking and meeting up there was not very convenient, and it was easy to attract attention, so they agreed to keep moving at full speed until they reached the dungeon entrance. With more vehicles on the road, Yuzhong's level 4 off-road pickup truck stood out among the mostly level 2 vehicles. Currently, not many people in the whole area had upgraded their vehicles to level 3, let alone level 4, so she was bound to attract attention. The chat on the screen also mentioned this. Capillara. Wow. A few minutes ago, I saw a really cool car up ahead. It looked super stylish. The paint wasn't even affected by acid rain. He added, I only said that because I kept my distance. Now I can't see that car anymore. Player 3420. I saw it too. A few minutes ago, that car drove past me. It was amazing. I've seen level 3 vehicles, but this one was way cooler. Lone Wolf 2009. That's a Tier X off-road pickup. Level 4, right? I've seen level 3 pickups, but this one is incredible. The boss got the upgrade materials in less than a month. I wonder when I can get a level 4 vehicle. It's so hard. Super genius. Who's that boss? I think they're probably in the top 10 of the last dungeon. Luo Tuoxiangzi. No need to ask. Besides the top 10, how many people can afford to upgrade to level 4 vehicles? Each material costs hundreds of units. Is this person holding a knife and cutting wires? Or is the king calling me to patrol the mountain? X. Or is it the lonely shadow of the cold river? Life is like a play. As far as I know, those few are quite rich. Little Orange Cat. Yuio is not bad either. A few days ago, I was preparing to upgrade to level 4 vehicles, including Sicily. Yuzhong drove for an hour and noticed that the Thunder King of Lightning was getting very close to her. The Innocent Cockroach is a small truck. It's dangerous to drive fast in the rain, and the Strawberry Sugar's farm harvester should go a bit slower. They decided to meet and travel together. Yuzhong was trying to speed up, but she didn't expect the Thunder King of Lightning's Cybercat car to be so fast. Not only her, even the public screen was stunned. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. What is this? Why does his car have a mean face? July, that car looks really nice. Can the owner tell me how to get it? Is it customized? At this moment, the Thunder King of Lightning, who was speeding on the highway, twitched his mouth. He was driving so fast because his car was very eye-catching, attracting many suspicious people who wanted trouble or tried to cut him off. Last time someone cut him off and cursed him, it was that fool Yuio. It was drizzling and he didn't want trouble, so he had to drive faster to avoid giving others a chance. Yuzhong turned on autopilot so she could focus more on observing the vehicles on the road. The scenery on both sides of the road had changed. There were tall mountains and occasionally heavily damaged houses. Next stop, service area. Should I slow down and enter? The autopilot prompted. Yes, 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 Yuzhong said and sat in the driver's seat to look around. Wait a minute. Where is the service area? I didn't see it. Soon, the car stopped by the roadside at a very simple booth, like those in scenic spots, with no parking lot, just a small kiosk. Is this also a service area? Yuzhong's mind was stunned as she got out of the car. Inside the kiosk, there was a very large red-crowned parrot standing on the table, with especially beautiful blush on its cheeks. Its wings pointed to a wooden sign nearby, Bird Swimming Gear. Why isn't this a service area? Do you look down on our service areas? No. I just haven't seen such a special service area before, Yuzhong quickly explained. It's pretty good, at least no parking fee. Humph. The parrot haughtily turned its head away. My colleagues and I work here every day. The waterproof fabric factory behind us is ours too. Before challenging difficult dungeons, you should buy quick supplies. The shop closes at 6 o'clock. By the way, it would be nice if this NPC could be kept as a pet. It's quite cute, and you wouldn't get bored on the road. Yuzhong looked at the items in the shop. Life jackets are $399. Automatic retractable car awnings are $499, super sturdy version. Swimming goggles are quite cheap, only $199. Wow, these prices are comparable to those at scenic spots. If I hadn't spent some crystals on medicine, I'd be empty-handed today. I want to buy everything, but I still need 300 crystals. Yuzhong privately messaged X and Ziang. One needs a powerful water spell, the other needs an intermediate healing potion. They exchanged 400 crystals. She also shared the swim gear shop details in her friend's channel. Everyone plans to leave at 3, so they'll definitely arrive before 6. The service area doesn't limit the number of people entering, so no need for a shopping agent. Thank you for your patronage, said the parrot, flapping its wings and mimicking Yujang's voice, shouting, Little birds swim gear. Little birds swim gear. Lazy Boss. Original price was $19.99, now only $399. When we sell out, we're closing. Yujang. At first, anyone hearing a voice that sounds 70% like theirs would be a bit confused.
Why are you copying me?
I haven't heard a proper human voice in a long time. Your voice is nice, the parrot said confidently.
My silly colleague is a frog.
After working with him for a while, my voice has become terrible. Yujang. She had just said the parrot was cute, but now it's not cute at all. She clenched her teeth and ignored it. Only after leaving the swim gear shop did she gain 50 affection from the Xuanfeng parrot. Soon after, Shirshu, Hanjiang, sad pig intestines, and strawberry candy heard the parrot's voice and paused for 2 seconds, their expressions very interesting. They were startled, thinking the parrot was a little wind spirit transformed. More players passed by the swim gear shop. To be cautious, several of them reluctantly bought some items. Some players, lacking crystals, chose not to buy but tried to persuade others. What's the point of buying swim gear on the road? You can't even swim. It's just a scam for fools. The game didn't say service areas are full of useful supplies. A few hesitant players in the shop thought about it and felt it made sense. They had a hard time saving crystals. The replica is called Rafting Adventure. Even if you really need it, there's no need to buy a life jacket. Just carrying an old tire can help you float. Of course, some people take advantage of others' inattention to quickly buy items and store them in their inventory. When others say they still don't want to buy, they just nod along and blend in. Passing by the bird swimwear shop, the houses on both sides of the road increased, giving a small Swiss town feeling. The scenery is beautiful. Tall mountains are covered with snow at the top, and a waterfall looks like a shining white ribbon. It really is a scenic area. After passing through the tunnel, the rain had stopped. The wooden building next to the parking lot was old, but showed no signs of acid rain damage. Is this because it was separated as a special instance? Next to it, a small wooden cabin looked like it was originally a coffee or dessert shop. Not sure if there are still supplies inside. Yu Jiang ran so fast that she even turned on autopilot to be the first to arrive, mainly to gather supplies and find a good parking spot. She took her crowbar and got out of the car, ready to scavenge wherever she went. The glass door of the coffee shop was open. Inside, all the tables and chairs were broken, and the counter was covered in dust. Based on Yu Jiang's previous experience, after passing through the tunnel, the buildings around the instance's parking lot wouldn't have food, water, or energy supplies. But they could be scavenged or recycled, and there might be some discarded items. For example, she found an empty glass jar from the counter, originally used for coffee beans. There were also 2 unopened oil paper bags used for baking cakes. Nothing else. Yu Jiang smashed all the tables and chairs into wood and recycled the built-in oven that couldn't be moved, gaining iron, steel, and a stainless steel glass. She also didn't leave the upstairs furniture untouched. After searching the wooden house, she wandered around the area and quickly collected medicinal herbs. After finishing these tasks, other vehicles arrived. The players behind also wanted to search the surroundings first, hoping to find something. They ran quickly when getting out of their vehicles, but after a circle around, everything around was cleaner than a face. There was really nothing.
Who was so quick?
Didn't even see a wild vegetable, someone couldn't help but say. Yu Jiang, empty-handed and looking disappointed, blended in and responded, "Yeah, too fast." Her mind was thinking, when it comes to grabbing supplies, you have to be quick. She picked a few dandelions to make medicine, planning to plant more when the weather is better. Dandelions are easy to grow and don't require specific conditions. As for other wild vegetables, she didn't see any. A few players looked at each other, then behind the wooden cabin, they saw a 2-meter-high off-road pickup truck.
Wow.
That's the one mentioned on the public chat. Is the boss in our team? When they said this, everyone widened their eyes and looked around, eager to see the boss from the leaderboard. They searched for a long time, but couldn't find anyone. The vehicle was heavily covered. The curtains were drawn, and behind the driver's seat, there was a cloth curtain, with no gaps showing. The interior of the driver's seat was simple: a light yellow thermos, a can of Longjing tea, a dark blue hiking jacket, and a rabbit ornament. That was all. Because of the angle, the high front hood of the T-Rex pickup blocked the view of the air conditioning vents and the endless summer car air freshener hanging there. From what they could see, it was impossible to tell the gender, age, or preferences of the vehicle's owner, or which person on the leaderboard they were. Everyone discussed for a while but couldn't reach a conclusion. Meanwhile, Yu Jiang was already meeting with teammates nearby. She was wearing old clothes, an army green work jacket, black, quick-drying work pants, dark brown short boots, and a bright green waterproof bag. Her outfit looked messy, like a wasteland scavenger, but she didn't seem like the tough, fierce type everyone expected. When the King of Thunder and Lightning jumped down from the Cybercat vehicle with blinking electronic eyes, he looked around for a while and then focused on Yu Jiang. A few minutes after arriving, he received a message from the team leader about what color she was wearing. After looking around, he found only one person matching that color. That color looked very lively, fitting for a boss. No wonder they're so impressive. The King of Thunder and Lightning scratched his head, trying to find a way to push the vehicle, but his tools and skills weren't good enough. He pushed awkwardly, making a rough, dog-like sound, then sneaked closer to observe Yu Jiang. He lowered his voice and asked, "Is that you, boss?" Yu Jiang was chewing on beef jerky, making her cheeks ache. When they exchanged glances, the scene looked a bit funny. "There's no one else around. You can speak normally." The King of Thunder and Lightning nodded happily, his face full of excitement. Finally seeing the boss. "I'm so excited. Mainly, there is a chance to team up with the big boss team. He is already eager for tomorrow's dungeon." Yu Jiang looked at his four-wheeled cat car. It was very nice, with two ears on top that made it stand out. The back of the car looked like it had been hit. Soon, about 20 or 30 players arrived at the parking lot. Pure-Hearted Cockroach and Strawberry Candy also showed up. Now, the team was ready. Everyone's vehicles were parked nearby, so they could help each other if needed. The Harvester and Cybercat cars stopped there, drawing attention from many people looking at the off-road pickup truck. This dungeon requires taking vehicles inside. The type of vehicle the opponents drive is very important. Rare vehicles like these tend to attract notice. Many players started looking for teammates. Yu Jiang and 3 others found a corner to discuss. It was a quiet spot. Strawberry Candy was dressed in gray, with twin ponytails, a baseball bat, and a brick in her bag. Pure-Hearted Cockroach was dressed very brightly, wearing a fluorescent Barbie pink mountain hat, fluorescent yellow-green outdoor jacket, and a fluorescent purple backpack. She waved her hand and explained, "I'm not a wandering artist. The brighter I dress, the more bonus I get." Everyone knew that flashy outfits could easily attract attention. If not for the bonus, she wouldn't wear so many eye-catching colors. "I can change after we enter the dungeon," she added. "No need." Yu Jiang shook her head. "With so many players, the dungeon is crowded. If we race to the front, we'll be targeted no matter what we wear. It's better to focus on strength." Thunder King nodded in agreement. Looking at him, he was used to being targeted with his vehicle all along, so it wasn't a big problem. "Oh, sis, what should we call each other once we're inside?" The big boss's nickname and achievement titles were hidden. They probably didn't want to reveal their identity easily. Calling him Little Drilling Wind would give him away. Yu Jiang said, "My name has a Jiang in it." "Then let's call her Sister Jiang," Thunder King suggested.
Okay.
"We don't know the exact details of the dungeon yet. It's pointless to plan tactics now. Once the rules are announced tomorrow, we'll adapt. For now, let's get to know each other and understand our skills," she said. Yu Jiang first explained her skills, healing and damage. Pure-Hearted Cockroach followed quickly, pulling out her Swona. The remaining 2 people looked at her with respectful eyes. The Thunder God King gave a thumbs up and said, "When the Swona sounds, the whole scene will explode. Don't mention it. I can't find a job learning this. I'm preparing to graduate and do internships at a company that handles all kinds of events." The innocent cockroach remembered using his skills, and his toes almost dug into the floor of his small apartment. My main skill is the pig chase device, which can discharge electricity in a small area, said the Thunder God King. Judging by his expression, he was very proud of his weapon, even if it looked a bit funny when used. The Sea King held a trident, and he had the pig chase device. Both could discharge electricity, so the device was practically a magic tool. Because there were many books earlier, I only just announced the retest PK today. The recommendation will be on Thursday early morning. Thanks to everyone for following along. I don't have as powerful skills or weapons as you guys. I only have a baseball bat. My skill doubles my strength for a short time, and my second skill creates a shield that doubles my teammates' defense for 5 seconds. I haven't met the conditions to unlock it yet, said Strawberry Candy shyly. Her attack and overall physical ability weren't very high. Even with double strength, she was quite average compared to her teammates. Before joining Sister Zhang's friend chat, she was surviving alone. By the second dungeon, many others had already started forming teams. She didn't dare to ask others to team up with her because her strength wasn't strong. She just kept hiding and surviving. Because of this, she was often bullied by others when they teamed up. If she hadn't met someone by chance on the road earlier, she wouldn't have had the courage to ask a big boss to team up. Who said you're not impressive? Yu Jiang said. This is amazing. You can both defend and deal damage. What are the conditions for leveling up? Let me see if I can help you. Her shield was activated, and it was really useful. Even though it only lasted 5 seconds, in life and death situations, a few seconds can make all the difference. Everyone had been surviving on the road for less than a month. It was normal not to have developed fully yet. Yu Jiang thought Strawberry Candy had a lot of potential. I only saw a prompt saying I haven't met the conditions to level up. It didn't say how I can level up, Strawberry Candy replied shyly. Just tell me if you need help in the future, Yu Jiang said. Strawberry Candy nodded gratefully and felt the benefits of being in a team. She no longer had to hide and survive alone, afraid of dangerous situations, offending powerful players, or being disliked by her team for being useless. If possible, who wouldn't want to have strong abilities and stand at the top of the rankings? As the sky darkened, only a faint street lamp lit up the parking lot. There was no light pollution here, so the night sky was especially bright. Countless stars, bright and dim, filled the sky, and the Milky Way was clearly visible. Players gathered in small groups or large crowds, using portable lights, cooking food on the spot, exchanging supplies, and sharing information. It was like before exams, when everyone wanted to know how others were preparing. It was clear that no one wanted to stand out. The food they showed to outsiders was very simple, mostly instant noodles and cheap canned peas. Yu Jiang secretly handed each team member an apple and a hot, tempting steamed bun. She also added braised beef to her instant noodles. Since it was dark and windy, no one could see what she was doing. The smell of instant noodles masked the scent of other foods. When supplies were plentiful, she didn't want to feel wronged or deprived. Next to them was a small, spicy, and lively truck called Pure Love Cockroach, which provided good cover. As long as they weren't just full and bored and didn't go around showing off their food to annoy others, it was fine. Earlier, she received soup from sad pig intestines kept warm in a thermos. Jiang Jia, why is your food still hot? Someone asked. The Thunder King quickly finished his steamed bun, tucking the apple into his pocket. Fruits were rare supplies here. Yu Jiang glanced at her vehicle. The fridge has a freezing function.
Oh.
The Thunder King whispered in surprise. Is this what a top-tier vehicle looks like? She envied it. Yu Jiang looked at his sleek car and also felt envious, not because it looked good, but because his vehicle could generate a certain amount of electricity every day. So, he almost never faced an energy crisis. Everyone had laughed at him before, but who would have thought that this vehicle was originally just a smart wheelchair? Meanwhile, in a different scene, in a parallel copy of the parking lot, sad pig intestines looked around at the players nearby. Seeing no one paying attention to his small vehicle, a karami, he called everyone over. He closed the car door and took out a baked flatbread filled with wild vegetables, then pulled out a bag of steamed buns and dumplings in front of his surprised teammates. He even had freshly made yam and mushroom soup. Even the very wealthy merchant, Zi Deng, was stunned. Big Brother Dachang.
Yürümesing, arba dagang sualuthar.
I asked the team leader, and he said it's okay to eat. So I just made some soup for everyone. It doesn't take much time, just toss in the ingredients. This soup smells good. Use sealed containers, and I'll pack some for you. Sad Pig Intestines smiled and said, I don't have any special skills, and my strength isn't great. Please take care of me tomorrow. Thank you. Shirsu nodded. Even if Sad Pig Intestines didn't go out of his way to prepare food for the team, he would do his best to protect the only cook. Xiao Zhuanfeng's team assignment also meant that the cook could boost teammate skills. Plus, with good luck and a clear mind, the merchant's overall ability surpasses most players. She can't let herself feel useless or fail to bring the team members back. Big Brother Dachang, don't worry. I may not be as strong as the boss, but as long as I'm here, I will take care of you. Can I have another steamed bun? Air Bada Gang happily ate, looking strong and healthy. No problem. Eat as much as you want. Sad Pig Intestines cheerfully moved the food closer to everyone. On the other side, Yu Jiang stood up, casually threw the instant noodles into the trash, and said, If anything comes up tonight, let's discuss it in the team chat. It's getting late, and she should head back to rest. The parking lot also prohibits fighting, so just be a little careful tonight. Normal people wouldn't start making enemies before a dungeon begins. That's just asking for trouble. Teammates exchanged a few words and then each headed back to their cars. Yu Zhang's level 4 vehicle had been parked here, and she had been under watch, both openly and secretly. She couldn't just skip resting. There's no need. Yu Zhang opened the car door, bent down, sat inside, and went straight to the back seat. It's dark and windy, and the surrounding shadows are blurry, enough to spark some discussion outside. Boss is so low-key. If the car weren't parked nearby, you wouldn't even see her. Really didn't expect that the boss drives such a fancy car. I couldn't tell her appearance. Maybe we won't recognize her in the dungeon tomorrow. Once the ranking for tomorrow's dungeon is out, as long as the top players have a position, we'll know who they are when it's announced. However, with a top player in this team, it will be hard for others to take the top 2 spots. The top player has already formed the team and chosen their teammates in advance. Someone sighed. It's not impossible. Isn't this a racing dungeon? As long as we work together, the top player can be brought down. The person next to him exchanged glances with others. No need to say more, everyone understood. First, we should work together to eliminate the biggest rival, then focus on competing. That way, our chances will be better. Soon, around 8 or 9 o'clock, the parking lot became quiet. Yu Jiang sat on the bed, scrolling through messages on her phone, pouring soup from her thermos as a late-night snack. The hardest part of this dungeon isn't the content itself, but the players. Whether or not they have a level 4 vehicle, the leading team will be targeted. This is the first team battle on the road. Yu Jiang carefully considered each teammate's strengths so she wouldn't make mistakes in an emergency. Before long, she felt sleepy and fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the map and detailed rules of the dungeon were announced. A bright screen appeared in front of the players at the parking lot. The map showed a mountain and a winding river. The entire dungeon stretch was 30 kilometers. It sounds like a short distance, but it's not driving. It's drifting down the river. There are sharp turns, a canyon, and even waterfalls over 10 meters high. Falling down would mean breaking into pieces. Just looking at the map made the back of her neck feel cold. The vehicles, when entered, lose their roofs and turn into small boats. The weight, stability, and defense of the vehicle are crucial. After all, a vehicle that falls apart easily won't last to the end. The team can choose the highest level vehicle, or the captain can decide, with 5 minutes for discussion. Yu Zhang's team didn't need to consider. They went straight with her level 4 vehicle. I'll drive. You all keep an eye on nearby teams. If anyone crashes into us, just fight back. The pure-hearted cockroach is sitting in the passenger seat, ready to take over my driving at any moment. In this dungeon, the captain can give team members permission to drive the vehicle, but only for driving. The features included in the vehicle are disabled inside the dungeon. When players bring a vehicle into the dungeon, it's more like projecting a new vehicle with a specific value, and even the interior is in its default state. Don't save people on the road. As long as you don't fall and die, you can still leave the dungeon. Yu Jiang reminded, worried someone in the team might be too soft-hearted. Pure-hearted cockroach. Got it, Thunder King. Where I point, I hit. Strawberry candy. Okay. Nervous yet excited, players wait for the countdown to end. The scene around them changes. When they open their eyes again, everyone is sitting in the projected vehicle inside the dungeon. On both sides are tall mountains, with few trees, mostly short grass and bushes. Jagged rocks squeeze toward the center, making the space very wide but also giving a strong sense of pressure visually. People with fear of large objects or deep water start to feel uneasy. The water under the vehicle is completely still, actually frozen, as if paused by a button, and even the river no longer flows. Players wearing a life jacket will be protected from harm if they accidentally fall into the water. However, you cannot attack while wearing it, or you will lose its protection. If the vehicle is damaged, as long as you persist, you can wear the life jacket and drift to the finish line. Life jacket. No matter what method I use, just tell me if I've finished the task, Players wearing goggles can see clearly without obstruction, enjoying the scenery on both sides while bravely moving forward, appreciating the view and facing the rapids. Once these tips appeared, they caused a big stir. Players who bought life jackets and goggles from the swimming gear shop felt their hearts race with excitement. This is a sure win. Having a life jacket is like being invincible in the water. Even if you can't beat others, you can still reach the end safely and avoid the 3-day, nothing gained penalty. Some players were happy, but others were worried. Those who didn't buy supplies or spent 499 crystals on a retractable vehicle canopy in the swimming gear shop were stunned.
Darn.
Who said swimming gear is a waste of money? Come out. I'll beat you to death. I was so stupid, really. I have the money, but I believed that swimming gear is useless. Does anyone have extra swimsuits? I'll trade my intermediate universal vehicle card. Some people angrily looked at their teammate who had agreed not to buy anything but ended up wearing a swimsuit. You're darn right. I thought you were my friend, but you treat me like a fool. You secretly bought supplies. I said I wouldn't buy anything, so I had to buy it myself. Anyway, if I fall, I can still reach the finish line. If you want to give up, go ahead. I don't care. With only 2 minutes left before the race starts, some teams were already arguing. The team from Qixin quickly prepared for the final moments, discussed strategies, and observed their opponents. There were also players who couldn't find their teammates and were randomly grouped together by the game. They didn't know each other well and didn't communicate much about tactics. Most of these players just wanted to complete the task and survive, not necessarily win rewards. Those with swimsuits lay down and relaxed, while those without swimsuits discussed whether they should leave and avoid competing for the path. The lively chatter among players contrasted sharply with the quiet water surface and mountain scenery, creating a strong dreamlike atmosphere. Countdown. 0:59. Yu Jiang noticed several teams nearby looking at them. Even though their vehicles looked different, the colors remained the same. The vehicles had better defenses and shields, and overall, they were larger than others. The vehicle from the neighboring team looked like a toy in comparison. It was clear they were using the level for vehicles everyone had seen before. Yu Jiang's team was team number 6. All 4 members had put on swimsuits. They didn't have enough strawberry sugar crystals, so they only bought goggles. The pure-hearted cockroach, spicy and lively, bought a swimsuit, and they decided to swap outfits for now. Swimsuits are better. Do you think so? Strawberry Sugar still had some doubts. I'll drive the vehicle as a substitute. Goggles are more useful, said the spicy and lively cockroach. I'll leave the defense to you. Okay. As long as I'm on the vehicle, I won't let you get hurt, Strawberry Sugar said firmly. On the gray vehicle of Team 5 on the left, the team leader, Ingyu, looked at Yu Jiang and the others and asked, which one of you is the top player on the leaderboard? The team in the back, number 16, responded, yeah, don't hide it, just tell us who it is. This is our first time seeing level 4 vehicles, and that car is really cool. Usually, the team leader drives the vehicle, but there are exceptions, especially if the leader's abilities aren't suitable for driving, or if they want to avoid being targeted. Especially the team of big shots who clearly don't want others to know the real situation. The driver might not even be the team leader. The woman in colorful clothes sitting in the front seat might also be the driver. She has no weapons on her waist, but still dares to give her swimsuit to her teammate. The driver looks sneaky, more like a shady old man. If a pure-hearted person knew what the others were thinking, they would probably say that not bringing weapons is just to avoid embarrassment. If her weapons were as cool as the axes in the friend chat, she would have already taken them. Team Jung also said that they should wait for instructions before pulling out weapons. Her weapons are very special and easy to remember, so they prefer not to use them. They focus on not playing fair. Those aren't big shots, just regular players, Yu Jiang said calmly. You're being modest, and Yu smiled. Later, we hope you'll go easy on us. As long as we reach the end, the reward is a bonus. If we don't get it, no punishment. He spoke very naturally and friendly, but in a place no one could see. A quick flash of determination appeared in his eyes. Not fighting back. That's impossible. Even if Team 6 is guarding tightly and doesn't want to share any information, everyone will guess who the big shot is and what their skills are. They won't just ignore them. That's naive. Ding! With a clear bell sound, the race officially began. The water at the starting point started flowing rapidly. The sound of rushing water filled the entire river, and the strong current made the originally stable vehicles tilt and flip suddenly. At first, all 25 teams were pushed out by the strong flow. Some lighter vehicles hadn't stabilized and were overturned by splashing water.
Racing, bang.
Hitting a rock, the vehicle was deformed and sank. Just now, someone said this level was pretty easy, at least without monsters chasing players. Now, people are shouting, wow, comma, as the vehicle flips over completely, almost knocking the person out. I want to quit. Quit. Falling into the water without a swimsuit means elimination. Just shouting to quit allows you to leave. Falling in the water and surviving is lucky. The current is so strong, like a washing machine spinning at high speed. If your head hits a rock, you could get seriously hurt right away. The race just started, and within 10 meters, 2 teams had already been eliminated. The sound of rushing water created a loud roar that seemed to shake the sky, like a mountain collapsing and the earth trembling. I couldn't keep steady at all. Cold water splashed high into the air, constantly pouring into the vehicle, soaking everyone through and making us feel freezing. Water was everywhere, on our faces and heads. The steering wheel was completely out of control. It felt like I was flying out of the vehicle, as messy and awkward as possible. Even though Yu Zhang's vehicle was a level 4, in the fast-flowing river, it had no strength to fight back. The water was too strong. Turning the wheel at the first bend was useless. We still crashed into the rocks. Oh my gosh. The 3 of us held our heads and shouted uncontrollably. Yu Jiang gripped the steering wheel tightly, her heart pounding fast, and she felt like she was suffocating for a moment.
Bang!
We hit something hard, causing the back seats to bounce up, then slam back down. If we hadn't been wearing seat belts, we might have been thrown out or hurt badly. Luckily, Yu Zhang's vehicle had a shield. This impact only knocked off the shield, denting the front left side a little, but everything else was fine. Also, she was wearing goggles, so her vision was good. She quickly adjusted the vehicle's direction just before the crash. If we had hit head-on, the vehicle would have been badly damaged. We narrowly avoided disaster and managed to get through the bend. Yu Jiang took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her heart was still racing. It was so intense, she almost fainted from the excitement. She didn't want to cover her head. She simply had no hands free to do that. In the end, her rational mind overpowered her body's instinct. That narrow gap in the rocks of the sharp turn still had a piece of her own skull stuck in it. Who wouldn't be scared? Her fingers trembled slightly, but in her teammates' eyes, she looked strong and dependable. In such a dangerous moment, any mistake could have shattered the team into pieces, impossible to gather again. But she remained calm, adjusting the direction skillfully, truly a top-tier leader. That was amazing, her 3 teammates shouted excitedly, their voices sharp with joy. I didn't understand the thrill of extreme sports before, but now I do. Captain, you're incredible. The innocent cockroach's fiery lips trembled, and the fear on her face had not yet faded, but her eyes sparkled brightly. Yu Jiang steadied herself and calmly asked, "Let's check where we are now. What position are we in?" Okay, the innocent cockroach opened the light screen to view the map of the game. There are 60% of the distance left, with 18 teams remaining. We are currently in first place, but 3 teams have already caught up and 5 teams are within 100 meters. The river ahead is wide, so they will definitely speed up to overtake us there. Behind us is a narrow 5-kilometer stretch. Apart from the teams that struggled at the start due to unfamiliarity with controlling the vehicle in the rushing river or because their vehicle level was too low and they were eliminated, everyone who has made it this far is strong. Yu Jiang said, "Everyone pay attention, especially after entering the narrow part." They had no malicious intent. They only needed to be cautious. Overtaking wasn't a big problem, but the people behind would likely try to attack. This was no longer about rewards. It was about beating the top 10 on the leaderboard or defeating her to gain fame in District 002. Although there were no tangible prizes, those on the leaderboard held significant influence. This game, labeled as a 1-star fun race, awarded the team leader a higher-level reward. What about future, more difficult missions? To get more resources, they first needed to earn the right to lead the team. As their vision widened, cold water splashed chaotically on their face. If not for the goggles, they wouldn't be able to keep their eyes open. The water flow was still rapid, but it was much steadier than before, at least no longer feeling like their brains were being shaken apart. Just a few minutes after starting, they saw someone clinging to the vehicle and vomiting loudly. Those who fell into the water, even players in swimsuits, were having a tough time. Swimsuits only protected players from external injuries in the water, but didn't prevent health points from dropping. They spun wildly with the current. At first, they could hear shouts, but eventually, they ran out of strength to call out. The water was cold, and they had to rely on sheer willpower to hold on. "They're coming," the innocent cockroach warned sharply. Yu Jiang glanced sideways and saw that after the sharp turn, several teams' vehicles had some damage. Her vehicle's advantage was in its weight and defense, not speed. If she pushed herself hard, she was sure she could catch up. The team behind seems to be giving their all, but they are actually holding back, controlling the distance and splitting up to chase from both sides. It's more like an encirclement. When they reach an area with turbulent currents and frequent wrong turns, they must slow down and stay alert to the water flow changes. That's the best place to strike. There are only 10 meters left to the narrow passage. Yu Jiang's team of 4 silently unfastens their seatbelts. Soon, several teams arrive, and there's no time to be distracted by small details. 5 meters away, the mountainsides extend toward the middle, and the river narrows by 2/3. At this moment, the teams behind also speed up sharply. In such a situation, it's not just about the vehicles but also mental strength. Suddenly, several teams surround them, and with the narrow river, the pressure becomes intense. Yu Jiang's gaze is focused. She quickly adjusts the steering to speed up, leaving the task of watching the surroundings to her teammates. To let Team 16 on the left reach the narrow passage first, they would be trapped between enemies ahead and behind. She must get in first. In the back seat, Strawberry Candy nervously watches the approaching teams, gripping her baseball bat tightly. Lightning King also pulls out his weapon. The innocent-looking cockroach is calm on the surface, but his fingers clutch his clothes nervously. They haven't fought players face-to-face before. No matter how much mental preparation they do, their hearts still race. The players in the rear team also unfasten their seatbelts, signaling they're ready to fight. Both teams' vehicles rush toward the narrow opening at the front, their speeds nearly equal, and the distance between them shrinks as the river narrows. Yu Jiang's eyes lock onto the driver in front, and her gaze is full of determination. She suddenly turns the steering wheel sharply, controlling the vehicle with unstoppable force to intercept the opponent. Boom! A loud crash echoes as the two vehicles collide. A player in the back of Team 16 even bleeds from their nose. Yu Jiang doesn't give the other side a chance to breathe, directly smashing their vehicle against the rocks. Whoever tries to race her for the path and speed will face her challenge. From the start, Yu Jiang's only thought was, whoever tries to compete with her, she will defeat them. Water splashes everywhere and the impact shakes the team, throwing them off balance.
Darn.
Hurry up and retreat. Our vehicle's damage has increased by 10%. In the racing river course, the vehicle's initial damage level is 0. Once it reaches 80%, it is basically useless and can only drift with the water. "I knew it," shouted the player in the driver's seat. "This girl is crazy." Was it him who didn't want to control the vehicle to exit? No, it was the other side constantly crashing into them, squeezing their control space. On the left are tall rocks. On the right is the reckless Team 6, making it a narrow escape between rocks. They finally stabilized their position and vehicle, just about to take back control, when they were hit again. Team SIX's level 4 vehicle used 5% damage, but they took 15% damage. They failed to overtake in the lane, and their vehicle was almost wrecked. Big loss this round. Team 16's leader watched as their opponents finished and ran away, rushing into the narrow path in a green vehicle, with others behind waiting to seize the chance. He was furious. This section of the river was not only narrow and winding, but also the water flow was getting stronger, with sounds louder than thunder in the sky. When they successfully entered, everyone in the team shouted excitedly. But in the next second, the Thunder King suddenly shouted. "Bend down." His voice was drowned out by the water, so it wasn't very clear. However, the other 3 on the vehicle reacted quickly, without risking their lives to look back or asking why. As soon as they heard the warning, everyone protected their heads and ducked down. Yu Jiang didn't hesitate about hitting the mountain. He released the steering wheel without delay. The vehicle's damage was only at 36%, so a bump wouldn't be a big problem. It proved that trusting teammates was the right choice. In that instant when everyone ducked, the innocent cockroach's bright pink hat was swept by a cold light. The tip of the hat was cut off and fell into the water, quickly washed away. Then came the clear, heavy thumping sounds. Something hit the vehicle first, then crashed into the rocks. The sound suggested metal, and the attack was extremely fierce. The innocent cockroach's bright pink hat, now turned into a headband, trembled along with her exposed head and back. If she had reacted a moment slower, she wouldn't have just lost her hat. Her head might have been split in two. Yu Jiang looked up, ignoring the vehicle's condition for now, and saw obvious impact marks on the nearby rocks. What was that? The attack had such a long range, and even a 2-stage counterattack. Soon, she saw behind her, about 5 meters away, a young man with a bangs hairstyle standing on a bright pink vehicle. He looked under 20 years old, with a very arrogant expression. He was spinning a round metal object with a blade on it in his palm. He had a nickname above his head, Street of the Four Directions. He was part of Team 2. Before they started, they also hid their nicknames, but now they deliberately revealed theirs. Some level 4 vehicle boss in front of me, you're just a coward hiding. Make way, the young man shouted loudly. His 3 teammates cheered nearby, as if they had already won first place. That idiot, pure-hearted cockroach angrily took off his hat and grabbed his flute. He's a mechanic and an assassin. Yu Jiang's face was calm. After stabilizing her vehicle, she looked again at the weapon in the opponent's hand. His attack power is really strong, but why are you just standing there talking nonsense? Why don't you keep attacking? A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes grew colder. Is it because this weapon has a cooldown time? The provocation was real, and so was the cooldown. If the Street of the Four Directions could attack without pause, and they still stood still making bold threats, that would be foolish. Hearing Yu Jiang's words, the opponent's expression changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down and remained arrogant. So, what if it does? The cooldown isn't that long. Next time, can you still handle the attack? The so-called big boss is weaker than I thought. I thought it would be hard to deal with. It's just Team 16 being useless. Getting a level 4 vehicle was lucky for them. They hadn't encountered him in earlier dungeons. Yu Jiang glanced behind her. Good. Several competing teams had arrived. She put away her serious expression and stepped on the accelerator, rushing toward Team Street of the Four Directions. The Lightning King, who had been holding back anger, raised his pig-calling device and shouted, "In the name of thunder," and attacked them. I'm laughing to death. The pig-calling device even has a ha-ha-ha mode. At first, the yellow-haired guy in the back seat of Team 2 mocked, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. When the Lightning King shouted his cheesy and embarrassing slogan, the front of the pig-calling device lit up with crackling blue light. The yellow-haired guy's laughter suddenly stopped. He was struck by lightning, smoke rising from his head, and he rolled his eyes. His hair turned into a wild, spiky, yellow hairstyle, and he twitched while falling. The vehicle had limited space and nowhere to run. The other 3 members of Team 2 were also shocked and jumping around, shouting in pain while cursing the ancestors of the Thunder God King. At this moment, the Thunder God King was standing on his seat, holding a pig-catching tool, looking very confident. That's unfortunate. My weapon's cooldown isn't long either. Not only the players behind him, but also his teammates couldn't help but applaud in amazement. Impressive. Very impressive. But the pig-catching tool was really funny. Yu Jiang, thinking to take advantage of his weakness and get rid of him, quickly swapped positions with the innocent cockroach, who was fiery and hot. She then swung a rock bound with unknown thorny plants. Although her weapon was simple, its long attack range and surprise effect made it quite effective. Her target was the street in all 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, or the opponent's weapon. Hitting any of them was a good move. Team 2 was a typical 3 protect 1 setup. The whole team focused their resources on the street in all 4 directions, while the others were relatively weaker. Strawberry Candy swung her baseball bat with both hands, hitting whoever was in front of her. Her attacks lacked strategy, but once she activated her double strength, Yu Jiang also gave her a power boost. The buff could stack, making her stamina and attack power formidable. The unlucky player closest to her had no chance to fight back, and his screams grew louder and louder. Yu Jiang not only threw stones but also used a hallucination potion. She first knocked down the person blocking the street in all 4 directions, then took out her original weapon, a sharpened wooden stick. The opponent couldn't guess what she would pull out next. Her combo attacks turned the street into a bloody mess, with heads bleeding and blood flowing. Flashy moves were useless against raw power, but in the street in all 4 directions, there was no such thing as absolute strength. He was also a fragile, low-defense target, relying on weapons for high-burst damage. His position was to attack in waves and then run away, so he couldn't withstand the assault.
Ah?
Darn you, %, he shouted, covering his head and quickly using a basic healing potion. Yu Jiang sighed regretfully. She was aiming at that round weapon, but the opponent reacted quickly and used his body to block her attack. Her gaze was fierce as she looked at the street in all 4 directions. His weapon was almost fully charged. These people might as well accept death. Yu Jiang didn't miss the change in his expression. The young man's face clearly showed he couldn't hide things. Change positions. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Jiang and the innocent cockroach swapped seats again. The 5-kilometer narrow path is about to end. Those behind, trying to cut in or rush forward, all surge ahead into their attack range. Ignoring the blood-stained goggles, the anger on their faces is replaced by excitement as they run through the streets in all directions, north, south, east, and west. His weapon has cooled down. Now he just wants to see these fools get a good look. Thinking about their miserable state later makes him want to laugh. But before he acts, the innocent cockroach pulls out her shiny, golden flute and chuckles softly. I've tolerated you for a long time. My flute has been craving to play. In the next second, the smiles on the faces of those in all 4 directions freeze. A loud chorus of birds singing fills the sky, bursting out from the mountains. That unique tune, with its powerful sound, drowns out the rushing water. The team in position 5, who had been planning to cause trouble and kick out Yu Jiang and others, freezes in place.
Whoa.
Why aren't my hands and feet listening to me? Team leader Ingyu stares wide-eyed as his teammates jump up as if possessed, moving their shoulders to the rhythm. He struggles to resist the strange power of the flute. Sometimes he jumps along, but his movements are awkward, his limbs fighting each other, almost tripping himself into the water. Suddenly, the river race is filled with a festive, harmonious atmosphere. Several vehicles ride the wind and waves, looking like a late-night New Year's party. If only everyone weren't cursing so much.
Darn.
What kind of rogue skill is this? Enough. I've had enough. Players from several teams are controlled by the flute's melody. Those with weaker strength dance around wildly, while stronger ones stumble and get slowed down. Yu Jiang doesn't hold back. Before she drops her poison rain, she shouts, "Heal for 200 crystals each time. Plus an extra 300 crystals to help you get a better rank." She really needs crystals badly. The terrain here is good because the mountains on both sides make the flute sound surround in 3D, echoing in all directions. Poison rain can cover the entire river width. No one can escape. Why am I losing health after the control was lifted?
Darn.
That's poison rain.
Run.
You're the ones losing health. You want to make money and heal, but be a decent person. She could just steal from them directly, but instead, she chooses to hit them with a wave of attacks and make them pay again. The players behind turned red with anger and clenched their fists, eager to chase after and beat them up. Yu Jiang definitely wouldn't give them another chance to turn the game around. She and Strawberry Candies smashed the weapons on the east, south, west, and north streets, breaking parts. Originally, they had 2 blades, but one fell into the water and was lost. She also knocked the teammate behind her, who wasn't wearing a swimsuit, into the water. "Captain, I only have 6 health left. Can you give me your swimsuit first?" The blonde player in the co-pilot seat said nervously. Only 2 people from their team remained on the vehicle. The silly pig-catching device in the hand of the opponent was glowing brighter and brighter, about to charge up. On the east, south, west, and north streets, a look of hesitation and uncertainty crossed their faces. The water flow is speeding up. Ahead is a waterfall. They can't attack anymore. Our vehicle still has 60% durability, so we should be able to hold on. Despite saying this, he didn't take off his swimsuit to help his teammate. Now he also regretted it. He thought his weapon was powerful enough to quickly settle the fight and reveal his cards early, but the opponent kept using one trick after another, endlessly. Supplying teammates with medicine and materials was fine, but not having a swimsuit was truly deadly. The vehicle gradually lost control. Even when braking completely, the water flow pushed it forward, rushing toward the waterfall. Yu Jiang and the others were at the front, about to fall when the street team still wanted to launch a final attack with their broken weapons. They were risking their own safety to prevent the enemy from advancing. At this moment, Yu Jiang took out a foul-smelling smoke bomb. Better to die than let the enemy win, she thought. The street team attacking her was no longer her concern. No one should think they could catch up. The players behind saw her pull out something again and suddenly felt a bad premonition. "Quick, pull back. Don't get close to her," Team 5 shouted too late. With such a strong current, could they really stop the vehicle if they wanted to? Yu Jiang swung her arms and threw the foul-smelling smoke bomb with all her might. A burst of yellow smoke exploded in the air, spreading instantly across the entire river. The smoke bomb not only had excellent concealment, but also a spicy, eye-watering smell. Amid the roaring water, chaotic shouts could be heard. "What's that? Watch the road. Watch the road. We hit something. Are you idiots? I can't see anything. Who is hitting me?" Yellow smoke spreads to the edge of the waterfall. Yu Jiang's team of 4 quickly relocked their seat belts, facing forward and getting ready. The height of about 10 meters is right in front of us. Everyone feels nervous and scared. The 2 in the back hold their heads and close their eyes. The innocent cockroach is gripping the seat tightly. Yu Jiang also holds her breath. When the vehicle flies out, a strong feeling of weightlessness hits. It's more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Her heart races, pounding wildly. The steering wheel feels like it might be twisted off. Bang! The vehicle hits the water surface, splashing water several meters high. It takes 2 or 3 seconds to stabilize. If you fell from such a waterfall in the real world, whether in a car or boat, it would definitely flip over. But in the survival game, vehicles are different. They don't follow real science. They can withstand the fall, losing only about 8% of their durability. Currently, the vehicle's durability is at 51%. Reaching the end is not a problem. Looking behind, the smoke grenade causes chaos. There's no clear view in any direction to control weapons. All players hurriedly fasten their seatbelts. Vehicles crash into each other, and some hit rocks. In the chaos, Several vehicles are suddenly pushed down the waterfall by the water flow. Players who are slow to buckle up scream as they fly out of their vehicles. Some unlucky ones, after falling, are turned into scrap metal. The side panels fly off, leaving only the seats. Less than half a minute later, they sink into the water. Forget about catching up to take first place. Fewer than 3 teams still have usable vehicles. According to the racing rules, as long as one person in a team is still in the vehicle, the team can continue. But if someone falls out without a swimsuit, they are eliminated and cannot earn rewards. Now, several players in swimsuits are floating in the water, all looking hopeless. Team 6 is really unlucky. They even threw a smoke grenade at the last moment. They're a strange team. Their weapons are all weird. Later, I want to see who it is. To prevent us from catching up, they cut off the back road. So sneaky. Fortunately, the losses aren't too bad. You didn't see Team 2. They started 10 minutes ago and sank Team 1. Team 1 has only 4 players who can craft and gather. They don't compete, they just want to follow behind and reach the finish line. They said they don't like anyone standing in front of them, and their numbers are not good either. They are too arrogant. Now, only the team captain in a swimsuit remains, and even the best weapon has been smashed. The player speaking wiped water off his face. His team is currently in the best shape. They also have to thank the big boss. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to compete with Team 2. Knowing they can't catch up, everyone has accepted the reality. They couldn't compete against so many opponents earlier, and now they are so down that they have no chance. It's better to keep their top 5 ranking and at least get some rewards. Looking at the vehicle with 76% damage, teammates with 0 health in the water, and weapons almost broken, their faces turn pale, and they look desperate. Suddenly, a fast dark green shadow crashes into them, smashing their vehicle to 85% damage. Now, it's truly useless. Yu Jiang won't let him go easily, or give him a chance to recover. The weapon they worked hard to craft, a purple-level specialized weapon, is now useless. All their resources are gone. As a post-apocalyptic assassin, you have given up your only weapon and your pride. Player East, South, West, North Street has changed their profession achievement to Failed Assassin and Mechanical Apprentice. Post-apocalyptic assassins allow killing and ruthless tactics, but failure and hesitation are not tolerated. Your weapon crafting scroll is permanently locked, and your related skill is now Wooden Shield upgradable. Protect yourself. The post-apocalyptic assassin isn't suitable for you. Drenched and shivering in the water, East, South, West, North Street looks at the warning in front of him and turns pale. It's over. Upgrading this profession is difficult and only has one chance. The advantage is that he can challenge higher levels. As long as the target is within attack range, he can kill. Just imagine how strong he could become once he develops properly. He finally managed to upgrade his skills to level 2. Wait, this isn't right. Just now, I wanted to recall my weapon. They would definitely kill me. The situation was hopeless. So how could I be blamed? Didn't you say I had potential? Was I not meant to be the chosen one? After failing, I should have achieved something better. He shouted at the prompt box on the light screen, trying to reach out and slap it, but his hand passed through the screen. Here, what abilities the player can finally gain depend on their choices. Potential only determines the minimum. Please understand. The street in all 4 directions couldn't handle the blow of failure, as if all their strength had been drained instantly. He looked up again, seeing a woman standing on a level 4 vehicle ahead. She was soaked, wearing an old combat jacket, with a calm expression, but her face showed deep fear. It wasn't until that dark green vehicle drove away and disappeared from sight that he dared to breathe a sigh of relief. After crossing the most dangerous river, the scenery behind was surprisingly beautiful. The gloomy sky, tall, damp rocks, and a lonely, majestic sense of apocalypse. Yu Jiang and the others led the way to the finish line. The scenery changed again, calm water reflecting the clouds above, shimmering in the Tyndall effect, creating a dreamy yet stunning scene like in animation. Congratulations to Team 6 for successfully reaching the finish line and earning first place. Bold text appeared in the game channel. Since the teams behind were all struggling and too exhausted to compete, there was some chatter in the channel. Luckily, we were at the back. By the time we reached the waterfall, the stinky gas had mostly dispersed. We all passed the waterfall unscathed. Seeing expert battles is quite an eye-opener. Where do all these top-tier weapons come from? A Swona and a pig-herding device? They just shouted about healing and damage boosting. The team has control, area attacks, and even a healer. With such good setups, anyone can win. Who needs skill? Anyone can get first place, said player 5, Ingyu. Stop making excuses. Even with a healer, you might not be able to turn the tide against so many teams, and the powerful team too. Level 4 vehicles aren't just luck. They take effort to upgrade.
Wait.
This doesn't seem right. As far as I know, only one of the top 10 in the previous dungeon was an alchemist. Only alchemists should have healing skills, right? Oh my gosh. Don't tell me. You really noticed something? Blind student, you've spotted a key point. Quick, start the game. I want to go see the results list. At this moment, Yuzhong's team had already returned to the parking lot and changed out of their wet clothes. Looking at the dungeon channel and comments, she thought, wow, so harmonious. But it wasn't harmony. A foul-smelling smoke grenade thrown by her at the waterfall entrance caught the strongest teams off guard, wrecking their vehicles. They were racing, but the accelerator didn't respond anymore. Some teams even lost their steering wheels. They had to remove 2 panels from their vehicles and steer by hand, exhausted from the effort. When she looked, they had only managed to go 100 meters. Team Jiang, what are you waiting for? Lei Dian Fa Wang looked at Yuzhong in confusion. She showed no intention of leaving, and instead looked eagerly at the empty vehicles in the parking lot. Since we're here, Yuzhong sighed, no one is paying us to help secure second place in the race, to collect crystals or heal. Someone must want that, right? Many players had their health reduced earlier, and the dungeon didn't heal players automatically. When they go outside later and reach the road, won't they feel danger? Yuzhong decided to make some profit before leaving. Also, the abandoned vehicles of those players are mostly useless now. Most supplies inside will disappear when players die. Leaving the vehicles here is just asking for the dungeon to reset and clear them. She thought it was fair to recover what she could. When players come out later and the dungeon time ends, if they don't leave the parking lot voluntarily, they will be moved out automatically. Yuzhong didn't have time to wait for all players to leave. She decided to act now and recover as much as possible. Under the surprised gazes of the 3, she smiled and took out her hammer. We've been through thick and thin. Watch out for outsiders, and we'll split the materials later. Lei Dian Fa Wang gave her a thumbs up, knowing she had a level for vehicle. Got it. Chun Qing Zhuangla hotly slapped her hand, sharing a mischievous smile. While Yuzhong's team was rushing through the river, 3 other teams were also fighting their way forward. The pumpkin car, wielding a kitchen knife to cut wires, and the brightly colored cartoon vehicle, which had upgraded to level 3, all caught attention immediately upon entering the dungeon. In the end, they chose Old Six Blacksmith's level 3 vehicle. Despite being level 3, it was heavier, more defensive, and performed better than many level 4 vehicles. The blacksmith wasn't short on resources to upgrade. He just didn't want to attract attention. The vehicle looked as low-key as possible, even covered with a rusted exterior to disguise it. It looks like no one wants to pick up the items on the road, but in fact, they are made of high-quality forged materials. They follow a strategy of pretending to be weak to surprise others. At first, they act timid, but once other players realize what's happening, they are already ahead. Attacking vehicles is useless. They use a kitchen knife to cut wires, then go underwater with great strength. When defending, they open their shields, wield 2 axes skillfully, and block outside attacks while shooting arrows from behind. The other 2 team members just need to drive well. When other teams try to test them and can't fight back, they simply go for second place. The Hanjiang Lone Shadow team focuses on protecting their 2 resource-gathering bosses. They are more cautious and are satisfied with second place. The last team, Shichi and Sad Pig Intestines, are in a tough situation similar to Yuzhong, mainly because their level 4 off-road vehicle is very eye-catching. Few dare to fight head-on with big bosses alone, but attacking in groups is different. Everyone wants to take a shot during the chaos. You're driving, Shichi says to Ziding Ningxing. The latter looks at the rushing river and the shouting, fighting teams and nervously points at himself. Me? Me? Assassin class. Can be sneaky, can take risks, but must not be cowardly. Poison master. Needs to be ruthless and cunning, avoiding direct fights when possible.